everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Type Moon, the heroic spirit I summoned is myself, chapter 51 to 100. That's right, the Kagura dance. Although Mu Yuan wasn't wearing a shrine maiden's outfit, but rather a white onmyoji karaginu, under the light tinkling of the Kagura bell and the dancing folding fan. Unexpectedly, it didn't look out of place at all. If the Kagura dance shown by Amaterasu back then was beautiful to the extreme, then what Mu Yuan displayed now was solemnity. Well, one has to say. With such high looks, one really can do whatever they want. And as Mu Yuan performed the Kagura dance, amidst the soft chiming of the Kagura bell, a divine domain belonging to the Inari god began to spread out with him as the center. The divine domain gradually enveloped the hall, dispelling the blood-colored light under the waning moon and making the entire hall bright. And within this, Mu Yuan caught a dazed glimpse of that familiar shrine. He saw the dance pavilion within the shrine, and Zhu, wearing a shrine maiden's outfit, also performing the Kagura dance. As if sensing Mu Yuan's gaze, she stopped her dance steps and looked toward him from afar. She gave a faint smile and nodded gently to Mu Yuan. In the next moment, Mu Yuan felt a massive surge of divine power pouring into his body. His eyes also changed from deep black to a red identical to Zhu's. Thus, Mu Yuan stopped his dance steps and looked at Ibuki Doji. At the same time, Ibuki also stopped, casting her gaze toward Mu Yuan. Having completed its task, the spirit fox Little White wagged its big tail, lay down to the side, and yawned with an expression ready to watch the show. Mu Yuan didn't say anything upon seeing this. After all, even if it hadn't left, Mu Yuan would have told it to. All right, Mu Yuan said to Ibuki with a smile. Now we can have a fight, though it's borrowed power, I hope you don't mind. Of course I don't mind, Ibuki laughed and said. After all, this is power you borrowed from your foster mother without even caring about your dignity. As Ibuki spoke, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Mu Yuan rolled his eyes, his face expressionless. He simply set down the folding fan and the Kagura bell, slowly lowered his body toward Ibuki, and placed his hand on the sword hanging at his waist. The sword was nameless, not a famous blade, but a very ordinary one. Although with Mu Yuan's current status in Heiankyo, it wouldn't be hard for him to obtain a famous sword. But in this life, he wasn't a swordsman after all. Swinging a sword was merely for daily exercise. By right, I should be using yin-yang arts to decide the outcome at a time like this. I'm just sorry that regarding yin-yang arts, although I've learned a lot, I don't possess any truly noteworthy abilities yet. Mu Yuan said softly. At this moment, his temperament completely changed. His entire sharp presence was withdrawn, merging into the sword in his hand. Therefore, please allow me to use my ultimate technique from back then to decide the winner here. We've only just begun our slaughter, and you're already prepared to end it. Ibuki narrowed her eyes. Even though she sounded relaxed when she said this, there was no longer any smile in her eyes. Her hands were even quietly beginning to gather magical energy. Give me a break. Although I did borrow power from Zhu, with this body of mine, it would probably fall apart after just a couple of hits from you. Besides, for a sword, one swing is enough. Mu Yuan's voice faded, and Ibuki did not reply. This was because, in this instant, the air on the scene became so suffocating that even the sound of breathing ceased to exist. Ibuki stared fixedly at Mu Yuan in front of her. At this moment, there was no longer any greedy desire in her eyes, only profound movedness. Because only those who have truly faced Mu Yuan's strike understand how terrifying the pressure it gives is. Harnessing the momentum of this world, hiding the blade within oneself, the moment that sword is swung is the momentary and spectacular shunkan. Ibuki was truly surprised, because at this moment, she actually felt pressure from Mu Yuan, the pressure of death. Under such pressure, Ibuki moved. Beneath this suffocating pressure, Ibuki suddenly struck. In a flash of thunderous momentum, she erupted with all her power. This was the terrifying power she possessed as a child of Yamata no Orokai, capable of shaking mountains and rivers and churning the raging waves of the sea. Facing this erupted power, there wasn't a single ripple of unnecessary emotion in Mu Yuan's eyes. He simply took a light step forward, After one step, he appeared right in front of Ibuki. And this step was something that neither Ibuki nor the spirit fox Little White, who had already stood up and was prepared to save Mu Yuan if things went wrong, could see clearly. This step has a name, Shrinking Ground. It is the pinnacle of footwork pursued by many martial arts and paths. It integrates many phenomena such as footwork, posture, breathing, and blind spots, combined with the matching of techniques, to display a dimensional jump akin to an instantaneous flash. It is an immortal art. That's right, Mu Yuan had perfected this step. After all, back when he slashed off Zoken Matu's neck. Though he hadn't managed to completely kill that bug, he had displayed such a technique. It was just that he said back then that he always felt something was missing, as if he lacked some kind of technique. Mu Yuan had naturally perfected that technique by now. After all, he was the first Onmyoji in Heiankyo and had learned an unknown amount of knowledge regarding Onmyodo. Because it was too sudden, Ibuki, her eyes slightly widened, was clearly stunned for a split second. And in that brief instant, Mu Yuan swung his sword without hesitation, secret sword, Shunkan. Then, in Ibuki's vision, all she could see was white light. White light filled her vision, and facing this white light, she found she had no way to dodge at all. Then, clang! With an extremely piercing sound, Mu Yuan appeared behind Ibuki, maintaining his sword-swinging posture, while the sword in his hand had broken in half. The other half flew in the air for a long time before falling to the ground. Only when that half-blade hit the ground did focus return to Ibuki's eyes and her consciousness recover. Then she subconsciously clutched her neck and turned her head to look at Mu Yuan. The faint pain in her neck told her the fact that she had been decapitated, if Mu Yuan hadn't withdrawn his power at the last moment. Ibuki's crimson eyes gazed at Mu Yuan before her. She understood in her heart that the current Mu Yuan no longer had the power to kill her, that sword just now indeed decapitated her. Ibuki also admitted that the strike was very strong. But for an existence like her, once she had seen it once, it would be almost impossible to kill her with that sword again. Therefore, at this moment, the emotions in Ibuki's eyes were very complex. She wanted to disregard everything and strike at Mu Yuan again. But she saw Mu Yuan turn around, meet her gaze, and show a smile on his face. She looked at his eyes, which had already returned to black, showing no defensiveness toward her. Ultimately, Ibuki lowered her hand. It's truly enviable. Ibuki Doji no longer hid her true thoughts and said, "This trust you have in Shuten Doji is truly enviable." Shuten Doji? What are you talking about? Mu Yuan tilted his head and said frankly to Ibuki, "The one I trust is you, Ibuki." Ibuki was stunned. She wanted to detect the scent of a lie from Mu Yuan, but she found none. Because whether it's Shuten Doji or you, Ibuki, it's the same, Mu Yuan said with a smile. Then naturally, I trust both of you. Ibuki fell silent and didn't speak. But even the spirit fox Little White, who hadn't made a sound, could see very clearly that Ibuki's tail was wagging very happily at this moment. You say we are the same, Ibuki said. But you know in your heart that she and I are actually not the same at all, otherwise why would you spend so much effort trying to bring her back? No, you are the same. Mu Yuan shook his head and said, as for why I want to bring her back, the reason is simple. Her becoming like you are now was not her intention, that's all. In other words, you don't reject me. Why would I reject you? Mu Yuan looked at Ibuki in confusion and said, to be honest, I even find it quite interesting that Shuten Doji has this side to her. A hidden side of a friend, while indeed surprising, I think most people would still choose to accept it, and might even find it very interesting or feel like they've gained something. Mu Yuan said with a smile, so why would I reject you? You guy. You really can talk. Ibuki smiled, and at this moment, her smile was very beautiful. And it looks quite sweet, your mouth. After saying that, she suddenly stepped forward, and before Mu Yuan could react, she grabbed his chin, and then, under the wide-eyed gaze of the spirit fox Little White nearby, she kissed him fiercely. She stuck out her tongue. After a good while, the two separated. After separating, Ibuki's pink tongue licked her moist lips, her aggressive eyes looking at the dazed Mu Yuan who was covering his mouth and staring at her. She smiled radiantly and said, just as I thought, it really is very sweet. After she finished speaking, a faint light appeared on her body. The massive magical power on her body began to drain away. "We will meet again, Mu Yuan." Before leaving, Ibuki said to Mu Yuan, "This time, I'll temporarily let the other me have it. But next time, even if it's the other me, I absolutely won't give her another chance." With that, Ibuki vanished before Mu Yuan's eyes. Then a petite woman appeared. Just as she was about to fall from the air to the ground, Mu Yuan reached out and caught her. Compared to Ibuki, Shutendoji indeed appeared much more petite. Mu Yuan held her in his arms, looking at her as she seemed to be in a deep sleep. After a while, her eyebrows trembled slightly, and she slowly opened those purple, charming eyes. There was no look of confusion in her eyes. In fact, she even looked a bit angry. Because she had actually seen everything, seen what Ibuki and Mu Yuan said. She saw that domineering kiss Ibuki gave before leaving. You should know, she hadn't even had that yet. Therefore, upon waking up, Shutendoji's gaze almost instinctively followed toward Mu Yuan's lips. "You're awake." Seeing her open her eyes, Mu Yuan smiled and said. Hearing Mu Yuan calling her, Shutendoji temporarily withdrew her gaze and looked at him. Then, just as Shutendoji nodded slightly and was about to respond to Mu Yuan. 52 Section 52. Chapter 52. Suddenly, he felt the blood in his body boiling frantically, and then a force surged out from within him, causing Shutendoji to subconsciously open his mouth towards Mu Yuan and exhale a breath. That breath transformed into the phantom of a giant snake, its eyes filled with endless madness, slaughter, and tyranny. It headed straight for Mu Yuan, and dived directly into his body. Yamata no Orokai. This was the very moment it had been waiting for. Divider. P.S. This chapter is nearly 5,000 words. Although the update is a bit slow, there are 9,000 words today. PS2, and don't be impatient. I think this plot point is one that many people anticipated, but there will naturally be a twist tomorrow. PS3, by the way, regarding the name of Mu Yuan's heroic spirit projection, I've been using Mu Yuan mainly for convenience. Since I see you all mentioning it, I'll change it later. Come to think of it, it's true. 1 or 2 is fine, but later on, when all the heroic spirits appear, it is indeed a bit awkward that they are all named Mu Yuan. Volume 1, Chapter 49. You are dead, the fully awakened Yamata no Orokai. Mu Yuan could clearly feel that he seemed to have suddenly fallen into the deep sea, and was constantly sinking. The deep sea kept pulling him down. The suffocating sensation of being unable to breathe made him naturally choose to struggle, swimming desperately towards the surface. Mu Yuan didn't know how long he struggled, but when he finally poked his head out and opened his eyes, he found himself in the middle of an endless ocean. The sky above the sea was shrouded in dark clouds, and amidst the lightning and thunder, the ocean churned restlessly, presenting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The furious ocean seemed beyond human control. Before it, Mu Yuan could not put up any resistance and could only let it batter him. Then, at some point, Mu Yuan lost consciousness. When he regained consciousness again, he found that he had arrived on a rock. A barren rock had suddenly appeared on the sea. Apart from that, there was nothing but water, and he was lying on this large rock. Mu Yuan lay on the rock, spitting out seawater and panting heavily. At the same time, he looked up at the dark clouds in the sky and the surging, boiling sea storm that seemed capable of swallowing his tiny self in an instant. His eyes not only failed to reveal panic or fear, but instead became increasingly calm as time passed. Boring trick. Mu Yuan said, "Come out. I know you are here, and all of this is your doing." Yamata no Orokai. As Mu Yuan's voice fell, the roaring sea seemed to freeze for a few seconds before continuing on. At the same time, a huge black shadow appeared in the sea in front of Mu Yuan. The shadow became more and more distinct, until with a loud bang, it emerged from the water, revealing a figure as tall as a mountain. It was a snake head and a snake body. The giant snake's eyes were full of cruelty and bloodthirst. It flicked its tongue, watching the tiny human in front of it with mockery. And regarding its appearance, Mu Yuan not only failed to show the fear that should have been shown to demonstrate respect. He even sat down and used his hands to tidy up his wet long hair, so that he wouldn't look so disheveled. Just when the giant snake revealed a hint of dissatisfaction in its eyes at Mu Yuan's reaction. It really is just as I expected, that you would appear before me in this way, and your goal is to occupy my body. Mu Yuan spoke suddenly, looking up at the giant snake, revealing a faint smile as he said, "If I am not mistaken, you must want to use my body as an anchor, and then pull out your body that is sealed in the gap between the yin-yang realms, right? As for the reason, I think it must be that in my previous life, you sensed my uniqueness through blood and guessed that I have a certain ability." Mu Yuan said slowly, "The ability to rewrite legends." The giant snake listened to Mu Yuan's words without giving an answer, instead looking at Mu Yuan. The mockery in its eyes disappeared, replaced by confusion and doubt. "You must be thinking now, why I would rashly appear before you when I clearly know about this matter. The reason is very simple." Mu Yuan said to the giant snake, "Because from the very beginning, my target has been you." Mu Yuan looked directly at the giant snake in front of him, a faint smile on his face as he said, "Since you have been lurking on Shutendoji, then you must have naturally heard my conversation with Ibuki, right? From beginning to end, I have never regarded Ibuki as my enemy. My enemy has always been only one, and that is, you." When he said this, a sword appeared in Mu Yuan's hand. That was the Sword of Heart. "Yamata no Orokai, you have been waiting for this moment, but haven't I as well?" As Mu Yuan said this, the ocean, which had been roaring with wind, lightning, and thunder, presenting an apocalyptic scene, actually began to calm down bit by bit at this moment. And under the giant snake's shocked gaze, beams of light tore through the dark clouds in the sky, shining upon Mu Yuan. At this moment, Mu Yuan's heart was clear, without self or others, reflecting all things in the world. That's right, this is the realm of heart, realm of void. Me, as long as it is my enemy, I will never let it be. Mu Yuan smiled and slowly said to the giant snake, "Therefore, ever since that day, when I learned of your existence and your purpose from Jin Na, I have been thinking about what you want to do and how I should respond. And things are just as I guessed. What you covet is my body, the possibility I represent to change legends. So you would inevitably appear before me in this situation, assimilating my consciousness, occupying my body, but Yamata no Orokai, do you know that you are not the first person to think this way?" Mu Yuan looked at the giant snake, which seemed to realize something, its eyes filled with anger, opening its big mouth to roar in front of him, and said, "Once, I faced a scene like this. That was the final urban legend I faced in my previous life, the convergence of all ultimate evil. And I finally cut it down, so what about you?" Mu Yuan smiled, looking at the scene before him that had become violent again due to the giant snake's anger, but which felt more like its impotent rage, and said, "You, who ran into my realm of heart, do you have the confidence to block my sword on my home turf?" The giant snake did not answer. It just opened its big mouth, carrying the devastation and anger in its heart, and lunged at Mu Yuan. And Mu Yuan just looked at it calmly. Then he gently raised his sword and swung it down. Then, without any obstruction, a blinding sword light directly cut the giant snake's body in half. Not only that, this sword even split the sea behind the giant snake in half. After all, as Mu Yuan said, this is his home turf, his sea of consciousness. And most importantly, although it is Yamata no Orokai, it is not the real Yamata no Orokai. Mu Yuan remembered very clearly that when he fell into the gap between the yin-yang realms, the massive monster body he saw only had one head that opened its eyes to him. Later, Amaterasu only pulled out a phantom of one head from Mu Yuan's body. I admit, I had some elements of gambling. Then Mu Yuan watched as more and more sunlight tore through the dark clouds above the sea, and as the surging sea became calmer, Mu Yuan couldn't help but collapse onto the rock, letting out a long sigh, and said, "But fortunately, I won the bet." Then Mu Yuan lay on the rock, lazily basking in the sun that appeared in the sky. Just after he had rested briefly and was about to close his eyes to return to reality. He. A burst of harsh laughter rang out beside Mu Yuan's ear without any warning. No, to be precise, it exploded within this realm of heart of Mu Yuan. Hearing this, the moment Mu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes wide, his expression changed slightly. The sunlight in this sea of the realm of heart disappeared in an instant. Then Mu Yuan felt himself falling, and this feeling of falling was very familiar to him. Passing through the yin-yang realms, falling into its endless darkness. Until finally, arriving in front of that terrifying monster. That was a monster with a body taller than a mountain, with a terrifying appearance of 8 heads and 8 tails. And at this moment, the giant snake head among them that had lifted its head was crazily opening its mouth, letting out a harsh howl towards Mu Yuan. Its eyes were filled with anger. As for the laughter Mu Yuan heard, it came from another head. That was the most special one among the 8 heads. The others were all snake heads, but only it was a dragon head. The dragon head did not pay attention to Mu Yuan, it just looked at the snake head, emitting harsh laughter, its eyes filled with sarcasm and mockery. As if it were mocking its incompetence. And under the increasing anger of the snake head defeated by Mu Yuan at the dragon head's laughter, Mu Yuan also saw the other snake heads that had been sleeping, lying in this endless deep sea. All slowly lifted up. Then in front of Mu Yuan, one by one, they opened those mad eyes that wanted to destroy everything. It had awakened. Yamata no Orokai, at this moment, had truly awakened. Mu Yuan stared at everything in front of him, and then a bitter smile couldn't help but appear on his face, saying, "You guys, aren't you playing dirty?" As the words fell, the endless darkness completely swallowed Mu Yuan. Iyama. Inside the demon realm castle. Mu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Mu Yuan, you're awake. When Mu Yuan woke up, what he saw was Shutendoji looking at him with a joyful face. He looked at Shutendoji, shook his head, and asked, "Shutendoji, how long was I unconscious?" "Just a few seconds." "Are you okay?" "Just a few seconds." Mu Yuan said softly, looking at Shutendoji who was watching him with a worried face, and couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke his head. Then, just when Shutendoji was relieved because of this. "Sorry, Shutendoji." Mu Yuan suddenly lowered his head and said to Shutendoji in a very apologetic tone, "This time I seem to have failed. After all, I didn't expect that this matter would really develop in the worst, most uncontrollable direction I predicted, and in front of him, I was actually so tiny. I couldn't even manage to put up any resistance." When Shutendoji heard Mu Yuan's words, he looked up at Mu Yuan, just about to ask in confusion what Mu Yuan was talking about. His purple eyes widened instantly. His expression immediately stiffened. Because he saw the phantom of Yamata no Orokai on Mu Yuan's body, which was emerging and letting out a silent roar. Then a terrifying magical power, with Mu Yuan as the center, began to erupt outwards. And the gentleness and clarity in Mu Yuan's deep black eyes were gradually replaced by endless madness and hatred. "Sorry, Shutendoji." These were the final words left by Mu Yuan, who had an apologetic expression. Then, his body was occupied by Yamata no Orokai. After occupying the body, under Shutendoji's dull gaze, Yamata no Orokai slowly stood up and stretched his new body. After nodding with satisfaction, he could no longer hold back and laughed wildly in this demon realm. And amidst the wild laughter, it glanced at the side where Spirit Fox Xiaobai had already stood up, fur bristling, staring fixedly at it with a fierce expression. The corners of its mouth curled up slightly, drawing an evil smile. Then, at the very moment Xiaobai lunged furiously at Yamata no Orokai, it calmly picked up the 5-bone folding fan that was placed aside and threw it on the ground. Chapter 53. Crush it. With a heavy stomp. The moment the folding fan was crushed, Kohaku disappeared along with it. At the same time, in the shrine's maiden dance pavilion, Amaterasu, who was sitting quietly wearing the morning sun as a crown and the night as clothing, opened her beautiful red eyes. Inside Heiankyo, at Mu Yuan's residence. Under the bright moonlight, Tamamo no Mae, who had been lying on a rock, also sat up. Furthermore, the 5 tails behind her bloomed instantly. With her 5 tails blooming, Tamamo no Mae's pale gold eyes calmly gazed toward Iyama. She watched the terrifying magical power surging from there, which could not be hidden at all. Regarding this, not only was she not angry, but at this moment, a faint smile even appeared on her face. "Is it coming?" Tamamo no Mae spoke softly. Then, Her 5 tails grew brighter and more beautiful under the moonlight, like flower petals about to fall. No, no. This is impossible. This is impossible. But if one were to speak of the person with the greatest mental turmoil at this moment, it was naturally Shutendoji. She stared with her purple, enchanting eyes, watching the familiar yet strange shell of Mu Yuan before her in disbelief. She muttered frantically, "This is impossible. This is impossible. How could you do this? How dare you?" After speaking, Shutendoji lunged at Yamata no Orokai with a distorted expression. But even Shutendoji, one of the legendary 3 great demons, appeared so insignificant when facing the fully awakened Yamata no Orokai at this moment. He reached out and simply grabbed Shutendoji by the neck as she lunged at him, attempting to tear him apart. He lifted her up and, without even a glance, tossed Shutendoji aside. Then he walked slowly out of the castle and into the open. He looked up at the blood-red crescent moon in the sky. The smile on his face grew wider bit by bit, and his crimson eyes were filled with madness and tyranny. "Ah, it's over. It seems that in the next simulation, I must stay far away from Shutendoji. Or if there's really no other way, should I find a way to have Fox Teacher and Amaterasu take action?" He didn't know how much time had passed. After his consciousness gradually recovered, such thoughts surfaced in Mu Yuan's mind. Then, Mu Yuan opened his eyes. However, the moment he opened his eyes, he was stunned. Because when he opened his eyes, he found that he had not returned to the observer's absolute God's eye perspective, and the heroic spirit training manual was not in front of him. Instead, he had come to a place shrouded in eternal night. There was only darkness before him, nothing else. Just as Mu Yuan felt at a loss, a butterfly that lit up the darkness and emitted a faint nether light suddenly appeared before him. It flapped its wings and circled Mu Yuan twice. Then it flew into the distance, as if it were guiding Mu Yuan forward. Mu Yuan then discovered that he could not control his body and followed it, floating forward all the way. That's right, not walking, but floating. Mu Yuan floated for a long time, and he didn't know how much time had passed. He only knew that as time went on, the world before his eyes grew brighter. Various strange creatures and pure white flowers emitting a nether glow lit up this land of eternal night. Afterward, the flying butterfly guided Mu Yuan to a rushing river that split the earth, and then it stopped. After circling Mu Yuan twice more, it flapped its wings and flew higher, gradually disappearing from Mu Yuan's sight. Just as Mu Yuan seemed quite at a loss regarding all of this, he saw what looked like a boat appearing in the thick mist on the opposite bank of the river. There was a boatman on it, rowing the boat toward him. At the same time, from the observer's perspective, at the Book of Heroic Spirits. Although its host, Mu Yuan, had not yet returned, the records continued. You were pulled into the rift between the yin-yang realms by Yamata no Orokai and witnessed the awakening of Yamata no Orokai. You died. Your body was occupied by Yamata no Orokai. Due to a latent spiritual power in your soul was preserved, and you arrived in the Yellow Springs land. You were guided by a nether butterfly, walked upon the nether path, and arrived before the boundary between the living world and the other world, the Sanzu River. Boundary line. P.S. A few hundred words short of 5,000, I'm going to eat first. The other chapter will be around midnight because there's a chapter recommendation. Volume 1, Chapter 50, Breaking 4 Tails, Amaterasu Omikami appears. The Sanzu River is the legendary boundary between the world of the living and the world of the dead. Because the flowing water in the river divides into 3 different speeds, slow, normal, and rapid, based on the deceased's actions during their life, it is also known as the Sanzu River. As the boundary between the living world and the other world, there is only one way for a soul to cross the Sanzu River, and that is to board a ferry on the river. At this moment, the swaying ferry stopped in front of a dazed Mu Yuan. The ferryman was a white-haired old man with no eyes and a hollow gaze. But when he looked over, Mu Yuan could feel that he was watching him. The ferryman sized up Mu Yuan. Because his soul was pure, the man looked at him a few more times, then said in a raspy voice, "Pay the fee." Pay the fee? Mu Yuan was stunned for a moment. What fee? 6 mon, the ferryman said. Pay the fee, and I'll take you across the river. Mu Yuan was silent for a while, then asked the ferryman, "Elder, may I ask where this is?" "The Sanzu River," the ferryman replied flatly. His suspicion confirmed, Mu Yuan stood before the Sanzu River, gazing at this rushing boundary between the living and the dead in Japan mythology. He was a bit of a mess. "I'm dead. Ah, it seems I really am dead. And it seems I've died more than once. But wait a minute, shouldn't I return to reality after dying? Why have I come to the Sanzu River?" While Mu Yuan was silent over this. Seeing Mu Yuan not responding, the ferryman said, "Didn't bring money?" No." Mu Yuan shook his head honestly. Seeing this, the ferryman looked at Mu Yuan's pure soul again and said, "Forget it, get on the boat. I'll take you across. But I heard that if you don't pay, you'll be thrown off halfway." Recalling the knowledge he had crammed during the Heian-kyo simulation, Mu Yuan couldn't help but say, "Don't worry, I won't throw you off." After saying that, seeing Mu Yuan still not responding, the ferryman continued, "Don't trust me?" "It's not that," Mu Yuan shook his head. "Then you must still have attachments in your heart and are unwilling to cross the river, right?" The ferryman nodded understandingly and said, "Give it up. Life and death are separate. You are a dead person now, and everything in the mortal world no longer has the slightest connection to you. Come with me." Mu Yuan didn't speak. He looked at the ferryman, then at the opposite bank in the mist. He was thinking about whether he should really cross the river to take a look. Mu Yuan was no longer flustered. The reason was simple. He had just confirmed that his connection with the heroic spirit training manual was still there. That meant Mu Yuan only needed a single thought to return to the observer's perspective. Therefore, Mu Yuan was instead very curious about why he had come to the Sanzu River after dying this time, rather than ending the simulation and returning to the real world. After all, using the existence of the Yellow Springs land in the Heian era as a reason didn't make sense. Mu Yuan had already died once. The last time he died with Shutendoji, the simulation ended immediately. Should I go and take a look? Anyway, even if something happens, I can immediately end this simulation. With the intent to find out the truth. And mainly out of curiosity about the Yellow Springs land, curiosity about what this legendary kingdom of the dead was like, Mu Yuan nodded. He boarded the small boat. Then the ferryman gently rowed the boat, taking Mu Yuan bit by bit toward the opposite bank. The boat and he thus began to disappear into the thick mist. Mu Yuan was standing at the bow, curiously peering at the Yellow Springs land on the opposite bank, when he noticed the ferry suddenly stop. He turned to look and saw the ferryman had stopped rowing and was standing still. Looking again, he realized they seemed to be in the middle of the Sanzu River. Just as Mu Yuan, with a slight frown, thought the man was preparing to push him into the Sanzu River, he suddenly noticed the stopped ferryman was staring behind them. His whole body was stiff, as if he had seen something incredible. Mu Yuan instinctively followed his line of sight and was also stunned. Because when he looked back at the nether path, he saw the figure of a person. That person was walking on the nether path where equinox flowers were in full bloom, heading toward them step by step. Her pace was very slow, yet at the same time very fast. Because every step she took greatly shortened the distance between Mu Yuan and her. Of course, none of these were the most important thing. The most important thing was the light brought by her arrival. The nether path she walked upon was bathed in brilliant sunlight, dispelling the darkness of this eternal night. In just an instant, Mu Yuan discovered that the nether path was lit up because of her arrival. Those vengeful spirits and ghosts wandering the nether path were desperately and frantically trying to hide. The ferryman was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't even remember how many ages it had been since he had last seen the light of the sun. 54 Section 54. Chapter 54. This is the Yellow Springs land, the realm of eternal night. And yet, at this moment, this realm of eternal night was actually being lit up by the radiance of the sun. Mu Yuan was also stunned. However, his shock was different from the ferryman's. As that person's figure drew closer, as Mu Yuan gradually saw her form clearly, seeing that slightly swaying long pink hair, and especially seeing that fox tail swaying behind her, Mu Yuan couldn't help himself. His eyes widened as he murmured in disbelief, "Tamamo, Nome? That's right. The one appearing at this very moment was indeed Tamamo Nome, yet, it also wasn't Tamamo Nome. As for her true identity, as she approached the Sanzu River, the sun's radiance directly illuminated the waters. Then, she lightly lifted her foot, stepped onto the river's surface, and boarded the small ferry boat. At the same time, the sun's light finally shone upon Mu Yuan and the ferryman. Mu Yuan finally couldn't hold back. As she came before him, her pale gold eyes gazing at him with an unspeakable pressure weighing down on him, he said, "Fox. Teacher." Hearing this, a very subtle change appeared on her face. It seemed like a smile, but it was very light and reserved. Then, in a voice filled with divine charm, she replied softly, "I am not your teacher." As soon as she finished speaking, before Mu Yuan could react, he heard a loud thud. Subconsciously turning his head, Mu Yuan saw the ferryman actually kneeling directly toward Tamamo Nome. In a voice filled with extreme terror and excitement, he said, "This humble servant greets the great goddess Amaterasu o Mikami. Amaterasu o Mikami. Amaterasu?" Just as Mu Yuan processed this, he finally noticed something. He noticed that the tails behind Tamamo Nome were not the usual 5. Instead, there were 9. The deity with 9 tails, the personification of the sun, the core deity of Japan, the ruler of Takamagahara. Amaterasu o Mikami. She took the initiative to sever 4 of her tails. As the price to allow me to come here briefly, to this point in time. And just then, Amaterasu o Mikami spoke. In a voice that was soft yet filled with divine charm and majesty, she said to Mu Yuan, "Let me take you back." Severed, 4 tails? While Mu Yuan was still failing to react to her sudden words, he saw that she had already reached him and reached out to take his hand. Then, standing on the ferry, Amaterasu o Mikami turned her head, her pale gold eyes gazing toward the distant direction of the Yellow Springs land. It was as if she was locking eyes with someone. After a moment, she gave a slight nod as a form of greeting. Then, Amaterasu o Mikami led Mu Yuan into the dazzling sunlight. Later, Mu Yuan lost consciousness once again. He didn't know how much time had passed. When Mu Yuan regained consciousness once more, opening his eyes, Mu Yuan found himself lying in an incredibly familiar place. Heiankyo, in the courtyard of his manor. Above his head, the large tree he had personally cultivated was rustling in the gentle breeze. Through the lush leaves of the tree, he could see the beautiful starry sky of tonight. Mu Yuan stared blankly for a while. Then, as his awareness gradually returned, his eyes widened and he immediately scrambled up from the ground, looking frantically to the side. He looked toward the smooth, large stone nearby. There on the stone, just like any other day, Tamamo Nome sat wearing a beautiful palace kimono, admiring the moonlight. Her beautiful pink hair swayed with the night breeze. Pale gold eyes watched Mu Yuan as he climbed up from the ground, her exquisite face wearing a faint smile. Mu Yuan stared at her, then looked around. For a moment, he wasn't even sure if everything he had experienced today, Ibuki Doji, Shuten Doji, Yamata no Orokai, the Yellow Springs land, the ferryman, and that final appearance of Amaterasu o Mikami, who lit up even the Yellow Springs land, was real or fake. Then, he heard it. He heard Tamamo Nome, with a hint of smugness in her eyes, his fox teacher, say to him, "Well? I didn't lie to you, did I?" Tamamo Nome blinked her pale gold eyes and said to Mu Yuan, "I told you, you definitely wouldn't die. Even if you went to the Yellow Springs land, I would fish you out. And not just that, I've also directly reforged a body for you, identical to the one currently occupied by Yamata no Orokai." As she finished, Mu Yuan's eyes couldn't help but widen bit by bit. There was a violent shaking in his gaze. Because Tamamo Nome's words undoubtedly proved that everything he experienced today was definitely not a dream. Then Mu Yuan noticed it. He noticed that at this moment, the tails behind Tamamo Nome, there was only one left. "Your fox teacher sacrificed 4 tails as the price to pull me briefly into this timeline to take you away, to bring you back." Amaterasu o Mikami's voice echoed in Mu Yuan's ears and heart. Mu Yuan looked at Tamamo Nome smiling faintly at him, then at the single tail remaining behind her. At this moment, Mu Yuan's mind was completely scrambled. He wanted to speak, to say something to Tamamo no Mae, but found the words stuck in his throat, unable to say anything. The emotions in his eyes shifted rapidly in an instant. There was irritation and anger, but even more, deep self-reproach. And Tamamo no Mae naturally saw all of this. Then, she smiled. She smiled very contentedly, and her laughter grew louder and louder. At first, she covered her mouth with her hand, trying to maintain her usual elegance. But soon, she disregarded it entirely. She began to laugh while clutching her stomach, even pounding the stone she sat on, laughing loudly. This is it, this is it. This is exactly what I've always wanted to see. Ah! I'm satisfied, satisfied. Now I'm truly satisfied. After laughing for a long time, having completely bewildered Mu Yuan, Tamamo no Mae finally stopped. She wiped the tears from her face and said to Mu Yuan, "This way, it wasn't in vain for me to sacrifice 4 tails, stop Amaterasu from interfering, and set up this whole scheme." Set up a scheme? Faced with Mu Yuan's confusion, Tamamo no Mae didn't explain much. Instead, she reached out and pointed toward the distant Iyama. Mu Yuan looked over there, then back at Tamamo no Mae, frowning. "Yamata no Orokai?" "Correct." Tamamo no Mae nodded, frankly admitting it. Mu Yuan fell silent. He was silent for a long time, looking at the faintly smiling Tamamo no Mae. Because his mind was in a mess, he thought of many reasons, but quickly dismissed them one by one. In the end, Mu Yuan couldn't help but ask Tamamo no Mae, "Why?" "Why?" Tamamo no Mae asked back, the smile on her face becoming even more beautiful. She said, "Actually, the reason is very simple." "What do you call me?" Mu Yuan hesitated for a moment before answering uncertainly, "Fox teacher." Tamamo no Mae smiled and said nothing. She simply turned and went back into the house. Seeing this, Mu Yuan followed her back inside. Then, Mu Yuan saw Tamamo no Mae take out a teapot and cups that had been prepared long ago and set them on the table. Then, she sat to the side. Her pale gold eyes looked at Mu Yuan, and the smile on her face faded. She said, "Brew the tea." Mu Yuan didn't move immediately. He looked at the tea on the table, then at Tamamo no Mae sitting solemnly before him. He realized what the situation was. An apprenticeship ceremony. Although Mu Yuan had always called Tamamo no Mae Fox teacher verbally, it was merely an address. But if he truly performed this apprenticeship ceremony, the meaning would be entirely different. This ancient ritual, especially for someone like Tamamo no Mae, was a rule that must be observed. Even though Mu Yuan didn't move, Tamamo no Mae wasn't annoyed, because this precisely meant Mu Yuan knew the ritual and understood what it meant. "Teacher, what exactly are you trying to do?" Mu Yuan then looked at Tamamo no Mae and asked. He knew very well in his heart that Tamamo no Mae had absolutely no intention of harming him. After all, the reason Mu Yuan was still alive was because she had severed 4 of her tails. Not to mention that now, she was having him perform the apprenticeship ceremony. To truly honor her as his master. Thus, Mu Yuan simply didn't understand Tamamo no Mae's objective. To even go as far as breaking 4 of her own tails for this. Divider. P.S. Chapter recommendation, The Journey of the Desperate Knight. A book by the captain, nothing more to say, just read it. Synopsis. Rebirth brought him new hope, yet destruction is already approaching this new world. In the misfortune of his home's destruction, he was protected and luckily lived until the end of the world, only to be unfortunately forced into infinite solitude, watching over a world gradually returning to silence. Carrying the final hope, the holy sword to oppose an absolute enemy, forsaking former ideals, crossing time and countless futures, with the body of a weak knight, he takes upon himself the responsibility of a savior that does not suit him. Volume 1, Chapter 51, Master to Only One, Tamamo no Mae. The Reason. Chapter 55. Tamamo no Mae tilted her head and said, "Actually, it is not that complicated. I just wanted to try, to see if I could do it. For this, you were even willing to break off 4 of your tails?" Mu Yuan asked. "You can feel proud." Tamamo no Mae smiled and replied, "Because this single tail I have now was left specifically for you. It can be said that it exists only because of you. Mu Yuan thought for a moment and replied, Fox teacher, you are changing the subject. It seems you don't intend to explain clearly, right? Riddlers are actually quite annoying, aren't they? I also hate riddlers, but for now. No, let's wait a bit longer, because the time is not yet right. Tamamonome said, placing her index finger to her lips, closing one eye, and smiling at Mu Yuan. After all, to get this opportunity, I talked to that Amaterasu for a long time, and I even broke off 4 tails. Surely you can't still be angry at me for such a small act of willfulness, can you, Mu Yuan? As she spoke, Tamamonome blinked at Mu Yuan, feigning pity. You are too cunning. Mu Yuan couldn't help but complain. You know that no matter what you say now, I cannot refuse you. But Fox teacher, you must at least explain to me what you are planning to do. As he spoke, Mu Yuan stared directly at Tamamonome, and the so-called plan regarding Yamata no Orokai. What agreement did you reach with Amaterasu? Upon hearing Mu Yuan say this, Tamamonome did not answer immediately. Instead, she waved her hand gently, and a go board appeared on the table beside them. Then she picked up a black piece, looked at Mu Yuan with her pale golden eyes, and said, Mu Yuan, if I am not mistaken, your dream should still have at least one chance to restart, right? Tamamonome's words were shocking, but Mu Yuan was not overly surprised. After all, in this simulation, the person who had the most contact with him was Tamamonome. Just as Tamamonome was very clear about what kind of person Mu Yuan was, Mu Yuan naturally also had a certain understanding of Tamamonome. As the saying goes, old age brings wisdom. This 9-tailed fox demon, who had lived for who knows how many years, even if her brain wasn't really sharp, she at least had the benefit of experience over the years. Actually, it is not difficult to stop it from appearing. Seeing that Mu Yuan did not answer immediately, Tamamonome continued, although neither I with 5 tails nor Amaterasu can confront it head-on, it is, after all, sealed in the gap between the yin-yang realms. We only need to cut off its connection to this world, or apply certain spells to your body, and that would work. Even if we didn't take action, if you and Abe no Sami joined forces, you might be able to find a way to break the situation. But, at this point, Tamamonome placed the black piece in her hand. Mu Yuan watched this scene, and his heart was already clear. Even if she had not fanned the flames for the appearance of Yamata no Orokai, she had deliberately opened a convenient door for it. That's right, I have been waiting for this moment. After placing the piece, Tamamonome saw the realization in Mu Yuan's eyes and knew he understood, so she said again, to be precise, if things do not go smoothly, I might even take action personally to facilitate its appearance. And then? Mu Yuan asked instinctively. Then, I will teach you with this single tail I have now. Tamamonome smiled faintly and said, teach you how to defeat it. Mu Yuan listened to Tamamonome say this, looked at the black piece she had placed on the go board, and finally looked at the apprenticeship ceremony offerings placed to the side, waiting for him to pour the tea. Teaching me how to defeat Yamata no Orokai is probably not your true purpose, Fox teacher, is it? I said, I cannot tell you that for now. Tamamonome placed her index finger to her lips again and said with a smile, it is a secret. When everything goes smoothly, I will naturally tell you. As she spoke, Tamamonome even used a spoiled tone, saying in a cutesy way, Mu Yuan, you wouldn't be unable to tolerate even this little bit of willfulness from me, would you? Surely not. Fox teacher, don't you think your willfulness is a bit too much? Mu Yuan was expressionless and unmoved. Old fox spirit. It's ridiculous. Why is an old woman acting like a maiden? What does it matter? You can restart anyway. Tamamonome said, and if you couldn't restart, you would still be the one I saved by breaking off 4 tails. Also, although I don't know exactly what you are thinking right now, if you dare to look at me with that gaze again, I won't let you get out of bed tonight. In what sense won't I be able to get out of bed? Mu Yuan asked almost instinctively. Then he saw Tamamonome's eyes narrow as she gazed at him in silence. Pretend I didn't say that. Mu Yuan coughed and looked away. It seems your mood has completely recovered. Tamamonome couldn't help but laugh. After all, you are right. The fact that I can stand here now, This life was indeed salvaged by you. Mu Yuan shrugged and admitted, and you are indeed right, I still have one chance to enter Dream. I just feel that you, Fox teacher, are being too willful, and everything is too sudden. You didn't even discuss it with me, and you're still acting like a riddler. It's really going too far. As the muttering Mu Yuan was preparing to lecture Tamamonome, he saw her tilt her head and say gloomily, for tails, it really hurt when I cut them off. And, I don't know why. Some people, clearly calling me Fox teacher so affectionately to my face, but behind my back, in that first dream, they really angered that poor Fox teacher. Before she could finish, Mu Yuan decisively stepped forward. He brewed the tea and served it in one smooth motion, then knelt on one knee before Tamamonome and said loudly, Teacher. Tamamonome was dumbfounded, then reached out to take Mu Yuan's tea and took a gentle sip. After a sip, she looked at Mu Yuan before her, her pale golden eyes softening, and said, Get up. Mu Yuan stood up and looked at Tamamonome before him. If it was mostly just acting before, then at this moment, with Tamamonome's limited single tail, this tail left only for Mu Yuan, he and she truly had the bond of teacher and student. Tamamonome looked at Mu Yuan for a long time, then smiled and said, Disciple. Forget it, it's still quite strange. Mu Yuan, try to mobilize the spiritual power in your body. Hearing Tamamonome say this, although Mu Yuan was a bit confused, he still tried to mobilize the magic power within this spiritless body. Then, the next second, he felt a powerful spiritual power surge within him. Although the magic power was not as strong as when Tamamonome or Amaterasu granted it to him through the five-boned folding fan, this was truly, definitely his own magic power. This is the apprenticeship gift from your teacher. Seeing Mu Yuan's surprised expression, Tamamonome smiled and said, When I had Amaterasu Omikami bring you out of the Yellow Springs land and use the soil of the Yellow Springs to recast your body, I specifically had her solve this problem. How is it? I wonder if you like this gift. Mu Yuan did not answer Tamamonome. He felt the spiritual power in his body and looked with a complex expression at the Tamamonome before him, who wore an expression waiting for his praise. After a long while, he said, Fox teacher, how much did the four tails hurt? Tamamonome was stunned, looked at Mu Yuan before her, then her expression softened, and she shook her head with a smile, saying, It didn't really hurt. I was just verbally abused by that Amaterasu. She said that I am truly shameless, actually thinking of becoming someone's teacher with my status. Actually, I know I don't have such qualifications, but I just wanted to be willful. Tamamonome said to Mu Yuan, because you can restart after all, so I wanted to be willful this time. Then, what if it fails? Mu Yuan couldn't help but ask. If it fails, then it fails. Tamamonome replied, because before Amaterasu Omikami left, I had actually given all four tails to her, and she took them to Takamagahara. Therefore, if it fails and you come back, I will actually only have one tail left. And this also proves that I, Tamamonome, truly do not have the qualifications to be a teacher. Therefore, next time, I will use this remaining tail to seal and completely sever the connection between you and Yamata no Orokai. At the same time, it will also end our bond as teacher and student. Tamamonome finished these words in a very flat tone, but it left Mu Yuan, who was staring at her with wide eyes, not knowing how to respond for a long time. How resolute, even a little humble. After all, Tamamonome had set all this up while guessing that Mu Yuan could restart, and had even fully considered the way out. Only then did she manage to exchange it for this apprenticeship ceremony. Mu Yuan did not know what Tamamonome wanted to achieve with this. After all, she said it was a secret and it was not yet time to tell him. But you don't need to worry, because I said from the beginning, this is just me, this cunning fox's willfulness. Tamamonome's voice softened, and she said to Mu Yuan with a smile, if you really cannot accept it, then, prove it to me. Prove that this willfulness of mine is not wrong, isn't that enough? Fox teacher, you are too cunning. Mu Yuan couldn't help but complain. Cunning. Tamamonome's lips curled up. I am a fox, isn't being cunning a very normal thing? Then, as for this cunning fox, I wonder if you, Mu Yuan, are ready. After speaking, The go board on the table floated up and landed in front of her and Mu Yuan. Then Tamamonome picked up a black piece again, gazed at Mu Yuan with her pale golden eyes, and said with a smile, "Are you ready to play this game of chess with Fox Teacher?" Mu Yuan did not speak. He just reached out, picked up a white piece, and slammed the white piece down onto the board. "It's just Yamata no Orokai, isn't it? It's just the most terrifying disaster god of Japan, Yamata no Orokai. I will definitely take this black piece." On the board, Tamamonome placed the black piece first, and you followed with a white piece. Thus, the chess game is officially established, with a time limit of 7 days. Tamamonome tells you that according to the prophecy of the nine-tailed Amaterasu Omikami, who briefly returned after she broke off 4 tails, the disaster god Yamata no Orokai will officially break free from its shackles 7 days later and come to this era from the gap between the yin-yang realms. And within these 7 days, Tamamonome will teach you how to banish the returning Yamata no Orokai back into the gap between the yin-yang realms once more. And actually, while it is said to be 7 days, there are only 6 days left, because all the things you encountered today are the first day. As for the second day, Tamamonome only gives you one piece of advice. Go to the shrine of the Inari god once again to find the god who has been waiting for you for a long time, Amaterasu. 7 days as a limit also means that during these 7 days, the body of Mu Yuan, occupied by Yamata no Orokai, will not appear. Because it will use all its strength to cast spells, bringing its body from the gap between the yin-yang realms into this era. And it is a coincidence that the time for Mu Yuan's personal intervention is exactly 7 days. That's right, the limit for personal intervention is exactly 7 days. This is the information the Heroic Spirit Training Manual gave Mu Yuan when he used the personal intervention ability. It's just that until now, Mu Yuan had never stayed for so long. Every time he finished the world after a personal intervention, he would immediately return to the perspective of the observer to simulate. After all, this was undoubtedly easier. But this time, Mu Yuan did not do that. Perhaps he felt that this way, with the power of the Book of Heroic Spirits, the chances of winning were greater, and he could also micromanage, or perhaps his heart was shaken by what Tamamonome did. 56 Section 56. Chapter 56. But in any case, this time, Mu Yuan did not immediately return to the observer perspective. The next day, at dawn, when the curtain of night was torn asunder by the morning light, Mu Yuan left Heiankyo alone. No one knew of his return or his departure, perhaps only Abe no Seimi, who had already been in contact with Tamamonome, knew a thing or two. However, Abe no Seimi did not appear, for he understood that it was not yet time for his formal entrance. After leaving Heiankyo, Mu Yuan, dressed in a white karaginu and sporting long, ancient-style hair, had originally intended to head to Shinoda Forest as usual to see Kuzunoha, Abe no Seimi's mother. He planned to ask her to take him to the Inari shrine. On a path through the woods, he suddenly heard a familiar fox's cry. Before Mu Yuan could react, several white foxes suddenly leaped from the woods and pounced on him, pinning him to the ground and frantically licking his face. Soon, Mu Yuan recognized them. These were his brothers and sisters of this era. Just as Mu Yuan was feeling overwhelmed by their appearance, he saw a giant spirit fox leap out from the forest and appear before him. Its gaze toward him was incredibly resentful. Xiao Bai. While Mu Yuan stared at it in a daze, he heard the sound of very light footsteps. Then, a white-haired woman wearing a white and red Miko outfit with a longbow slung over her shoulder appeared before Mu Yuan. Her red eyes gazed at him quietly, a soft smile playing on her lips. Mu Yuan's eyes widened slightly as he said in disbelief, "Zhu?" Indeed, the one who appeared before Mu Yuan at this moment was the witch Zhu. She was also that Inari god, Amaterasu. After nodding gently to Mu Yuan, Amaterasu said nothing more and turned to walk away. Xiao Bai gave a soft cry and turned to follow by Zhu's side. The spirit foxes that had been frolicking with Mu Yuan also quieted down, looking up to give him a soft call before following Zhu. Mu Yuan hesitated for a moment. He mostly hadn't processed what was happening. But he soon tossed his doubts aside and jogged a few steps to catch up with Zhu. Mu Yuan walked beside Zhu with a hesitant expression, unsure of what to say. Do you still remember what happened in that dream? In the dream, when you came to find me, I did not see you then. Zhu suddenly spoke up, whispering to Mu Yuan. A dream? Mu Yuan blinked and quickly realized that Zhu was referring to the first simulation. When Mu Yuan went to find her in the previous simulation, it was undoubtedly after his biological parents in that life had been consumed by the Great Fire. It wasn't that I didn't want to see you then, but rather that I was too ashamed to face you. Then, Mu Yuan heard Zhu continue, because at that time, I acted purely out of anger and brought down divine punishment. I had no right to make that decision for you. Which is why I hid in the shrine out of shame when you came to see me. I don't blame you at all. In fact, I've been grateful to you every moment. Mu Yuan hurriedly said to Zhu once he realized. Hearing this, Zhu smiled gently. I know. But it is precisely because I know that I feel even more ashamed. Fortunately, I discovered I had a second chance to make amends, so when you returned to this world, I appeared before you as quickly as I could. Hearing this, Mu Yuan naturally understood. He understood why, in this simulation, it wasn't the wild fox mother who rescued him from the ice and snow, but rather she who appeared before him personally in her form as a deity. Afterward, Mu Yuan followed her, walking surrounded by the white foxes. Although he didn't know Zhu's destination, he didn't mind much. Once Zhu had opened up, it was mostly Mu Yuan doing the talking afterward. He complained to Zhu about Tamamonome's willful actions and told her everything he had experienced yesterday. Throughout Mu Yuan's venting, Zhu simply listened with a smile. Along the way, Zhu was in no hurry. She even seemed to be taking Mu Yuan on an outing, frequently stopping to gaze at the scenery with him. At noon, she even ate by a stream with Mu Yuan and the spirit foxes. They were rice balls she had made with her own hands. They walked for a long time. It wasn't until sunset that Mu Yuan noticed the path was becoming increasingly familiar. Mu Yuan finally guessed Zhu's destination. Iyama. Eventually, at sunset, Zhu led Mu Yuan to the summit of a high mountain. Opposite the mountain was the main peak of Iyama, the place where all the demons gathered. Mu Yuan gazed at the distant Iyama and couldn't help but turn his head to look at Zhu beside him. He saw Zhu, dressed in her Miko outfit, reaching up to smooth down the white strands of hair fluttering in the forest breeze by her ear. The snow-white spirit fox sat down and lay beside her. Bathed in the fading light of the sunset, Mu Yuan felt somewhat dazed as he witnessed this scene as beautiful as a painting. Just then, Zhu looked over at him and smiled, beckoning him to come to her side. As Mu Yuan walked over, he saw Zhu take down the bow she was carrying and pull out an arrow. Tamamonome sent you to find me to retrieve an arrow. It was also at this moment that Amaterasu finally revealed the purpose of Mu Yuan's visit. Simultaneously, a crown of the rising sun appeared on her head, and she was draped in white divine robes, revealing her form as the Inari god. Once Mu Yuan approached, she reached out and took his hand. Then she pressed herself close to Mu Yuan. She had him raise the bow, place the arrow on the string, and then taught Mu Yuan to slowly draw the bow, aiming the arrow toward Iyama. Remember this, Mu Yuan. Her soft voice whispered in the ear of Mu Yuan, who was now completely stiff. Even Zhu's warm breath blew against his ear. Remember the sequence of spiritual energy circulation. As Zhu pressed against Mu Yuan, her vast divine power surged into his body, flowing and gathering within the bow and arrow. Yamata no Orokai is a god of calamity. Even if you gather the strongest forces of this era, you cannot exorcise him without the proper weapon. Zhu continued, feel the flow of spiritual energy and focus. Gather all your power into this single arrow. Calm your mind, Mu Yuan. Don't worry, I will teach you. I think you're asking for the impossible. Mu Yuan, pressed close to Zhu, remained expressionless. However, he still silently memorized the rules of divine power circulation that flowed through his body again and again. He closed his eyes, only opening them slowly after a long while. Did you memorize it? Zhu asked. Yes, Mu Yuan nodded. Then let it fly, Zhu said with a smile. Don't worry, once you release it, this demon-breaking arrow will surely find its target. As Zhu finished speaking, Mu Yuan released the arrow. Then Mu Yuan saw the arrow shoot straight into the sky. At that exact moment, the last rays of the sunset vanished, and night and the stars descended upon the world. Mu Yuan watched as the arrow later streaked toward Iyama like a falling star. It tore through the terrifying demonic energy rising from Iyama, pierced the barrier of the demonic realm, and shot straight toward Yamata no Orokai, who was sitting within the castle. It pierced straight through the head of Yamata no Orokai, who had possessed Mu Yuan's body, in the shadow of the human form cast by the torches inside the castle. The form of the eight-headed, eight-tailed Yamata no Orokai was clearly visible. One of its heads had been struck by the arrow, letting out an incredibly piercing, painful scream. The Inari god. Controlling Mu Yuan's body, Yamata no Orochi's soul dragon head indifferently pulled out the arrow that had pierced its head. Its crimson, violent eyes met Amaterasu's gaze from afar through the demonic realm and Iyama, then it ignored her. It continued drawing its magic circle. After all, just as Tamamonome had said, its primary goal now was to pull its body out from the rift between the yin-yang realms. Amaterasu, who had been quietly staring back at him, also withdrew her gaze. She took 2 steps back, moving away from Mu Yuan's side. With a smile and a look of gratification, she looked at Mu Yuan. Then, before Mu Yuan could speak, she waved her hand gently. When Mu Yuan came to his senses after a blink, he found that the scene before him had completely changed. From the mountain summit just moments ago, he was now on the Torii path leading to the shrine. The path of red Torii gates represented the entrance to the divine realm, used to distinguish the realm where gods dwell from the world where humans live. Mu Yuan had walked this path many times. But this time, it was different. The Inari god Ukanamitama stood above, while Mu Yuan stood below. She gazed at Mu Yuan tenderly, a trace of reluctance in her eyes, yet still with a smile on her face as she said to him, "Child, it is time for you to leave." Mu Yuan stood at the bottom of the steps, looking at Amaterasu above and then at the bow and arrow in his hands. At that moment, as if he understood something, he looked up and said to Amaterasu, "Are you leaving?" Amaterasu nodded gently. "Where are you going?" "To Takamagahara," Amaterasu said with a smile. "The dwelling place of the gods." It was also beyond this world. "Why?" Mu Yuan asked. "Is it because of me?" Amaterasu smiled, neither nodding nor shaking her head. "Can you tell me the answer?" Mu Yuan pressed further. Amaterasu thought for a moment, then smiled and nodded gently, saying, "Originally, this should have been her job, but, since she made me the first to leave the stage, it wouldn't be too much for me to show off a bit in her place, would it?" At this, Amaterasu revealed a faint, mischievous smirk. It was the first time Mu Yuan had seen such an expression from her, so he couldn't help but stare for a moment longer. "Mu Yuan, do you remember what I just said? You must gather the strongest momentum of this era, and then use my bow and arrows to banish Yamata no Orokai." Mu Yuan nodded. This was what Amaterasu had just said, and he naturally remembered it very clearly. As for the operation of controlling momentum, Mu Yuan was not unfamiliar with it at all. During the final years of the shogunate, he had nurtured his sword and cultivated sword momentum more than once. And that so-called strongest momentum is actually just the desire of this era, Amaterasu said to Mu Yuan. The wish to banish us gods, as well as all the demons. Mu Yuan was taken aback. "And I am the strongest among the last remaining gods of this world," Inari god Ukanamitama said to Mu Yuan. In reality, Amaterasu, who was inherently gentle, would never have resisted this, and should have left long ago. But just as she was preparing to leave, an inadvertent glance caused that young living being to appear in her line of sight. Therefore, Amaterasu stayed. And now, she had to leave for him again. Mu Yuan stood where he was, silent for a long time. He understood what Amaterasu meant by these words. In fact, he grasped it instantly. Because Mu Yuan himself had come here from the future. Moreover, he had previously experienced the shogunate era and witnessed the final Kaiden. And this Heian-kyo era was originally the final generation of mystery in Japan. It was an era where all gods disappeared one by one, and the traces of the night parade of 100 demons were gradually erased. At the same time, he naturally understood what that so-called strongest momentum was all about. He had to, within the remaining 6 days, No, 5 days. Just like letting Inari god Ukanamitama depart like this now. He had to drive away the gods and banish the night parade of 100 demons. Yes, child. At this moment, as if sensing what Mu Yuan was thinking, Amaterasu spoke again, saying to him, "This is what you must do next. My departure from this world at this moment means you have already dispersed the gods, and it means the momentum of the gods will gather upon you, but this is not enough. You must also suppress the night parade of 100 demons and make it disappear from this world forever. Therefore, you must disperse the representatives of the night parade of 100 demons of this era, the 3 great demons that will be remembered in the future. Otengu, Shutendoji, and the white-faced gold-furred nine-tailed fox Tamamonome." Amaterasu said slowly to Mu Yuan, "And in the end, you, having gathered the strongest momentum of this era, will be qualified to face him. The strongest evil god, the Yamata no Orokai. Draw the bow, shoot the arrow of demon breaking that has gathered the strongest momentum, and banish it from this world." As the words fell, time seemed to freeze here. Mu Yuan looked at Amaterasu standing above him for a long time. Must it be done this way? Afterwards, a bitter smile appeared on his face. "You have already made your move, child." A smile appeared on Amaterasu's face again, and without waiting for Mu Yuan to reply, she continued, "And do not be sad about this, because I am actually very happy. My departure was a destined event. I was bound to leave this world and return to Takamagahara, and in reality, they are the same. Therefore, in the end, this final moment," Amaterasu looked at Mu Yuan, her gaze very gentle, "I can choose to leave for your sake. And I can see from Takamagahara that you, carrying my bow and my arrows, will banish Yamata no Orokai, which even the gods find troublesome and fearful. Such happiness makes me feel that it is perhaps too extravagant. I feel, Zhu, that you trust me too much." Mu Yuan lowered his head and said, "What if I cannot do it?" "No, I know you can do it." Amaterasu's answer was without a trace of hesitation. And just then, a gentle breeze blew, making Mu Yuan blink involuntarily, and when he came to his senses and looked again, the Amaterasu in front of him had disappeared, and witch Zhu appeared before him. Beside her was the accompanying white spirit fox. "I believe in you, and I will always be watching you," Zhu said. You accepted the bow and arrows that Zhu gave you, then turned around and walked down the steps of the torii, step by step. You thought about turning back, but you did not look back until the end, because you knew that Zhu, just as she said, would always be watching you, and you were afraid that if you turned back, you would not be able to help regretting your decision and letting this dream end. Afterwards, as you left the torii, the Inari shrine disappeared. You knew that before leaving, Zhu would take most of the remaining gods of this world with her, completely leaving this world. Thus, you dispersed the gods of this era. You returned to Heiankyo. Volume 1, Chapter 53 Tamamonome's Lap Pillow, Arrival of Shutendoji. It seems you already know everything. When Mu Yuan returned to the residence in Heiankyo, it was already the morning of the 3rd day. Upon his return, Tamamonome only glanced at him, and she already had the answer in her heart. Mu Yuan did not speak, he just quietly gazed at Tamamonome before him after returning, for a long time. Today is the 3rd day, and he had to gather the strongest momentum of this world within the remaining time of this week. Drive away the gods of the Heian era, banish the demons of the Heian era. Let the gods become the past, let the night parade of 100 demons disappear from here on. Therefore, in the time that followed, Amaterasu's departure was merely a beginning. It was not just her alone that he had to bid farewell to. After all, among the representatives of the night parade of 100 demons of this era, the legendary 3 great demons, 2 of them had a deep relationship with him. In his previous life, Shutendoji, who left with him. And in this life, the white-faced gold-furred nine-tailed fox before him, Tamamonome. She was also the person who orchestrated this situation. "Are you angry?" Amidst the silent pause, Tamamonome suddenly asked Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan did not answer, he just silently stepped forward and set down the bow he was carrying and the single, sole arrow that Amaterasu had given him. Then he stood up and came before Tamamonome. He took a white stone from the nearby go bowl and placed it on the board. At this moment, 2 white stones and 2 black stones had been placed on the board. Seeing that Mu Yuan did not answer her, Tamamo-no-me was not angry. She even smiled, and at the same time, reached out to pick up the 3rd white stone and placed it on the board. This represented that the move for the 3rd day had been established. "What should I do today?" Mu Yuan asked Tamamo-no-me. "Who do you want to leave today? Is it Shuten Doji, Ibaraki Doji, or is it you, my dear fox teacher?" It was obvious that there was indeed resentment in Mu Yuan's heart at this moment. Even though he knew that Zhu would sooner or later leave this world for Takamagahara, and knew that Zhu's departure was willing. But with such things happening, how could he remain indifferent? "I will, of course, be the last to leave." Tamamo-no-me could certainly hear the dissatisfaction in Mu Yuan's heart, but she did not care. In fact, to be precise, she seemed even a bit happy. "I will leave at the end, and before I leave, why I set up this game, why I had you perform the apprenticeship ceremony, what I actually want to do, all of this, I will explain to you one by one on the 6th day." While saying this, Tamamo-no-me spoke very slowly, but her pale golden eyes, gazing at Mu Yuan, displayed a seriousness that Mu Yuan had never seen until now. And under her gaze, Mu Yuan lowered his head bit by bit, and then said, "Sorry, fox teacher, I was a bit emotional just now." Tamamo-no-me shook her head, having no thought of blaming Mu Yuan, because Mu Yuan's reaction like this was actually exactly what Tamamo-no-me wanted to see. "Today, there is no rush." Then, Tamamo-no-me said, "Speaking of which, it seems you haven't rested for the past few days, Mu Yuan." That was correct. Mu Yuan had actually not rested for several days. Even counting only the time of personal intervention, Mu Yuan had not closed his eyes for more than 2 days. "I am not tired." Mu Yuan shook his head. Tamamo-no-me did not say anything more upon hearing this. She just stood up and came to the corridor outside the room. In front of the corridor was the courtyard, and in the courtyard was a lush, big tree and a smooth stone. Tamamo-no-me sat down in the corridor, adjusted her court dress, and looked at Mu Yuan, who had followed her with some confusion. "Come and sit down." Mu Yuan came to her side and sat down. Then, he saw Tamamo-no-me pat her legs and look at him with a smile. "Come here, fox teacher." Mu Yuan blinked. This is a special benefit, unique to this place, a reward for students who are working hard. Tamamo-no-me closed one eye, placed her index finger on her lips, and revealed a very cute smile. Seeing this, Mu Yuan was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Fox teacher, I am really not tired." "Mu Yuan, can teacher interpret it this way?" Tamamo-no-me narrowed her eyes, and her originally cute smile suddenly became very dangerous, saying, "Are you saying in a roundabout way that I have no charm at all?" "Ha! Laughable, why is this old woman acting like a young maiden?" Forget it, I feel that if I really say that, I'm afraid I'll be beaten to death immediately. If not dead, then half-crippled." "Of course not, fox teacher, who are you?" "You are Tamamo-no-me, you are Deiji, who would dare say you are not beautiful?" Mu Yuan hurriedly suppressed the thoughts in his heart and expressed his loyalty to Tamamo-no-me with a serious expression. "But teacher, there is not much time left anyway, how can we waste it on such small things?" Before he could finish speaking, the impatient Tamamo-no-me suddenly reached out, grabbed Mu Yuan, and forcibly pressed him onto her lap. 58 Section 58. Chapter 58. Why so much talk? I'm not in a hurry, so why are you? Hearing this, and seeing as things had already come to this point, Mu Yuan simply stopped worrying and obediently lay down. He subconsciously looked up, preparing to look at Tamamo-no-me. But he found he couldn't see her face at all. He had to admit, at least in terms of figure, Mu Yuan felt Tamamo-no-me truly lived up to the name of Deiji. She gently stroked Mu Yuan's head and said, "Be good, be obedient, and take a good rest for a while." Hey! As she spoke, Tamamo-no-me noticed something and leaned forward slightly. Looking down, she found that Mu Yuan had already closed his eyes and entered a light sleep. Clearly, after experiencing so many things and walking so long with Amaterasu, how could Mu Yuan not be tired? It was only the pressing time that had prevented him from relaxing at all. Thus, lying on Tamamo-no-me's lap, even though the faint fragrance that instantly filled his nose made him feel a bit restless, under Tamamonome's gentle stroking, the fatigue that flooded over him was even stronger. This fellow. Tamamonome shook her head, finding it somewhat amusing, and then her only remaining tail appeared and covered Mu Yuan's body. The morning sunlight shone upon the two of them, and a gentle breeze blew past, causing Tamamonome to tuck a pink strand of hair behind her ear. It also carried away Tamamonome's subsequent soft words. Sorry, Mu Yuan. Actually, I know that all of this stems from my selfishness. You have no obligation to accompany me. Therefore, thank you. After saying this, Tamamonome leaned down slightly. She left a light kiss on Mu Yuan's forehead. And then, time began to pass. An unknown amount of time went by. In the quiet house, a sudden sound of footsteps was heard. Then, a woman with purple hair and purple eyes carrying a blade appeared, leading her retainers to this place. Among them, a blonde youth was just about to shout at the top of his lungs as usual, but he was immediately silenced by the sharp-eyed woman who covered his mouth with her hand. She gestured to the others toward Tamamonome and Mu Yuan on the garden corridor. Naturally, they also saw the fox tail that Tamamonome had exposed to cover Mu Yuan. But even the man who lived his life to slay demons and wielded his sword for that purpose did not draw his blade at this moment. Subsequently, they lightened their steps and approached Tamamonome. By this time, Tamamonome had already cast a spell to block Mu Yuan's hearing. Long time no see, the purple-haired woman said after gazing at Tamamonome for a while. Miss Yuzhao Maiden. Yuzhao Maiden was the name of Tamamonome's incarnation within the palace of Heiankyo. Yuzhao Maiden. It's been a while since I've heard anyone call me that. Tamamonome smiled and then looked at her. Lord Minamoto no Uramitsu, long time no see. Indeed, these people who suddenly appeared were the representative figure of the Minamoto clan warriors, Minamoto no Uramitsu, and her 4 heavenly kings. Watanabe no Suna, Sokota Kintoki, as well as Uobe no Sutake and Yuzue Sadamitsu. On this day, you originally only intended to rest for a short while, but when you woke up, you were surprised to find that the sky had already reached the twilight hour of Umagatoki. The evening glow had arrived, and the last light of sunset was about to be swallowed by the night. You scrambled up from Tamamonome's lap, and just as you were at a loss, you heard Tamamonome's muffled giggle. She was enjoying your current reaction. Seeing her laughing so happily, although you felt a bit embarrassed, you actually calmed down because you didn't believe your cunning fox teacher would have no arrangements. And things developed exactly as you expected. Soon, Minamoto no Uramitsu appeared before you. You found that within Heiankyo, the Minamoto clan warriors had gathered, their torches lighting up tonight's darkness. At the same time, you felt a familiar demonic power breaking through its seal and appearing in Heiankyo. That was one of the legendary 3 great yokai that you, along with the Onmyo Agency and Ashiya Doman, had sealed. Otengu. At this point, you naturally understood the meaning of the pieces placed today. You didn't care who had broken Otengu's seal. After all, you knew in your heart that there were only a few people in Heiankyo capable of doing such a thing. And to be able to break everyone's seal in such a short time, there was only that one person. The number 1 on Myoji, Abe no Seimi. That night, you once again saw Minamoto no Uramitsu in her Ushioni transformation. She brandished her sword and stood by your side to face Otengu, assisting you in subjugating it. Otengu breaking through the seal was undoubtedly a major event for all of Heiankyo. Yet, until dawn approached and you finally used the famous blade in Minamoto no Uramitsu's hand, Dojikiri Yasutsuna, the legendary sword that severed the head of Shuten Doji, to cut off Otengu's head, still no one appeared to disturb you. Because on that day, your close friend Abe no Seimi, the guardian of Heiankyo, did something very crazy. He invited everyone who wanted to or was qualified to disturb you into his barrier, and with a squinting smile, he treated them to cold tea all night long. The next morning, when you dragged your exhausted body back home, you suddenly saw a petite figure throw herself into your arms. She wept, saying sorry to you over and over again. In her life, she had never apologized to anyone, and you were undoubtedly the first. Because she was the demon king of Iyama and also the child of Yamata no Orokai Shutendoji. Boundary line. P.S. Scratching my head, I really didn't know how to write Otengu, so let's leave it at that. Volume 1, Chapter 54, The Departure of Shutendoji, Tamamonome's Saint Graph Damaged. The fourth day. Heian-kyo. Inside Mu Yuan's residence. At this moment, many people were gathered in the room. The four heavenly kings led by the Minamoto warrior Minamoto no Uramitsu, including Watanabe no Suna and Sokota Kintoki, as well as Shutendoji and Ibaraki Doji from Iyama, along with Zenki and Goki who had returned with them. Mu Yuan's residence was not large, so when they all gathered together, the hall felt a bit crowded. Especially since Ibaraki Doji was naturally at odds with Watanabe no Suna, and Shutendoji and Minamoto no Uramitsu also couldn't stand each other. Because he was drinking buddies with Ibaraki Doji, Sokota Kintoki stood between the two to prevent them from fighting. As for Minamoto no Uramitsu and Shutendoji, ever since she saw Mu Yuan, Shutendoji had been hanging on to him and hadn't come down. Zenki and Goki were somewhat excited, busying themselves around the room. After all, they had been in despair regarding Mu Yuan's situation, thinking everything was over, but they didn't expect to see their master again upon their return. Amidst the noise in the room, Tamamonome went to the garden alone and lay on that rock as usual. At the same time, she took out the Go board. Currently, 3 pieces had been placed on the board. After glancing lightly at Shutendoji, who was still clinging to Mu Yuan, and Ibaraki Doji nearby, she calmly placed the 4th black piece. My apologies, Lord Mu Yuan. At this time, Minamoto no Uramitsu was looking at Mu Yuan with an apologetic expression. Her face was slightly red as she said to him, "I've let you see such an embarrassing sight, and twice at that." The embarrassment Uramitsu referred to was her appearance after her Ushioni transformation. No. Mu Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, "I don't think it's anything embarrassing, I even think it's very beautiful." Before he could finish, Mu Yuan felt a bit of pain in his hand. Looking down, he saw Shutendoji, who was hugging him, biting his arm while looking at him with her enchanting purple eyes. Beautiful. I suppose you're probably the only one, Lord Mu Yuan, who would say that. Minamoto no Uramitsu smiled. She didn't even look at Shutendoji. Although they might not be enemies at the moment, both she and Shutendoji naturally still remembered that dream. In the dream, Minamoto no Uramitsu had severed her head. And Shutendoji, even with only her head remaining, had flown at her trying to bite her to death. That was truly a fight to the death. Then, Lord Mu Yuan, since the Otengu matter has ended, we shall take our leave. Saying this, Minamoto no Uramitsu stood up. Only then did she give Shutendoji a faint glance. Then, with a smile, she set down the famous blade Dojikiri Yasutsuna. Also, I think if it's you should still need this. Dojikiri Yasutsuna was the legendary blade that severed Shutendoji's head. This was undoubtedly a level of provocation. But to Uramitsu's surprise, Shutendoji didn't even glance at it. She just clung to Mu Yuan's side as if she didn't want to be separated from him for even a moment. This made Uramitsu feel both surprised and a little disappointed. After all, Uramitsu was a warrior. Although she was a woman, most warriors and swordsmen shared a common trait, a latent desire for battle. Although she had cut off Shutendoji's head back then, it was clearly not an honorable victory. She had used divine sake to get her drunk before defeating her. Therefore, meeting her again now, Uramitsu actually had the idea of having another match with Shutendoji. But clearly, this time, there wasn't a trace of her in Shutendoji's eyes. As for the surprise, it was naturally Shutendoji's current appearance, which made Uramitsu see almost nothing of that demon king of Iyama who indulged recklessly in desires. Then, the standing Uramitsu prepared to leave. Thank you for everything. As Mu Yuan spoke, she suddenly stopped. Then Uramitsu's bright eyes looked at him, and after watching for a good while, she suddenly sighed and said, "Actually, I've always felt very regretful about one thing, and that is that my fate with you, Mu Yuan, seems to be a bit too shallow. Originally, I really wanted to have a good relationship with you. But whether in that dream or now, you have always been unwilling to come to my side." As she said this, the gaze Uramitsu directed at Mu Yuan was full of resentment. Because Mu Yuan was the only person to date who had repeatedly rejected her invitation to become one of her heavenly kings, even she would feel a deep sense of frustration regarding that. And regarding her sudden words, Mu Yuan opened his mouth, momentarily not knowing how to answer. Since you already know, why don't you hurry up and leave? The quiet Shuten Doji beside him finally spoke. Shifting her gaze slightly from Mu Yuan, her face wore that usual drunken smile, and with words that could easily make one's heart flutter, she said, "Or are you still thinking of having someone personally see you out? Loser." She remained silent until she spoke, and once she did, her words were full of heavy provocation. After Shuten Doji finished speaking, the air in the room instantly became silent. The four heavenly kings immediately shifted their gazes over, not speaking, just watching with wide eyes. Then, just as Mu Yuan was getting a headache, thinking that the two of them would probably have a fight today no matter what. "That won't be necessary." Minamoto no Uramitsu suddenly laughed, and then, under everyone's surprised gazes, she tossed her long purple hair and said, "After all, after today, you will be leaving too, won't you?" After saying that, Uramitsu spoke with implication. No, it was an overt indication toward Tamamonome, who was lazily lying on the garden rock. After smiling without saying more, and without waiting for Shuten Doji's twitching lips to respond, she turned and left with a smile. Uramitsu. With a soft thud, Shuten Doji slapped the table and stood up, her eyes angrily watching Uramitsu's graceful departure. But that was all she could do. In the garden, Tamamonome's fluffy fox ears twitched. Chapter 59. Then, he lazily turned over. She didn't have any other feelings, just felt it was a bit noisy. After Minamoto no Uramitsu and the others left, you looked at the chessboard again, and saw that on the board, the fourth black piece had already been placed. Then Tamamonome also left, and Zenki and Goki departed as well. In the originally lively room, only you, Shuten Doji, and Ibaraki Doji remained. Ibaraki Doji was bowing his head and preparing to leave when Shuten Doji suddenly called out to him, then silently brought out some wine. The three of you were finally reunited, but there was almost no conversation. You held your wine cups, drinking the fine wine poured by Shuten Doji. In this moment, it was just like the old days, just like it was back on Iyama. Therefore, at this moment, there was actually no need for more words. On this day, you drank a lot. But in this life, you were merely a mortal, and even though you secretly used spiritual power to dispel the intoxication, how could you be a match for two demon kings? You were drunk. You were drunk for a long time. When you opened your eyes again, you found that the sky had darkened and night had fallen. Furthermore, Ibaraki Doji and Shuten Doji were nowhere to be found. You hurriedly walked out of the room and, in the courtyard, saw Shuten Doji holding wine and drinking alone, watching the moon. She told you that in this life, she really liked looking at the moon, a habit she had formed over the years when she hadn't met him, and the reason was very simple. Ibaraki Doji and I have been waiting for you for over 10 years. Shuten Doji said to you. In this life, when you appeared, they had always felt that someone was missing from their side, so they had been waiting for you, waiting for over 10 years. Even if she hadn't seen you and therefore hadn't recalled who you were, the past memories you brought her had always remained in her mind, so she remembered that there was someone who liked looking at the moon and often drank under the moonlight. And she also remembered that when that person looked at the sea of stars and drank under the moonlight, he was very good looking, but at the same time, also very lonely. Actually, I still remember why I gave you my blood, and why I made you my companion. Under the moonlight, Shuten Doji drank wine, looking at the bright moon in the sky. It wasn't just because at the time, you were the famous White Fox young master in Heiankyo. The main reason was your soul. Your soul is very pure, and I like it very much. Shuten Doji said this, turned her head to look at Mu Yuan who was walking towards her from behind, looked at his face, and then smiled, saying, "And I must say, you are a handsome man through and through, so at the time, my heart was moved. But I didn't expect that in the end, I wouldn't eat you. And I also didn't expect that I gave you a drop of blood because I found it interesting. And you actually really accompanied me to the very end for that reason." Mu Yuan came to her side and sat down. Then, without a word, he took the fine wine from her and drank again. For demons, no amount of conversation is as satisfying as drinking. Mu Yuan, you are actually very disappointed, right? Shuten Doji drank wine, At this moment he didn't even dare to look at Mu Yuan beside him, and said, "I actually didn't die." Mu Yuan's action of drinking paused. "Actually, I wanted to die at the time. After seeing you in the body possessed by him, after you were killed, I was madly trying to kill him, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't resist him." Shutendoji said, "Therefore, I originally wanted to commit suicide, just like how you accompanied me when I left back then. I originally wanted to accompany you and leave, but I stopped in the end. Because I was afraid." When Shutendoji said this, she smiled. What kind of smile was that? It was a smile that was about to break into tears. She smiled and looked at Mu Yuan, saying, "I was afraid that if I left like that, I would never have the possibility of seeing you again. I was afraid that after I died, the two of us wouldn't be able to go to the same place. Mu Yuan, I was afraid, I was truly afraid." Shutendoji did not fear death. How could he possibly fear death? He was the Shutendoji who, knowing clearly that the divine wine was the most poisonous in the world, still drank it and then had her head severed. He originally did not fear any death, but that day, after seeing Mu Yuan die, he was afraid. He fled the castle in a sorry state, and was then found and saved by Ibarakidoji. Then he drank wine frantically, keeping himself in a state of drunken stupor, until he was found by Tamamo no Mae, who, after giving him instructions, brought him back until he saw Mu Yuan. Thus, the scene at the very beginning happened. A crying Shutendoji threw himself at Mu Yuan, telling him sorry over and over again, begging for his forgiveness. And it arrived at this moment. Mu Yuan looked at him in front of him, bowing his head, unwilling to look at him. He, who had completely lost any trace of the demeanor of the former Iyama demon king Shutendoji, was begging for his forgiveness at this moment. Mu Yuan only said one sentence. "Shutendoji, I didn't lie to you, did I?" It was not the angry accusation Shutendoji had imagined, nor was it comfort. He seemed to have said a completely unrelated sentence, making Shutendoji unable to help but raise her head, her charming purple eyes looking at Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan just smiled, his face slightly flushed, clearly still somewhat intoxicated. He even hiccuped, saying, "I never betrayed you from beginning to end, right? I will definitely do what I promised, right, Shutendoji?" What kind of mood was Shutendoji in at this moment? He himself didn't know what kind of mood it was. He wanted to laugh, but couldn't. He wanted to cry, but couldn't either. He just stared blankly at Mu Yuan in front of him, and after a long while, nodded heavily, saying, "Yes, you didn't lie to me. Isn't that enough?" Mu Yuan said, reaching out to press his hand on Shutendoji's head. Patting his head, he said, "That's enough. Don't say sorry anymore, and don't blame yourself anymore. In fact, when it comes down to it, all of this was my fault to begin with. It was me who appeared in your world on my own, and it was me who abandoned you on my own. If it weren't for me, nothing would have happened." Before he could finish speaking, Mu Yuan was blocked. Shutendoji reached out to block Mu Yuan's mouth, while his eyes revealed anger and deep sadness. That was an expression Mu Yuan had almost never seen on him. "Don't say things like that, Mu Yuan," Shutendoji said. "Don't deny us, don't show such a lonely expression." After speaking, Shutendoji leaned forward, grabbed Mu Yuan's head, and kissed him. After a long time, Shutendoji separated from him. Licking his lips, his drunken purple eyes looked at Mu Yuan, and then he smiled and said, "It really is sweet." Mu Yuan stared blankly at Shutendoji in front of him, and then he suddenly felt his head getting heavier and heavier, heavier and heavier. Finally, under Shutendoji's calm gaze, he collapsed into her arms. And almost at the same time, "You talk too much." Tamamo no Mae, not knowing when, had arrived at this place. Her pale golden eyes looked quietly at Shutendoji. Shutendoji held Mu Yuan, then looked at Tamamo no Mae, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said, "What, are you afraid that I will steal the things you want to tell him?" Tamamo no Mae did not speak, she just stared at Shutendoji. "Do you think that things you can see, I cannot see?" Shutendoji looked at Tamamo no Mae without showing any weakness, and said, "Don't forget, this time he might be closer to you. But in the last time, the person who was with him the longest and watched him the longest was me." Hearing this, Tamamo-no-me narrowed her eyes slightly, just when she originally thought that tonight, this matter would definitely not have a good ending. Although I really want to beat you to death right now, and soak your bones and flesh in my fine wine, but only this once. Shutendoji looked at Tamamo-no-me, and although his expression was extremely conflicted, he finally said, only this once, for the sake that it was you who pulled him back from the Yellow Springs land, and for the fact that you did this much for him, I will hand him over to you. And if I'm not mistaken, Tamamo-no-me, you don't have much time left, right? Shutendoji stared at Tamamo-no-me in front of him, but at the same time, it was as if he were looking into the deeper distance, and said to Tamamo-no-me, only this idiot would completely believe your words, believing that he still has several days left. Your body has been decaying. If I'm not mistaken, that last tail of yours is actually not on your body at all. You placed it in the yin-yang realms, used to block his return, right? And if this means that the last tail of your main body is shattered, then it means that you, this special individual. Shutendoji said this, narrowed his eyes slightly, and then said, will disappear forever, am I right? Tamamo-no-me did not answer this question directly, she just said softly and calmly, Shutendoji, I said it, you talk a bit too much. Don't forget, the sky is about to brighten, your remaining time is not much. No need, it's enough. Shutendoji replied without hesitation, then lowered his head, gently patted Mu Yuan's head as he lay in his arms, and said, it's already enough. For the remaining time, just watching him sleep like this makes me very happy. After all, I am different from you. Shutendoji said, looking provocatively at Tamamo-no-me, and said, I will meet him again, and there is still a very, very long time. Tamamo-no-me heard this and didn't say anything, turning around calmly and leaving this place. But if Mu Yuan were to wake up now, he would definitely be able to tell. At this moment, she was furious. From this day on, the Demon King Shutendoji, the person he hated the most, without a doubt, was that stinking fox. And likewise, the person Tamamo-no-me hated the most was that brat. That day, when you woke up, everything was over. You were unable to bid farewell to Shutendoji and Ibarakidoji. You sensed that she seemed to have deliberately created this situation. Because she was unwilling, and it was simply impossible for her to admit it. Today is the day of your departure. You later heard that Shutendoji left holding Ibarakidoji's hand. She seemed to have even apologized to Ibarakidoji, apologizing for the time before she left when she had deliberately sent Ibarakidoji away. Because having experienced it once, Shutendoji clearly understood that death is sometimes not scary, but for the person who is still alive, it is a kind of torment. Day 4, end. P.S. This chapter took a long time to write, and I deleted and revised a lot of the plot. The main thing is that Shutendoji actually has a lot of screen time already, so giving her more plot seems a bit bad. After all, the protagonist of this plot arc is undoubtedly Tamamo-no-me. I almost gave Tamamo-no-me's screen time to her. Actually, I did give some to Amaterasu, 23333. Speaking of which, the most miserable one should be Minamoto no Uramitsu. She was originally supposed to become one of the heroines of this volume, according to the outline. Mu Yuan originally had a plot segment for the Fifth Day King, but I cut it. Poor mother, this time she completely devolved into a supporting role. Volume 1, Chapter 55, The Grandest Night Parade of 100 Demons. July, the Day of the Dog. This is the day of the night parade of 100 demons in the legends of Japan. At the same time, this is also the fifth day. On the chessboard, 4 black pieces and 4 white pieces have been placed. And today, Tamamo-no-me placed 2 pieces on the chessboard. Tonight is the night of the night parade of 100 demons. 60 Section 60. After placing 2 pieces, Tamamo-no-me did not even lift her head as she said to Mu Yuan, before tonight, I had already spread the news that Otengu, Shutendoji, Ibarakidoji, and the other major demons had left. Now, of the 3 great demons rumored to exist, only I remain. Therefore, today is 2 pieces. Tamamo-no-me said, tonight is also the night of the final night parade of 100 demons. At my invitation, almost all famous demons will attend this banquet. And at this banquet, I need you to do one thing. Kill me in front of all the demons. Tamamonome spoke lightly, as if she were talking about a trivial matter, saying, in this way, having completed the task of killing and exorcising the 3 great demons, you will naturally have suppressed this night of the night parade of 100 demons, and from then on, there will be no more night parade of 100 demons in this world. After finishing, Tamamonome finally looked up, her pale golden eyes fixed on Mu Yuan. But to her confusion, Mu Yuan, after hearing what she said, showed not a trace of emotional fluctuation on his face. It was as if he were deep in thought. Then he picked up a white piece, but only placed one down. Seeing this, Tamamonome smiled and said, I asked you to exorcise me tonight, but I didn't say I would definitely die tonight. That is not the case, teacher. Mu Yuan interrupted Tamamonome, and this time, he did not call her fox teacher, but formally addressed her as teacher. Teacher, you have already placed 4 pieces. Mu Yuan looked at Tamamonome. His eyes were very clear at this moment, without any distracting thoughts, like black obsidian gems. Therefore, it is time for the student to make his move. Tamamonome was slightly stunned, and then she watched Mu Yuan stand up while picking up the 6th black piece that Tamamonome had placed, which represented her. Then, after performing a student's bow to Tamamonome, he said, the student will end this night of the night parade of 100 demons in my own way today, and then on the 6th day, I will seek an answer from you, teacher. Speaking of this, Mu Yuan looked at Tamamonome before him, then smiled and said, Fox teacher, you have been willful for 4 days, so now, it is time for the student's turn. After speaking, without waiting for Tamamonome to react, Mu Yuan turned and left the residence. Tamamonome just stared blankly at his retreating back, unable to recover from this sudden turn of events for a long time. Not until Mu Yuan completely disappeared from her sight did she finally slowly come back to her senses. Looking at the board, at the 6th black piece that had disappeared, she watched it quietly for a long time, and then finally couldn't help but laugh. That smile carried a bit of relief and some helplessness, as she said, It seems, have you guessed something? What a clever guy, but... Then she got up and went outside the house, looking at the rising morning sun, and said, There are less than 10 hours left until the arrival of tonight's final night parade of 100 demons. In this short amount of time, what can you possibly do? When she said this, there was confusion in Tamamonome's eyes, but within that confusion, there was also a deep sense of anticipation. At this moment, in Abe no Sami's residence. Early this morning, Abe no Sami had already prepared hot tea in his room, because he knew that Mu Yuan would come here today. And this was also his agreement with Tamamonome. And just as Abe no Sami had expected, Mu Yuan came. It had only been a few days since they last met, but it felt like a long time. The two met, looked at each other for a long time, and then smiled. But what followed went beyond Abe no Sami's expectations. After sitting down and draining the tea that Abe no Sami had prepared for him, Mu Yuan stood up and performed a deep bow to the astonished Abe no Sami. Then, he said one sentence to him. Abe no Sami, help me. As soon as the words fell, Abe no Sami agreed. He agreed without hesitation, even without knowing what Mu Yuan wanted to do, he directly agreed to this matter. Many years later, when the two met again, Mu Yuan once asked him why he had agreed so readily back then, and if he wasn't afraid that he would do something detrimental to him, or threaten the safety of Hienkyo. Abe no Sami smiled and replied that he trusted Mu Yuan, and also because he had actually been waiting for this sentence from Mu Yuan for a long time. In the first simulation, he was actually waiting for Mu Yuan to seek his help. He could find a way to solve the trouble of having no spiritual power in his body. Even before Mu Yuan died in the first simulation, when he appeared before him with the 3 great Onmyoji, he was actually waiting for Mu Yuan to change his mind. Abe no Sami had been waiting for Mu Yuan to ask him for help. And as long as Mu Yuan sought help, he would definitely respond, because they were best friends. After hearing all this, Mu Yuan only replied with one sentence. Ua! Abe no Sami, you are so disgusting. July, the day of Shu. This is the day when the mystery of Japan has not yet completely dissipated, and the day when the demons hold a grand ghost banquet and the night parade of 100 demons in July. At the same time, this day will inevitably be recorded in history. because it is not only the last night parade of 100 demons, but also the grandest one in the history of the night parade of 100 demons. On this day, due to the groundwork Tamamonome had laid, by that night, almost all famous demons had come to Heiankyo to participate in this night parade of 100 demons. But tonight's night parade of 100 demons, its host was not just Tamamonome, the last of the great demons. In comparison, she was actually the least important supporting character. The true organizers of today's night parade of 100 demons were Yumitsu Mumo, and that guardian of Heiankyo, Abe no Seimi. The night parade of 100 demons. What is the night parade of 100 demons? It is the night when the night has fallen, a carnival for the 100 demons, and a day for the living to avoid. Therefore, whenever such a moment arrives, even Heiankyo, the center of Japan in this era, would close its gates early, and the entire street would be empty, shrouded in endless darkness. But on that day, when night fell and the 100 demons descended from the darkness to Heiankyo, all of them were stunned, simply because on this day, the humans who should have been avoiding them appeared one by one in the market. They were not the onmyoji or warriors the demons were familiar with. Although tonight, all Minamoto clan warriors and Onmyo agency onmyoji had to work without rest, patrolling the entire street all night long, they were not the protagonists of tonight. People carried candles, their faces hesitant and fearful, but at the same time filled with irrepressible curiosity, appearing at the banquet of the 100 demons. And perhaps because they were too surprised, the 100 demons looked at their intrusion, not an accidental intrusion, but people in groups of 3 or 5, holding candles to illuminate the night, actively participating in and integrating into this night of the 100 demons, and they didn't drive them away or eat them at the first opportunity. And as time passed, more and more people walked into the banquet carrying lamps, the light from their candles weak, yet it seemed to have ignited this night of the 100 demons. Ordinary people naturally cannot look directly at ghosts and gods, but tonight was different. Just because one person spoke, that phrase "help me" was something even that person himself had not expected. Even those in the Onmyo agency who were usually completely at odds with you had actually taken action tonight. Their massive barrier, gathering the power of all Onmyoji in the Onmyo agency, shrouded the entire Heiankyo tonight, allowing ordinary people to glimpse the true form of the ghosts and gods. So tonight, humans participated in the night parade of 100 demons. Participated in this final night of the night parade of 100 demons. From initial caution, to gradually becoming bolder, some daring people took the lead in contacting the 100 demons, and some even took the opportunity to set up a market, inviting the demons to come and trade. Naturally, not all demons could tolerate the appearance of humans, and not all demons could resist the deliciousness of human flesh, so Onmyo agency Onmyoji or Minamoto clan warriors could be seen everywhere on the street. At the same time, as time passed, more and more famous demons, seeing the appearance of humans and the candles in their hands lighting up the night more and more, making tonight shine, tacitly accepted this matter. Because in fact, many demons understood in their hearts that tonight was the final night parade of 100 demons, so since that was the case, what did it matter if it was a bit livelier and crazier? Thus, the voices of discord gradually drowned in the trend of the tide. The voices of the 100 demons intertwined with the gradually rising voices of the people. At the top of the tower in Heiankyo, you invited Tamamonome to stand there. Tamamonome stood at the high point, her pale golden eyes watching the magnificent scene before her. This final night parade of 100 demons lit up by the 100 demons and the candlelight in people's hand. How could they possibly agree to such a crazy act of yours? This was what Tamamonome said to Mu Yuan after witnessing all of this, her face full of disbelief, as if her worldview had been recast. After all, in these 1,000 years, what had Tamamonome not seen? But she stated that she had truly never seen this scene tonight. Humans and demons are incompatible. This saying is definitely not a joke. Demons fundamentally could not let humans participate in their banquet because the night parade of 100 demons was their pride. And they also needed to use this to deepen humans' fear of them. Only the more humans feared them, the longer they could stay in this world. Therefore, even in 1,000 years, even if Tamamonome had rarely seen humans and demons living in peace, or even the relationship of human-demon couples. But those were all exceptions, and things that couldn't be brought to the table. Tamamonome didn't know how many cases she had seen where humans and demons fell in love, were discovered by people, and were eventually driven away, or the demon or human was beaten to death. So how could she not be surprised tonight? How could she believe that such a thing could actually happen before her eyes? Actually, I didn't expect them to agree so readily. Regarding Tamamonome's question, Mu Yuan spread his hands. Abe no Seimi, that guy, is one thing, but Kamo no Yosunori, a Shia-doman, and Minamoto no Uramitsu even agreed to me without a second word. Even that Fujiwara no Michinaga, who is currently in power in Heiankyo, laughed and told me to go ahead and try it after hearing what I had to say. As long as I dared to take the corresponding responsibility, if something went wrong, I would just have to pay with my life. After speaking, Mu Yuan shrugged. He turned his head to look at Heiankyo under the night sky, looking at this night of the night parade of 100 demons, but a night lit up by human lanterns and the 100 demons. A faint smile appeared on his face. After listening to Mu Yuan's words, Tamamonome couldn't help but cast her gaze again at this grand night. Then she shifted her gaze back to Mu Yuan. She stared blankly at Mu Yuan for a very, very long time. One day, Mu Yuan had completed this scroll, which could be called a legend of the ages, in less than a day, although this matter indeed had many, many coincidences in it. But it had truly appeared at this moment. And at the same time, at this moment, Mu Yuan had actually completed the suppression of the night parade of 100 demons. Just as mentioned before, the 100 demons existed in this world based on people's fear, but after tonight, would the people present still fear the 100 demons as they once did? Of course, they would certainly still be afraid. But there is no doubt that after tonight, this matter will spread from 10 to 100, and it won't take many days before it spreads throughout all of Japan. And by then, the night parade of 100 demons will no longer exist. Why did you do such a thing? Then, this was what Tamamonome, who had suppressed the shock in her heart and remained silent for a very long time, said to Mu Yuan. And Mu Yuan's answer was also very simple, saying, I just felt that since it's the curtain call, let it be grander. And besides, at the time of parting, compared to the sadness of the curtain call, I prefer to leave with a smile. Speaking of this, Mu Yuan looked at Tamamonome. He stared at her, then said, after all, come to think of it, I really am a rather strange existence. I am a human, but my foster mother is a deity, and my teacher is the white-faced nine-tailed fox, one of the 3 great demons. I was once a ghost, and the best friend of Shutendoji and Ibarakidoji. But at the same time, my best friend is the first onmyoji famous in Heiankyo, Abe no Seimi, as well as the Minamoto clan warriors Minamoto no Uramitsu and Sokota Kintoki. Speaking of this, Mu Yuan paused, then walked forward, looking at Heiankyo lit up by lanterns tonight, and said, I know that humans and demons will never have a day of coexistence. Humans will kill demons, and demons will also eat humans. But, even so, even like this, on this final night of the night parade of 100 demons, I still want to let the human lights illuminate the darkness for the yokai. And at the same time, let the yokai know of the prosperity of the human world. Since it is the final curtain, what harm is there in making it even grander, even crazier? Tamamonome understood what Mu Yuan meant. Her pale golden eyes gazed at him for a long time, and then Tamamonome smiled and said, Mu Yuan, you really are quite willful. I suppose Abe no Seimi and the others must be so busy they don't even know which way is up right now, having heard of your crazy plan and only being given one day to prepare. Probably, Mu Yuan nodded, then walked up to Tamamonome and said, and speaking of being willful, didn't you do it first, teacher, and teach it to me? I'm just learning from you. After saying this, Mu Yuan bowed to her, extended his hand, and said with a smile, then, Fox teacher. The last of the 3 great demons, Miss Tamamonome. I wonder if you would do me the honor of letting me accompany you to walk through this night parade of 100 demons tonight? Tamamonome smiled. At this moment, her smile, illuminated by the lantern light, was incredibly beautiful. She then placed her hand in Mu Yuan's. Accompanying her, he walked into tonight's night parade of 100 demons. Afterwards, he didn't know if it was an illusion. Just as Mu Yuan was leading Tamamonome into the crowd, amidst the people and ghosts mingling on this final night parade of 100 demons, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a familiar shadow. It was a shadow wearing a black and white Miko outfit. However, when Mu Yuan looked in that direction again, the shadow had disappeared. This is the final night of the night parade of 100 demons, and also the grandest night parade of 100 demons in recorded history. The Heroic Spirit Training Manual recorded it truthfully. In Heiankyo, the night parade of 100 demons was underway. Pedestrians carrying candlelight wove through this banquet of demons, filled with fear and irrepressible terror, curiously eyeing the ghosts, yokai, and other monsters that would normally be impossible to see. At this time, Mu Yuan, wearing a white karaginu, and Tamamonome by his side, also left their footprints on this final and grandest night of the night parade of 100 demons. Of course, I didn't just facilitate this banquet without considering anything. I consulted materials regarding the night parade of 100 demons, and thus I know one thing. Along the way, Mu Yuan explained to Tamamonome, in this era, the reason the night parade of 100 demons is so prevalent is because 3 special great demons were born, you, Fox Teacher, as well as Shutendoji and Otengu. And now, of the 3, only you remain, and you are on our side. I assume the remaining great demons with any sense won't cause trouble at this final banquet. And furthermore, speaking to this point, Mu Yuan cast his gaze into the crowd, scanning the demons who had come to participate in the night parade of 100 demons, and said, this era, although it is the final era of mystery for the land of Japan, happens to also be the era with the most demons and frequent appearances of Tsukumagami. Tsukumagami is a concept from Japan's yokai legends, referring to objects that have been left for about 100 years, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, accumulating resentment, or feeling Buddhist nature and spiritual power, thus gaining a soul and transforming into a yokai. It is precisely because of them that the night parade of 100 demons was born, and in reality, most Tsukumagami do not have a strong sense of repulsion toward humans. Speaking to this point, Mu Yuan paused, then smiled and said, of course, I do not deny that tonight is a night that can only be described as a miracle. Hearing this, Tamamonome couldn't help but roll her eyes at Mu Yuan, revealing an expression that said, you know that, do you? Have you never thought about what would happen if you failed? Tamamonome couldn't help but ask. Does that even need to be thought about? Mu Yuan looked at Tamamonome. If he failed, then tonight's night parade of 100 demons would naturally be very chaotic, and then until daytime, the Onmyoji of the Onmyo Agency and the Minamoto clan warriors would work together to suppress the 100 demons. Mu Yuan would take responsibility for his actions and end this simulation. Tamamonome was silent for a moment, then looked at Mu Yuan and said, you really are willful. Fox Teacher, you're the last person who has the right to say that to me. As Mu Yuan said this, he took a black stone from his bosom. It was the 6th black stone that Tamamonome had placed on the chessboard this morning. It was also the black stone that represented her. Mine is entirely following you, teacher. If I fail, at most it will just cause chaos in Heiankyo for one night. If you fail, with Yamata no Orokai appearing in this era, and the gods having already departed, this land of Japan would likely be directly submerged by the great waters stirred up by Yamata no Orokai. Tamamonome thought for a while, then smiled and said, that guy Abe no Seimi really had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes to know you. Nonsense, it's clearly his honor. Forget it, let's not talk about that, Fox Teacher. Mu Yuan stopped, extended his hand toward Tamamonome again, and said to her, tonight is the final night of the night parade of 100 demons, and I, this first Onmyoji of Heiankyo, am still your escort. First Onmyoji of Heiankyo, hasn't that position already changed hands? Tamamonome said bluntly, while simultaneously placing her hand back into his. You accompanied your teacher through this final night of the night parade of 100 demons. Tamamonome had a very happy time tonight. You could tell she was happy from the bottom of her heart. Even the gaze she often directed at you carried gratification, pride, and a hint of melancholy that you did not yet understand. Time passed quickly, and soon the sun would rise. The 100 demons gradually left the banquet, and at the same time, you completed your farewells with Zenki and Goki. That's right, they left after this night parade of 100 demons, and they left of their own volition, because they wanted to accomplish one thing for you, which was to guard the night parade of 100 demons. Although the night parade of 100 demons has ended, And most demons actually understand this. In the short term, to avoid it happening again, there naturally needs to be someone to guard it, and without a doubt, Zenki and Goki were the most suitable candidates. Although you were unwilling to let them bear such a lonely duty, because at the end of their guarding, they would naturally disappear from this world along with the night parade of 100 demons. But tonight, they were very resolute. They said they were your Shikigami, but until today, they had never shared any burdens for you. Therefore, tonight, they hoped you would fulfill their wish. At the same time, they did this to protect the pride that belonged to Zenki and Goki. In the end, you agreed to them. You and Tamamonome returned to the courtyard. The once lively residence was now left with only the two of you. No, to be precise, it was not just the two of you. After returning to the room, you placed the chess pieces you took this morning back on the chessboard, and at the same time, you placed your own pieces down. The 6 pieces were all placed. Then, just as you were smiling and telling Tamamonome that you still had 1 day left, she lowered her head, not daring to meet your eyes, and told you. You and she had less than 1 hour left. Sorry, Mu Yuan, I lied to you. In the room lit by oil lamps, Tamamonome, wearing a gorgeous court dress, lowered her head and said cautiously to Mu Yuan, actually, to set up this trap, what I expended was not 4 taels, but 5 taels. The day I told you that Amaterasu informed me that Yamata no Orokai would appear in 7 days, that wasn't actually the case. It was because I placed my last remaining tael in the gap between the yin-yang realms to use as a barrier. And even so, if it hadn't been for Inari god Yukana Mitama intentionally shooting an arrow at Yamata no Orokai before leaving on the first day, I might not have even been able to hold on until today. Speaking to this point, Tamamonome couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile, saying, I really did underestimate him. After finishing, Tamamonome looked at Mu Yuan with trepidation. But to her surprise, after she finished speaking, Mu Yuan's face did not show any signs of anger or joy. Instead, he sighed and said, as I expected, I knew it would be like this. Hey! Tamamonome blinked blankly at Mu Yuan. Do you remember what you asked me a while ago, teacher? Mu Yuan said, smiling at Tamamonome, you asked me why I wanted to expend so much effort to try and turn the night parade of 100 demons into that appearance, and I answered you. I just didn't want to be too sad before this final farewell. Tamamonome was stunned. At this moment, she suddenly realized that this night's time belonged to her. Originally, as the instigator of all this, Mu Yuan should have been accompanying the Onmyoji of the Onmyo Agency and the warriors to guard tonight's night parade of 100 demons to avoid any accidents. But he had set aside the time, leaving the trouble to Abe no Seimi. Who told you this? Tamamonome couldn't help but look at Mu Yuan with confusion, saying, Amaterasu, Shutendoji, or, is there a possibility, Mu Yuan interrupted Tamamonome, saying to her, that you, teacher, are actually not as smart as you imagine? Or perhaps, you think your student really doesn't understand you at all, and is truly just a puppet who doesn't know how to think for himself? Tamamonome was stunned. At first, I truly couldn't understand your actions, teacher. When Mu Yuan said this, he stood up and placed the tea set in front of Tamamonome, saying, whether it was the appearance of Amaterasu, or you having me make tea for you and take you as my master, it was undoubtedly beyond my expectations. Therefore, at the beginning, in order to seek answers, I could only follow what you instructed me to do, but now, it is already the 6th day. His black eyes calmly gazed at Tamamonome before him, and he said, and at this time, combining the experiences of this period, and looking back at the meaning represented by the apprenticeship ceremony. Speaking to this point, Mu Yuan couldn't help but smile and said to Tamamonome, so, teacher, do you want me to say that answer? After hearing what Mu Yuan said, Tamamonome's fox ears drooped, her pale golden eyes looking at him, revealing a hint of resentment in her eyes, and she pouted, so uncute. Even if you guessed it, shouldn't you be pretending not to know at this time? That bastard Amaterasu was really right. As expected, I truly am not qualified to be a teacher. No, to me, you really are a very good teacher. Mu Yuan, interrupting her, looked at her sincerely and said, Teacher Tamamonome. After he finished speaking, although Tamamonome didn't say anything, her tail wagged happily. Immediately after, she looked at the tea on the table, took a sip, then looked at Mu Yuan again, as if thinking of something. She stood up, went back into the room, and took out a comb. She then sat on the veranda of the courtyard, looked at Mu Yuan who had followed her, and handed him the comb in her hand. "This time is special," Tamamonome said to Mu Yuan, "just this once. You guy, you've always wanted to touch my tail, right? I've seen through that for a long time, so today is a special reward for you. Help me comb my tail, Mu Yuan." When Tamamonome said this, her tone was very gentle. Mu Yuan took the wooden comb, looked at Tamamonome's tail, and said somewhat dejectedly, "But there's only one left, fox teacher. My 5 fox tails. What, are you starting to look down on it?" Tamamonome narrowed her eyes. No, how could this student dare? Mu Yuan hurriedly switched to a stern and righteous expression, then sat down beside Tamamonome. Tamamonome gave a gentle flick, throwing her last tail onto Mu Yuan, and then she watched the scene of Mu Yuan, clearly excited, playing with her tail. She couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Immediately, the two were silent for a good while. Tamamonome finally spoke, saying, "Actually, tonight I originally intended to let you kill me, in front of all the ghosts, to end the night parade of 100 demons in that way, and to give you my words in the form of a letter. In this way, even I, Tamamonome, would appear to have great teacherly virtue, right? Hehe, little Toma-chan is amazing, right? Unfortunately, it was disrupted by you. However, I don't dislike it." After saying this, Tamamonome, looking at Mu Yuan, revealed a beautiful smile on her face and said, "After all, you are very right. Parting does not necessarily have to be sad, but how have these few days felt?" "Terrible," Mu Yuan replied without hesitation. "Is that so?" Tamamonome nodded and said, "Then it seems everything really went smoothly. Mu Yuan, you already know my purpose, right? The apprenticeship ceremony has extraordinary significance in ancient times." Mu Yuan said calmly while combing the tail, "And after I completed the apprenticeship ceremony, although you told me the method to defeat Yamata no Orokai, in reality, you didn't teach me anything. Even the weapon to deal with Yamata no Orokai was given to me by Amaterasu. In 7 days, even if you really wanted to teach me some powerful magic, the time would be a bit too tight. Plus, although I have never truly taken a master before, you have actually been teaching me things all along. Whether it is the theory of onmyodo or playing the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, you have always been teaching me. Therefore, if it were only these things, it wouldn't be enough to make you set up such a trap, and even be willing to use all 5 of your tails on it. Exerting all your strength, and even seeming somewhat humble in seeking an opportunity to give me a lesson." After finishing, Mu Yuan looked up at Tamamonome, met her smiling gaze, and said, "Therefore, this lesson is clearly not about preaching or teaching, but teaching virtue. There is an old saying, 'Those who give birth to me are my parents, those who teach me are my masters. If a son is not taught, it is the father's fault. If teaching is not strict, it is the teacher's laziness,' and so on. That is why in ancient times, there was even a saying that choosing a master was like being reborn. If it could be said that at the beginning, Tamamonome was only teaching Mu Yuan in a playful manner, then after the apprenticeship ceremony, everything changed. Tamamonome withdrew her gaze from Mu Yuan and looked up at the night sky that had yet to fade, nodding gently. "That's right, teaching virtue, you are right. To have the opportunity for this lesson, I bet my own 5 tails, and that was even knowing you still had a chance to start over. How humble. After all, I am Tamamonome. I am that Tamamonome. How could I possibly be qualified to criticize someone else's life? Especially a student as smart and excellent as you." Speaking of this, Tamamonome laughed again. "Even that fellow Amaterasu, after I dragged her here and she learned of my intentions, mocked me without restraint, laughing at me for overestimating my own capabilities. A 9-tailed fox who has wreaked havoc in who knows how many places and regions, yet one day actually tries to teach virtue and reason to someone." When she finished saying this, Tamamonome felt a slight pain in her tail. She turned her head to look and discovered that Mu Yuan, without even realizing it himself, was tightly clutching her tail, and his expression was looking rather grim. Seeing this, not only did Tamamonome not scold Mu Yuan, she instead smiled happily, even having the urge to hug him tightly and dote on him, but she held back in the end. But I still couldn't help but seek such an opportunity, simply because I don't want to see the day you regret. When Tomomonome said this, she was looking at Mu Yuan, but at the same time, it was as if she wasn't looking at him, but rather looking into the far distant past. Mu Yuan, how have these past few days felt? Tomomonome asked Mu Yuan this question once again. Terrible. And Mu Yuan answered the same way once again. Yes, terrible, but I am very happy. Tomomonome said with a smile, because this shows that in your heart, you actually remember the connections you have left behind, and you are not truly indifferent to parting with them. Although you are a kite without a string, flying wherever you want to fly, in reality, you have not stopped staying, but just that is not enough, Mu Yuan. When Tomomonome said this, her expression was more serious than it had ever been, and she said to Mu Yuan, just that is not enough. If no one tells you, if no one holds you back, and you continue to squander your connections so recklessly, relying on the fact that you can start over and having no scruples. Mu Yuan, one day you will definitely get hurt, and eventually, one day, you will definitely cause an irreversible consequence. And by the time that happens, if you want to regret it, it will be too late. If someone else had said this, it might just be a lecture. But she is Tomomonome, and at the same time, she has another name, Deiji. Even after 1,000 years of washing away. But on that day, when Mu Yuan asked her if Deiji was her past self, her reaction was still just as intense. 1,000 years of washing away, and it had never truly allowed her to let go. Mu Yuan lowered his head, and under Tomomonome's gaze, he fell silent. Mu Yuan, although you are indeed a kite without a string, but, in reality, you have already left your own traces and your own connections on the journey you have flown, haven't you? Tomomonome's gaze softened once again, and she said, just like that Abe no Seimi, who helped you without hesitation just because of one word from you, that demon king of Iyama, and that Minamoto no Uramitsu and Sokota Kintoki. And you, teacher, right? Mu Yuan interrupted her and looked at her. Tomomonome was slightly stunned, then smiled and nodded. Actually, the lessons these past few days have been very simple. Mu Yuan said, lowering his head to carefully groom Tomomonome's tail again, and said, every black stone you placed seemed to be bringing me one step closer to defeating the Yamata no Orokai, but in reality, that's not the case at all. You were just pulling me down from the sky to the ground. You were just making me step out of the perspective of an observer. Tomomonome did not speak, she just listened quietly to Mu Yuan's words. Starting from the incident with Amaterasu on the second day, you made the connections I have left on this land so far move closer to me one by one. On the third day, the incident with the Otengu, Minamoto no Uramitsu, Sokota Kintoki, and the others. And on the fourth day, the Shutendoji and Ibaraki Doji you brought. And at this night parade of 100 demons, the Abe no Seimi and others you expect to formally appear, Kamo no Yosunori. You aren't teaching me how to defeat the Yamata no Orokai, you are just giving me a very simple lesson, letting me truly look at them. And now, you, who are about to leave. And if I'm not mistaken, you don't even care in your heart whether I can really repel the Yamata no Orokai in the end. Mu Yuan raised his head and looked at Tomomonome, saying, no, to be precise. You are even waiting for me to fail in exterminating the Yamata no Orokai. Hearing this, Tomomonome smiled. Because if I fail, then combined with the experiences of this period, this matter will be forever engraved in my memory, and in this way, your lesson will still have been a success. However, that is the worst outcome. Tomomonome took over the conversation and said, actually, I don't want you to fail in the extermination, because if that happens, it will truly become a lesson, and at the same time, it will also become your shackle. Mu Yuan, I don't want to drag you down from the sky. Floating in the sky, free and unfettered, is precisely your greatest advantage. I just want you to understand, and at the same time, I don't want to see you cause irreversible consequences in the future. Therefore, if you fail, then next time, I will cooperate with Amaterasu and the others to take the initiative to complete the extermination of the Yamata no Orokai. And then I think Amaterasu will definitely have a way to heal you. Mu Yuan heard this, tilted his head and thought for a while, then said, Teacher, you really have calculated me to death. Didn't you just say that your teacher, me, wasn't smart? Tamamonome's mouth curled up slightly, saying, now you know how capable your teacher is, right? 1,000-year-old fox spirit. After answering offhandedly, in the next second, Mu Yuan's mouth was grabbed. Tamamonome had a dark face, her hands pulling Mu Yuan's mouth hard, and she said angrily, your foul mouth really needs to be taken care of. Where is it sweet? Whether it's Ibuki or that Shuten Doji, there really isn't a word of truth in their mouth. Fox teacher, I was wrong, wait, sweet? Mu Yuan was stunned for a moment, then opened his eyes wide and looked at Tamamonome, saying, teacher, you actually peek. No. Tamamonome was expressionless, turned her head and said, I didn't peek, I just saw it by accident. By accident? Teacher, explain to me, Ibuki, right? You even know about Ibuki, and you still say it was an accident. Hey, you're annoying. Tamamonome crossed her arms over her chest, opened her eyes wide and looked at Mu Yuan, saying, don't you know that students aren't allowed to talk back to their teachers? This is clearly you lacking in teachers' ethics. As they spoke, Mu Yuan and Tamamonome suddenly started laughing. As they laughed, Mu Yuan looked at Tamamonome's expression, suddenly becoming very serious, and said, teacher, do you want to change the past? Actually, I can. Before he could finish speaking, his mouth was blocked by Tamamonome's hand. You must never say these things, Mu Yuan. Tamamonome smiled and interrupted Mu Yuan's words, saying, Mu Yuan, your road ahead is still very long, and in fact, this is also the thing I fear the most. For example, there are not a few existences like the Yamata no Orokai who want to use you. That is why I had Amaterasu take away those 4 tails of mine. Then doesn't that mean I can't do anything? Mu Yuan opened his mouth, but in the end, unable to say anything, he lowered his head in frustration. And just at this moment, the veil of night was torn apart by the morning light of dawn. The first ray of sunlight shone on Tamamonome at this moment. She watched Mu Yuan with a smile and shook her head gently at him. In her eyes, there was full pride as she said, no, for a teacher, the most satisfying and proud thing is always watching her student, watching his growth and his brilliant, dazzling future. At this moment, the sky cleared. The time had also come. Mu Yuan, do you acknowledge me as your teacher? Finally, Tamamonome's pale golden eyes, filled with a hint of expectation and fear, watched the Mu Yuan before her. Fox teacher, next time we meet, you can take out a few more tails for me to play with, cough cough, I let that slip. I will very seriously groom them for teacher, grooming them beautifully, that's right. Tamamonome laughed, laughing and scolding, you guy, all you know is to set your sights on your teacher's tails all day, what a wicked disciple. Then, let us see each other next time. Tamamonome said, and then her whole body turned into light feathers, with a soft smile on her face, gently watching the Mu Yuan before her, disappearing bit by bit in front of Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan nodded and said, Fox teacher, see you next time. When saying this, Mu Yuan did not notice the deeply hidden reluctance and thick apology in Tamamonome's eyes. Because Mu Yuan was a transmigrator, he knew that Tamamonome could divide into many tails, and each tail had its own personality, so he subconsciously did not consider one situation. That was whether this tail in front of him, the Tamamonome fox teacher individual who existed only because of him, could continue to exist. Actually, under normal circumstances, she could indeed exist forever. But, she had left that last tail of hers in the gap between the yin-yang realms. And now that tail had been torn apart. Tamamonome did not tell Mu Yuan about this, because as she said at the beginning, she just wanted Mu Yuan to understand, and did not want to put shackles on him. And she also believed that when Mu Yuan met the other Tamamonome again, they would definitely be able to get along well. Perhaps some clever fellow might even know how to disguise themselves as her, recreating the existence of the fox teacher. Therefore, although it was still a bit lonely, that was that. Divider. P.S. Stop. Don't rush to flame me yet, there is a twist. Luren doesn't write tragedies. You ask why this Luren is such a coward? Joke, this kind of similar plot isn't the first time I've written it, the survival instinct is naturally maxed out. Sigh, this can also be considered a kind of inherent literary disease of Luren, Basically, every book will do this once, creating such a teacher character. There are those who like it, and those who flame Luren, and many who think my writing is pretentious, but if I don't write a similar plot, Luren always feels uncomfortable all over. Besides, this segment will pass if you just bear with it. Volume 1, Chapter 57, One Arrow, Repelling the Yamata no Orokai. 7K. Inside Heiankyo, after Tamamonome disappeared before his eyes, the smile on Mu Yuan's face disappeared bit by bit. He sat on the veranda of the courtyard, bathed in the dawn light shining in from the morning, holding a wooden comb in his hand, feeling the disappearance of that fox tail, his expression somewhat dazed. In fact, Mu Yuan was far from as calm as he looked, but in the end, he still chose to watch Tamamonome leave with a smile. Zhuangzi's dream of the butterfly. For Mu Yuan, perhaps in his heart, there had always been some inability to distinguish whether he was that butterfly. Since that high fever, when the heroic spirit training manual appeared before him. At the same time, he also recalled the memories of his past life. Although Mu Yuan had told himself over and over again in his heart that his name was Mu Yuan, that Sakura Matu was his younger sister, and Matu Shinji was his younger brother. He also had his good friend Emiya Shiru and the others. He was not a non-existent passerby. But, teacher, do you know, actually I still have a lot to say to you. Mu Yuan lowered his head, looking at the wooden comb in his hand, as if feeling the warmth of the fox tail in his hand a moment ago, and whispered to himself, "You said I am a kite without a string, actually I know it myself. You told me to often land and look, not to ignore the connections I have made, actually I also understand. I just don't understand one thing. Can I, really? Am I really not a passerby? Is all of this really not a dream of mine?" The morning breeze blew away Mu Yuan's words. And to this question of his, now there was no one who could give an answer. 63 Section 63. Come to think of it, why did Tamamonome expend so much power to arrange such a situation, just to put on this show for Mu Yuan? The reason is actually quite simple. It is just because Mu Yuan, like her, enjoys admiring the moon. During the first simulation, Mu Yuan had said something to Tamamonome. At the same time, he had said something similar to Okita Tsuji during the final years of the shogunate. That is, only the moon and the stars, regardless of the era or the place, are always there, never changing. Under the embrace of the night and the illumination of the moonlight, they accept everything and hide those who are lonely. After Mu Yuan woke up from that high fever, he could never distinguish whether he was Zhuangzi or that butterfly. Perhaps these things are not important. Indeed, it is truly not important. However, because of this matter, it has undoubtedly become a deeply hidden line of defense in Mu Yuan's heart. Tamamonome turned into light feathers and vanished before you, while you, in the light of the approaching dawn, picked up the sacred hunting bow given to you by Inari god Ukana along with its demon-slaying arrows, and walked out of Heiankyo. You felt that you would eventually reunite, so when you left the residence, not seeing that familiar shadow lying on the stone in the courtyard left you feeling a bit lonely, but not overly sorrowful. But what you do not know at this moment is that this parting with your teacher is truly a final farewell, because she could not ascend to the throne of heroes, and because she had already placed her foundation, that last tail, in the gap between the yin-yang realms to block the arrival of Yamata no Orokai. And when you left Heiankyo, outside this ancient city, you saw the friend who had been waiting for you for a long time. He had prepared wine and an ox-drawn carriage, sitting there, waiting quietly for your arrival without knowing when he had arrived. The heroic spirit training manual was recording everything word by word. Even when Mu Yuan was currently in personal intervention, it did not fall behind. It even recorded things that Mu Yuan had not noticed from the perspective of an observer, faithfully documenting them while waiting for its host's return. Abe no Seimi. In his obsidian-like eyes, the figure of his friend wearing a white karaginu was reflected. Mu Yuan looked at the person before him, Abe no Seimi, who was not much less handsome than himself, especially after returning from the other shore, carrying the same elegant Confucian aura as himself. He was Abe no Seimi, possessing everything except for being slightly less heroic than himself. Mu Yuan could not help but laugh and said, "You guy, you really are like a persistent ghost, you are everywhere." Abe no Seimi laughed, a cunning smile like that of a fox, and said, "After all, How could such a grand performance be without me, Abe no Seimi? You should know that for this opportunity, I did not even yield an inch to Kamo no Yosunori or Ashiya Doman. Right now, they are still lying in the Onmyo agency, and I suspect they are cursing me in their hearts at this very moment. Hearing this, Mu Yuan could not help but tilt his head. Obviously, he did not understand the situation. To this, Abe no Seimi, with a smile on his lips, did not offer any further explanation. But the truth was indeed as he said, Kamo no Yosunori and Ashiya Doman were currently lying in the Onmyo agency. Moreover, they were forcibly suppressed by Abe no Seimi using talismans and barriers. The reason was simple. This was likely the last and only opportunity to fight alongside Mu Yuan. For such an opportunity, how could Abe no Seimi possibly yield it to anyone else? Let's go, Mu Yuan. Subsequently, Abe no Seimi boarded the Shikigami ox-drawn carriage, and after shaking his head slightly, Mu Yuan also sat on it. The destination, Izumo Province. Izumo Province is located in the eastern part of present-day Shimane Prefecture in Japan, a coastal area represented by the Izumo Taisha, with many ancient shrines, and it still preserves many mythological stories and traditional ceremonies for worshipping gods. This is also the place where gods are said to reside in legends. It is also the place in Japan mythology where the Yamata no Orokai appeared, was ultimately slain by Susanoo, and where one of the three great treasures of Japan, the Aomi no Murakumo no Tsurugi, was discovered. Therefore, when Yamata no Orokai returns from the gap between the yin-yang realms, it will definitely descend here. Although Izumo Province is very far from Heiankyo, with Abe no Seimi's Shikigami, it was only a half-day journey. And as they got closer to Izumo Province, the originally clear sky became increasingly gloomy, gradually turning dark. The apocalyptic scene that Mu Yuan had once seen in his heart sea now appeared in reality. The only difference from then was that back then, it was merely one head of the Yamata no Orokai, and not the central dragon head, but a scene manifested by a snake head. Now, it is the fully awakened Yamata no Orokai, with its eyes wide open. At this moment, even though it had not yet appeared, the raging sea and the dark clouds shrouding Izumo Province had already rendered this area into a scene of the world's end. The magic power gradually rising in the air was approaching a level that ordinary people of this era could not withstand. It was as if they had arrived in the true age of gods. But unexpectedly, along the way, Mu Yuan did not see a single person fleeing. Rest assured. In the steadily moving ox-drawn carriage, Abe no Seimi, drinking wine, watched Mu Yuan looking outside the carriage and naturally guessed the doubt in his heart, but smiled and said, "Because your teacher was worried that you would care about this matter. Therefore, long before everything happened, she had me evacuate the people here. As of now, there is no one here." Mu Yuan thought about it for a while after hearing this, then said to Abe no Seimi, "The people in the palace would actually agree to us being so reckless. As long as we can handle it, they will have nothing to say." Abe no Seimi replied calmly. As for not being able to handle it, politically, there would certainly be people who would take the opportunity to kick Abe no Seimi and the others while they were down. But is that important? Not having seen it, those guys in the palace who enjoy wealth and glory would naturally not understand what the existence of Yamata no Orokai means for Japan. What kind of world-ending catastrophe it truly is. Actually, even now, I am very confused. Then Mu Yuan spoke again. He quietly stared at Abe no Seimi, who was drinking wine, squinting his eyes, and smiling like a cunning fox, and said, "What exactly are you planning? You should know better than anyone how dangerous and uncontrollable this trap set by Fox teacher is. But you, as the protector, actually agreed to it." In fact, even Tamamonome had some confusion in her heart about this matter. It was just that later, due to various busy matters, she cast this doubt to the back of her mind. Abe no Seimi undoubtedly regarded Mu Yuan as his true friend. But even so, he could not truly disregard the thousands of people of Japan just because of one friend, Mu Yuan. He is Abe no Seimi, the #1 on Myoji, the protector of the Heian era, and even more so, the existence who originally made Otengu, Shutendoji, and Tamamonome step down, truly suppressing the night parade of 100 demon. He is the first and only on Myoji throughout the ages. Therefore, from the beginning, Mu Yuan understood that there must be a reason why Abe no Seimi agreed to Tamamo no Mae and allowed Yamata no Orokai to be unleashed. But at this moment, because of personal intervention, Mu Yuan was a person within the game, and also the most important protagonist in the game. Thus, he would inevitably be restricted within it and blinded by the scene before him. Otherwise, relying on the assistance of the Heroic Spirit Training Manual, plus the special bird's-eye view of the observer, it would not have been difficult for Mu Yuan to solve this mystery. At this moment, facing Mu Yuan's question and his gaze, Abe no Seimi remained smiling without saying a word, squinting his eyes. Mu Yuan looked at him like this, then looked at his own clenched fist, thought for a while, and finally lowered his fist, saying, "Forget it, although I really hate people who speak in riddles, and I really want to punch you in the face. But considering how much you have helped me during this time, and how much effort you put into the night parade of 100 demons last night, I will forgive you." Regarding Mu Yuan's words, Abe no Seimi squinted his eyes and smiled. "Mu Yuan, do you know what this is called? If I remember correctly, it seems to be called Tsunder. Get lost." That's right, Abe no Seimi indeed had his own plan. And it was one he had from the very beginning. In the previous life, the one most familiar with Mu Yuan was indeed Shuten Doji, but one must know that before that, it was Abe no Seimi who had accompanied Mu Yuan for decades. Back then, they were the two most dazzling white fox young masters of Heiankyo. And at the same time, he was also the one who personally went to Oyama to send Mu Yuan away, so even when Minamoto no Uramitsu later recalled it, how could Abe no Seimi possibly know nothing about the matter of Yamata no Orokai? In fact, he was the first person to know. The moment he first met Mu Yuan in this life, and the memories flooded in, he remembered. However, Abe no Seimi said nothing and asked nothing. At the same time, this was the true reason why Abe no Seimi went to the other shore to study abroad early in this life. On the other shore, Abe no Seimi met that Taoist, the Taoist who would even be able to resurrect him from death in the future. He asked him about this matter. Of course, Abe no Seimi was not stupid. He naturally could not tell the Taoist about Mu Yuan's true situation, or his existence. Abe no Seimi just cleverly took a detour and found the answer from him. And this is, in fact, the reason why Yamata no Orokai insisted on having Mu Yuan. Since he had awakened, wouldn't it be the same if he just found someone else, or directly used Ibuki to bring himself back from the yin-yang realms? No, it is not the same. Because Mu Yuan is special, and he is also the only one. On this point, although Tamamo no Mae had some awareness, she did not understand it as thoroughly as Abe no Seimi. After all, Tamamo no Mae is a fox, a demon. Although she understands some Tao, it is all superficial. She does not learn as fast as Mu Yuan, nor does she comprehend as much. Mu Yuan wanders through this era, and he will leave traces. At the same time, only he, can turn the traces he leaves behind into reality. The world will restrict others, expel gods and demons, and in terms of its general trend, no one can change it. But now, Mu Yuan has appeared. And the world cannot restrict him. In other words, if, in the traces left by Mu Yuan, gods and demons have not disappeared, and the age of gods has not ended, then all of this will become the true reality. It is normal that Mu Yuan has not yet realized this, and it is also normal that even Tamamo no Mae has not realized it. After all, for Tamamo no Mae, who has lived for 1,000 years, the situation that the general trend cannot be changed has long been firmly imprinted in her mind. Although she understands that Mu Yuan can intervene and change history, but she has never thought that Mu Yuan's intervention and changes are not just a small piece. A book is a product that writes stories and describes the world. A book, the content within the book, depicts everything in the world. And now that book is in Mu Yuan's hands. At the same time, he also has a pen and can make changes at will. It is just that Mu Yuan has not yet realized how heavy the pen in his hand, and the book in his hand, truly is. Chapter 64. Yet, Abe no Seimi had vaguely sensed all of this. As the only onmyoji of the ages, he had keenly sensed this in Mu Yuan. Thus, he understood that Yamata no Orokai would certainly return, and the key to it all lay with Mu Yuan. From that moment on, Abe no Seimi had been pondering the entire matter, but with his abilities at the time, he he simply could not figure out how to resolve it. So, he went to the other shore and sought out that Taoist, finding the answer without leaving behind any traces of karma. The answer was very simple, a plain and easily understood proverb. Whoever tied the bell must untie it. It was Mu Yuan who awakened Yamata no Orokai, so the only person capable of putting it back to sleep was none other than himself. Coming back to his senses, Abe no Seimi looked at Mu Yuan before him, who was clenching his fists and hesitating over whether to punch him. He let out a dumbfounded smile. He gestured to Mu Yuan with his wine set. Then, he drank it in one gulp as an apology. Therefore, the truth of the matter was not that Tamamonome was using Abe no Seimi and the others, but rather that Abe no Seimi was using her. Well, one could only say, he was truly one of the people Tamamonome hated most in her original life. Soon, at sunset, Mu Yuan and Abe no Seimi finally arrived at Izumo province. And they stopped at the highest point of the coast. When they stepped out of the ox cart, both of them frowned. The concentration of magical power here was so intense that even they felt slightly short of breath. Although it was still sunset, the gathering dark clouds made it indistinguishable from night. Occasional flashes of crimson lightning, combined with the surging waves that seemed intent on drowning this place, further painted a picture of divine wrath that one could likely only hear of in myths. Then, from here on, I leave it to you. As he spoke, Abe no Seimi stood behind Mu Yuan, and with an incredibly serious expression, bowed deeply to him. Before the stunned Mu Yuan could react, he saw Abe no Seimi turn and leave, walking down towards the coast. Mu Yuan watched him leave with confusion. Although he didn't understand, he shook his head slightly and didn't dwell on it. Holding the god-hunting bow in his hand, along with that single arrow, he came to the highest point of the coast and sat down. The violent sea breeze tousled his long black hair, but Mu Yuan didn't care. He sat there, gazing at the sea before him, and at the same time, gazing at the phantom of Yamata no Orokai that was about to tear through the yin-yang realms and break free. At this moment, it seemed to have discovered Mu Yuan's presence. That phantom, as tall as a mountain, appearing and disappearing amidst the crimson lightning above the sea, was emitting a tearing roar. Its 8 heads, eyes wide open, all looked toward Mu Yuan. Their eyes were filled with endless slaughter and madness, brimming with unbridled mockery and ridicule. It was as if it were mocking him for having failed once before, yet not tucking his tail between his legs and daring to appear before it again. Mu Yuan did not mind this. He just sat quietly on the coast. At the same time, his long hair, which had been flying wildly in the gale, gradually calmed and fell behind him. Then, Mu Yuan closed his eyes. There, he brewed his momentum. He brewed the strongest momentum of this era, formed from the will of this world, now that the gods had retreated and the 100 demons had vanished. Mu Yuan was no stranger to the momentum of heaven and earth. Because the sword style he first learned, Tenon Rishin Ryu, actually contained a hint of borrowing momentum within it. Moreover, Mu Yuan's initial swordplay focused on nurturing the sword, honing the sword, and then striking with momentum. Back then, in order to slay the last monster of the late shogunate, Mu Yuan had nurtured it for his entire life, just for that one flash of a sword strike. Therefore, at this very moment, Mu Yuan sat quietly at the highest point of the coast, where the gale howled and the sea surged. Before the roaring Yamata no Orokai, which became increasingly visible as crimson lightning flashed and illuminated it, he slowly closed his eyes. In that instant, this terrifying scene, like the end of the world or a painting of divine wrath, vanished from before him. In that instant, Mu Yuan seemed to arrive at a calm water surface. The water surface was as still as a mirror, without a single ripple. He waited quietly for that moment to arrive. Just at this time, Abe no Seimi stood at the very bottom of the cliff with a calm face, looking out at the sea before him. He saw that on the surging sea, unexpectedly, one after another, venomous snakes with gaping maws and shrill hisses began to attack from who knows where. There were even terrifying giant snakes over 10 jong long, although Yamata no Orochi's eyes were full of mockery toward Mu Yuan. It showed no mercy in its attacks. Facing the nests of snakes that had gathered together, forming a black sea on the water and heading this way, Abe no Seimi slowly took out talismans from his bosom. His expression was calm, and there was even a faint smile on his face as he said, "You want to interfere with him? Then, you must get past me first." Immediately, Abe no Seimi began to fight the snake nests. This battle lasted for an entire night. After the night, it was just dawn of the next day. It was also the very moment the seventh day arrived. Mu Yuan opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes turned a pure gold. And almost at the same instant, it appeared. It, with a body as tall as a mountain, finally broke free from the shackles of the yin-yang realms and arrived in this world. It stood tall upon the sea. Its 8 heads stretched out together, and the most prominent among them was undoubtedly the dragon head. Standing on the sea, they gazed into the distance at Takamagahara, the home of the gods. It let out a roar of rage that had been suppressed for who knows how many ages. This sound caused the entire sea to raise a massive wave, which appeared behind Yamata no Orokai, even taller than it, for at this moment, driven by the anger in its heart and the excitement of finally being free, it fully unleashed its authority. It was Yamata no Orokai, the most terrifying Yamata no Orokai of Japan, and also a sea god. And now, it would use its authority to directly drown this land. Immediately, amidst the anger and the dense, crimson lightning that seemed to paint this entire land a deep red, Mu Yuan stood up. Facing the monster before him, which even the gods of Takamagahara feared. At this moment, his heart remained as calm as water, unaffected in the slightest. He stood at the highest point of the cliff. Below him was the ground piled with the corpses and blood of venomous snakes. The torrential rain, which had begun at some unknown time, had already soaked Mu Yuan's entire body. Then, under the illumination of the heavy rain and crimson lightning, Yamata no Orokai, having finished its roar and sensing something, turned its 8 heads in unison, looking toward him. Mu Yuan raised his bow and narked an arrow. At the same time, almost in this instant, Abe no Seimi below, who had originally been incomparably elegant but now could not even be described by the word disheveled, seemed to sense something at this moment and raised his head. Thus, he saw this scene before him. He saw Mu Yuan drawing his bow, aiming from afar at Yamata no Orokai. He also saw the image of Yamata no Orokai in the sea, its violent eyes fixed on Mu Yuan, and all its mouths opening, roaring toward Mu Yuan. Not a loss. Abe no Seimi was stunned for a long time, not even caring about the monsters beside him struggling to tear him to pieces. Then, he said this with a smile. At the same time, seeing Mu Yuan in this situation, drawing this bow of the gods with a mortal body. His originally flowing black hair, in the blowing sea breeze, turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. Of course, this was not the price of drawing the bow, it was just that Mu Yuan was entrusting his everything to this one arrow. From the moment the second black piece fell, and Inari god Yukana Mitama, who had raised him, left, facing the departure of those around him one by one, until now, when there was no one left who could smile and accompany him by his side. How could Mu Yuan not be moved in the slightest? This arrow was the strongest momentum gathered in this era, and it was also the connection Mu Yuan had forged in this era. Those who had left one by one had piled this arrow before Mu Yuan. And now, Mu Yuan wanted to prove that their actions were not in vain, and also to tell that fox. That fox who, in order to find this opportunity for a lesson, appeared so humble, he wanted to prove to her. She had such qualifications. Therefore, even compared to the momentum gathered up to now, the life force Mu Yuan was pouring into everything at this moment appeared so weak. But if she, could see it, what kind of feeling would she have? Immediately, a soft sound. Mu Yuan shot the arrow from the bow. The arrow flew out, not erupting with any earth-shattering sound, nor bringing the absolute shock of visual effects like a meteor. Before the sky full of crimson lightning and the mountain-sized, roaring Yamata no Orokai, this wooden arrow appeared so tiny. It appeared so overestimating its own strength. Then this arrow flew toward the high point, the moment it flew, plain and unremarkable, to the highest point. Boom! In just a single instant, the sky brightened. It was not that it shattered a huge hole in the sky, which was overcast with dark clouds, echoing with crimson lightning, and pouring rain. But at the very moment it flew to the highest point in the sky. 65 Section 65. It was like a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering roar. All the dark clouds, in that instant, completely vanished from the sky. The light of dawn, which had torn through the black curtain, shone down upon this land in that very instant. This light not only tore through the darkness but also suppressed all the filth in this place, resolving the predicament Abe no Seimi was facing. Then, in the glow of this light, that wooden arrow, that tiny wooden arrow, beneath the light of dawn, descended towards Yamata no Orokai. Mu Yuan and Abe no Seimi both instinctively chased after that arrow. At the same time, Mu Yuan felt as if he heard the familiar sound of a bell ringing, but given the circumstances, he did not pay it much mind. Behold, in the shrine surrounded by spirit foxes, as peaceful and beautiful as in days past. At this very moment, 2 foxes were sitting beneath the bell. One fox wore a shrine maiden's outfit, and the other wore gorgeous court attire. That bell was one rung gently to pray to the gods. From a distant land, they opened their pale golden eyes and gentle red eyes, watching the scene before them. They saw that arrow descend. They saw Yamata no Orokai, under that arrow, unable to even let out a scream, and then annihilated. The seas calmed. P.S. Before the novel went on sale, I said that you could look forward to the performance of the Luren of Hienkyo in this volume. I wonder, at this moment. Dear readers, are you satisfied? Volume 1, Chapter 58. She looked forward to meeting him again, but he had expectations. 9K. Kingdom of Clouds. The sky has brightened. Beneath that arrow of Mu Yuan's, which had already exhausted everything in this world, the dark clouds and the red lightning that had covered this place due to the arrival of Yamata no Orokai were instantly dispelled. Moreover, that arrow which seemed so tiny and insignificant before Yamata no Orokai, an arrow shot by a mere mortal, left it with not even the slightest room to resist, and it was completely suppressed. Leaving behind only one unwilling, bestial roar, it dissolved into feathers of light that filled the sky. At the same time, the aftermath of the arrow also quelled the tsunami that had been stirred up by the appearance of Yamata no Orokai, a tsunami taller than mountains that had attempted to directly submerge this continent. And Mu Yuan, who had been staring wide-eyed at all of this, finally felt a faint smile appear on his face, his expression relaxing slightly. Immediately after, he felt a wave of intense exhaustion wash over him, and after stumbling, he collapsed where he stood. In the morning sunlight that shone down at this moment, Mu Yuan, who closed his eyes for a moment before slowly opening them again to gaze at the rising sun on the horizon, had seen his golden eyes return to their usual black. However, in the gentle sea breeze that had been calmed by the arrow, his originally dark, beautiful long hair had now turned snow-white, scattered by the sea breeze. Mu Yuan's life force at this moment was like a flame in the dark night waiting for the sunrise. As the dawn tore through the night, the exhausted flame gradually dimmed and was replaced by the sunlight. But surely, for those who had watched this flame in the dark night and had been illuminated by it, even if the flame was about to burn out, the scene of the flame lighting up the night would undoubtedly be permanently etched into their memories, and leave an indelible mark in history. Then Mu Yuan raised his head and gazed into the azure sky. After a long while, his still handsome face revealed a faint smile, and he said softly, "I did it. Did you see it?" After speaking, even though his will was so firm. But in that instant, he could no longer hold on and collapsed. Then, the moment he was about to fall from the highest point of this cliff, a beautiful figure that had appeared beside him at some unknown time gently caught him, letting him fall into her arms, and then sat down quietly. Pink long hair, and those fluffy fox tails. Unfortunately, she was not Mu Yuan's fox teacher. She wore divine robes, staring at Mu Yuan with golden eyes, carrying a divinity devoid of joy or sorrow. That's right, she was Amaterasu. The Amaterasu who had been briefly summoned by Fox teacher using the 4 tails. The supreme god of Japan. At the same time, she was also the other side of Tamamonome. She had not left. Although this land could no longer tolerate her, and Mu Yuan had cut off the gods and the night parade of 100 demons. However, because she had been specially summoned, she was a projection, and she had hidden herself. Therefore, on this 7th day, she appeared here from the sunlight. Her pale golden eyes gazed at Mu Yuan, who was lying on her lap, having already lost consciousness. Her divine eyes, which originally had no extra emotions, now held a hint of strange luster. I didn't expect you to actually do it. Then, Amaterasu said softly to Mu Yuan. And looking at him, Amaterasu couldn't help but reach out to smooth his messy white hair and gently stroke his face. Yamata no Orokai, how could such a calamity god be so easy to deal with? Originally, I stayed here to use this avatar of mine to suppress and drive it out of this world, but I didn't expect. Speaking of this, the strange look in Amaterasu's eyes deepened. She looked up at the azure sky and said, "Is even this era helping you?" Momentum. In fact, this momentum, the momentum that Fox teacher let Mu Yuan gather, can be described with a simpler and easier to understand word, which is merit, power of wishes. The merit of making the gods leave, driving away the 3 great demons, and cutting off the night parade of 100 demons eventually converged on that arrow, and finally dissipated with that arrow, returning to this era. Thus, how could this era not help Mu Yuan? Then, the 4 tails appeared in her hand. They were the 4 tails that Fox teacher had cut off. Amaterasu looked at the 4 tails in her hand, and then at Mu Yuan lying in her arms. Lucky bastard. With this sentence, she was referring to Fox teacher. To have actually encountered the 1 in 10,000 chance of driving away Yamata no Orokai, and to have also picked up such a student for free. Amaterasu said slowly, "Foxes are cunning." In fact, from the beginning, when she knew what Fox teacher was going to do, after mocking her, Amaterasu had never thought about actually taking these 4 tails to truly help Mu Yuan suppress and guard his fate. After all, although both were Tamamonome, Amaterasu was the 9-tailed one, and represented the side of divinity. Compared to the trouble brought by Yamata no Orokai and someone she didn't even know, she naturally subconsciously chose the former. Therefore, Amaterasu stayed here with the purpose of appearing at the very end, taking these 4 tails to subdue Yamata no Orokai, and then returning to Takamagahara. However, now, Amaterasu gazed at Mu Yuan in her arms, watching his soul for a long time. She nodded gently and commented, "Good judgment, worthy of me." I don't know if Fox teacher were here, knowing her plans, and hearing her say that, whether she would call her shameless. Although they were both actually Tamamonome. Then, at this moment, her fluffy fox ears twitched. After noticing the movement and looking up, Amaterasu saw Yamata no Orokai, which was occupying Mu Yuan's original body, not far away. It was currently disheveled, its whole body soaked by seawater, its eyes wide open in anger, and because of its excessive rage, blood was even streaming from the corners of its eyes. It stumbled over, arriving here in a terribly disheveled state. Although Yamata no Orokai had been driven away, it naturally hadn't died. If it were to die so easily, it wouldn't be the strongest on this land, and the calamity god who could only be sealed by the gods in the gap between the yin-yang realms in the end. Amaterasu. Amaterasu, so it was you. Under the illumination of the morning sun, its Yamata no Orokai phantom, with all 8 heads, roared angrily at Amaterasu. So all of this was your doing. Faced with Yamata no Orochi's accusations, there was not a trace of unnecessary emotional fluctuation in Amaterasu's eyes. She even smiled. On her stunningly beautiful face, a faint, disdainful smile appeared. Me? No, Yamata no Orokai, this time I didn't do anything. As she spoke, Amaterasu lowered her head and stroked Mu Yuan's cheek once more, the corners of her mouth curling up as she said, "You were subdued by him. You lost to a mortal." Him? Yamata no Orokai was stunned, and then it looked at Mu Yuan, who had passed out in Amaterasu's arms. Its eyes widened even further, more blood flowed from its eyes, and it revealed a crazed expression, saying, "No, impossible. How could I possibly be subdued by such an ant-like existence? Amaterasu, you must be lying to me." Amaterasu did not reply. She just looked at it with sarcasm. She said slowly, "Whether I am lying, don't you really understand in your heart? You just don't want to admit it. You don't want to admit that this child, who is so small that you never even lowered your head to look at, has actually subdued you. Yamata no Orokai, you make me scoff. Yamata no Orokai had never seriously looked at Mu Yuan. This was beyond doubt. After occupying Mu Yuan's body, even though it was immediately shot by an arrow from Amaterasu on the second day, and it had felt Mu Yuan's existence. But it didn't care at all. Its gaze towards Mu Yuan was always one of ridicule, looking down as if at an ant. Until now, it hadn't even bothered to say a single word to Mu Yuan. Even though it was clearly intending to use Mu Yuan's hand to return to this world. But this was also normal. Who was Mu Yuan? Although in this era he had the name Yumitsu Mumo, in essence, he was still a mortal. Therefore, why should it, the Yamata no Orokai that even the gods feared, place its gaze upon this tiny mortal? And in fact, just as Amaterasu said, Yamata no Orokai understood in its heart who it was that had defeated and driven it away. That was why, at this moment, it appeared so crazed. Because the moment it realized it did not believe, and fundamentally did not want to believe it. But Amaterasu at this moment pointed this out without hesitation, pierced its heart, and laughed at it unscrupulously. Amaterasu. Yamata no Orokai went completely crazy, roaring as it charged toward Amaterasu. Quiet. To this, she, who had reached out both hands to gently cover his ears, simply looked at it with a slightly furrowed brow and said, "You are disturbing this child, and even I feel disgusted seeing you use this child's body in such a way. Therefore, that is enough. Withdraw." Amaterasu Omikami said to Yamata no Orokai with indifference, "You have already been defeated, and defeated so thoroughly, so miserably, and so foolishly. With that being the case, what qualifications or face do you have left to bark here?" As she finished speaking, Amaterasu Omikami's pale golden eyes narrowed slightly. The next second, Yamata no Orochi's body was pinned in place. Then, with eyes filled with crazed unwillingness born of humiliation, it turned into dust and vanished from this era. At the same time, the true form of Yamata no Orokai, which had returned to the yin-yang realms and was unable to move at all for a short period due to this event, could only stretch out its necks. Here, there was only impotent rage. Because they were so angry, their 8 heads even attacked each other and began to blame one another. Amaterasu Omikami, Amaterasu Omikami, Mu Yuan, Mu Yuan, Mu Yuan. Its voice was gradually swallowed by the yin-yang realms. In the end, everything returned to peace. With that, after Yamata no Orokai had completely dissipated, Amaterasu Omikami finally moved her hands away from Mu Yuan's ears and, without even lifting her head, said, "Are you not coming out yet?" As she spoke, from the shadows nearby, Abe no Seimi appeared, his white karaginu already tattered, having guarded Mu Yuan until this point in a disheveled state, and came before Amaterasu Omikami. He gazed at her before him, not daring to show the slightest negligence. He hurriedly performed the highest salute and said, "Heian-kyo on Myoji Abe no Seimi pays respects to the great Amaterasu Omikami." Amaterasu Omikami did not respond to Abe no Seimi's words. She simply continued to smooth out Mu Yuan's messy white hair. After a long time, having tidied him up, she finally stopped, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in her eyes, and then looked up at Abe no Seimi. Her pale golden gaze swept over him, making Abe no Seimi's heart tighten, and after he hurriedly lowered his head, she stood up. "Take good care of him." With these words, Amaterasu Omikami turned around and vanished into the sunlight shining down. After she had been gone for a long time, Abe no Seimi finally let out a long sigh of relief. He then looked at Mu Yuan lying on the ground. Perhaps because the lap pillow just now had been too comfortable, Mu Yuan still had a faint smile on his face. Seeing this, Abe no Seimi couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You guy. I don't know whether to call your luck good or bad." After speaking, shaking his head, Abe no Seimi hurriedly went to Mu Yuan's side and helped him up. 3 days later, in Heian-kyo, Mu Yuan finally opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he discovered he had already returned to Heian-kyo, in his own residence. During this time, Abe no Seimi, Minamoto no Uramitsu, and Sokota Kintoki had been taking turns caring for Mu Yuan. And as soon as he woke up, the news spread immediately, and many people came before him to visit. There were many people, and the room was very lively. But when night fell and the moonlight spilled into the courtyard, shining on that solitary stone, Mu Yuan still felt that this residence was a bit too big, too quiet. The observant Minamoto no Uramitsu later noticed this, and she subtly invited Mu Yuan to live at her residence, but Mu Yuan refused. Thus, he once again received a resentful look from Minamoto no Uramitsu, and Mu Yuan felt a bit embarrassed, as he seemed to have been rejecting Minamoto no Uramitsu all along. After waking up, he lay in bed for another 2 days before he could walk around. If it were before, Mu Yuan certainly wouldn't have wasted this time and would have already returned to the heroic spirit training manual, to the observer seat. But this time, he had fallen from the sky. Even if he were a kite without a string, he still wanted to stay on the ground and leave his own mark. The third personal intervention. Fortunately, Mu Yuan still had a third time. Although he had already borrowed the power of the heroic spirit training manual for the third time while subjugating Yamata no Orokai, draining the heroic spirit training manual dry, fortunately, even if the power was completely exhausted, as long as he performed personal intervention, Mu Yuan could have the authority to stay in this era for 7 days. He had been unconscious for 3 days and lay in bed for 2 days. Then, there were only 2 days left. The first thing Mu Yuan did after getting up was to come to the hall, in front of the chessboard. It was time to finish this game. Black moves first, so Tamamonome held the black pieces. Mu Yuan held the white pieces. At this moment, 6 black pieces and 6 white pieces had been placed on the board. He came to the chessboard, looked at it, and sat there for a long time. Then, with a smile, he stood up and placed the 7th white piece. It surpassed the black pieces by 1. "I won, teacher." As he said this, Mu Yuan stepped back 2 paces and bowed to the person opposite the chessboard. In that moment, he seemed to see his fox teacher sitting opposite him. She smiled sweetly and nodded, saying with an expression of matter-of-fact pride and arrogance, "Of course you would win. After all, this is how this game is played. And how could I possibly lose?" Mu Yuan left. On the 6th day, he departed from this house. The shadow of the fox that used to like lying on that stone had disappeared, the Goki who cleaned the house had also left, and the Shutendoji who loved to drink had also gone. Mu Yuan no longer had any reason to continue staying in this room. He left this place, and as he departed, the sunlight shining down that day stretched his shadow out long. On the 6th day, Mu Yuan came to stay at Abe no Seimi's residence. And on the 7th day, he gathered everyone, all the connections he had made in this era, and had them come together to Abe no Seimi's residence. He held a banquet. It rained heavily that day, but not a single person was absent. That day, Mu Yuan did everything himself, preparing all the items for the evening banquet. Some people wanted to help him, after all, his body had not fully recovered, but Mu Yuan refused. He busied himself all day alone and finally finished preparing in the evening. There weren't many people, but there weren't few either. Abe no Seimi, Kamo no Yosunori, and Ashiya Doman, the 3 great onmyoji, along with Minamoto no Uramitsu, Kintoki, Watanabe, and other Minamoto clan warriors, and even Murasaki Shikibu had come here. That evening, Mu Yuan drank a lot of alcohol, and Abe no Seimi drank with him. Moreover, Mu Yuan unexpectedly said a lot of things to Abe no Seimi. During the banquet, the 2 of them sat in a corner. "I have things that need to be dealt with," Mu Yuan said to Abe no Seimi. "And there are important people waiting for me." It was a remark without head or tail, without warning. But Abe no Seimi didn't ask anything, just said with a smile, "Is that so? Is it your family?" "Family?" Mu Yuan was slightly stunned. Then, the faces of Sakura and Shinji appeared in his mind. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded heavily at Abe no Seimi. "Yes, my family, at least, I hope so." Abe no Seimi looked speechlessly at Mu Yuan, whose momentum had suddenly weakened at the end. He shook his head slightly. "What are you planning to do?" "Let's finish the Holy Grail War first," Mu Yuan said. "And then, after everything is over, I might head to the clock tower to inquire about Chaldea. After all, if I don't get this matter cleared up, I can't sleep, over there. I don't have the option to start over." "I see." Abe no Seimi nodded with a smile. Mu Yuan looked at the nodding Abe no Seimi. In his heart, He was actually very confused about whether this guy really understood everything or was just pretending. But soon, he felt that none of this mattered. Because he was willing to tell Abe no Seimi, and Abe no Seimi was willing to listen. Let's put that aside for now. What do you want to do now? Now, Mu Yuan said, lowering his head to look at the long white hair falling down his body. He thought for a moment, then smiled and said, since it's over, I'll just wander around. Come to think of it, I haven't really witnessed this era or left my own mark on it yet. Haven't you left enough marks already? Abe no Seimi said with a smile. You've basically stolen all my work. I think you're just too fragile and don't want to go back to that residence, so you've chosen to run away. Say whatever you want. Mu Yuan pouted and picked up the alcohol in front of him to take a sip. Then at least, tell me where you will stay in the end. After a silence, Abe no Seimi said to Mu Yuan. Abe no Seimi naturally couldn't have failed to notice the residual life force in Mu Yuan, which was like a flickering candle in the wind and rain of the night. No. But Mu Yuan shook his head. Even now, you still won't let me pay respects to you? Abe no Seimi sighed. At Mu Yuan's refusal, even he felt a bit lonely at this moment. Of course I won't, because I haven't really left. Mu Yuan looked at Abe no Seimi as if it were a matter of course, and said to him with a smile, next time we meet, let's drink together. My best friend. Abe no Seimi was stunned. When he looked up, he found that Mu Yuan had turned his head away. Abe no Seimi couldn't help but laugh, making a mocking sound, and said, You guy, you're finally willing to be a bit more honest, you'd sund. 67 Section 67. Scram. After saying this, Mu Yuan took the wine in his hand and stuffed it into Abe no Seimi's mouth. Seeing this, Sokota Kintoki and the others nearby immediately started jeering. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and hold Abe no Seimi down. This is one of the few good opportunities to see him make a fool of himself. Upon hearing this, Sokota Kintoki and the others immediately rushed up and pinned Abe no Seimi to the ground. After force-feeding Abe no Seimi a wild amount, and letting him struggle until he vomited, everyone burst into laughter. As they laughed, Mu Yuan realized his escape route had been blocked by Minamoto no Yurimitsu. The beautiful woman bloomed with an extremely gorgeous smile at Mu Yuan. Then, in the next second, she pinned Mu Yuan down, and he was force-fed by the counterattacking Abe no Seimi. Before long, the originally polite banquet immediately descended into chaos. Even Ashia Doman and the others couldn't escape. Only Murasaki Shikibu hid alone, trembling. Then, the night deepened completely. The candles in the room dimmed. Everyone in the hall fell asleep in disarray. Finally, Mu Yuan, who should have been asleep, opened his eyes. He carefully extricated himself from the banquet and went outside the manor. At this time, the heavy rain outside had not stopped, it was pouring. But when Mu Yuan arrived at the doorway, he found a white paper umbrella standing there. It stood quietly at the door, waiting for Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan stared at the paper umbrella for a moment, then smiled, picked it up, opened it, and walked into the rainy night. And just after he left, everyone in the hall, who had originally been asleep, opened their eyes and woke up. Mu Yuan knew they were awake. And they knew that Mu Yuan knew about this. But no one broke this tacit understanding. Tonight, the rain was heavy, and there was no moonlight. The heavy rain seemed to be washing away the traces left by the white figure holding the white umbrella as he gradually moved away. But it also seemed to be clearing the path ahead for him. Then, he disappeared into the rainy night. In that rainy night, you left Heiankyo. Your departure was very plain, everyone was even smiling, because they knew your wish, so they did not open their eyes at night, only silently wishing you well as you left. Mu Yuan closed his eyes, then opened them. At this point, after a long journey, he finally returned to the observer's perspective, in front of the Heroic Spirit Training Manual. Immediately, he subconsciously looked at the Heroic Spirit Training Manual in his hand. It read, You left Heiankyo. Your life has less than 3 months remaining, but you do not care. And this time, you did not deceive Abe no Seimi and the others, you truly only intended to witness the scenery of this era in these final moments. And this, in fact, is one of your few hobbies, you like to travel. Seeing the text appear on the book, a smile could not help but appear on Mu Yuan's face. Then, as if thinking of something, he moved his mind. The heroic spirit training manual in front of him began to turn its pages. It came to the beginning, the start of everything. Just as he thought, even though he had left, the heroic spirit training manual still contained records. In the Yellow Springs land, Amaterasu Omikami brought you out and rebuilt your body. You returned to Tamamo no Mae, to your fox teacher. And at this moment, she proposed an apprenticeship ceremony to you. You agreed to the apprenticeship ceremony, simply because your heart was truly moved by her. She said that if everything failed, it would mean that she, Tamamo no Mae, was not qualified to be a teacher. She would not cause you trouble, she would solve the trouble of Yamata no Orokai and also sever the bond between teacher and student. She staked everything on this lesson. Even though he had already experienced it once, when Mu Yuan saw this, his heart still trembled. Then he smiled and said, "Fox teacher, rest assured, I have already done it. I have proven to you that your choice was not wrong." Just as Mu Yuan was saying this. But you did not realize that what she staked was not the 4 tails she spoke of, but 5. For this lesson, she exhausted all her strength, and even if she were to vanish because of it, she had no regrets. Mu Yuan froze. He looked at this record, unable to react for a moment. What does it mean? And just as Mu Yuan was stunned, as if sensing the doubt in his heart, the pages of the book began to turn, and then, you thought you would eventually meet again, so after Tamamo no Mae vanished into light feathers, although you were sad, you chose to move forward and defeat Yamata no Orokai. But what you did not know was that Fox teacher had actually deceived you from the beginning. It was not that Amaterasu Omikami had told her Yamata no Orokai would appear in 7 days. Rather, she had discarded her entire self from the start, placing that last tail in front of the passage between the yin-yang realms to block it, which is why she knew the timing. That day, the fox teacher who vanished before you was not as simple as you imagined. Your separation from her was not temporary, but permanent. Yes, Tamamo no Mae exists, and you can naturally still see Tamamo no Mae and meet with her. But your fox teacher, this special spirit origin individual born solely because of you, has actually completely vanished. Mu Yuan was stunned. At this moment, he looked at the content recorded in the heroic spirit training manual in front of him. His brain was blank. But before this, let us move time slightly forward. To the moment when Mu Yuan shot that arrow. At that time, in a trance, Mu Yuan had heard a familiar sound of a distant bell. That sound was the bell that people shake when praying to the gods in a shrine. And that was not, as Mu Yuan had imagined, an illusion. Inari Shrine, under the glimmer of dawn. Witch Zhu, wearing shrine maiden attire, and fox teacher sat together under the distant bell. Their gazes looked from afar at the scene where Mu Yuan shot that arrow. At that very moment, Tamamo no Mae couldn't help but stand up. Afterward, she watched that shocking scene for a long time. After everything calmed down. Did you see that? This is my student. She proudly raised her head, unable to resist showing off to Witch Zhu. To this, Witch Zhu merely smiled, smiling without a word. Student. Can a student be as dear as a child? Yes, at that time, regarding that arrow, it was not only Yamata no Orokai, Abe no Seimi, and Amaterasu Omikami who witnessed everything. Witch Zhu and Tamamo no Mae did as well. But, why? Why did Witch Zhu and Fox teacher appear? Hadn't Amaterasu already said goodbye to Mu Yuan and gone to Takamagahara, and wasn't Fox teacher's spirit origin already damaged? The reason is simple. In fact, on the night of the night parade of 100 demons, Mu Yuan had seen it, but he just thought it was impossible. He had seen that familiar shadow of a shrine maiden playing in the banquet. Yes, Amaterasu had indeed left. Inari god Ukanamitama had indeed left. However, she was not the true body of Amaterasu, but a shadow of Amaterasu, Witch Zhu. Soon after, Amaterasu Omikami walked out from the sunlight. After she arrived at this shrine and appeared before the slightly stunned Tamamo no Mae and the calm Witch Zhu, she suddenly flashed a brilliant smile at Fox teacher. She said, "Your student is excellent." Tamamo no Mae? After saying this, Without waiting for Tamamo to react, Amaterasu Omikami looked at Witch Zu and said calmly, "However, I really didn't expect this. You actually separated a part of your divine position to preserve her spirit origin." Witch Zu heard this and smiled faintly, saying, "It is merely a divine position. To keep him from being sad, you really will do anything." Tamamo also looked at Witch Zu, speechless, and said, "Tell me, aren't you coddling that guy a bit too much?" Witch Zu did not reply, only tucking the white hair that had fallen beside her ear, smiling without a word. Seeing this, Tamamo simply couldn't be bothered to say anything, but instead stared suspiciously at Amaterasu Omikami, saying, "Amaterasu Omikami, what did you mean just now? And you've actually been hiding this whole time, only appearing now. You never intended to help me watch over Mu Yuan from the beginning, right?" "That is correct." Amaterasu Omikami nodded frankly and said, "Compared to the trouble of Yamata no Orokai, his affairs were naturally not worth mentioning." "That was originally the case." "Originally?" Fox Teacher's tail stood upright. She opened her eyes wide, staring straight at the Amaterasu Omikami in front of her. Fox Teacher sensed that something was wrong. "Chem." Amaterasu Omikami smiled and said, "Since he is my student, that is naturally another matter entirely." As these words fell, even Witch Zu looked at her in surprise. And Tamamo, who had blinked her eyes for a good while, was completely dumbfounded after realizing what she was saying, and said, Wait, whose student did you say that guy is?" "Amaterasu Omikami, get this straight, that is my student." "What is your name?" "My name is Tamamo." "What a coincidence." Amaterasu Omikami said lightly, "I can also go by that name." Chapter 68. Besides, at the end of the day, we are all the same person, so why care so much? Don't you think so? After saying this, Amaterasu winked at Tamamo. A stunningly beautiful smile appeared on her face. "You." Upon hearing this, Tamamo realized what was happening and couldn't help but rage. "You bastard, trying to steal my student, are you? Who is the same person as you? You bastard, don't you leave. You come back here. You muted." Amaterasu didn't care at all. She turned around and left before Tamamo could chase after her. Since Yamata no Orokai had already left, there was no need for her to continue lingering in this era. She was very busy. She still had to help her student guard the River of Fate, lest it be spied upon by others. Amaterasu, you judge for me, isn't she a bastard?" Amaterasu tilted her head, looking at Tamamo, who was clearly in a fit of rage before her. Then she smiled, stood up gracefully, and turned to leave. In any case, this matter was undoubtedly a gain for the child, so how could she possibly blab about it? Tamamo, who saw through her thoughts at a glance, had her fur standing on end, and she muttered to herself, No, next time I meet Mu Yuan, I must tell him that only I am his teacher. I belong to him, and he belongs to me. Any other fox is just a vixen, and they are absolutely not to be trusted." Tamamo said this. And at this moment, her heart was undoubtedly filled with anticipation. Furthermore, she decided that when they met again, she would reward his efforts. It would be fine to let him pet her tail a bit more. After all, this silly student was always thinking about petting her tail. Yet he, who had originally been equally expectant, now had nothing left in his heart but loneliness. Meanwhile, the 3 months in the simulation passed in a flash. And Mu Yuan, without a doubt, no longer had any intention of continuing. Dazed, he ended the simulation. Thus, this simulation officially ended here. In a hospital in Fuyuki City, Mu Yuan opened his eyes. Divider. P.S. Originally, there were only over 7,000 words, just cutting off where Mu Yuan discovers Fox Teacher's spirit origin is gone. But after playing a game, I thought about it carefully. If I do this on New Year's Day, won't you guys really beat me to death? Luren chooses to submit to his heart. 9K words, sob, sob, sob. New Year's Day, sob, sob, sob. Can't you all see how much Luren thinks of you and give some votes and tips? Luren is here to wish you a happy new year. Quickly, red envelopes, rubbing hands. Volume 1, Chapter 59, The Radiant Soul. In a hospital room in Fuyuki City. As the sun set, the remnants of the afterglow shone through the window into the hospital room. It also shone upon Sakura Matu, who was sitting beside Mu Yuan, sporting thick dark circles under her eyes, having not closed them for nearly 3 days. It had been 4 days and 4 nights since that day when Medusa was peeling an apple and asked Mu Yuan if he wanted to eat, only for him to have already entered the simulation and fallen into a deep sleep. The time he spent awake in this simulation was longer than any other time. Perhaps it was because the traces Mu Yuan left in this simulation were too many, or perhaps it was because the time he spent in personal intervention during this simulation was too long, thereby placing too heavy a burden on his soul. In short, from the day the incident occurred, Sakura Matu had been sitting beside the sleeping Mu Yuan, never resting for a single moment. The hospital staff, as well as Medusa, had checked Mu Yuan's body many times, yet they had never been able to find any problems. Both mystery and science were actually unable to provide an explanation for the cause of Mu Yuan's coma, which inevitably made Sakura Matu, over this period, feel somewhat hopeless. Just at this moment, the hospital room door was gently pushed open. Medusa walked in, wearing modern clothing, carrying a bento box, and displaying her exquisite figure to the fullest. "Sakura." Medusa called out softly to Sakura Matu, saying, "It's time for dinner." Hearing the voice, Sakura Matu slowly turned her head to look at Medusa. And the moment she made eye contact with Sakura Matu, Medusa's whole body involuntarily tensed up, and her eyes widened slightly. Because when Sakura Matu looked at her, Medusa discovered that her originally beautiful, amethyst-like eyes were, at this moment, as empty as an abyss, with not a glimmer of light inside. A moment passed, and when Medusa subconsciously looked at Sakura Matu again, she found that Sakura Matu had returned to her usual expression, as if what she had just seen was just an illusion. But Medusa understood that it was not an illusion. "Thank you, Rider." Afterwards, Sakura Matu revealed a somewhat weak smile and said to Medusa. Medusa stared at Sakura for a while, but she didn't say much else. She came to Sakura Matu's side, put the things down, glanced at the still-lying Mu Yuan, thought for a moment, and said, "Next time, just call me Medusa." "Huh?" Sakura Matu looked at Medusa. "I clearly came to participate in the Holy Grail War, but it feels like I've been revolving around him this whole time. If you don't call me Rider, I feel like I'm almost forgetting it myself," Medusa said, looking calmly at Mu Yuan, which made Sakura Matu's expression inevitably show some apology. She lowered her head and said to Medusa, "I'm sorry, Rider. It is I who haven't fulfilled my responsibilities as a master. Since you came to participate in the Holy Grail War, you must have your own wishes, right? Sorry for dragging you down." "It's nothing really." Medusa said this, then suddenly looked at Sakura Matu. Medusa's wish for participating in the Holy Grail War was actually very simple. She was a monster from legendary Greek mythology, and she came here to obtain redemption. Having lost her sisters and betrayed humanity, Medusa longed for redemption and came here, thus meeting Sakura Matu. Because of this, her thoughts changed. Her only wish now was to protect her. Medusa gazed at Sakura Matu, and only after Sakura tilted her head slightly did she shift her gaze away to look at the Mu Yuan who had yet to wake up. She thought for a while, sat down at the side, and said, "Sakura, if it's okay, could you tell me about things between you and him?" "Older brother?" Sakura Matu was slightly stunned, seemingly not having expected Medusa to ask such a question. "Yes." Medusa nodded and said, "You care about him a lot. And that guy Shinji too. Although I have received your memories, I still don't quite understand." Having said this, Medusa glanced at Mu Yuan again, and only then looked at Sakura Matu. Sakura Matu was silent for a while, then a smile gradually bloomed on her face. She turned to look at Mu Yuan and reached out to gently stroke his face before slowly answering, "Me and older brother, it's actually very simple. Because to me, older brother is my redemption." "Redemption?" The confusion in Medusa's eyes deepened. "Yes." Sakura Matu nodded gently. "But he is just an ordinary person." When she said the 3 words ordinary person, Medusa clearly paused for a moment. Then her expression appeared somewhat uncertain. Although she had checked Mu Yuan's body over and over again, confirming that there wasn't a trace of magical energy on him, and that there were no magical circuits present. He was a mortal as ordinary as one could possibly be. But her side as a goddess, or rather as the Gorgon monster, kept reminding her. The person before her was not only not ordinary, but even incomparably dangerous. However, she had no evidence. Yes, older brother is merely an ordinary person. Sakura Matu's smile at this moment was still soft and beautiful. It was a smile from the bottom of her heart. She stroked Mu Yuan's head and said, "But precisely because of that, when he stood in front of me, shielding me and even Shinji, he was undoubtedly our redemption." Medusa was stunned. She looked at the Sakura before her, hesitated for a long time, and ultimately did not ask what had happened in the past. Because she suddenly felt as if she could imagine it. Even though she had only met Mu Yuan for a few days in total, and hadn't even spoken more than a few words. But at this moment, her mind recalled the conversation between Mu Yuan and Tosaka Rin at that time. When Tosaka Rin wanted him to leave, he smiled and replied that he was waiting for Sakura and Shinji to seek his help. Medusa could not forget Mu Yuan's eyes at that time. They were a pair of very calm, clear eyes that did not contain a single trace of impurity. But at the same time, they were also incomparably profound. How should she describe the feeling of looking at Mu Yuan at that moment? Medusa later pondered this matter for a long time before she found the answer in her heart. Hero. That's right, Medusa discovered she was not unfamiliar with such eyes. After all, back when she was the Gorgon monster, on that island where there was nothing, she had killed hero after hero, and at the same time, she had also seen heroes as dazzling as Perseus. But even so, even when compared to that legendary great hero Perseus in her memories, Medusa still felt that Mu Yuan on that day, his eyes, his soul, seemed to be even more beautiful and dazzling. Beautiful to the point that even her side as a monster dared not look directly at him. And just at this moment, brother, Sakura, who was gently stroking Mu Yuan, had her body stiffen. Then, in the eyes of the returning to her senses Medusa, and under the look of incredulous joy on Sakura Matu's face, Mu Yuan, who was lying on the hospital bed, opened his eyes. When his eyes opened, they revealed a profound sadness. Although it only lasted for a fleeting moment before dissipating due to making eye contact with Sakura Matu, it was still captured by the sharp-eyed Medusa. Sakura. Afterwards, Mu Yuan, with a faint smile, reached out to wipe away the tears streaming from Sakura's eyes and said, "What's wrong? Were you bullied? Why are you crying? Brother." Sakura sobbed and threw herself into the arms of the flustered Mu Yuan. And while Mu Yuan, with a bewildered and confused expression, was comforting Sakura, he did not notice Medusa at the side, who was gazing deeply at him. Or rather, she was gazing at Mu Yuan's eyes, at his soul. 69 Section 69. Chapter 69. It has become even more brilliant. Medusa muttered softly, "What a terrifying guy." A little while later, Mu Yuan understood everything. When he learned that he had actually been in a coma for 4 whole days, he looked stunned and very embarrassed. Especially when he found out that Sakura Matu hadn't slept at all during these 4 days. Then, looking at Sakura Matu, who had thrown herself into his arms, cried, and then fallen asleep right on top of him. Mu Yuan's expression became even more guilty. "I'm sorry." Mu Yuan stroked Sakura Matu's hair as she lay in his arms, while sincerely saying to Medusa, "I didn't expect to be in a coma for so long." "That's fine. If you want to apologize, wait until Sakura Matu wakes up." "Did something happen?" Medusa gazed at Mu Yuan before her, gazing at his brilliant soul. "When you just woke up, you seemed very sad." "Sad?" Mu Yuan paused in surprise. Realizing what she meant, the image of that figure, lazily lying on a rock basking in the sun, tail gently swaying, smiling at him, immediately surfaced in his mind. "So you saw it." After realizing this, Mu Yuan didn't deny it, just smiled. But seeing this smile, even Medusa, who didn't understand anything, felt her heart inexplicably clench. "What exactly happened?" Medusa asked, frowning, unable to help herself. "Nothing." Mu Yuan shook his head and said, I just had a long dream. No. Pausing slightly for a moment, Mu Yuan continued, I just walked a rather long path and haven't been able to recover from it yet. It will be better soon. As Mu Yuan spoke, his smile softened, and he chuckled at Medusa. Give me some time, I will adjust back soon. It will be better soon. Medusa said nothing, her beautiful purple eyes merely gazed at Mu Yuan, who had answered this way, staring for a long time. Then, she sighed helplessly. As expected of siblings. By the way, do you want an apple? As she spoke, Medusa picked up an apple from the side and, without waiting for Mu Yuan to answer, began to peel it. Hey, I'm not hungry. Just as Mu Yuan subconsciously refused. Before you fell into a coma, I peeled an apple for you, but you didn't eat it. Medusa lowered her head and said calmly, because of this, although Sakura Matu knew it wasn't my fault and didn't blame me for failing to look after you properly, she hasn't really paid any attention to me these past few days. After finishing, Medusa finished peeling the apple. She handed it expressionlessly to Mu Yuan, whose smile had stiffened somewhat. Will you eat it? She asked again. In that instant, under the glow of the sunset shining through the window, Medusa's shadow remained beautiful. But Mu Yuan felt that the shadow had turned into a terrifying monster, that Greek mythology monster known as Gorgon, who had killed countless heroes. And it was still smiling at him, the smile full of kindness. Eat. This time, Mu Yuan answered very quickly. He didn't want to eat this apple, but now he didn't dare not to eat it. Divider. P.S. 3K, there will be a second chapter today. Luren is preparing to slow down the plot. The previous plot was too fast, it's time to take a breath in the real world. By the way, let Luren explain the matter of Sakura Matu. First of all, Luren is an experienced author, so rest assured, Luren understands very well which plot points are poison that disgust readers, and won't easily step on them without reason. Furthermore, Luren has always hated tragedies. Back when reading books or watching TV, Luren was disgusted by tragedies. I have a fragile heart to begin with, so when I see tragic things, I usually can't recover for many days, which is why I hate them the most. I didn't even let Fox Teacher exit the stage, so I definitely won't write Sakura Matu in a disgusting direction. Luren has a backup plan, and the backup plan is reasonable, so stay calm. You just need to quietly wait for Luren to tell the whole story. Volume 1, Chapter 60 Heroic Spirit Quality Legend, Unlocking Heroic Spirit Quality Grand. At night, in the hospital room. When Medusa returned again, what she saw was Sakura Matu lying on Mu Yuan's bed, having not closed her eyes for several days, but now perhaps because she was snuggled up with Mu Yuan, she was sleeping very peacefully, with even a slight happy smile on her face. And Mu Yuan, who was sitting beside Sakura Matu, holding a book with a black cover in his hands, looking at the book with a calm expression. What are you reading? Medusa walked in and asked casually. Mu Yuan looked up at her, then looked at the records in the Book of Heroic Spirits in his hand, smiled, closed the book, and said, Nothing, just some stories not worth mentioning. Where is Shinji? Shinji will be here in a while. Speaking of this, Medusa hesitated for a moment before continuing to tell Mu Yuan, judging from his complaints, it seems to have something to do with the Matu family's businesses. Because the original head of the family suddenly disappeared, and Sakura Matu couldn't let go of you, those things can only be handled by him now. Hearing this, Mu Yuan was stunned for a moment, then realized what happened. Zoken Matu was obviously frightened by that sword strike at the time, which is why he had been hiding and hadn't appeared since. The position of family head should have been inherited by Sakura Matu, but since Sakura Matu had been taking care of him the whole time, it all fell onto Matu Shinji's head in the end. It seems. I've troubled him too much lately. Mu Yuan, having cleared up the cause and effect, had just finished speaking. Isn't that right? If it weren't for a certain bastard, would I be so busy running around like a headless chicken, unable to sleep well for several days in a row? Noisy sounds rang out, and under Medusa's somewhat disgusted gaze, the seaweed-haired Shinji walked in. He glared at Mu Yuan and said, Mu Yuan, you guy, you've been lying there comfortably for the past few days. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Sakura Matu sleeping beside Mu Yuan, and Mu Yuan with his index finger placed on his lips, signaling him to be quiet. He was slightly stunned, and the next second he suddenly felt a chill. Subconsciously tilting his head to look, he saw Medusa narrowing her eyes and glaring at him. Ahem. Matu Shinji coughed lightly and muttered to Mu Yuan, "Troublemaker." After saying that, he sat down on a stool nearby on his own. Then, after a moment of inexplicable silence, he suddenly said again, "Hey, are you alright?" "Yeah." Mu Yuan smiled slightly and nodded, "I'm fine. The doctor just said I'm a bit weak and just need to rest a while longer." "Are you really fine?" Shinji looked at Mu Yuan suspiciously, then looked at Medusa. Medusa shook her head in response, looking at Mu Yuan, her eyes filled with puzzlement. Because she still hadn't figured out why Mu Yuan had suddenly fallen into a coma and suddenly woken up. "If you're fine, then don't act all startling like that. If you really want to cause such a commotion, can you please stay far away from us, you troublesome guy?" Matu Shinji finished speaking with an annoyed look, then perhaps feeling he had gone a bit too far, he fell silent for a moment, looked at the black-covered book in Mu Yuan's hand, and stiffly changed the subject. "You actually have the leisure to read? What are you reading?" "Just a story not worth mentioning." Mu Yuan smiled and replied, "A story about the fourth Onmyoji of the Heian-kyo era." "The fourth Onmyoji of Heian-kyo?" Matu Shinji tilted his head to think, then asked Mu Yuan in confusion, "Could you be talking about that so-called second White Fox young master in the unofficial history?" Mu Yuan blinked and looked at Matu Shinji. "The second White Fox young master? The legendary child of the Inari god, the best friend of Abe no Seimi?" Medusa took over the conversation. Hearing this, the expression on Mu Yuan's face became even stranger. He looked at the book in his hand, then looked at the two of them. He clearly hadn't imprinted yet. "How do you know?" Matu Shinji looked at Medusa in confusion. "When a servant manifests in the world, they receive certain knowledge." Medusa replied calmly, "However, such rumors should be false." "Not necessarily, right?" Matu Shinji couldn't help but say, "After all, there are quite a lot of rumors about him. But he didn't even leave behind a name." Medusa said calmly, "Although the records in unofficial history describe that both the great Onmyoji Abe no Seimi and Minamoto no Uramitsu and others have mentioned such an existence. But if he really was as described in the unofficial history, a great Onmyoji who subjugated existences like Shuten Doji, Otengu, and Tamamo no Me, how could it be possible that no one even knows his name? Moreover, in reality, these were all subjugated by Abe no Seimi and the others." After listening, Matu Shinji stopped talking. Because it was indeed as Medusa said, that Inari god's child who only existed in unofficial history hadn't even left behind a name, let alone any catalysts. Therefore, even though historical records, such as those of Abe no Seimi, Minamoto no Uramitsu, and others, left behind records mentioning such an existence, everyone still felt that this should just be a boring speculation added to the legend by later generations. Only Mu Yuan, regarding all of this, could not calm his heart. The places where a kite has flown, regardless of whether it comes again, will always leave corresponding traces. "Right." Mu Yuan whispered slowly, subconsciously looking down at the book of heroic spirits in his hand, somewhat surprised, but thinking about it, he felt it was only natural. And the reason he only discovered it now is, firstly, not much time had passed since Mu Yuan started using the heroic spirit training manual. Secondly, this matter wasn't important to begin with. Yes, this matter is not important. Vague unofficial history has no meaning to Mu Yuan. When he performs a heroic spirit imprint, everything he experiences becomes the official history. But this matter, at this moment, was truly stirring up ripples once again in Mu Yuan's already unsettled heart. Making Mu Yuan realize more clearly that he had indeed left footprints that belonged only to himself in that era. "Wait, hold on, Rider, what are you talking about?" Then, because it was too natural, Shinji, who hadn't reacted for a moment, realized and hurriedly said to the confused Medusa, "Servants or something." Medusa was stunned, looked at Mu Yuan, and then looked at Matu Shinji, who was staring at her with wide eyes. After a moment of silence, she said calmly, "Sorry, I misspoke." After saying this, Medusa turned and left the room. Although her perception kept telling Medusa that Mu Yuan was very unusual, she had probed Mu Yuan's body many times and firmly concluded that he was just an ordinary person. Medusa no longer understood which side was the truth. Chapter 70. After staying in the room for a short while, Matu Shinji received a phone call and left. After they gathered and left, Mu Yuan glanced once more at the still sleeping Sakura beside him, then opened the black book in his hand again. Upon opening it, as Mu Yuan willed it, the black ink on the pages transformed into fresh text. This was also why Mu Yuan didn't mind Medusa and Shinji noticing this book. Because unless he wished it, no one could see the contents within the book. Moreover, in terms of appearance alone, this book was truly ordinary and unremarkable, not worth anyone's attention. Then, under Mu Yuan's gaze, the content in the book once again displayed. Experience summary. You were reborn, once again born into a family of Onmyoji, and then, unsurprisingly, abandoned in a snowy wasteland. Just as you were waiting for the wild fox to rescue you, you were shocked to discover that the being named the Inari god actually appeared before you in divine form, took you away, and raised you. You sensed that Yukana Mitama seemed to have discovered something, but she asked nothing, so in the end, you said nothing. 5 years later, you bid farewell to Yukana Mitama, following the fox immortal Kuzunoha, Abe no Seimi's mother, to Heiankyo. Before leaving, you asked for her name, and she formally responded to you, revealing her divine form before you. Thus, you were formally named Yumitsu Mumo, the Inari god's child. Afterward, you spent a long time before meeting Tamamonome. Although she very much wanted to give you another one husband, multiple wives castration fist and tell you to get lost, in the end, out of respect for Yukana Mitama, she succumbed to your efforts and reluctantly accepted you. She taught you cooking, some superficial Tao principles and yin-yang arts, and also taught you music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The barrier between you gradually faded over time. Although Tamamonome held a great grudge against you at first, through your interactions, she silently accepted you because of your sincerity. Soon, the first turning point arrived. Abe no Seimi departed. Due to that brief moment of shared understanding, you obtained the 5-bone bat fan from Tamamonome. From then on, she tacitly allowed the title Fox Teacher. Using the 5-bone bat fan, you contracted the 2 powerful Shikigami, Zenki and Goki, and simultaneously became the first Onmyoji of Heiankyo at that time. Then, during a night parade of 100 demons, you met Shuten Doji and Ibaraki Doji who came looking for you, and also sensed its presence, the calamitous god Yamata no Orokai. Taking this opportunity, you visited Yukana Mitama again, perfected the divine and demonic aspects of the 5-bone bat fan, and guarded Heiankyo until Abe no Seimi's return. After Abe no Seimi returned, you immediately went to Oyama. There, you met Shuten Doji no, it should be said Ibuki Doji, whose divine aspect was completely ignited after being slandered and led astray by the calamitous god Yamata no Orokai. You defeated her and successfully met one head of the calamitous god Yamata no Orokai. Utilizing its state of empty mindlessness, you defeated it, but never expected this would actually awaken the true Yamata no Orokai. You initially thought you had failed. Just as you were gathering your resolve to prepare for a third simulation, you suddenly found yourself awakening in the Yellow Springs land, and even met the aspect of Amaterasu Omikami, the supreme goddess of Japan in Tamamonome's 9-tailed form. And this matter was the true turning point of this simulation. Your fox teacher laid out a game for you. You accepted this game and performed the formal rites to become her disciple, officially acknowledging Fox Teacher as your master. For this game, she exhausted everything she had, completely disregarding the risk of her spiritual foundation breaking and her disappearing entirely. Although this game lasted only 7 days, it felt incredibly long. For the first time, you truly descended from the heights and came down to earth, facing the bonds you had formed. And on the final day, holding the sacred hunting bow, you drew an arrow that poured forth your entire being, suppressing the calamitous god Yamata no Orokai who had returned from the yin-yang realm. While you were unconscious, Amaterasu appeared, helping you resolve the subsequent troubles. Then you were brought back to Heiankyo by Abe no Seimi. On a rainy night, with hair turned completely white, holding an umbrella, you disappeared into the rain. And the rain washed away the footprints you left behind, as if you had never been there. But how could mere rain erase the traces you left? You died. Heroic spirit quality, legendary. Note: What a magnificent game of Go she played. She placed 6 black stones first, and you placed 7 white stones. You won against her, but also lost to her. In this game, you truly only won by 2 stones. The first was on that final night of the night parade of 100 demons in history, although it was a result born from many mixed factors. That night, you truly astonished your fox teacher. As for the second stone, it was the miracle of that one arrow. It was the arrow that shocked the entire era during those 7 days, even though it was Yamata no Orokai, the most terrifying calamitous god of Japan, feared by all deities. Facing it, you remained fearless and undaunted. Before it, your hand never trembled for a moment, and your heart never wavered for an instant. That day, your soul was glowing. What a dazzling and brilliant light it was. With a mortal body, you drew the divine bow, gathered all the momentum of the Heian era, poured forth everything you had, and suppressed the calamitous god Yamata no Orokai, whom even the gods feared. Those who witnessed this scene, such as Abe no Seimi, the Onmyoji who guarded Heiankyo that day, would undoubtedly forever remember that stormy sea. The image of you on the shore, drawing the divine bow, aiming from afar at Yamata no Orokai who roared with earth-shaking fury towards you, was deeply engraved in their minds. You accomplished something even your fox teacher believed you could not do. You accomplished something that made even Amaterasu Omikami turn her gaze upon you. Thus, you did not disgrace the name bestowed upon you by the Inari god Ukanamitama. Moreover, you did not disgrace the game board your fox teacher laid out for you with everything she had. Therefore, you are worthy of being ranked among the legends. Congratulations, you have unlocked heroic spirit quality, grand. Boundary. P.S. Sorry for updating a bit late. Wait, actually, at this time, it doesn't seem that late, right? This chapter is 4K words. Combined with the previous chapter, the daily update of 7K words has still been met. Also, it's the beginning of the month, asking for votes. Any kind of votes are welcome. Here, recommending a book, written by an old friend in the group. It's the same genre as mine, just written in a different direction. TSK, to think we could collide like this, quite something. My hero is myself. Volume 1, Chapter 61 Heroic Spirit Yumitsu Mumo. Heroic Spirit Quality, Legendary. Unlocked Heroic Spirit Quality, Grand. Mu Yuan gazed at the content displayed in the Heroic Spirit Training Manual, yet his expression showed none of the expected joy. He glanced at the sleeping Sakura Matu beside him, got up from the bed, and walked to the window. Opening the window, facing the night wind from the hospital's high floor, he looked out at the bustling nightscape. Fox teacher. After a long while, Mu Yuan murmured, "Tell me, what should I do?" Regarding the quality of this heroic spirit, Yumitsu Mumo, the Heroic Spirit Training Manual didn't even need to explain. Mu Yuan himself was well aware that if, when the spirit inscription was complete, that bow and arrow from that day could be brought out together. Even facing that king who seeks pleasure in Fuyuki City, Mu Yuan now had the confidence to clash with him. Gilgamesh. Without a doubt, he was the greatest obstacle Mu Yuan had to overcome to end this Holy Grail war. Because he possessed a sword in his hand, a sword named Inuma Elish. This was also the reason why Mu Yuan kept a low profile in Fuyuki City, hiding his sword even after imprinting Watanabe Mitsuyuki, the sword's master. Mu Yuan's gaze at this moment was exceedingly complex. Then he lowered his head again, fixing his eyes on a line of text in the Heroic Spirit Training Manual. Remaining simulation count, 1. That's right, Mu Yuan still had 1 simulation attempt left. This was the true reason he hadn't immediately proceeded with the spirit inscription. If Mu Yuan simply gave up on this simulation, he could once again see Tamamonome, his fox teacher. But because of this, he would bear a greater cost. Just as the Heroic Spirit Training Manual and Amaterasu Omikami said at the time, that arrow was undoubtedly a miracle. Moreover, it was a miraculous arrow born from the gathering and departure of Ukanamitama, Shuten Doji, Ibaraki Doji, and Tamamonome, converging the strongest momentum of that era. If attempted again, could Mu Yuan truly replicate it? If he couldn't replicate it, then what should be done about Yamata no Orokai, who had already failed once and would undoubtedly be prepared. Furthermore, Tamamonome had said that if she failed and started over, it would mean she was unworthy of being a teacher. Thus, this act would directly negate all of Tamamonome's efforts up to that point and negate their teacher-student relationship. But if he didn't proceed with the simulation, he would never be able to see this teacher again. That spiritual foundation no longer existed. At this moment, it was undoubtedly a clash between reason and emotion. Even Mu Yuan, who had always acted decisively without hesitation, hesitated at this time. Then, the night grew late. Mu Yuan looked at the nightscape outside the window. The city's night view was beautiful, but when he looked up at the starry sky, he found the sky above the city was dark and gloomy. The next day, afternoon, Mu Yuan left the hospital. "Brother, are you really all right? Should we stay a few more days?" Sakura Matu followed beside him, her face full of concern. "Don't worry, Sakura, I'm really fine." Mu Yuan smiled and said, "Besides, the doctors also said I'm just physically weak now and need to rest and recuperate at home. Compared to the hospital, I think I can get better rest at home. After all, Sakura, you'll definitely take good care of me, right?" "Tethys." "All right, brother, leave everything to me," Sakura Matu said with utmost seriousness, clenching her fist to cheer herself on. Medusa followed behind the two, watching as Mu Yuan handled Sakura with just a few words, and couldn't help but shake her head. "Oh, right, brother, how about we go to a shrine?" Then, as if thinking of something, Sakura Matu's eyes lit up as she suggested to Mu Yuan. "A shrine?" Mu Yuan was taken aback. "Amham." Sakura Matu nodded. "Brother, you've been fainting inexplicably lately. Maybe you've been tainted by some impurity. Let's go to a shrine to pray, to seek the protection of the gods from the shrine maidens." Hearing this, Mu Yuan couldn't help but give a wry smile. Tainted by impurity? He was a great onmyoji. If Abe no Seimi heard that, he'd probably laugh his head off. Medusa, standing nearby, also found it amusing. After all, she, as a servant, possessed divinity. Not much, but she was still a genuine goddess. Then, just as Mu Yuan was about to refuse Sakura's suggestion, suddenly thinking of something, Mu Yuan stood still for a moment. "Brother." Sakura Matu tilted her head, looking at Mu Yuan who had suddenly stopped. Mu Yuan remained silent for a while, then looked at Sakura Matu with a somewhat complicated gaze and asked, "Sakura, do you know of any shrines nearby?" Medusa glanced suspiciously at Mu Yuan, unsure what he intended. Before Sakura Matu could reply, Mu Yuan continued, asking softly, "Is there a shrine for Yukanamitama? No, for the Inari god, for Yukanamitama nearby?" The most famous shrine of the Inari god Yukanamitama is undoubtedly the Fushimi Inari Taisha in Kyoto. But as the most renowned and numerous shrine in Japan, branches naturally exist within Fuyuki City as well. Around 3 in the afternoon, accompanied by Sakura Matu and Medusa, Mu Yuan arrived at the foot of an Inari shrine in the outskirts of Fuyuki City. 71 Section 71. Chapter 71. The Inari god shrine this time was located in the suburbs. Its position was relatively remote, so it was sparsely populated, and the shrine itself was not large. Passing through the shrine's main gate and crossing the Vermilion Torii, when Mu Yuan and the others arrived at this shrine, they did not even see anyone there to welcome them. However, in Fuyuki City after the snow, it was just the season for cherry blossoms to be in full bloom. The falling cherry blossoms made for a very beautiful scene. Entering the shrine, after washing their hands and mouths to purify their hearts at the purification fountain, they came before the prayer hall and dropped coins into the offering box. Mu Yuan stood under the bell rope, looking at the bell, his expression slightly complicated. In the legends of Japan shrines, ringing the bell was equivalent to praying to the gods, and the gods would listen to the sound and cast their gaze upon the one praying. Mu Yuan stood under the bell, hesitating for a moment. "What is it, brother?" Sakura Matu looked at Mu Yuan in confusion. Medusa also cast a puzzled look at him. Medusa was undoubtedly more perceptive than Sakura, so even though Mu Yuan hid it well, at this moment, Medusa still sensed the wavering in his heart. "It's nothing." Shaking his head and suppressing the complex emotions in his heart, Mu Yuan stepped forward and gently rang the bell. No one knew what he prayed for when he rang the bell. One could only hear the sound of the bell ringing, carrying far in this quiet shrine, finally returning to silence. Then, nothing happened. After finishing their visit, Mu Yuan and Sakura Matu and the others left the shrine. They walked down the shrine steps, and not long after they started, they saw a long-haired woman wearing a shrine maiden's outfit coming up from below. In that instant, Mu Yuan's heart beat a little faster. But when their eyes met, Mu Yuan instantly understood that she was just an ordinary shrine maiden, not the person he was looking for. Then they passed each other, and Mu Yuan continued down the steps for a while. As if suddenly noticing something, Mu Yuan turned around inadvertently and froze. He saw that the shrine maiden was now standing at the very top of the steps. On both sides of her were pairs of spirit fox sculptures. Under the blooming cherry blossom trees, a few cherry blossoms happened to fall with the wind. And that head of gently swaying black hair seemed a bit white at this moment, though it was unclear if it was because of the sunlight. That pair of beautiful red eyes was quietly watching Mu Yuan. As the two locked eyes, Mu Yuan looked at her and smiled. It was a smile Mu Yuan was very familiar with, a very gentle smile. Then, Mu Yuan only felt a gust of wind blow past, carrying flying cherry blossoms, causing him to blink subconsciously. When he opened his eyes to look, he saw the back of the black-haired shrine maiden. It was as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Brother! Sakura looked at Mu Yuan, who was frozen in place, with confusion, and followed his gaze upward, but she saw nothing. Medusa also looked, though there was a faint trace of confusion in her eyes. She felt that she had sensed something for a split second, but then felt nothing at all. Mu Yuan stood there, stunned for a while, and then he smiled. At this moment, even Sakura Matu could clearly feel that the invisible thing that had been suppressing Mu Yuan all this time had dissipated. Brother! Sakura Matu blinked, looking at Mu Yuan in surprise. Mu Yuan retracted his gaze and looked at Sakura beside him. Smiling, he reached out and patted her head, saying, "Let's go back." Going home. As he spoke, in Mu Yuan's mind, the black-covered heroic spirit training manual opened its pages. It turned to the page Heroic Spirit Quality, Legendary. Then, Spirit Inscription. The moment the book recorded it, the world seemed to shake slightly because of it. Immediately, a brand new portrait of the heroic spirit and text appeared on the Heroic Spirit Training Manual that had completed the inscription. The portrait was of a handsome man wearing an onmyoji karaginu, with black hair fluttering, a face as beautiful as a white fox, elegant and yet heroic. Heroic Spirit, Yumitsu Mumo. Quality, Legendary. Class, onmyoji, Caster. Title, First onmyoji of Heiankyo, White Fox Young Master, Inari God's Child, the one who slays all demons. Skills, God-forged body. Your body was recast by Amaterasu Omikami using the soil of the underworld, making up for your original lack of magic. Although she did not bestow divinity upon you, because it was personally reshaped by Amaterasu Omikami, you will still receive the favor of the sun. And, her gaze. Inari God's Child. Although you are just a mortal, due to the favor of the Inari God, you have no divinity but are a noble divine child. You can pray to the Inari God and summon the spirit fox Xiaobai. Wish of the Heian era. You gathered the wishes of all living beings of the Heian era into yourself. The gods departed because of you, the 3 great demons were driven away by you, and the night parade of 100 demons ended because of you. Although you gave your all in that arrow, the world will still gaze upon you gently. Gods and demons avoid the world. With a mortal body, you pulled back the god's bow and narked the god's arrow. Your arrow purged the most terrifying calamity god, Yamata no Orokai. Your arrow suppressed an entire era. Before this arrow of yours, no matter what god or demon it is, you can kill them or drive them out of the world. But remember, this arrow of yours will exhaust everything, and you only have one arrow. Cherry blossoms fell. Not long after Mu Yuan and Sakura Matu and the others left, the white fox young master appeared in the world and came to the very bottom of the shrine. He gazed at the shrine in the distance above, stood there, and then bent down to bow in respect. Then, with the blowing breeze, he disappeared under the sunlight. Dividing line. P.S. Creating settings is really not Luren's forte. Luren is still better at writing plots, scratch his head. By the way, regarding the issue of filler in the previous chapter, actually, Luren has written it this way several times before. But since you all mentioned it, Luren will definitely pay attention and will not make this mistake again. I admit my fault. Volume 1, Chapter 62, Into the Night, Slaying Zoken Matu. Fuyuki City, Southwest, Mount Enzo. Mount Enzo is the hub of the flowing magic power in this place, Fuyuki City. Beneath it exists a huge void, which is also the location of the large Holy Grail and the place where the first Holy Grail descended. Also known as the Dragon Cave. There is a temple on the mountain, named Ryudoji Temple. However, what happened tonight has nothing to do with Ryudoji Temple. The night was deep. The hour of the ox had arrived, around 1 o'clock in the morning. It was almost the quietest time of the day. In the silence of all things, tonight happened to be a full moon. The moonlight spilled into the forest, draping the woods in a thin layer of lunar frost. Under the moon, a youth sat quietly on a rock in the forest. The youth wore a white fox mask, facing the moonlight, holding an ink-colored bamboo flute in his hand, playing a cleansing sound. The tone was low and melodious, resounding under the moon in the forest. The only accompaniment was the occasional rustling sound of insects. After a long time, the song ended. The youth, who had his eyes closed, opened his deep eyes, stood up from the rock, and said indifferently, "Since you have come, why do you need to hide?" After the words fell, there was no answer for a long time. Regarding this, the youth was not angry. He smiled faintly and said, "Could it be that you want me to invite you out personally?" As he spoke, his voice carried a trace of the Onmyoji's power of words. As his voice fell, one could hear more and more rustling sounds of insects moving. Before long, under the youth's calm gaze, a bald, short person with limbs as thin as a mummy's and a hunched back appeared. Leaning on a wooden cane, he walked from the shadows of the night into the light of the full moon. Zoken Matu. That's right, it was indeed Zoken Matu, who had been driven back by the sword of the Watanabe Mitsuyuki heroic spirit that day, left the Matu residence, and had been hiding until now. And obviously, the youth had appeared here tonight for him. Because it was time for him to exit the stage. Letting him leave that day was only because although the sword in hand was sharp, it could not precisely locate him, so he let it be. But now, at this moment, under the gaze of Zoken Matu's deep-set eye sockets, the person in front of him was wearing a pure white Onmyoji Koriginu, wearing a white fox mask, and his long, beautiful black hair swayed gently with the night breeze. Mu Yuan, or to call him by his full heroic spirit name, Yumitsu Mumo. That's right, Mu Yuan naturally had never forgotten his existence. And Mu Yuan would never harbor a tiger that would cause trouble later. Zoken Matu stared deeply at the Mu Yuan in front of him. The more he stared, the greater the shock in his heart. The insects that had gathered because of him became even more uncontrollable because of this. The insects were afraid. Even they, at this moment, learned the word fear from this person in front of them. If it were said that when Zoken Matu faced the Swordmaster heroic spirit Watanabe Mitsuyuki that day, he still had the courage to attack him. Just thinking that his blade was sharp, but that was all. Then today, facing him wearing the white fox mask, Zoken Matu was left with only humility and obedience. "I am the current head of the Matu family, Zoken Matu." Zoken Matu bent his already hunched body even further and said respectfully, "I do not know, Your Excellency, what business you have with me." Chapter 72. Whatever it may be, you may speak plainly, and I shall certainly satisfy you. That's easy to handle. Mu Yuan interrupted him, smiling as he said, "Since that's the case, then tonight, leave your life here." As the words fell, the space instantly fell silent. After a long while, Zoken Matu, who lowered his head even further, said, "You really do love to joke. I came here tonight for you, Zoken Matu." Mu Yuan said calmly, "Therefore, leave your life behind." Almost the instant Mu Yuan's voice trailed off, the Zoken Matu before him, formed by the convergence of insects, exploded with a loud boom. Transforming into a sky full of disgusting black insects, scattering in all directions to escape. Zoken Matu had no thought of resistance, for he understood that any act of resistance on his part would only yield futile results. This time, it was his turn. It was his turn to stand beneath the mountain piled high with snow, waiting for the avalanche to swallow his minuscule self. At this, there was not a hint of haste in Mu Yuan's eyes. He once again leisurely placed the bamboo flute to his lips, blowing a melodious tune. The sound echoed through the forest, like rain falling onto the surface of water, creating ripples that spread outward, enveloping all the escaping insects within. Afterward, no matter how Zoken Matu drove his magic circuits or used his magical energy, they all turned back together, arriving at Mu Yuan's side. Including Zoken Matu's soul crestworms that were hiding far, far away. All arrived here under the influence of this spell. Then they reassembled into the likeness of Zoken Matu. Seeing this, Mu Yuan stopped playing, and a talisman appeared in his hand. The talisman self-ignited as Mu Yuan threw it. The moment it hit the ground, it transformed into a barrier, completely cutting off Zoken Matu's path to survival. Zoken Matu watched this scene with a gloomy yet helpless expression, and then his gaze toward Mu Yuan became filled with immense resentment and deep confusion. Who exactly are you? When did this old man ever provoke you? I hope you will tell me. Facing Zoken Matu's interrogation, Mu Yuan did not answer immediately. He simply removed his white fox young master mask in front of Zoken Matu, revealing that handsome face, currently wearing a light smile. Witnessing the true face of the person before him, after a brief moment of stunned silence, Zoken Matu said with a greatly shaken expression, "Great Onmyoji, Inari God's child, are you a heroic spirit?" In the afternoon, on the steps of the shrine in the suburbs, Mu Yuan had already completed the engraving of the character Yumitsu Mumo. Thus, the original unofficial history naturally became the official history from this point on. It was therefore not surprising that Zoken Matu, seeing the great achievements left behind by Mu Yuan, which were in no way inferior to those of the Onmyoji Abe no Seimi, could see through his identity at a glance. After all, the appearance of the white fox young master was indeed very easy to recognize. To this, Mu Yuan remained silent, but soon, he saw another figure emerge from the shadows of the nearby forest. It was a man wearing a black hari with a dragon tattoo printed on his clothes, wearing the onigiri at his waist, and a conical hat on his head. In the stunned gaze of Zoken Matu, he arrived before the two of them. A demon-slaying samurai from the end of the shogunate, and also the final urban legend. On his hand were 3 special marks. Those were the command spell, already stolen from the dragon cave and thus completed. In fact, I have already spared you once. And just then, Mu Yuan spoke up. Mu Yuan, projecting himself onto the white fox young master, slowly said to Zoken Matu, "When you left the Matu residence, the reason I let you go at that time, besides the fact that my sword was sharp but could not find you, was also to give you a chance to get away from here." Mu Yuan calmly said to Zoken Matu, "After all, no matter what, in the Matu residence, you did indeed take me in for a few years. If it weren't for Sakura Matu and Shinji, even for a guy like you whose soul has long since rotted, for the sake of those favors, I could barely manage to turn a blind eye. Who exactly are you?" Zoken Matu looked with extreme agitation at the Mu Yuan before him, the handsome white fox young master. Mu Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Don't you already know the answer? Otherwise, how could you have been hiding ever since you left the Matu residence that night, not daring to return even now?" "My grandfather Zoken Matu." Late at night, in the forest. Zoken Matu looked at the heroic spirit Yumitsu Mumo projected by Mu Yuan before him. His expression was stunned, both bewildered and terrified. After a long while, having regained some composure, he said in an incredulous tone, "Are you Mu Yuan?" Mu Yuan smiled faintly and glanced at the swordsman projection beside him. Then he saw the projection lightly lift his conical hat with his hand and place his hand on his waist. With a soft sound, the onigiri was unsheathed, flashing with a blinding, cold glint under the light of tonight's full moon. The final urban legend of the end of the shogunate, the #1 swordsman, and the great Onmyoji who suppressed the 100 demons and gods of the Heian-kyo era. Grandfather Zoken Matu, with such a great gift, I believe you can rest in peace in the underworld. As the words fell, Flames could be seen igniting on the Onikiri. Those were the flames of demon slaying, the raging fire that purifies filthy things. The Onikiri regarded Zoken Matu as a demon. After all, Zoken Matu, who had allowed his soul and body to rot due to hatred, and who did not want to die having accomplished nothing, had over time turned this into an obsession, ultimately transforming himself into insects to parasitize others and extend his lifespan. How was he any different from a demon? At this moment, also watching the demon-slaying blade Onikiri already unsheathed, he understood in his heart that his final hour had finally arrived. Moreover, in front of this heroic spirit, the Inari god's child, he knew he was like a mortal looking up at a high mountain. There was absolutely no chance of survival. Therefore, under these circumstances, the various ferocious and struggling expressions on his face instead faded away bit by bit. Even that originally rotting soul seemed at this moment to emit an extremely faint light. That was his original light. "You are Mu Yuan, the Mu Yuan I knew, right?" Zoken Matu asked once more. This time, Mu Yuan smiled lightly and nodded slowly, not denying it. "So it is as I thought, but your situation, you are the reincarnation of the Inari god's child, and this swordsman is a heroic spirit you summoned. But that doesn't seem right either. You are not a master, and you haven't participated in the Holy Grail War at all, at least on that point, this old man can still tell. And I have checked you many times, you are just an ordinary person. How could you be the reincarnation of the Inari god's child?" The more Zoken Matu spoke, the more confused his gaze toward Mu Yuan became. Afterward, without waiting for Mu Yuan to say anything, Zoken Matu laughed, shaking his head indifferently, and said, forget it. Anyway, these matters have nothing to do with this old man anymore. Just as you said, to be sent off by two such great lords is truly this old man's good fortune, for this old man is simply not worthy. After saying this, Zoken Matu closed his eyes and stood on the spot, quietly waiting for death. Just as the heroic spirit from the end of the shogunate held high the Onikiri in his hand, intending to behead Zoken Matu. "Oh, right. Come to think of it, that thing should have been left for you." As if remembering something, Zoken Matu suddenly opened his eyes and said to the Inari god's child heroic spirit before him, "Thing." Mu Yuan was stunned for a moment. "Yes." Zoken Matu nodded and said, long ago, the Abe family placed an item within our Matu family. According to rumors, it was an item entrusted by the great Onmyoji Abe no Seimi back then. That item is sealed with an extremely powerful spell. Even until now, no one in our family has been able to open it. Abe no Seimi's verbal instruction was that it could be left with our Matu family, and many years later, there would naturally be the person he was waiting for to open it. And it is said that thing is a gift. After Zoken Matu finished speaking, he looked again at the Inari god's child, who was slightly stunned upon hearing this. A flash of realization appeared in his eyes as he said, "I never expected that this old man would actually have the honor to witness the birth of this grand spectacle. A gift spanning 1,000 years. For a moment, Mu Yuan was speechless. And he remembered at this moment that when he left, he had indeed mentioned his family to Abe no Seimi, mentioned Sakura Matu and Shinji. Then, with Abe no Seimi's abilities, it was normal for him to calculate their existence and leave behind this gift that had crossed 1,000 years, waiting for Mu Yuan. "Where is it?" Mu Yuan then asked Zoken Matu subconsciously. "It is in the warehouse at home where the catalysts are piled up. That child, Shinji, must know the location." Zoken Matu replied calmly. Mu Yuan gave him a surprised look. Originally, Mu Yuan had thought that Zoken Matu might use this matter as leverage to propose an idea to stay alive. Of course, he certainly wouldn't have agreed. At worst, he would just kill Zoken Matu and search slowly, it would be the same. Perhaps sensing Mu Yuan's thoughts, Zoken Matu smiled. Then, he closed his eyes. Immediately, a blade of raging fire that purifies demons swung past, and under this strike, Zoken Matu was purified completely. Mu Yuan actually had some vague memories. Those were the memories from the transmigrator. He vaguely remembered that this person, Zoken Matu, before becoming the old man before him, had once been a person with great ambitions. It was just that he had been ravaged by the passage of time, and thus gradually became what he was now. In this final moment, I wonder if he returned to a bit of his former self. Mu Yuan did not know, and he did not care. He just stood on the spot, quietly watching the raging fire purify his rotting soul and decayed body, ensuring that he had truly departed from the world. It was as if he had done a small thing, and for the current Mu Yuan, it was indeed a trivial matter. Looking up at the sky, he sighed that the starry sky of Fuyuki City was really not beautiful at all. Then, Mu Yuan, along with the swordsman heroic spirit who had put away the Onikiri, vanished into the moonlight. Ending this projection. At the same time, in the Matu residence where the projection ended, Mu Yuan's original body opened his eyes. And very soon, he clearly heard some noisy sounds ringing out in the house. That was the voice of Sakura Matu. It was obvious that she already knew Zoken Matu was completely dead. This was not strange. For a mage family like the Matu family, the current head of the family would certainly leave some things in the house to warn the clansmen after his death. Mu Yuan thought for a while, then got up, put on his clothes, pushed the door open, and walked out. Soon, in the hall, he saw Sakura Matu standing there. And beside her, Shinji Matu, wearing pajamas, his face full of surprise and disbelief after hearing what she said. Has something happened? Mu Yuan walked toward them and asked casually. As the words fell, Sakura Matu turned to the side. After her purple eyes looked at Mu Yuan, she subconsciously bent down and said apologetically, "Sorry, elder brother, for disturbing your rest." Halfway through her sentence, Sakura Matu suddenly froze. 73 Section 73. Chapter 73. Then, as if realizing something, she raised her head to look at Mu Yuan, her beautiful purple eyes instinctively fixed on him. That night. The night when the swordsman Watanabe Mitsuyuki first appeared and retrieved Onikiri from the Matu residence. Sakura Matu had seen this heroic spirit, Watanabe Mitsuyuki. Therefore, Sakura Matu actually knew the reason why Zoken Matu had been hiding and not returning home. Moreover, after that night, although Sakura Matu knew that what she had seen at the time was a heroic spirit and not Mu Yuan, her older brother. Afterwards, she had returned to the room to confirm that Mu Yuan was indeed fast asleep. But due to a woman's innate sixth sense, and because she was constantly watching Mu Yuan, Sakura Matu actually always felt that the heroic spirit that night was actually her older brother. Therefore, regarding the sudden death of Zoken Matu, upon seeing Mu Yuan, Sakura Matu naturally and instinctively associated it with the swordsman heroic spirit from that day, and realized the truth behind Zoken Matu's departure. Facing Sakura Matu's gaze, Mu Yuan just smiled lightly. He neither hid it nor admitted it, just smiling like that, facing Sakura Matu with a calm expression. After all, whether she guessed it or not, it didn't matter. Nowadays, he undoubtedly possessed the ability to protect himself. Therefore, Mu Yuan actually didn't mind revealing a few of his secrets. Then he waited for that sentence from Sakura Matu and Shinji. "Brother, help me." Then, Medusa walked out. Her purple hair, reaching past her knees, swayed slightly, and because it was late at night, she was dressed very lightly, displaying her exquisite figure to the fullest. Such a magnificent sight, even for Mu Yuan, who had been with Fox teacher Tamamonome all year round and whose standards had been raised to who knows what level, couldn't help but take a few extra looks. Medusa, sensing Mu Yuan's gaze, and then looking at Medusa who was shamelessly showing off her figure to her older brother, Sakura Matu almost instinctively raised her voice. Medusa, sensing the dissatisfaction from her, tilted her head to show her confusion. Then, unbothered, she nodded to Sakura Matu and said, "That's right, Sakura, I have gone to confirm it, he is indeed dead." Zoken Matu was dead. Even though she already understood this in her heart, after receiving confirmation from Medusa, Sakura Matu couldn't help but freeze in place. Matu Shinji was also stunned. Thus, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Now, the Matu family's assets would completely need to be managed by Matu Shinji. And Sakura Matu also needed to go through some procedures, meet some people, and then inherit the position of head of the Matu family, a family of Magi. At the same time, neither Sakura Matu nor Matu Shinji mentioned anything about the Matu family to Mu Yuan, by mutual tacit understanding. Sakura Matu suspected, but had no evidence. Moreover, regardless of whether there was evidence, in her heart, she actually did not want Mu Yuan to be involved in the world of magecraft, because it was too dangerous. As for Matu Shinji, he completely knew nothing at all. Thus, in the hall, compared to Sakura Matu and Matu Shinji who soon became busy, Mu Yuan appeared idle and superfluous. He sat in the hall for a while, watching this scene, watching the two of them busy. His gaze seemed a bit strange. Mu Yuan had come here actually with the intention of comforting them. But whether it was Sakura or Shinji, they were unexpectedly strong. Then Mu Yuan hesitated for a while, came to Sakura's side, and whispered, "Sakura." The busy Sakura looked up, her beautiful purple eyes looking at Mu Yuan. The two locked eyes, and Mu Yuan didn't speak, just quietly looking at her. A moment later, Sakura Matu, understanding what he wanted to say, smiled. Sakura Matu shook her head gently, then smiled and said to Mu Yuan, "Don't worry, older brother, I'm really fine, because you, older brother, are here right now." Sakura's voice was not loud, but since it was deep into the night, the hall was very quiet. Therefore, Medusa and Matu Shinji both cast their gazes over. Then Matu Shinji said nothing and continued to make his phone calls. "Is that so?" Mu Yuan nodded and went to sit on the side. "Older brother, are you not going to rest?" Sakura Matu asked. "No, I'll stay a while longer." Mu Yuan smiled. "But your body?" Sakura Matu was somewhat worried. "It's fine, I'll leave in a while." After Mu Yuan finished speaking, he casually picked up a history book from the side. It was a historical legend about Britannius Arthur, and he began to flip through it. Seeing this, Sakura hesitated for a while, but ultimately didn't say much more. Before long, at Sakura's strong request, Medusa, who had returned to her room to change clothes, came and sat down beside Mu Yuan. Incidentally, she brewed a cup of hot black tea for Mu Yuan. She sat quietly beside Mu Yuan for a while. "Did you do it?" Medusa suddenly asked. Mu Yuan did not answer Medusa's question, he just quietly looked at the book. To this, Medusa was not annoyed. She sat for a while, then got up to help. Then, Mu Yuan didn't know how long he had been reading the book. He only knew that when he came to his senses, he was the only one left in the hall, and he had a thin blanket draped over him, with a fireplace not far beside him. Sakura Matu and Matu Shinji had both left. Mu Yuan put down the book, checked the time, and seeing that it was almost dawn, he yawned and got up, preparing to return to his room. Just as he got up, he suddenly froze, recalling what Zoken Matu had said to him before he died. After hesitating for a short moment, he walked out of the hall alone. It was a bit cold outside, as it was now early February in Fuyuki City, and it had even snowed not long ago. Mu Yuan, alone, under the light of the full moon, arrived at the Matu family's warehouse. The door was not locked, to be precise, the door was still broken. After all, not long ago, he, having come here as Watanabe Mitsuyuki, had forcibly taken Onigiri from here. Mu Yuan walked into the warehouse, looking at the things piled up inside. Then, with a thought, he saw a heroic spirit dressed in a white Onmyoji Karaginu, wearing a white fox mask, appear beside him. The heroic spirit sensed for a while, then his lips moved, chanting a spell, and with a gentle wave of his hand, an object inside flew up out of thin air and landed in Mu Yuan's hand. After doing all this, the heroic spirit took a step back and vanished, hidden by the gods. Mu Yuan looked at the gift in his hand. It was an exquisite wooden box, made of some unknown material, and even though it had been passed down from Heiankyo to the present, it bore no traces of the passage of time. Then Mu Yuan reached out and opened the wooden box, a box which, according to Zoken Matu, was inscribed with mysterious spells and formations, and which the Matu family had spent countless efforts to open but could not. In Mu Yuan's hands, it was opened effortlessly, without the slightest obstruction. Mu Yuan's main body, although it was a body as ordinary as could be, not only lacked magic circuits and magical power, but was even somewhat weak. But the memories from the simulation were deeply engraved in his soul, so Mu Yuan naturally saw at a glance that the spells and formations on the wooden box were aimed at the soul. It was detecting the soul of the person opening it. Then, when Mu Yuan opened the wooden box and saw the gift his friend had given him, lying quietly inside after 1,000 years of separation. Mu Yuan froze, his eyes widening a little. Because the gift inside was very familiar to him. It was a folding fan. Yes, a folding fan, a 5-bone bat fan. It was the very folding fan that Fox teacher had made for Mu Yuan, which was later lost during the trip to Oyama and crushed by Yamata no Orokai, who had occupied his body. Mu Yuan blankly took out this folding fan. He looked at it back and forth twice, then unfolded it. Then, the moment he unfolded the fan, a spiritual power that had been hidden within it since the Heian era suddenly erupted from the fan and shot towards Mu Yuan. The white light made Mu Yuan instinctively close his eyes. And when he opened his eyes again, Mu Yuan found that the scenery in front of him had all changed. Mu Yuan had arrived in a courtyard. In the courtyard, there was a smooth stone, and beside the stone, a lush tree. What a familiar scene. This was his former residence, the home where he had lived with Fox teacher and the others for over 10 years. The home from the Heian era. Mu Yuan stood there, stunned for a while, and then, as if realizing something, he tilted his head to look into the house. He saw a person sitting inside the house. That person was wearing a white onmyoji karaginu, sitting in front of a low table, his handsome face looking somewhat fox-like. Who else could it be but Abe no Seimi? Mu Yuan walked into the room. As soon as he walked into the room, he saw Abe no Seimi look up and smile, casting his gaze at him, saying, "You've come." Mu Yuan did not answer. He looked at Abe no Seimi, who was smiling lightly at him. Mu Yuan knew that this was just a memory of the past. In layman's terms, it was a recording. "Come and sit." Abe no Seimi reached out, signaling Mu Yuan to come and sit down. On the low table in front of him were fine wine and wine utensils. After Mu Yuan came and sat down in front of him, he saw Abe no Seimi smile, pick up the fine wine, and pour it into the wine utensils in front of both of them. While pouring, he also said with a light smile, "The time now is about 3 years after you left. And the reason for leaving this wooden box for you, besides returning that folding fan, is actually also for a gift we prepared for you. That gift is a gift from all of us Onmyo Agency Onmyoji working together, plus Yosunori and Ashia Doman and the others, all given to you together." Speaking of this, Abe no Seimi paused, then continued to say with a smile, "As of now, it should have already taken effect, but you don't need to pay special attention to it. When you finish reading this memory and return, you will naturally know. As for now." After speaking, the wine had also been poured. Abe no Seimi reached out, signaling Mu Yuan to drink. Mu Yuan was silent for a short while, then reached out and picked up the cup of wine in front of him, looking at him, who was also raising his wine. Thus, together, they drank this wine, separated by 1,000 years. Just after drinking it, Mu Yuan found that the Abe no Seimi in front of him had disappeared. An unexpected woman appeared in front of Mu Yuan. That was a woman with long black hair, who looked very pure and beautiful. Her name was Murasaki Shikibu. Chapter 74. Hey. Has it already started? Murasaki Shikibu appeared slightly flustered, looking around before fixing her gaze on Mu Yuan. After calming herself down, she revealed a faint smile. "Mu Yuan, long time no see." According to Abe no Seimi, this conversation of ours spans roughly 1,000 years, doesn't it? A conversation across a millennium. This situation feels so beautiful. No, I must record this, then go back and write a story about it. After speaking, as if reminded by someone, Murasaki Shikibu glanced aside for a moment before turning back to give Mu Yuan an embarrassed look. "Apologies, Mu Yuan, I am still so rash despite the occasion. And what I wanted to say is, all this time, I have actually been very grateful for your appearance, Mu Yuan." As she spoke, Murasaki Shikibu stood up and bowed to Mu Yuan, then smiled at him. "It was thanks to your reminders that I was able to create so many stories, and you were even willing to take time out of your busy schedule to chat with me and encourage me. Now." Speaking, Murasaki Shikibu took out a book. It was the book that would later become famous in Japan, The Tale of Genji. "Do you see, Mu Yuan? I really succeeded," Murasaki Shikibu said with an excited face, then added somewhat embarrassedly, "It's just not completely finished yet, but I have already determined the direction. Therefore, Thank you very much, Mu Yuan. Murasaki Shikibu said, her expression softening. Looking at the Mu Yuan before her, as if truly gazing at him a millennium later, she said, thank you for your appearance. At the same time, I sincerely hope may your martial fortune flourish from now on. With those words, Murasaki Shikibu vanished. An elegant, pristine, and beautiful young woman appeared before him, looking at Mu Yuan with a gentle, inclusive smile. This person was none other than Minamoto no Uramitsu. Long time no see, Mu Yuan. Minamoto no Uramitsu said softly, sighing at the same time. Her gaze turned resentful as she looked at Mu Yuan. I didn't expect that even until the end, you still wouldn't agree to my request. Mu Yuan, is it really so difficult for you to become the fifth heavenly king? Hearing this, Mu Yuan's expression was both puzzled and somewhat awkward. But never mind, I suppose I truly do not have such fortune. Speaking of this, Minamoto no Uramitsu laughed freely, her eyes glinting with mischief. Besides, Abe no Seimi taught me a trick. Now, everyone in the world knows that you are the fifth heavenly king of our Minamoto clan warriors. Hearing this, Mu Yuan's expression was startled. Anyway, Abe no Seimi said you wouldn't refuse, so just consider it fulfilling a small wish of ours. With those words, looking at the smiling Minamoto no Uramitsu, Mu Yuan smiled dumbfoundedly and shook his head. Afterwards, he saw Minamoto no Uramitsu stand up, bow to him in the manner of a samurai, and say, Mu Yuan, may your martial fortune flourish from now on. Immediately after, Minamoto no Uramitsu vanished, and Kamo no Yosunori appeared. He told Mu Yuan that he had gone to see Zenki and Goki, who were suppressing the night parade of 100 demons, and that the folding fan had actually been found and brought back by the attentive Goki. He told Mu Yuan not to worry about Zenki and Goki, because he would take care of them and watch over them until they vanished from this land together. After that was Kintoki, who said he had been hanging around the wooden house, waiting for Mu Yuan to return so they could drink together. Immediately after, Mu Yuan saw many people. Those were the connections born from the path he had walked. Undoubtedly, this was the true farewell. A formal farewell separated by a millennium. Not until everyone had spoken to Mu Yuan and offered their blessings did Abe no Seimi appear once more. He looked at the Mu Yuan before him with a smile, then set down the wine cup in his hand. Only then did Mu Yuan seem to wake up suddenly, discovering that the wine cup he had been drinking from was still in his hand. Mu Yuan set the wine down and gave a wry smile to Abe no Seimi. You guy, staging something like this, you did it on purpose to embarrass me, didn't you? You guessed right. Abe no Seimi nodded, chiding Mu Yuan with a laugh. Who told you to be so excessive, leaving the moment you said you would without ever coming back? Although I know the main reason is that you are a pure tsunder who doesn't want to accept parting, how could a formal farewell be missing? And I'm actually quite happy right now. Abe no Seimi's smile softened, and he said to Mu Yuan, since you opened this wooden box and saw these memories, it means you acknowledge this experience, have accepted it in your heart, and are willing to step upon it to move forward and look toward the future. That's why you didn't start over, right? Mu Yuan was silent for a moment, then sighed, you guy, nothing really gets past you. With those words, Abe no Seimi smiled and said, in that case, we naturally need a more formal farewell. You truly gave your all with that arrow. But the bonds you have forged will not disappear because of that. And one day, I believe we will meet again. After speaking, Abe no Seimi stood up. They stood facing each other from afar, spanning time. He bowed to Mu Yuan and said, and before that, I have one thing to say to you, and that is, may your martial fortune flourish from now on. You too, Seimi. Mu Yuan stood up silently and returned the bow to Abe no Seimi and everyone else. May you all flourish from now on. May your martial fortune flourish. Then Abe no Seimi nodded. Although it was just a memory, an image, Mu Yuan and Abe no Seimi, in their exchange of questions and answers, seemed as if they were truly chatting together just like in the past. He answered with a smile, we have received your blessing, Mu Yuan. With those words, the scenery before his eyes began to dissipate. When Mu Yuan opened his eyes again, he found that he had returned to that warehouse of the Kiri family. Afterwards, Before Mu Yuan could recover from that memory he had just experienced, he suddenly felt something glowing. It was a crimson light. Subconsciously looking down, Mu Yuan discovered it was the back of his left hand. Raising it to look, Mu Yuan was stunned. Command spell. That's right, what appeared on Mu Yuan's left hand at this very moment was a command spell. Proof of a master. At the same time, he felt a faint connection, the connection of a master sensing their servant. A gift. Mu Yuan recalled Abe Nosemi's words. Afterwards, realizing this, he turned and ran quickly out of the warehouse, arriving outside. And outside the warehouse, he saw a figure. At this very moment, the faint light of dawn happened to tear through the curtain of night, and the morning sun shone upon that person. At the same time, this scene was reflected in Mu Yuan's eyes. It was a beautiful woman, like a cherry blossom. Wearing a blue hari, her cherry blossom-colored hair swayed slightly in the morning breeze, and a samurai long sword hung at her side. Heroic spirit summoning. That's right, this was the gift Abe Nosemi and the others had prepared for Mu Yuan. Moreover, it was the 8th master created by tampering with the rules of the Holy Grail War. Excuse me. Immediately, perhaps sensing the connection between master and heroic spirit on Mu Yuan at this moment. The woman, who had just emerged from the heroic spirit summoning and was somewhat bewildered, turned her head to look at Mu Yuan. Are you my master? Halfway through her sentence, the young girl froze. Her pale golden eyes stared at the Mu Yuan before her, then widened little by little. 75 Section 75. Chapter 75. That genius swordsman of the late shogunate era. You, Okita Tsuji, who shared equal fame with that era's ultimate urban legend, Watanabe Mitsuyuki. May I ask, what is your wish? My wish. My wish is actually nothing worth mentioning. It is merely a small obsession I had during my lifetime. If only for once, even if it were just a dream, that would suffice. I only wanted. Fuyuki City. Outside the warehouse of the Matu residence. Just then, the curtain of night was replaced by the morning light of dawn, and the first ray of sunrise shone upon the girl. Her cherry blossom-like hair swayed slightly. As time passed, her wide-open, pale golden eyes gradually returned to calmness. The expression on Okita Tsuji's face was complex. It held both the disbelief and deep joy of reunion, as well as confusion as she looked at Mu Yuan, the main body, before her. But soon, these expressions vanished. Then, all that was reflected in Mu Yuan's eyes was a smile that, illuminated by the morning light, was even more dazzling than blooming cherry blossoms. Tenon Rishin Ryu swordsman, Okita Tsuji, reporting for duty. May I ask, Mu Yuan, are you my master? Okita Tsuji's voice rang out beside Mu Yuan's ear. Mu Yuan did not answer immediately, he just stared blankly at Tsuji before him. Various memories from the past flashed rapidly through his mind, leaving Mu Yuan feeling somewhat at a loss. After all, everything was happening a bit too fast. And in this short span of time, too many things had occurred. He had just finished saying goodbye to his old friends in front of that gift he hadn't seen in 1,000 years, and accepted their blessing, "May you have great martial fortune." Yet, in the very next second, as he regained his focus, he had reunited with his first friend Okita Tsuji. The joy of reunion and the sadness of parting were intermingled here. Thus, even for Mu Yuan, he didn't know how he should react right now. Then, as the two stared at each other in silence, with neither speaking for a moment, the wordless silence was broken by a sudden exclamation. "Eh." Hearing this, Mu Yuan and Tsuji instinctively looked to the side. There stood Matu Shinji, with his trademark seaweed-like hair. He had arrived here at some point, and it seemed he had coincidentally witnessed that scene, which was like a classic type moon painting. At the same time, due to his position, Matu Shinji could clearly see the conspicuous red command spell on Mu Yuan's left hand. Therefore, after looking in disbelief at the servant Okita Tsuji, and then at Mu Yuan who had become a master, Matu Shinji's voice instantly echoed throughout the entire Matu residence. Thus, shortly after, inside the hall of the Matu house, Okita Tsuji and Mu Yuan sat obediently to one side. Sakura Matu, watching the two of them, wore a scrutinizing expression. At the same time, her purple eyes were filled with a hint of confusion and bewilderment. In fact, Sakura Matu had long suspected that Mu Yuan was already a master, as she had seen the existence of the heroic spirit Watanabe Mitsuyuki that night. This was the normal logic that any ordinary person would follow. Therefore, the sudden appearance of the servant Okita Tsuji left Sakura Matu confused. As for Mu Yuan suddenly becoming a master, Medusa didn't react much. After all, she had always felt that Mu Yuan was mysterious. As a servant herself, she didn't know why she should be surprised. On the other hand, that Matu Shinji. Impossible, impossible. How is it possible? How can it be? He clearly has no magical aptitude just like me, and is not even as talented as I am. Why could he become a master? Why is this happening? At this moment, he was hiding in a corner, drawing circles, looking severely wounded and unable to get back up. Subsequently, even though Sakura Matu was very confused, things had reached this point. Seeing that Mu Yuan had already become a master, she suppressed her complex emotions and let out a soft sigh. She sat down in front of Mu Yuan and Okita Tsuji. Sakura Matu did not ask Mu Yuan why he was able to become a master, nor did she ask about Okita Tsuji. Instead, after sitting down, she began to explain the concepts of magecraft, servants, and the Holy Grail War to Mu Yuan. As if she had been prepared for a long time, Sakura Matu's explanation was very clear and organized. Seeing that Sakura seemed prepared to bring Mu Yuan into the world of Magi, Matu Shinji instinctively wanted to stop her, but after looking at Okita Tsuji and realizing that things were beyond repair, he didn't say anything more. He continued to squat in the corner, drawing circles with a defeated look on his face. Although Mu Yuan already knew about these things from his experience as a transmigrator, he only knew the general outline, so he did not interrupt Sakura Matu's explanation. Meanwhile, as she was speaking, not only Sakura, but even Medusa and Matu Shinji noticed something slightly off about Mu Yuan and Okita Tsuji. They didn't look like a master and servant who had just met. More precisely, even a stranger could tell they were extremely close. It was as if they were friends who had reunited after many years of separation. When Okita Tsuji looked at Mu Yuan, she couldn't help but smile, a smile as beautiful as a celestial being. And throughout this time, she had seemed a bit too quiet. In fact, it was visible to the naked eye that her face revealed confusion and bewilderment. Especially when Sakura Matu called Mu Yuan elder brother, Okita Tsuji's conspicuous ahoge would sway back and forth, showing her great surprise. But even so, she still asked nothing. She just sat quietly beside Mu Yuan, listening. Because Okita Tsuji knew that Mu Yuan would explain everything to her clearly, so she just needed to wait. Such a situation also caused Medusa's vigilance towards Okita Tsuji to diminish slightly. It was normal for Medusa to be vigilant, after all, they were both servants. Servants who came to participate in the Holy Grail War, for the sake of that Holy Grail. Although right now, neither Medusa nor Okita Tsuji had any desire for that Holy Grail. Elder brother, that's about the situation. Afterwards, quite some time passed. Sakura Matu, having finally finished her explanation, took a sip of water and could no longer suppress her curiosity. She cast her purple eyes toward Okita Tsuji and said, "May I ask, elder brother, who is she?" Okita Tsuji did not answer, but first glanced at Mu Yuan. After Mu Yuan nodded gently, she stood up with a smile and introduced herself to Sakura Matu, saying, "Hello, Mu Yuan's younger sister. I am the Tenon Rishin Ryu swordsman, Okita Tsuji. You can just call me Tsuji." Okita Tsuji? Sakura Matu was stunned, and then immediately looked at Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan knew what Sakura Matu was thinking at this moment. She was undoubtedly thinking about that heroic spirit, Watanabe Mitsuyuki. Matu Shinji, who was beside them, stopped drawing circles and curiously leaned over. Looking at her, he said in a tone of utter disbelief, "You say your name is Okita Tsuji. Could it be that you are that genius swordsman from the late shogunate era who shared equal fame with the great swordsman Watanabe Mitsuyuki? Sharing fame with Mu Yuan? You are too kind to me." Okita Tsuji smiled, tilted her head to look at Mu Yuan, her pale golden eyes revealing a faint, melancholy expression, and said, "As for me, I spent my whole life chasing that person's back, and, until the very end, I never caught up to him. Mu Yuan lowered his head and took a sip of tea to calm his nerves. At the same time, Medusa keenly noticed that Sakura Matu was acting a bit strange, so she came to her side and asked in confusion, "Sakura?" Sakura Matu came back to her senses, looked at the confusion in Medusa's eyes beside her, and then looked at Mu Yuan, seeing that he was still looking down with no reaction, and appeared completely indifferent. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly said, "Actually, I met Watanabe Mitsuyuki a few days ago." "Huh?" Matu Shinji was stunned. Medusa tilted her head, and after recalling the historical records of Watanabe Mitsuyuki and Okita Tsuji, she was also slightly stunned. Sakura Matu spoke slowly, her purple eyes fixed on Mu Yuan, saying, "It was a night not long ago. He came here and took the onigiri from our residence. I think grandfather's death must also have something to do with him." After saying this, Sakura Matu shifted her gaze toward Okita Tsuji. She noticed that Okita Tsuji's gaze was fixed on Mu Yuan, not the legendary great swordsman Watanabe Mitsuyuki, but her elder brother. In this instant, Sakura Matu's mind undoubtedly raced with many thoughts. At the same time, just like Zoken Matu, she also thought about reincarnation. But if it were reincarnation, the heroic spirit Watanabe Mitsuyuki she saw that day was not a falsehood. Therefore, the more she thought about it, the more confused Sakura Matu became. Medusa blinked. Through Sakura's words, she undoubtedly also cast her gaze upon Mu Yuan. "Onigiri? Now that you mention it, that sword is indeed the weapon of the great swordsman Watanabe Mitsuyuki. But when did this happen? Why have I never heard you mention it, Sakura?" As he spoke, Matu Shinji's voice grew quieter and quieter. Because even he realized at this moment that the atmosphere in the room seemed a bit strange. And the source of it seemed to be Mu Yuan, who was sitting there drinking tea. But he was completely clueless about this situation, and even vaguely felt that his presence here was perhaps a bit redundant. And just at this moment, Mu Yuan finally set down his teacup. With a faint smile, he said softly to Sakura Matu, "Sakura, it seems you didn't rest at all last night. It's getting late. Wouldn't you like to rest for a while?" As he finished speaking, the strange atmosphere instantly dissipated. No need, thank you for your concern, elder brother." Sakura shook her head gently, while suppressing all the thoughts in her mind. She smiled and said to Mu Yuan, "On the contrary, elder brother, aren't you going to rest? You haven't slept all night either, have you?" Honestly speaking, I am actually quite tired." As Mu Yuan answered, he shifted his gaze to Okita Tsuji beside him and said with a smile, "But given the current situation, even if I wanted to rest, I'm afraid it won't be possible for a while." Okita Tsuji couldn't help but smile upon hearing this, and just the moment she opened her mouth to say something. Suddenly realizing something, the conspicuous ahoge on her head instantly stiffened and stood up straight. Her expression changed slightly, and she turned her head to look at the door not far away. After blinking in disbelief, she immediately turned her head again to look at Mu Yuan beside her. Her pale golden eyes revealed deep confusion. "Who?" At the same time, Medusa, whose expression had become serious, naturally and keenly sensed the suddenly appearing presence. It was a presence that, even while hiding its sharpness, was as conspicuous as a bright light in the dark night. Not to mention that at this very moment, that sharp sword was not hidden, but was directly revealing its original edge. Thus, just as Matu Shinji and Sakura Matu were a bit bewildered by the two's sudden reactions, the door was gently pushed open, and a figure appeared before their eyes. It was a swordsman wearing a black hari, with the onigiri worn at his waist, a bamboo hat on his head, and features that bore a 7 or 8-part resemblance to Mu Yuan. Chapter 76. Watanabe Mitsuyuki. There was no need for anyone to explain or clarify. The moment he appeared, everyone present realized his identity. At this moment, the person whose heart was most shaken was undoubtedly Okita Tsuji. She stared at the Watanabe Mitsuyuki who had appeared before her, a figure so familiar that she couldn't be more familiar with him. Then, she looked at the Mu Yuan sitting beside her. Her eyes were filled with confusion at this moment. After all, unlike Abe no Seimi, Fox teacher, and Amaterasu, Okita Tsuji did not possess the ability to look directly into souls or identify people through their souls. The reason she was able to understand in an instant that Mu Yuan was her friend was due to her intuition, her innate, powerful intuition. But now, her intuition had undoubtedly failed. No, not failed. Her intuition was telling her that the person in front of her was her friend, and the other person was also her friend. Seeing two Mu Yuans appear before her at the same time naturally left Miss Okita, who wasn't very good at overthinking things, in a state of confusion. However, the confusion in Okita Tsuji's heart did not last long before she suppressed it. Because she saw Mu Yuan smiling at her. Thus, Okita Tsuji realized the reason for the sudden appearance of the heroic spirit, Watanabe Mitsuyuki. Therefore, she shifted her gaze from Mu Yuan to the heroic spirit. After a brief exchange of gazes with the heroic spirit, Okita Tsuji smiled, stood up, and followed the heroic spirit out of the room, arriving at the open space of the mansion. Although they didn't understand the situation at all, Sakura Matu, Medusa, and the others looked at each other and then followed them out. Thus, they saw the scene of the two of them standing in the courtyard, silently confronting each other with swords in hand. What are they doing? Matu Shinji couldn't help but ask the question on his mind first. Communicating. Mu Yuan replied calmly. He sat down and beckoned to Sakura. After Sakura sat beside him, he said, "I'm a bit sleepy. Sakura, can I lean on you?" Having said that, he closed his eyes and fell onto the shoulder of Sakura, who caught him in a flurry. Then, projection. On the other side, Watanabe Mitsuyuki lifted his bamboo hat with his hand. His vermilion eyes gazed at Okita Tsuji, who was clearly stunned after realizing something, and he smiled faintly, saying, "Tsuji, long time no see. Communication between swordsmen is never through words. It is through the swords in their hand." After regaining her composure, Okita Tsuji also smiled. Shining under the sunlight, her genuine smile was truly beautiful. "Yeah, long time no see, Mu Yuan." After saying this, the two of them did not speak any further. And at this moment, Okita Tsuji's aura changed completely. If she had seemed like a cute girl next door a second ago, at this moment, she had completely transformed into that legendary executioner, the genius swordsman of the late shogunate era. She drew her beloved sword, Kikuichimonji Norimune, and assumed the starting stance of the Tenon Rishin Ryu. Under the sunlight, the blade appeared sharp, bright, and glistening. At the same time, Mu Yuan also smiled and drew Onikiri. Why are they doing this? Matu Shinji, witnessing all this, was very confused. Because for swordsmen like them, the best way to communicate and reunite is through clashing swords. Answered Medusa. It was Medusa, her gaze constantly lingering on Mu Yuan and Watanabe Mitsuyuki, smiling very beautifully. As a monster and goddess from Greek mythology, she naturally could also look directly into souls. Therefore, at this moment, she finally understood. Although she still didn't know the specific reasons, Medusa already understood. She understood why Mu Yuan's soul was so brilliant and dazzling. It was as brilliant as the heroes she had seen. Because he was originally a hero remembered by history and elevated to the throne of heroes. Afterwards, just as Matu Shinji was stunned by Medusa's answer, Okita Tsuji swung her sword. It was a beautiful sword strike, like falling cherry blossoms. Just that one movement captivated everyone's hearts. Then, cold light flashed, and amidst the soft ringing of vibration, Mu Yuan and Okita Tsuji had already clashed their blades several times. Swordsmanship is the art of killing. Especially for Mu Yuan and Okita Tsuji, this was even more true. The blood stained on the swords in their hands and the lives they had cut down were not simple matters. Such swords usually possessed no beauty, and should only make people feel danger and fear. But the two of them were indeed the exception. More accurately, Okita Tsuji was the exception. Her sword was sharp, yet as beautiful as she was. And Mu Yuan's sword actually bore a heavy shadow of Okita Tsuji, although in that second simulation, he had completely forged his own path. He created that secret sword Shunkan, which countless swordsmen to this day vied to imitate and desperately tried to recreate. But even so, his sword was still somewhat similar to Okita Tsuji's. After all, in the beginning, To complete the imprint of the heroic spirit Watanabe Mitsuyuki, it could be said that Mu Yuan had followed entirely in Okita Tsuji's footsteps. But precisely because of this, when the two of them began to communicate and wield their swords, even Matu Shinji and Sakura Matu, who knew nothing about these things, were instantly captivated. You must know that back in the Tenon Rishin Ryu dojo, Mu Yuan almost only sparred with Okita Tsuji. It wasn't that they didn't try to find others, but no matter who they asked, people would politely decline, with only a few agreeing. Because of this, Okita Tsuji thought she was being isolated and was depressed for a long time. It wasn't until much later that they learned the reason. The reason was simple: everyone just felt inferior and felt they weren't worthy. So beautiful. Sakura Matu couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. To this, even Medusa, standing to the side, couldn't help but nod gently. According to rumors, only the two of them, only when they were sparring with swords would it look like they were dancing together. Matu Shinji also spoke up. He tried hard to recall the records about the two of them in his mind and said, especially when they were sparring under the cherry blossom trees, it is said that back then, swordsmen from 10 miles and 8 villages away would hear the news and come to observe. I originally thought this description was a bit too exaggerated. After all, a sword back then was for cutting people. Beauty or whatever, that's just flashy and impractical, but I didn't expect. As he spoke, Matu Shinji stopped. Flashy and impractical? Come on, the two people swinging swords in the courtyard right now have ascended to the throne of heroes and left their mark in history. Furthermore, they are the two strongest swordsmen in the world, publicly recognized during the late shogunate era. Sakura Matu couldn't help but lose herself for a moment. She watched the two in the arena, then looked at the sleeping Mu Yuan leaning on her shoulder, and clearly showed an expression of relief. Medusa watched this scene and blinked. After thinking for a while, she finally closed her mouth and said nothing. And just at this moment, the clash between Mu Yuan and Okita Tsuji finally reached its end. Their swords crossed, and then they brushed past each other. Both retreated 2 steps simultaneously, looking at each other with faint smiles on their faces. Immediately after, Mu Yuan sheathed Onikiri. Okita Tsuji's body lowered slightly, her hand pressed on the blade, the tip of her sword pointing at the middle of Mu Yuan's left eye, assuming a charging stance. Noble Phantasm Mumio Sandanzuki, Salted Fish Sandanzuki. Noble Phantasm Secret Sword, Shunkan. Wait, is it necessary to go this far? Medusa's expression changed slightly, and she said with wide eyes. Sakura Matu and Matu Shinji also opened their eyes wide, their mouths agape in shock. That's right, both of them even used their noble phantasms. However, it wasn't the first time anyway. After all, for a swordsman, swinging their sword without reservation is undoubtedly the greatest encouragement to their opponent. And in fact, this clash was not as dangerous as the onlookers had imagined. As for the reason, shrinking ground, flash step. Before Okita Tsuji could swing her sword, the next second she saw a flash of white light before her eyes. The white light engulfed her, and when she regained her senses, Mu Yuan's sword was already pressed against her neck. You have completely mastered shrinking ground? Okita Tsuji was stunned for a moment, then realized what was going on. This was a technique akin to magic, requiring the use of yin-yang arts to perform, like a dimensional leap, a technique to instantly close the distance to others. You have to know that back then, Mu Yuan relied on this move to defeat the child of the Yamata no Orokai, the god side of Shuten Doji, Ibuki Doji. That's right. Mu Yuan's lips curled up slightly, as if showing off, and he said to Okita Tsuji, amazing, right? Envious, right? Want to learn? Yes. Okita Tsuji nodded frantically, not caring at all that Mu Yuan's sword was pressed against her neck, and even stepped forward to hug Mu Yuan directly, saying incredibly happily, quick, Mu Yuan, teach me quickly, I want to learn. All right, wait a moment. Don't hug me so suddenly, the sword is still at your neck, be careful. Mu Yuan exclaimed. Onikiri said nothing. If it could speak, it would definitely express very speechlessly, Master, even if you gave it the courage, it wouldn't dare to actually cut her. Thus, the expressions of Medusa, Sakura Matu, and Matu Shinji all froze in place simultaneously. 77 Section 77. They looked at what was before them, a scene that had been a clash of noble phantasms 1 second ago, only to suddenly turn into a comedy the next. For a moment, their minds simply couldn't process it. And then, right at that moment, "Ha ha ha, you seem to be playing at something quite interesting. Since you're having so much fun, are you interested in letting me join in?" He wore an incredibly hearty smile. A crimson spear was suddenly thrown, landing in the wall. Then, a man appeared with short blue hair, a few stray bangs fluttering carelessly, and a long ponytail tied at the back of his head reaching down to his waist. He was wearing a blue bodysuit. Appearing from nowhere, he leapt up and sat on the spear. His vermilion eyes gazed at the two people in the area with unusual excitement and aggression. No, to be more precise, he was actually only looking at Mu Yuan. It was the joyous look of a hunter spotting a strong enemy. A servant. "Sakura, be careful." Medusa stepped forward, staring at the suddenly appeared lancer with an extremely grave expression. Sakura Matu nodded gently, while carefully shielding Mu Yuan in her arms. Matu Shinji also wisely hid himself, looking at Mu Yuan speechlessly as he did so. He muttered to himself that this guy could really sleep. At the same time, Okita Tsuji, who had been playing around with Mu Yuan, saw her expression shift back into that of an executioner, and she coldly drew her sword at him. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at him. Mu Yuan naturally identified this person who had suddenly appeared at a glance. It was the lancer of this Holy Grail war. He was also the disciple of a certain terrifying purple-haired woman who was forever 17 in Celtic mythology, the son of the sun god in Celtic mythology, and a true demigod. The child of light, Siyu Chularin. After recognizing his identity, Mu Yuan instantly understood the reason for his appearance here. This was a battle maniac. The reason Siyu Chularin responded to the summoning of the Holy Grail War was his hope to fight with all his might against strong opponents in battles worthy of a hero. Therefore, it was obvious he had been attracted by the waves from just a moment ago. That was the tide generated by the battle between Mu Yuan and Okita Tsuji. Furthermore, after recognizing his identity, Mu Yuan's expression became indescribably grave. Especially after he glanced at Okita Tsuji beside him, and at Sakura Matu, Matu Shinji, and the others not far away. It wasn't that Mu Yuan feared him, even as a demigod. What Mu Yuan was truly worried about was his noble phantasm. The spear of piercing death thorn. This was a move that reversed the causality of the sequence of events. When using this noble phantasm, one only needed to throw the crimson spear in hand to cause the result of piercing the opponent's heart. And whoever was present, if they were struck by this spear, it would be a result Mu Yuan absolutely could not accept. Although, based on Mu Yuan's memories and his understanding of this person, he was not that kind of man, but Mu Yuan dared not gamble. "My apologies." So saying, Mu Yuan stepped forward, blocking the confused Okita Tsuji behind him, and said to him with a smile, "The interesting part is already over. If you want to join in, you'll have to come back next time." Hey, you can't do that." Siyu Chularin said loudly, his aggressive, excited gaze fixed firmly on Mu Yuan, and he laughed. "After all, I've already gotten completely excited. The guest has already arrived, and yet you aren't receiving him. That's a bit unreasonable, isn't it? What kind of guest are you? We didn't invite you at all." Okita Tsuji replied unhappily. She hated the look in Siyu Chularin's eyes right now, because it reminded her of someone, that bastard, Shishio Makoto. A woman. "Well, although you're not bad, I'm not here for you today." Siyu Chularin glanced at Okita Tsuji, then paid her no further mind, instead looking at Mu Yuan with a wild laugh, saying, "Hey, I saw that sword strike from just a moment ago. Although it wasn't fully unleashed, it was impressive. Come on, let's have a fight, let's have a real, satisfying fight." "You guy." Okita Tsuji's temper flared up instantly, but the sword she had drawn was pressed back down by Mu Yuan again. Mu Yuan looked at Okita Tsuji calmly. Okita Tsuji pursed her lips and put her sword away, somewhat unwillingly. "Are you sure you really want to fight me?" Mu Yuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Siyu Chularin. At this moment, his eyes were calm, yet as sharp as a blade. Ha ha ha, good, good, that's exactly the look. In response, Siyu Chularin was not afraid, but rather became even more excited, saying, "Come on, fight me, let's slaughter each other." After speaking, Siyu Chularin jumped down from the spear, simultaneously pulling out the crimson spear that was embedded in the city wall. Just as everyone saw this, their expressions grave, believing that today's battle was inevitable. Swish. A very, very light sound. It was the soft sound of a folding fan being opened. But this sound caused the expressions of all the heroic spirits present, except for Watanabe Mitsuyuki, to change simultaneously. They instantly turned their heads and looked towards the roof of the Matu residence. Then, on the wall of the house, a young master was sitting there, looking lazy, as if he were basking in the sun. He wore a white fox mask, and the opened folding fan in his hand swayed gently. He was dressed in the karaginu of an onmyoji, white as snow without a speck of filth. Not only that, beside him was a spirit fox with a completely white body, lying down around him and licking his cheek with its pink tongue. The spirit fox's tail wagged back and forth. It was clearly very happy to be able to see him. Then, the spirit fox's beautiful, spiritual eyes immediately stared at Siyu Chularin, its mouth twitching slightly, revealing a ferocious expression. Siyu Chularin's eyes widened bit by bit. It wasn't just him, even Medusa and Okita Tsuji had expressions of visibly grave concern at this moment. Incidentally, while Okita Tsuji's expression was grave, her eyes were also mixed with a small amount of confusion. Because she kept feeling that although that person's aura was terrifying, it was also incomparably familiar and kind. And amidst this silent pressure, I will ask one more time. Mu Yuan spoke. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and he said to Siyu Chularin, word for word, "Are you sure that right now, here, you absolutely must have a fight with me?" After speaking, the spirit fox stood up, looking at Siyu Chularin with an even more ferocious expression. At the same time, the heroic spirit who had been waving the folding fan stopped, and those deep eyes beneath the white fox mask also looked at him. Medusa was stunned, and Okita Tsuji was also stunned. The two of them let their gazes wander back and forth between Watanabe Mitsuyuki and this terrifying onmyoji who had suddenly appeared. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Siyu Chularin raised an eyebrow, his expression at this moment also exceptionally serious. After a long while, he clicked his tongue. He hoisted his spear and carried it on his shoulder. Without another word, he walked silently out of the Matu residence. In reality, given Siyu Chularin's personality, he shouldn't have retreated, he should have become even more excited and charged forward. Unfortunately, he was under orders. His master had given him a strict order, and it was precisely because he considered this that Siyu Chularin helplessly suppressed the surging desire for battle in his heart and chose to leave. Watching Siyu Chularin's departing figure, Okita Tsuji couldn't help herself. She looked at Watanabe Mitsuyuki beside her, then at the white fox young master on the house, and asked in confusion, "Mu Yuan, this, he." "Speaking of which, Tsuji, can you tell me one thing?" Mu Yuan interrupted Okita Tsuji and looked at her with a smile, asking softly, "What is your wish for responding to the summoning of the Holy Grail War? Can you tell me? If I can do it, I will definitely help you fulfill your wish." Mu Yuan looked at Okita Tsuji with utmost seriousness. This caused Okita Tsuji to be stunned for a moment, her pale golden eyes gazing at the Mu Yuan before her. After a long while, Okita Tsuji laughed. My wish, actually, is very simple, and it has already been fulfilled." Yes, Okita Tsuji's wish had already been fulfilled. From the moment she saw Mu Yuan. Even if it was just once, even if it was just a dream, that would be fine. "I just wanted to stop chasing after you, and instead stand together with you, Mu Yuan." In Mu Yuan's simulation, in those final years of the shogunate that had already become history, Okita Tsuji, without a doubt, had always been chasing after Mu Yuan, always chasing him from behind. And as the person who had stayed by Mu Yuan's side the longest during the final years of the shogunate, how could she not know that Mu Yuan liked to watch the moon, and how could she not know how lonely he was when he watched the moon? That child Mu Yuan, although he looks very strong, he is actually very fragile, he just hides his fragile parts. This was a conversation that Mu Yuan's first teacher, Kondo Shusuke of the Tenon Rishin-ryu, had once had alone with Okita Tsuji. Therefore, Tsuji, that child Mu Yuan, from now on, I'll leave it to you to look after him. Yes, just like Abe no Seimi and Tamamo no Mei, Okita Tsuji had naturally already seen through Mu Yuan's situation. It was just that, unlike them, Okita Tsuji had no way to correct it. Even if she knew, the best thing she could do was simply accompany him. However, although she had stayed by Mu Yuan's side, she had never truly been able to walk alongside him. Whether it was the first simulation or the second simulation, she could only watch from behind. Watching Mu Yuan go to fight, witnessing Mu Yuan's choices. Although she was not far from Mu Yuan, she could only always stay behind, trying hard to catch up. Therefore, Okita Tsuji's wish was really very simple. She just wanted to stand by Mu Yuan's side, not to chase, but to truly stand by Mu Yuan's side, together with him. To draw her sword with him, to work hard for him or for both of them together, to cut through the thorns on the path. And then tell him, when you watch the moon at night, I will be by your side, with you. That was all. Chapter 78. P.S. 10,000 word update. I originally thought about splitting it into chapters, fearing you would wait too long. But this is the first chapter of the new volume, and I wanted to make it as good as possible. Besides, Luren actually likes writing such long chapters. After all, it allows me to tell the story in one go. The beginning and the end echo each other directly, with the plot fully packed. The content of this chapter is full of sincerity, right? By the way, remember to tell Luren if there are any typos. After finishing this chapter, Luren feels lightheaded from lack of oxygen, so I definitely need to fix some typos. Volume 2, taking a day off to adjust my internal clock. I didn't sleep well last night, my whole body felt hot, and I kept dreaming. The state felt like I had projected and experienced multiple lifetimes, but when I checked my phone, only half an hour had passed. It was like this all night. Therefore, I really don't have the energy to write today. Forcing myself to write in this condition would severely lower the quality, so I am asking for a day off. Also, I'll take this opportunity to answer the question about the clone poison point. Actually, later chapters will mention it. But since someone asked me via private message, I'll reply first. In fact, when this book first started, Luren had already thought about this, which is why I designed the heroic spirit clones to have no soul. If not projected, they are just crude AIs that can only perform simple command actions. They don't possess speech or their own thoughts. Thus, it avoids the poison point of clones having self-awareness and essentially cuckolding oneself. You can understand it this way. The currently simulated clones are actually just the protagonist's shadow. At different times of the day, depending on the sunlight, the shadow can appear in many different situations, but the main body and the main body's soul are only one. At the same time, Luren will pay attention to this in subsequent plots and try to avoid controversial storylines. Anyway, everyone rest early today. Luren will also rest early. See you tomorrow. Image, I think that makes sense. Location, images 1673000284-100347977109790456. JPG. Volume 2, Chapter 65, Tsuji, Calm Down. One Night of the Holy Grail War, 6.5K. It is not about chasing, but about being by that person's side. It is no longer about standing behind and gazing from afar, but being able to draw one's sword for him, to cut through the thorns on his path, and to make the road he walks a little easier. This is the small wish in the heart of the girl named Okita Tsuji, who responded to the Holy Grail War. Therefore, now that she is the servant and he is the master, this small wish has undoubtedly been realized. Fuyuki City, inside the Matu residence. After some commotion. Shortly after, in Mu Yuan's room. After Mu Yuan briefly explained to Okita Tsuji what kind of relationship he had with Watanabe Mitsuyuki, Okita Tsuji tilted her head. Simply put, Watanabe Mitsuyuki is the life you and I walked through, and you now have the ability to summon this life that has sublimated into a heroic spirit, right? After speaking, Okita Tsuji curiously looked at Watanabe Mitsuyuki, who had appeared from the hidden realm. Her gaze went back and forth between Watanabe Mitsuyuki and the Mu Yuan main body in front of her. After a few rounds, her eyes started spinning. After all, born in the final years of the shogunate, an era without magic, Okita Tsuji did not possess the ability to recognize people by their souls. Even though that extremely high intuition prevented her from mistaking the person. But she inevitably still felt a bit dazzled. That's right. Seeing this, the smiling Mu Yuan couldn't help but reach out and stroke her beautiful hair, which was like cherry blossoms, and said, "You can regard him as a shadow. And I also have the ability to switch back and forth between the shadow and the main body. And when I am not projecting, my shadow will be like a puppet. Although it will execute simple commands, it does not possess a soul and cannot speak." Okita Tsuji did not resist Mu Yuan's head pat. Although her face was a bit red, her gently swaying, conspicuous ahoge undoubtedly indicated that she was very happy at this moment. "I see, I was just saying." After Mu Yuan withdrew his hand, the smiling Okita Tsuji, seeing the Mu Yuan in front of her suddenly reveal a hesitant expression, blinked her pale golden eyes. She thought hard for a moment, and then the smile on her face became even more beautiful. "Mu Yuan, if I'm not mistaken, you must be thinking right now about whether I accept this situation, or even feel uncomfortable about this matter, right?" Hey! Mu Yuan was stunned for a moment. Clearly, he had been guessed correctly by Okita Tsuji. "Mu Yuan, you are always considering some very strange and very rude things. You really haven't changed at all." Okita Tsuji sighed slightly, then looked at Watanabe Mitsuyuki standing silently to the side. That was the Mu Yuan she was most familiar with. It was also the shadow from the shogunate era that left the deepest mark in her heart and the one she chased after her whole life. Then she set her gaze back on the Mu Yuan in front of her. A flash of confusion crossed her pale golden eyes for an instant. To say there was not a trace of discomfort would be impossible. But Mu Yuan is Mu Yuan. With her pale golden eyes staring at the Mu Yuan main body, Okita Tsuji revealed a very beautiful and pure smile, saying, "Even if your appearance changes, I can feel that you are the person I was chasing." As she spoke, Okita Tsuji placed her hand on her chest and said softly, "And I can also feel my heart beating rapidly with joy because of our reunion. These are all real, not false things. Could it be that?" As she said this, Okita Tsuji puffed out her cheeks and glared at Mu Yuan, saying, "In your eyes, am I such a shallow person that I wouldn't be able to recognize you, the one who stayed with me for 10, or even 20 or 30 years, just because your appearance changed a little?" Adding the memories remaining in Okita Tsuji's mind from the first simulation. She had indeed spent 20 or 30 years with Mu Yuan. After spending such a long time together, how could she have a rift or be unable to accept it because of the so-called projection matter? Facing Okita Tsuji's dissatisfaction, Mu Yuan was stunned for a moment. Then he slowly lowered his head and said, "Sorry Tsuji, you know I didn't mean that, I was just worried." Sigh, all right. It's a hard-won reunion, what's the point of you apologizing to me all the time? Okita Tsuji shook her head and said with a smile that she didn't mind, "Besides, I've known for a long time that you, Mu Yuan, are a troublesome guy, I'm already used to it. After all, a certain guy didn't even consider other people's feelings and just ran to another dojo, and didn't even come back to tell his friends. And also, after finally using the sword in my hand to make him face his own existence, and finally feeling that I should have caught up to him, I discovered that the person had already become a demon, and even became the ultimate urban legend of that era. Becoming a demon is one thing, but when asked what happened, he wouldn't say, just sat on the back mountain of the Watanabe family for more than a year. Later, in the Great Fire in Kyoto, after solving the strong enemy, I finally thought everything was over and we could be together, but then that person disappeared again. What's even more excessive is that he only appeared when his time was almost up. It's not like we couldn't go together, but who knew that after running around the throne of heroes, I found that there was no shadow of that person at all." Okita Tsuji originally didn't intend to complain, but as she spoke, she felt her anger gradually rising, and the look in her eyes towards Mu Yuan became increasingly resentful. Even towards the end, her face had completely darkened. She stood up slightly, her hand on the sword at her waist. Calm down, Tsuji." Mu Yuan was full of embarrassment, and at the same time looked hesitantly behind Okita Tsuji, wanting to remind her that there was someone behind her. I saw Medusa with purple hair reaching her waist, who didn't know when she had arrived here. She was leaning against the door, blinking her beautiful purple eyes, looking at the scene in front of her, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise at the flustered Mu Yuan. This was the first time Medusa had seen Mu Yuan look so flustered. After all, Mu Yuan had always appeared mysterious in front of her, as if he had everything under control. Therefore, at this moment, let alone stepping in to persuade them. It was already very kind of her not to take out a watermelon to eat. Calm down. How do you expect me to calm down? And I was thinking that since it's a hard-won reunion, I wouldn't mention these things first and would settle the score with you slowly. You, on the other hand, actually dared to doubt me. No, I can't help it anymore, you jerk Mu Yuan, take this. With a flash of a blade. Mu Yuan, who was kneeling on one knee, hurriedly raised his hands and performed a beautiful empty-handed blade catch. Calm down, Tsuji. And Medusa, why are you still watching? Why are you just watching? Come and help me. Feeling Tsuji exerting force and the blade getting closer and closer to him, Mu Yuan hurriedly shouted. Medusa, what are you standing there for? Didn't I tell you to call Mu Yuan out? Mu Yuan, I think we should discuss the Holy Grail War properly. Just then, Matu Shinji walked over. He looked at the scene in front of him and was stunned for a moment, then looked at Medusa, who regretted not having watermelon and melon seeds to eat, and for a while, didn't react. You are. Never mind. Medusa stood up, pulled the bewildered Shinji out. They are exchanging feelings, don't disturb them. After speaking, Medusa, who was leaving, extremely thoughtfully closed the door. So in the end, helpless Mu Yuan had no choice but to let Watanabe Mitsuyuki appear from the hidden realm again, and after a punch landed on Okita Tsuji's head, this farce finally ended. Then, Okita Tsuji, who was sitting on the floor with her legs tucked in, holding her head and making a dissatisfied and painful groan, glared at Mu Yuan with extreme resentment. Facing such a gaze, Mu Yuan, who felt guilty, coughed twice and could only awkwardly avert his gaze. That's right, Mu Yuan is such a troublesome person. In the simulation of the late shogunate period, Mu Yuan didn't have any intention of forming bonds, even though at that time, Okita Tsuji did leave a shadow as beautiful as cherry blossoms in his heart. Moreover, he also recognized this friend. But in terms of action, just as Fox Teacher and Abe no Seimi evaluated him, he is a kite without a string. After all, holding the Book of Heroic Spirits, Mu Yuan, who stands at the high perspective of the observer, like most people, easily overlooks many things. 79 Section 79. Chapter 79. For example, the traces left on the road. It is precisely because of this that the lesson from Fox Teacher exists. It is precisely because of this that Abe no Seimi agreed to such a crazy plan back then. Therefore, at this moment, facing Okita Tsuji before him, Mu Yuan bowed his head. Under Okita Tsuji's surprised gaze, he bowed deeply and apologized. Sorry, Tsuji. I apologize for everything in the past. It was my fault. Okita Tsuji was stunned for a moment, then said thoughtfully, it seems, Mu Yuan, that after you said goodbye to me, you experienced something else, right? Shadows, the past. Let me think. If I'm not mistaken, the heroic spirit who appeared on the roof just now was actually you, right? Hey. Mu Yuan looked at Okita Tsuji in surprise. He hadn't explained anything yet. It really is like that. Okita Tsuji laughed, then said to Mu Yuan, no wonder I thought that person's scent was so familiar. I see. So that's how it is. But if that's really the case, I'd really like to meet the person who set you straight. Okita Tsuji smiled and said, I really want to meet them. Who could possibly have corrected someone with such a terrible personality as Mu Yuan? That's not it. Hearing this, Mu Yuan couldn't help but say, I say, Tsuji, do you think there's a possibility that I realized these problems myself, and then? Before he could finish. No possibility. Okita Tsuji shook her head directly and said, there is absolutely no such possibility. If you, Mu Yuan, had that kind of realization, then how could I possibly? Speaking of this, Okita Tsuji's face gradually darkened again. Fine, that is indeed the case. Seeing that Suji showed signs of drawing her sword again, faced with the choice between dignity and survival, Mu Yuan chose the latter without hesitation. Immediately, the image of a figure lying lazily in that courtyard appeared in his mind. His gaze softened, and he said, I did indeed meet someone. She is my teacher, and I call her Fox Teacher. It was she who told me to value the path I have walked and the bonds I have formed. Is that so? A teacher, Fox Teacher. Seeing this, Suji's smile also softened, and she said, if it's a fox, then, barring any accidents, it should be a female teacher, and quite a beautiful one at that, right? Yes. Almost subconsciously, Mu Yuan answered this question. After answering, Mu Yuan vaguely sensed that something was wrong. He looked up and saw that Suji was still smiling, her smile as beautiful as an immortal. There was nothing wrong with that smile. But it made Mu Yuan tremble slightly for no reason. What is her name? Should I go pay her a visit? Okita Suji continued to smile. Suji, you, forget it. Mu Yuan gave a wry smile, then his expression dimmed, and he said, and in fact, how could I not want to see her again? As he finished speaking, Okita Suji was slightly stunned. She looked at Mu Yuan, who had suddenly fallen silent before her, and quickly sensed something. After all, she had seen this kind of Mu Yuan in many people before, in those who had lost loved ones in war and remained in this world. Did something happen? Thus, Okita Suji asked, her voice softening once again, and said to Mu Yuan, can you tell me about it? Mu Yuan was silent for a long time, then slowly began to open up. He recounted the experiences of the one named Yumitsu Mumo to Okita Suji. His words were plain, and the content was not richly described. He was far from a suitable storyteller. But Okita Suji listened very attentively, and even from mere fragments of words, she was able to understand, from Mu Yuan's plain speech, the magnificent past that took place in the Heian era. Even though, after Mu Yuan had spoken for a while, Okita Suji, having loaded the corresponding knowledge through the Holy Grail War, had already realized who the protagonist of the story was. Inari God's child. That was the great Onmyoji of Heiankyo who divided the eras, a peer of Abe no Seimi, and the legendary figure who had subdued the Yamata no Orokai. But precisely because of this, Okita Suji felt even more shocked and incredulous. After all, the Inari God's child in Mu Yuan's words was not at all as perfect as the records passed down to later generations, but was flesh and blood, possessing his own worries and frustrations. But at the same time, because of this, it was so real. Mu Yuan spoke for a long time, and he didn't even realize it himself. Even as time passed and the sunset arrived, the scene presented in Mu Yuan's room was of a young man lying on a woman's lap. And a young girl as beautiful as cherry blossoms was gently stroking him. Mu Yuan fell asleep. In fact, he was very tired, having not really rested for a long time. His true self was not the demonized Watanabe Mitsuyuki from the end of the shogunate, nor was he the Inari God's child, Yumitsu Mumo, reshaped by Amaterasu from the soil of the underworld during the Heian era. But a fragile mortal body. The simulation of the heroic spirit training manual itself would make Mu Yuan feel mentally exhausted upon completion. And after that, because he was worried about whether to engrave the memories, Mu Yuan had not rested at all. Although later, during the visit to the Inari god and the shrine, he temporarily let go of the knot in his heart, engraved the past, and chose to step on the past and move forward. But how could Mu Yuan truly let go of Fox Teacher, who had departed forever? He just silently hid this matter in his heart. Later, he slew Zoken Matu, opened the gift box that had been waiting for him for 1,000 years, officially bid farewell to his friends from the Heian era, fought a match with Suji, and scared off Siyu Chularin. So Mu Yuan had actually already reached his limit. Therefore, it's a good thing you came. This was what Medusa, who had reappeared at some unknown time, said to Okita Suji after seeing the scene before her. She had been hiding in the shadows for a long time, so she had heard the entire process. At the same time, she also prevented Sakura Matu and Matu Shinji from approaching. At this moment, Medusa understood better than anyone why Mu Yuan's soul was so brilliant. Therefore, she also understood that if it weren't for Okita Suji's sudden appearance, Perhaps until the Holy Grail War ended and she departed, she would never have known all of this, nor would she have truly understood what kind of person Mu Yuan was. And seen this scene of him completely dropping his mask and resting. 1,000-year gift. This was a gift that Abe no Seimi and the others had prepared for Mu Yuan for 1,000 years, so how could it be as simple as just summoning a servant? The true meaning of the technique was that one must have a deep bond with Mu Yuan. At the same time, one must also be incredibly eager to see Mu Yuan again. Only by satisfying these two conditions could one be summoned. Perhaps because they knew Mu Yuan was a troublesome guy, even after 1,000 years of separation, they still couldn't rest easy about him. I'm truly a bit envious. Under Medusa's puzzled gaze, Okita Tsuji suddenly said this. She looked at Mu Yuan, who had fallen asleep on her lap, and whispered, although it's not right, when I think about it carefully, I am truly a bit envious of that fox teacher. Okita Tsuji understood that while that person might indeed be gone, she would exist forever in Mu Yuan's heart. Perhaps in the future, someone will take her place. But the greater possibility is that, no matter how long it takes, no one will be able to replace her. When Mu Yuan woke up, it was around 9 o'clock at night. He had really slept for a long time, and he had slept very peacefully beside Okita Tsuji. After waking up, he naturally felt very embarrassed and kept apologizing to Okita Tsuji. But what puzzled him was that Okita Tsuji was inexplicably happy, as if something good had happened, and her original resentment had been swept away. Afterwards, in the hall, they discussed the issues of this Holy Grail War with Sakura Matu and Matu Shinji. Mu Yuan noticed that the way Medusa looked at him was always very strange. It seemed like she had something to say. Curious, he went up to ask, but found that Medusa stared at him for a long time. After a long time, she left behind a faint sentence, "Don't make Sakura sad, you sinful guy." Then, she left, leaving behind a bewildered Mu Yuan. The discussion ended, and it was already around 11 o'clock at night. In short, they had definitely formed an alliance first. After all, even though they were participating in the Holy Grail War, they couldn't just fight each other, right? In fact, the real main issue discussed was about Watanabe Mitsuyuki and the suddenly appearing white fox heroic spirit. Regarding this, although Sakura Matu had always suspected that this matter had a lot to do with Mu Yuan. But because even Medusa tacitly agreed to keep this matter hidden, it was ultimately left unsettled. On the way back, walking along the slightly quiet corridor in the castle under the moonlight, Okita Tsuji, who hadn't said much, suddenly said to Mu Yuan, "Mu Yuan, how do you plan to end this Holy Grail War? If I'm not mistaken, you actually already have a decision in your heart, right?" Mu Yuan was stunned for a moment and looked at Okita Tsuji. Okita Tsuji rolled her eyes at Mu Yuan and said, "How long do you think we've known each other? And, this situation where you don't say a word and then suddenly resolve everything isn't the first time, either." Okita Tsuji, while saying this, had a face full of resentment and said, "Whatever you say this time, you must tell me. I am your sword now, Mu Yuan. I didn't intend to hide it." As he spoke, he looked at Okita Tsuji's face, which was full of disbelief, and couldn't help but find it funny. He said, "And in fact, it's very simple. Okita Tsuji, what do you think I will do? You will eliminate all your opponents." Okita Tsuji answered in a second, and while thinking about it, she added, "And if I'm not mistaken, it will be all at once." "That's right." Mu Yuan nodded with a smile. "That is indeed my plan, so I intend to conduct one more simulation. Now, our strength is actually the strongest faction in this Holy Grail War. After all, even that unreasonable guy, I can subdue him with one arrow." The person Mu Yuan was referring to was naturally the golden flashing Gilgamesh. For this guy who possessed the Gate of Babylon and could pull out the Enuma Elish, Mu Yuan had absolutely no intention of reasoning with him. At the same time, Mu Yuan was definitely not the type of person who had a big move but kept it unused, waiting until there was really no other way to use it. Although during the simulation, Mu Yuan would appear a bit casual. But faced with this reality that could not be redone, Mu Yuan would not hesitate to use his big move to ride on their faces. But even so, considering some uncertain factors, and this Holy Grail War, if one says it's weak, it's really not weak. There are 2 demigods, and one can even die 12 times. Therefore, to be safe, I decided to summon one more heroic spirit, and then imitate a certain hero to end this Holy Grail war in one night. And, using this ability to correct history, I actually want to try to accomplish some things. I see. Okita Tsuji nodded, expressing her understanding, and then noticed that Mu Yuan, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and looked at her. What's wrong? Okita Tsuji tilted her head, then her expression dawned on her, and she said, could it be that you are wondering what will happen to me after the Holy Grail War ends? Mu Yuan did not speak, just quietly looked at Tsuji. You really were thinking about this? Geez, isn't the answer very simple? Okita Tsuji, who complained, smiled very happily. She gestured to the sword at her waist to Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan also nodded with a smile and said, indeed, a very obvious answer. By the way, Tsuji, you still haven't told me what your wish is. Chapter 80. And she even said that her wish had already been fulfilled or something. Mu Yuan looked at Okita Tsuji in confusion, and then he noticed that Okita Tsuji's body stiffened for a moment, and her face flushed slightly. After all, responding to the Holy Grail war not to chase after someone, but just to accompany you. How could she possibly say that out loud? I won't tell you, guess it yourself, you idiot. Mu Yuan. Sticking her tongue out at Mu Yuan, Okita Tsuji then smiled beautifully and walked past him, leaving behind a back view as beautiful as cherry blossoms in his eyes. Boundary line. P.S. This chapter is 6,500 words, let me see if I should write a bit more later. Well, TETE, intimacy, is a good civilization indeed. I kind of want to write more daily life and more plot in Fuyuki City before starting the simulation. PS2. By the way, the fact that Mu Yuan's main body is too weak and a complete burden is actually something intentional caused by Luren. Everyone, don't worry, there will be plot reversals later, it has been arranged. Someone privately messaged Luren saying they wanted to see Greek mythology, which is of course no problem, and Greek mythology will certainly not be inferior to the story of Heian-kyo. After all, whether it is Greek mythology or Norse mythology, or even our side or Celtic, Luren can handle them with ease. There is no need to check information to supplement knowledge at all. It can be said that mythology is actually Luren's true home field. Volume 2, Chapter 66 Hypothesis, combining all heroic spirit shadow powers into the main body, 4.5k. The next day at dawn, inside Mu Yuan's room at the Matu residence. Mu Yuan's main body spread open the folding fan, looking at the portraits presented on the yin and yang sides. This was a gift passed down from that 1,000-year-old gift box. It was one of Mu Yuan's former shikigami, Goki, who had searched for it from Iyama and entrusted Abe no Seimi to return it to Mu Yuan. It was also a gift once given to Mu Yuan by Tamamo no Mei. It was originally shattered by Yamata no Orokai, and later, Abe no Seimi and the others spent a great deal of effort to repair it. At this moment, after spreading the folding fan, the portraits of 2 women appeared before Mu Yuan's eyes. One side depicted Inari god Yukanamitama, with the morning sun as her crown, draped in the colors of the night as her garment, her white skirt trailing slightly, and young foxes circling her knees. The other side depicted Tamamo no Mei, the white-faced 9-tailed fox, wearing palace attire, surrounded by 5 tails, with a peerless countenance. The fan was divided into yin and yang. The yin side was engraved with the white-faced 9-tailed fox, while the yang side was Inari god Yukanamitama. However, the yin side could no longer provide demonic power to Mu Yuan. Only the yang side could still provide divine power to Mu Yuan and transform it into brilliant spiritual power. The divine power from Inari god flowed slowly into Mu Yuan's body along with the incantations from his mouth, healing his exhausted flesh while also making him feel much more energetic. Then, with a thought, the heroic spirit shadow of White Fox Young Master appeared before him and slowly sat down. Mu Yuan looked at the folding fan in his hand, and then at this shadow of White Fox Young Master. Retrieving the folding fan is undoubtedly a good thing for my main body. After all, White Fox Young Master's body was recast by Amaterasu using the soil of the underworld, which has already solved the problem of magical energy, so there is no need to borrow the folding fan to obtain magical energy. Mu Yuan said thoughtfully, while a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. With this 5-bone bat fan in hand, Mu Yuan's main body was effectively stepping into the ranks of top-tier onmyoji at once. After all, the yin-yang arts learned during the Heian-kyo era were all imprinted in his mind. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the divine power from Inari God, while repairing his body, could actually gently caress his soul. Mu Yuan could clearly feel that the deep fatigue caused by the simulation was gradually easing. Then, putting away the folding fan, Mu Yuan looked at the white fox young master shadow before him. As if thinking of something, his brows could not help but furrow. Just then, Okita Tsuji pushed the door open and walked in, saying as she entered, "Mu Yuan, Sakura asked me to call you down for breakfast." As she spoke, Okita Tsuji looked at the heroic spirit who had suddenly appeared before her, wearing a white karaginu and a white fox mask, and was stunned for a moment. Even though she already knew that he was also a shadow of Mu Yuan. But at this moment, Okita Tsuji, with her eyes slightly widened, still subconsciously placed her hand on the sword at her waist, striking a serious pose as if she would draw her blade in the next second. There was no other reason. The invisible pressure this heroic spirit exerted was simply too strong. Mu Yuan came back to his senses and looked at Tsuji. Noticing Mu Yuan's gaze, Okita Tsuji finally reacted, somewhat embarrassed as she took her hand off her sword, while also unable to help but curiously examine White Fox young master. After examining him for a while, she fixed her gaze on Mu Yuan, whose brows were still tightly furrowed, not knowing what he was thinking. She came to sit beside him and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Mu Yuan shook his head gently, subconsciously wanting to downplay the matter. However, he noticed that Okita Tsuji didn't speak, just watching him from the side with her pale golden eyes, wearing an expression that said, "You're doing it again." He was slightly stunned, then smiled awkwardly. After thinking for a while, he finally confessed, "I was just thinking about what happened yesterday." "Yesterday? Are you talking about that lancer who suddenly burst in?" Mentioning this, Okita Tsuji's brows also furrowed, and she seemed a bit angry. However, the main reason for her anger was that her reunion with Mu Yuan had been interrupted. "No, but also yes." Mu Yuan shook his head first, then nodded. Seeing Okita Tsuji full of confusion, he looked at White Fox young master and continued, "It was because of that incident yesterday that I realized the problem of it being inconvenient to switch between the main body and the shadow. At first, I thought this was an advantage, so I didn't pay attention to it. In fact, the bigger reason was that Mu Yuan could barely protect himself at the time. Before the heroic spirit shadow of Yumitsu Mumo appeared, Mu Yuan simply had no spare time to consider other things. After all, if a shadow dies, as long as the main body is still there, I can survive. Therefore, I initially thought that I could just hide the main body during battle, but if an emergency situation like yesterday's occurs," Okita Tsuji said thoughtfully, "and it just so happens that someone can see through the connection between your main body and your shadow at a glance, then that would actually be a huge danger, right?" "Yes." Mu Yuan nodded, showing a smile that said "You understand me after all," and said, "So I was just considering letting the shadow merge directly into my main body. Simply put, it is letting my main body control the power of the shadow." This idea of Mu Yuan's was not a whimsical thought. It was just that Mu Yuan remembered there had been such cases in the Type Moon World timeline, and quite a few of them. The most typical example was the class cards in the parallel timeline where Ilya was the main character. They could indirectly contact the Throne of Heroes and directly overlay the power of the heroic spirit corresponding to that class onto the user. And then there was the little eggplant of Chaldea, the demi-servant Mash, who was fused through the possession of a servant. Just as Okita Tsuji understood Mu Yuan's meaning, nodding and frowning with a troubled expression. "Actually, it is not difficult to complete a single possession and control the power of one shadow," Mu Yuan suddenly said. "Hey!" Okita Tsuji was slightly stunned, blinked, and looked at Mu Yuan in surprise. Mu Yuan shrugged, then smiled at Okita Tsuji and said, "I am, after all, an onmyoji of equal fame to that guy Abe no Seimi, and the power of the shadow is my own possession, so completing the corresponding arts is naturally simple. After all, among the talents possessed by the heroic spirit White Fox young master, it included the onmyoji talent of Abe no Seimi. Therefore, Such arts would only require about half a month for Mu Yuan to basically complete them roughly. So what I am considering is not the problem of 1 + 1 = 2, I am considering 1 + 2, 1 + 3, or even more, how my flesh and soul can withstand it, and how different spirit origins can be compatible. Okita Tsuji, upon hearing this, couldn't react at first. It wasn't until she saw the smiling Mu Yuan directly summon the shadow of Watanabe Mitsuyuki. 1 + 2 or even more. Wait, Mu Yuan, do you mean you want to? Okita Tsuji, watching her gaze shift back and forth between the shadow and the main body, realized Mu Yuan's true intention at this moment, and her mouth could not help but open wide bit by bit. That's right. Mu Yuan nodded. Facing Okita Tsuji, he had no intention of hiding anything. Hearing this, Okita Tsuji, after thinking for a moment, couldn't help but cast a look at Mu Yuan as if he were a monster. Although Okita Tsuji was not the very intelligent type, she was not stupid either. Even though Mu Yuan did not explicitly state that he had the heroic spirit training manual, Okita Tsuji recalled the story she heard yesterday called Yumitsu Mumo, combined with her own personal experience. How could she not guess that Mu Yuan possessed the power to shape heroic spirit? If that were the case, the great power of 2 heroic spirits gathered in one body, or rather, not just 2, but 3, 4, or even more. And if they were all top-tier heroic spirits like Watanabe Mitsuyuki and Yumitsu Mumo, all fused into one. Thinking of this, Okita Tsuji couldn't help but shiver. Just then, Mu Yuan said with a regretful face, "It's a pity that I realized this a bit late. Otherwise, if I could see Abe no Seimi and the others again, even if it would take a bit more effort, we would definitely be able to solve this problem." Hearing this, she, who was looking at Mu Yuan with her pale golden eyes, didn't know what to say for a moment. After a long while, she came back to her senses and couldn't help but say, "Mu Yuan, you. It seems you really trust that Abe no Seimi very much." Trust? Mu Yuan was stunned, then immediately retorted, opening his eyes wide and saying, "How is that possible? How could I trust that bastard? It doesn't exist, it doesn't exist." Okita Tsuji was stunned, looking at Mu Yuan, who was reacting so intensely before her. Then, as if she understood something, she couldn't help but laugh, amusedly saying, "Fine, fine. But Mu Yuan, do you perhaps have something you are very worried about?" This sudden question left Mu Yuan, who was looking at Tsuji, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Then Okita Tsuji was still smiling, and in a very casual tone, said, "Because according to your personality, Mu Yuan, to consider it this way, there must be some purpose, and I think that matter must be very difficult. Am I right?" Okita Tsuji said, winking at Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smile helplessly. But he didn't explain. Seeing this, Okita Tsuji, lost in thought, did not continue to ask. Because she knew that Mu Yuan was no longer the same as before, if he didn't say it now, it was probably something that couldn't be said. That's right, it was indeed something that couldn't be said. The reason Mu Yuan would consider the issue of overlaying heroic spirit origins was naturally because of one existence. An existence that he, as a transmigrator, possessed foresight about and had to think about. That was the mastermind behind the incineration of human order, the collective of the 72 demon gods, one of the 7 evils of humanity, the beast holding the principle of pity, Goetia. And not just Goetia, thinking of the series of problems surrounding Chaldea later, Mu Yuan couldn't help but feel a headache. Even though this matter was somewhat too distant for Mu Yuan at this moment. But when he learned that Chaldea indeed existed in this world, this matter hung over Mu Yuan's heart like a dark cloud. After all, reality cannot be replayed, and in reality, there is no fox teacher who can plan for him and teach him hand in hand how to exterminate these, just like exterminating Yamata no Orokai. Will the overlaying arts be very difficult? Sensing the dilemma in Mu Yuan's heart at this moment, Okita Tsuji took the initiative to change the subject. 1 + 1 is simple, but 1 + 2 + 3 is not a question of difficulty anymore. Mu Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "After all, this is the overlaying of heroic spirit origins with different powers, and it cannot leave any sequelae for the body. Even if I joined forces with Abe no Seimi and the others, it would at least take decades or even longer. Therefore, This almost completely cut off the possibility of Mu Yuan creating this art in reality. However, in fact, there is no other way, and to be precise, actually, my fault tolerance rate is quite high. After speaking, under Okita Tsuji's curious gaze, Mu Yuan turned his head and looked out the window. His gaze was cast in the direction of Ryudoji Temple. As a transmigrator, Mu Yuan certainly knew that there was actually a servant in Ryudoji Temple. And that was also a woman from ancient Greek mythology, just like Medusa. The unfortunate princess of Colchis from Greek mythology, the excellent age of God's mage, the betrayal which media, the light of various thoughts flickered in Mu Yuan's eyes, but ultimately returned to calm. He looked back at Okita Tsuji beside him, and as he stood up with a light laugh, the heroic spirit shadow also disappeared. It's actually too early to talk about those things now. Let's solve the immediate problems first. Let's go, Tsuji, let's go eat breakfast. Seeing this, Okita Tsuji wanted to say something, but in the end, she said nothing. After nodding gently, she followed Mu Yuan away. Afterward, the group had a simple breakfast in the living room, and Mu Yuan informed Sakura Matu and the others that he was going out for a while. Where are you planning to go, brother? Before he left, Sakura Matu asked Mu Yuan subconsciously. I'm planning to head over to Shiru's place. Mu Yuan did not hide this, instead saying meaningfully, as for now, it's time to have a proper discussion with him. Hearing Mu Yuan say this, Sakura Matu was visibly stunned for a moment. But in the end, she didn't say anything. Afterward, Okita Tsuji followed Mu Yuan out the door. The weather in Fuyuki City in February was still a bit cold. After stepping outside, Okita Tsuji, wearing only a light blue hari, couldn't help but blow a puff of warm air to warm her hands. Watching this scene, Mu Yuan naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to ask such an ignorant question as, do heroic spirits actually feel cold? After letting Okita Tsuji wait for a moment, he turned back into the room and, under Okita Tsuji's puzzled gaze, took out a light blue scarf. Tsuji was stunned for a moment, then stood there smiling, watching as Mu Yuan wrapped the scarf around her. Let's go. Yeah. Perhaps because it was so early, the streets were somewhat deserted today. Moreover, it was the season for cherry blossoms in Fuyuki City. Mu Yuan looked at the cherry blossoms in full bloom along the road, then looked at Okita Tsuji beside him, who couldn't help but curiously observe the streets and vehicles. For a moment, his expression couldn't help but become dazed. What's wrong, Mu Yuan? Noticing Mu Yuan's gaze, Okita Tsuji looked at him in confusion. It's nothing. Mu Yuan shook his head, withdrew his gaze feeling a bit guilty, and then thought for a moment before saying, Oh right, Tsuji, didn't you have something you wanted to say to me back in the room? Something? Ah, you mean that thing. Remembering, Okita Tsuji laughed. This smile, on someone who was already very eye-catching on the street, instantly attracted even more attention. I was just thinking, I don't know if I'll be lucky enough when the time comes. Mu Yuan looked at Okita Tsuji, who was saying this, with confusion. Actually, after hearing about your past experiences yesterday, especially the matter of subduing Yamata no Orokai, I've felt regretful. Because I couldn't witness it with my own eyes. Okita Tsuji looked at Mu Yuan with her pale golden eyes and smiled, so I was thinking, if one day I could see your multiple heroic spirit powers stacked together, and then in the moment they bloom, it would surely be very beautiful. Just like an epic story born from myth and legend. Dazzling and brilliant. And most importantly, the protagonist of that story is you. Hearing this, Mu Yuan, having regained his senses, couldn't help but flick Tsuji's forehead and laughed. Even if you praise me like that, there are no benefits for you. Hee. Covering her forehead, Okita Tsuji laughed. I don't need any benefits either, after all. Okita Tsuji did not finish her sentence. Afterward, the two were seen strolling under the morning cherry blossoms, gradually walking further away. At this time, inside Emir Shiru's residence. Emir Shiru and Mu Yuan were in the room, while Okita Tsuji was outside alone, swinging her wooden sword and performing her daily sword practice. The room was very quiet. Mu Yuan held the tea that was already getting cold, took a small sip, and then looked at the somewhat dazed Emir Shiru in front of him. Just a moment ago, He had told him everything he knew about Emir Shiru's general encounters in the Fifth Holy Grail War. Incidentally, Saber, King Arthur Artoria, was not present at the time. This point was slightly unexpected for Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan wasn't quite sure if it was a butterfly effect caused by his own existence, or if it was simply not time yet. Although Medusa had already appeared, that was actually because Zoken Matu had discovered the heroic spirit Watanabe Mitsuyuki, and thus summoned her in advance. Summoning heroic spirits in advance was possible. For example, in the Einsburn forest, the Berserker Heracles had been summoned nearly a month before the Holy Grail War. You mean? A long time passed before Emir Shiru regained his focus and said to Mu Yuan with a serious face, "The future me believes that being a hero of justice is a completely wrong path, so he responded to the Holy Grail's summons just to come back and kill me, is that it?" As expected. Was that the first question? Mu Yuan put down the tea in his hand, looked at the boy with brown-red short hair in front of him, and nodded faintly. When talking about the Holy Grail War, it was obvious that one point could never be avoided, and that was the existence of the person named Emir Shiru in front of him. After all, to some extent, he was the protagonist of this matter. Mu Yuan had even considered taking things belonging to him, or Sakura Matu, Tosaka Rin, and others, to see if they could be used as a modern mystery catalyst. Yes. Mu Yuan nodded gently and said, "Although some details might be wrong, the general content won't be. So, do you trust me, Shiru?" Mu Yuan's deep eyes quietly stared at Emir Shiru. Emir Shiru was stunned for a moment, then he scratched his head, smiled bitterly, and said, "To be honest, I don't really believe it." I don't mean I don't trust you, Mu Yuan, but the topic of my future self wanting to kill my present self is just too insane. However, I am a mage after all." As he said this, Emir Shiru sighed, then looked up at Mu Yuan with a serious expression and said, "Therefore, I trust you." Mu Yuan nodded gently upon hearing this. There wasn't much surprise on his face, as he had known from the beginning that the existence named Emir Shiru in front of him was just that kind of person. "It's just, I don't quite understand," Emir Shiru said, pausing for a moment, his brown eyes looking at Mu Yuan in front of him in confusion, and asked, "Why did you choose to tell me these things? Shiru, before this, what kind of person was I in your eyes?" Mu Yuan did not answer Emir Shiru's question, but asked him back. Immediately, without waiting for the slightly stunned Emir Shiru to answer, Mu Yuan continued calmly, "If I'm not mistaken, I must be a very troublesome person, right? After all, if I weren't troublesome, I wouldn't attract a good-natured guy like you to come and take care of me. No way, Mu Yuan, you are a very good." Emir Shiru subconsciously wanted to give Mu Yuan a nice guy card, but was directly interrupted by Mu Yuan. At first I really didn't intend to tell you." Interrupting Emir Shiru, Mu Yuan said calmly to Emir Shiru, "Because this is my advantage. Possessing these memories like a prophet, I could completely rely on this to occupy a better position in this Holy Grail War. Just like having a god's eye view, looking down at the entire map." Emir Shiru was just deep in thought after hearing this. "But not long ago, or perhaps a long, long time ago, someone grabbed me and made me come down from the sky." As Mu Yuan said this, he smiled faintly and then said, "She told me to value the traces I left on the road and the bonds I forged. Otherwise, one day, I will inevitably regret it because of this." "So, you made up your mind to tell me these things?" Emir Shiru asked. Mu Yuan nodded gently and continued, "To be honest, I still don't quite understand whether I am Zhuangzi or the butterfly, but the memories of the 10+ years I've known you in my mind are not fake. Therefore, when I realized this, I understood very clearly that I should indeed tell you this, because you are undoubtedly my friend." Mu Yuan looked at Emir Shiru quietly and said, "So I chose to tell you everything at this time. But you don't need to be troubled by this, because I will not interfere with your choice. I am just declaring one thing after telling you all this." Mu Yuan's words were light and calm, but also incredibly serious. "In a few days, I will end this Holy Grail War, regardless of what choice you make." The situation at this moment was just like when Abe no Seimi quietly watched Mu Yuan choose to go to Oyama to become a member of the Oni tribe, and then eventually subjugated him. It was just that Mu Yuan at this moment had become the person who was quietly watching his friend make a choice. I see. Emir Shiru, feeling emotional, did not question Mu Yuan's words. He completely believed that since Mu Yuan had said so, he would definitely be able to do it. Emir Shiru was silent for a long time, then looked at Mu Yuan with a somewhat dazed expression and said, "Then, Mu Yuan, do you think my wish to become a hero of justice, is it really fake and wrong? If I say it's fake here, will you stop?" Mu Yuan's sudden counter-question left Emir Shiru stunned once again. Mu Yuan looked at him in front of him, feeling a bit amused, and said, "In the future that I know of, you didn't even yield when facing your future self, so how could you possibly let go of your inner obsession just because of one sentence from me?" Emir Shiru heard this, thought about it, and then scratched his head awkwardly, because it was indeed the case. "Therefore, I won't say anything about your ideals, and I don't think that I, having just come down from the sky, have the qualifications to comment on others' ideals." Mu Yuan said, "So, whatever choice you make, I will respect your progress, but, you also know that I am a troublesome person." Speaking of this, Mu Yuan laughed again and said to Emir Shiru in front of him, "Therefore, if I discover that your path is truly wrong, that you are walking on a fake path, then, even if this is your choice, I will punch you hard a few times, then drag your body back, and make you walk it again." Perhaps not expecting Mu Yuan to say this, Emir Shiru, who was staring at him blankly, didn't even know how to react at this moment. "Shiru, I know the obsession in your heart, and I also know that you are a survivor of that big fire, so I can understand why you want to help more people and become a hero of justice, even if, in my opinion, this is just pure survivor's guilt. Guilt, and even the self-destructive tendencies that arise from it." Hearing Mu Yuan say this, Emir Shiru subconsciously wanted to refute, but was stopped by Mu Yuan's hand. "But even so, I will still respect your choice. However, respect does not mean indulgence. I am not a hero like you who can help more beings. I am just a selfish ghost who only knows how to protect those around me." If Okita Tsuji outside heard this, she would probably not be able to help but laugh out loud. Indeed, a selfish ghost who built a paradise in troubled times, and who was willing to give up everything to become the ultimate urban legend in order to kill Shishio Makoto. Although Mu Yuan had his reasons for this, saying he did all these things to ascend to a heroic spirit, or to take revenge, but as for such sophistry, whether it was Tsuji, or Abe no Seimi and Minamoto no Uramitsu, they would probably just listen with amusement, and smile without saying anything. After saying these words, Mu Yuan stood up and left with Okita Tsuji. Emir Shiru sat there, staring blankly at Mu Yuan's retreating back, and sighed after a long time, smiling bitterly. "A selfish ghost, huh? It's because of this that I can't help but look at you, Mu Yuan. And not because of what you call your so-called good-natured attribute." After Mu Yuan walked out of the room, Okita Tsuji immediately followed, trotting to stop beside Mu Yuan, looking up at him slightly, and asked, "Are you done with your business?" "Yes." Mu Yuan nodded. "I see. Then what shall we do next? Also Mu Yuan, when are you planning to start a new journey?" Okita Tsuji looked at Mu Yuan curiously. Mu Yuan hesitated for a moment, glanced at the residents behind him, and then replied, "Let's wait a bit longer, it's not that urgent right now. And I think, at most by tomorrow, there will be an answer. As for now." Mu Yuan thought for a while, then laughed, and said to Okita Tsuji beside him, "Shall we go pray to the gods?" "Pray to the gods?" Okita Tsuji couldn't react at first to what Mu Yuan meant by this, until she followed Mu Yuan all the way to the suburbs of Fuyuki City, and realized that the destination of this trip was the small shrine of the Inari god in this place. Inari god Yukana Mitama. Chapter 82. The foster mother of Yumitsu Mumo in the Heian era. In other words, the foster mother of Mu Yuan at this moment. When Okita Tsuji realized this, having arrived at the bottom of the shrine steps, she found herself unable to take another step forward. Divider. P.S. A new simulation begins tomorrow. If Luren guesses correctly, many of you are likely confused as to why Luren insists on starting one more simulation before ending this Holy Grail war. It is mainly because you have probably grown tired of reading the standard Holy Grail war plot. Luren is tired of it too. So, I definitely have to write something different. Volume 2, Chapter 68. The Third Simulation, Son of King Vortigern, 5K. In the suburbs of Fuyuki City, inside the Inari Shrine. Because the area is quite remote, the shrine here appears very secluded, and with it being the season of blooming cherry blossoms, it is very beautiful. Although Okita Tsuji hesitated for a long time, she ultimately followed Mu Yuan to the shrine. Although, in the end, actually nothing happened. The two purified their hearts at the water pavilion, then came to the main hall to pay their respects, ringing the bell and bowing in prayer. After Okita Tsuji prayed to the deity very earnestly, she opened her eyes and saw that Mu Yuan had already finished and was looking at her with a smile. "What wish did you make?" Mu Yuan asked, seeing how earnest she was. "Ah!" To her surprise, Okita Tsuji was stunned for a moment. She had not made a wish, she had been so earnest just now simply because she was greeting the deity. Okita Tsuji thought for a moment, then curiously asked Mu Yuan back, "What about you, Mu Yuan? After all, you came all the way here specially." Mu Yuan shook his head and said, "I didn't make a wish, I just came to say hello. After all, it is time to embark on a new journey again." Okita Tsuji pondered upon hearing this, and then did not ask any further. Just as the two were preparing to leave, they were called out to by the shrine maiden with long black hair, who had appeared out of nowhere and was watching them with a smile. The shrine maiden invited them to enjoy the cherry blossoms together and said she had prepared some extra rice balls today, to which Mu Yuan agreed. While viewing the flowers, a few foxes ran out to beg for food from them, and they circled around Okita Tsuji, licking her hands and feet, making her laugh continuously. As for Mu Yuan and the shrine maiden, they had almost no conversation. Then time passed, and in the afternoon, Mu Yuan and Okita Tsuji said goodbye to her. As they were about to leave, she smiled and left them with a sentence, "If you like this place, you are welcome to come often in the future." Mu Yuan nodded, then replied, "I will." Afterwards, after they had gone far away, the shrine maiden watched their backs, his back, for a long time with a smile. Then she turned around and walked into the shrine. "Is she, that deity from the legends?" After leaving the shrine, Okita Tsuji finally couldn't help but ask Mu Yuan. While viewing the flowers, she had occasionally locked eyes with the shrine maiden, and looking into those beautiful eyes, she always felt as if her heart was about to jump out. "I don't know." Mu Yuan shook his head and said, "After all, Amaterasu should have returned to Takamagahara long ago, but..." Speaking of this, Mu Yuan remembered the figure of Amaterasu that seemed to have appeared once amidst the dancing cherry blossoms 2 days ago. Hesitating for a moment, Mu Yuan smiled and said, "Forget it, it's actually nothing." After speaking, Mu Yuan cast aside all distracting thoughts in his heart and stopped trying to guess her identity. After all, if it were her, since she didn't say anything, it meant it wasn't the time for a reunion. If it wasn't her, although there would be some regret, the now-grown Mu Yuan could accept it. Seeing Mu Yuan say this, Okita Tsuji didn't say anything more. Only after descending the steps did she respectfully bow towards the shrine at the bottom of the steps before catching up with Mu Yuan's pace. "You are too nervous," Mu Yuan said, feeling somewhat amused. "You don't even think about whose fault it is." Okita Tsuji looked at Mu Yuan with a somewhat resentful gaze. But at the same time, she felt a little happy in her heart. After all, isn't this a form of trust? Afterwards, Mu Yuan and Okita Tsuji returned to the Matu residence. Upon returning home, they saw the man with short brownish-red hair sitting in the living room, who had been waiting for them for a long time. Emiya Shiru. "Yo, you are finally back." Emiya Shiru greeted the two with a loud laugh, while Matu Shinji on the side clicked his tongue in annoyance upon seeing this. Mu Yuan was stunned for a moment, then looked at the sky outside, which was just past noon, and then looked at him in front of him, saying with some surprise, "You arrived earlier than I imagined." Emiya Shiru was stunned upon hearing this, and asked Mu Yuan in surprise, "You knew I would come?" Mu Yuan smiled, came to sit in front of him, and said, "As long as you sincerely treat me as a friend, then given your personality, you would definitely come." "Are you plotting against me?" Emiya Shiru widened his eyes. "TSK, you are too naive." Matu Shinji on the side couldn't help but interject, "Don't look at this guy's honest appearance. His heart is filthy." After he spoke, Medusa, who was sitting with Sakura Matu, nodded in agreement. Okita Tsuji on the side didn't react much to this, as she had known it for a long time. Mu Yuan's personality was inherently somewhat complex. In his own words, it was troublesome. He had an unexpectedly simple side, but also an extremely ferocious and decisive side. He could build a paradise in chaotic times, and he could also transform into the ultimate urban legend to swing that sword, sharpening his blade and hiding it for an entire lifetime. He could turn the final night parade of 100 demons into the grandest banquet in the history of Japan, which is still talked about to this day, and he could also bid farewell to his friends one by one, just to loose that one arrow. Mu Yuan ignored their evaluation. After sitting down, he looked at Emiya Shiru and said, "Since you have come, that means you have already decided." Emiya Shiru nodded. He was not a hesitant person, and agreed very readily. "Since that is the case." Mu Yuan smiled faintly and reached out to place his hand on his shoulder. The next second. Catalyst, distant utopia. Quality, legendary epic. Detection, can be absorbed. Does the host wish to absorb it? Looking at the screen that popped up before him, under Emiya Shiru's puzzled gaze, Mu Yuan smiled and said, "Then I will accept it without hesitation." After he spoke, the absorption was successful. At that instant, Emiya Shiru clearly felt that something was missing from his body. He scratched his head and asked Mu Yuan with some confusion, "Mu Yuan, what did you do to me?" "I took your catalyst. It is that legendary scabbard of Arthur, distant utopia." Mu Yuan did not hide it and said it directly. These words left everyone present somewhat confused, but Emiya Shiru quickly reacted and said to Mu Yuan, "Is it the thing you mentioned, which I will use as a medium in the future to summon a servant?" Emiya Shiru's words naturally drew surprise from Sakura Matu and the others. However, before Sakura Matu could ask anything, she was stopped by Medusa. As for Matu Shinji, actually, he was surprisingly good at reading the atmosphere. "You don't need it anymore, right?" Mu Yuan said with a smile. "I don't really need it, but do you really need this thing?" Emiya Shiru asked, his face full of confusion. "In a sense. I do really need it." As Mu Yuan said this, he scanned everyone present except for Okita Tsuji. "I see, then you can take it. And oh, right. I would like to have a private chat with my future self when the time comes." Emiya Shiru said this with a serious expression. Seeing this, Mu Yuan agreed. Thus, Emiya Shiru stayed in the Matu residence for the time being. Immediately after, Mu Yuan personally made a sumptuous lunch for everyone present. Showing off his culinary skills in front of the heroic spirit of cooking, Mu Yuan himself felt that he might have gotten a bit carried away. But it unexpectedly received constant praise. After all, he had been trained by Tamamonome for so long. Moreover, Tamamonome not only knows how to cook, but she also knows how to eat, and she is surprisingly picky. After all, this fellow has always been mingling in various imperial palaces, and what she eats is stuff that ordinary people cannot afford or might not have even seen in a lifetime. Therefore, being able to barely satisfy her meant that Mu Yuan's cooking skills were actually quite excellent. This was something exchanged for the sacrifices of Abe no Seimi, Sokota Kintoki, and others. In the evening, Mu Yuan was alone in his room, holding a book in his hands. Titled History of the Kings of Britannia. Beside him were several other books, all of which were records of legends regarding Britannia or Arthur. "Is this the journey you are about to embark on?" A cold, clear voice sounded. To Mu Yuan's surprise, walking in was Medusa, dressed in black clothes and black over-the-knee boots, with a cold, elegant, and bewitching temperament. It was not Okita Tsuji. Catalyst, travel, and that heroic spirit shadow. This is actually the real reason why you would suddenly fall into a coma, right? Medusa's beautiful purple eyes looked quietly at Mu Yuan. To this, Mu Yuan neither admitted nor denied it, he just smiled. Seeing this, a strange look flashed in Medusa's eyes, and then she suddenly asked Mu Yuan, "Why? Why what?" Mu Yuan tilted his head. "Why did you tell me these things?" Medusa looked at Mu Yuan calmly and said, I can understand you telling everything to Okita Tsuji, but, whether it is Matu Shinji or Sakura Matu, you didn't tell them, yet you told me. Didn't you eavesdrop on it yourself? Mu Yuan asked back. If you weren't willing, could I have eavesdropped? Medusa rolled her eyes and gave Mu Yuan a look that said, do you think I'm stupid? Hearing this, Mu Yuan thought for a while. Then he himself became puzzled. Indeed, it seemed he really hadn't thought about hiding these things from Medusa. After thinking for a good while, Mu Yuan said to Medusa in an uncertain tone, perhaps, it is because after the Holy Grail War ends, you will disappear anyway, so I felt it wasn't necessary. Hearing this, Medusa didn't make a sound. She watched Mu Yuan quietly for a long time, before saying indifferently, you are pitying me. Achem. Mu Yuan was taken aback. You know my past, and it even seems you know it better than my Sakura Matu. Medusa said calmly to Mu Yuan. Between a master and a servant, after a connection is formed, they will understand each other's lives through dreams. Mu Yuan and Okita Tsuji did not, as in a sense, their pasts are interconnected. 83 Section 83. Not only that, the message you are truly conveying to me is actually. Speaking of this, Medusa opened her mouth silently towards Mu Yuan, but until the very end, she did not say that sentence. Only after a long time did she say to Mu Yuan with a complex expression, I think I understand why Sakura and the others trust you so much. And if I haven't guessed wrong, the reason you suddenly embarked on this journey is actually because there is something more important to do than the Holy Grail War, right? After saying this, Medusa turned and left. Mu Yuan looked at her retreating figure and said nothing. He just looked at the book in his hand, then tilted his head and looked at the history book placed on the table not far away, Greek mythology legends. The next day, Mu Yuan did nothing. He put down the book in his hand and set aside the worries in his heart. He took Sakura Matu, Tsuji, and others to have a good time in Fuyuki City for a day. If one were to ask if any unexpected events happened that day, perhaps it was when he was accompanying them to buy clothes and accidentally ran into that golden flash. An interesting soul. This was Gilgamesh's evaluation of Mu Yuan. He even sat down specifically to chat with Mu Yuan for a while and waved his hand to pay for all of Mu Yuan's expenses that day. Mu Yuan originally thought there might be a fierce battle and even considered just letting him be eliminated, but Gilgamesh left unexpectedly gracefully. He naturally saw through Tsuji's identity at a glance and knew that Mu Yuan was also a participant in this Holy Grail War, but what problem was there with that? Then, at sunset, Tsuji and the others returned to the Matu residence. But Mu Yuan did not go back with them. And Mu Yuan gave Tsuji his first order as a master. In the time to come, protect Sakura and the others, and at the same time, stop the progress of the Holy Grail War. Not only that, Mu Yuan also secretly left behind his two shadows, Watanabe Mitsuyuki and Yumitsu Mumo. Mu Yuan knew that time was actually very tight. The Holy Grail War might very well officially begin, perhaps it had already officially begun. But Medusa was right, or perhaps it was just too easy to guess. The purpose of Mu Yuan suddenly embarking on this trip was not just as simple as obtaining a heroic spirit, but after Tamamonome reached out and plucked him down from the sky, Mu Yuan looked at the people gathered before him and thought of some other things. Therefore, he wanted to try it out. However, the idea of inscribing another heroic spirit to end the Holy Grail War in one fell swoop was also true. Thus, as the setting sun fell, Mu Yuan came once again to that small Inari shrine. When he arrived, the shrine maiden was sweeping the floor. Seeing Mu Yuan come over, there was no surprise in her eyes. Instead, she smiled slightly and said, "You have come." Mu Yuan nodded and said to her, "The next few days, I will trouble you." After saying this, Mu Yuan walked past her. The shrine maiden smiled as she watched Mu Yuan's retreating figure and suddenly asked, "This time, how long do you intend to be away?" Mu Yuan paused for a moment, then continued walking forward, saying, "I will return very soon, and this time, watch me clear the game with one life." As the words fell, the simulation officially began. On the Heroic Spirit Training Manual, the text that had turned into black ink from the catalyst Distant Utopia began to flow and organized itself into lines of text. Catalyst, Distant Utopia. Anchor time, Britannia, between the 4th and 5th centuries AD. Location, Ancient Britain Kingdom. Identity, knight. Talents acquired through the catalyst, intuition, kingly aura, Avalon, weakened version. Intuition, innate intuition, the ability to instantly discern the most suitable action for oneself during battle, and can even enter the realm of predicting the future. Kingly aura, you possess a kingly aura equivalent to that of King Arthur Artoria, possessing the qualifications to become a king. Avalon, weakened version, you possess an innately extremely strong healing ability for injuries, comparable to the noble phantasm Distant Utopia, and you possess a certain degree of immortality. Ordinary weapons cannot harm you in the slightest, and time cannot take your life. Remaining simulation attempts, 3. Do you wish to start the simulation? What the hell, Avalon, innate healing ability, immortality. Mu Yuan was a bit stunned. He seemed to see golden light behind these talent. And intuition predicting the future. This is an enhanced version of Eye of the Mind, right? If I remember correctly, this talent can even dodge Cu Chalane's Gaybolg. Mu Yuan was slightly surprised for a while, but soon calmed down and muttered, although I couldn't extract King Arthur's knight talent, in terms of sword usage alone, my attainments are already very high, so it doesn't matter. With this talent and the experience I have accumulated so far, it shouldn't be difficult to occupy a seat among the Knights of the Round Table. As the words fell, Mu Yuan, with a thought, officially started the simulation. Simulation, start. Immediately, Mu Yuan's consciousness disappeared. The next moment, Britannia, between the 4th and 5th centuries AD. When Mu Yuan opened his eyes, he had already appeared in the sky above the ancient Britain continent in a godlike perspective. This was already the third simulation. Mu Yuan was naturally accustomed to it. After looking around casually, he placed his gaze on the book in his hand. He saw the text on the pages of the Heroic Spirit Training Manual intertwining and changing. Between the 4th and 5th centuries AD, ancient Britain, the White Dragon and Red Dragon of Britannia are fighting for supremacy, the final era of mystery. You have arrived in this world, projected into this world. Please choose your identity and starting point. A. Noble. B. Knight family. C. Commoner. D. Personal intervention. Following past experience, Mu Yuan did not hesitate and directly chose Knight family. Afterwards, you chose Knight family. You were born into a Knight family in the Kingdom of Britannia, but when you opened your eyes, you did not see your biological father or mother, but rather a decaying jade throne, and on the throne, an old man holding you in his arms, watching you quietly. This old man claimed to be your father and bestowed upon you the name Michael Pendragon, and his name is Vortigern Pendragon. Wait, tell me again, who is my father? He had thought that he was someone who had seen his fair share of storms. After all, his foster mother last time was the dignified Inari god Ukana. But at this moment, after recognizing the identity of this person named Vortigern Pendragon, Mu Yuan was instantly stunned. Vortigern Pendragon, the White Dragon of Britannia. The elder brother of Uther Pendragon. And Uther Pendragon is the father of the future King Arthur Artoria. In other words, at this moment, Mu Yuan instantly became Artoria's cousin. And the most important thing is that Vortigern Pendragon, this White Dragon of Britannia, is also the most powerful enemy of the Red Dragon, King Arthur Artoria, in this life. But the purpose of Mu Yuan's simulation this time was to become one of the Knights of the Round Table. You are Michael Pendragon, son of King Vortigern Pendragon, cousin of the future King Arthur who will rule Britannia. Undoubtedly, this creates a huge contradiction with your initial plan to mix into the Knights of the Round Table, because through the historical information obtained before the simulation, you know that your father is exactly King Arthur's greatest enemy, and the kind that will fight to the death. Chapter 84. From the moment you were born, you were destined to stand on the opposite side of Arthur and the others, unless you choose to betray the father of this world. You remember the words of Fox Teacher, as well as that special one, so you no longer view the simulation as a game, but as a life, even if, in reality, you remain high above, looking down on everything here. But with such a mindset, this starting point is undoubtedly a bit too subtle for you, who aspires to become one of the Knights of the Round Table. Therefore, you pondered, if Vortigern did not treat you like a child, then although you wouldn't necessarily stage a scene of filial piety, you could at least safely defect to the Knights of the Round Table under Arthur. But reality played a huge joke on you. Vortigern dotes on you very much. Although in the eyes of outsiders, he is a terrifying king, the White Dragon of Britannia, a King Vortigern who uses alien races to exploit Britannia for his own selfish desires, but in front of you, he appears unexpectedly kind. Even when he looks at you and smiles, you can clearly see shock in the eyes of the guards protecting him from the side. His smile is just that unbelievable. And you, Michael Pendragon, your name, which means a gift from God, and even represents light, standing on a dragon, or being a friend to a dragon, have not disappointed him. From the age of 1, you were already able to speak and showed extraordinary wisdom. By the age of 3, you were even able to offer him some small suggestions on national policy. At 4, you were already able to wield a sword and fight a battle against a famous knight. At 5, as you grew older, your talent for regal aura began to manifest, coupled with your own personality, values, and the refined elegance and etiquette taught by Tamamo no Mae. Anyone who saw you had to praise you. You were like the rising morning sun, like the dawn light tearing through the dark night. You are a gift from God to the world, and even more so, the true king granted by God to Britannia. I don't know when it started, but such rumors began to spread across the continent of Britannia. And regarding such rumors, Vortigern was not only not angry, but even seemed somewhat happy, and even secretly hinted that he would pass the throne to you. As a result, those nobles and knights who were originally wavering and unwilling to submit to Vortigern, and even the other kings of the Britannia continent who were originally fighting him, gradually eased their relations with him after meeting you. Your appearance even caused the prophecy of the great mage Merlin to waver. It made those knights and people who were waiting for the incarnation of the Red Dragon, the successor of Uther, increasingly hesitant. Undoubtedly, this is the most wonderful start you have experienced so far. You are a prince, and a prince loved by King Vortigern Pendragon. You don't need to do anything to take over Vortigern's kingdom. Moreover, due to the influence of your kingly aura, which is equal to Arthur, the longer those knights and people stay with you, the more they identify with you, support you, and even gradually feel from the bottom of their hearts that you are the true king of Britannia. They believe that after you come of age and take over the kingdom, you will surely create an incomparably prosperous nation and drive away all alien races. Therefore, your reputation spread wider and wider. Even though you are the son of King Vortigern, you have gained the reputation of the Morning Light Prince. Because of this, when you were 5 years old, on a night when you were making a midnight snack for yourself, an unexpected person came to see you. Her name is Morgan Pendragon. That's right, your cousin, the daughter of your father's younger brother. At the same time, she is also the woman who most desires to destroy King Arthur Artoria. 2 years later, in the kingdom of King Vortigern, early morning, the dawn light brushing past the dark night shone into the knight's training ground, and also shone on the 7-year-old boy with golden hair and black eyes. And he seemed to be uniquely favored by the sunlight. When the sun's radiance spilled onto him, he appeared exceptionally dazzling. The boy was only 7 years old, his appearance youthful and handsome, possessing an innate aura of royalty and natural, refined elegance. Royalty is inherently majestic, while refinement makes one much more approachable. These are two completely different temperaments, but they have now completely merged together, making people want to get close to him, while simultaneously respecting him in their hearts. Michael Pendragon. That's right, he is Mu Yuan, and this is his name in Britannia. At this time, in the knight's training ground, Mu Yuan was sparring with the knight in front of him. Facing the knight in front of him who was much taller and wielding a great sword, he had not a shred of fear in his eyes. He quietly held the sword in his hand. The knight's sword is actually very different from the sword of the East. After all, knights mostly use great swords, emphasizing uprightness and wide, sweeping strikes. But the sword of the East is not like that. But Mu Yuan is no fledgling in swordplay. He is a genius swordsman who suppressed an entire era, and his state of mind has even reached the realm of void, a being who can glimpse the realm of a sword saint. Therefore, let alone holding a great sword, even if he were holding a withered branch, it would be no problem at all for Mu Yuan to perform his sword arts such as Tenon Rishin Ryu and Hokushin Ito Ryu. Your Highness, be careful. The knight roared, and then launched a fierce attack on Mu Yuan. The tall and mighty knight undoubtedly formed a sharp contrast with the young and small Mu Yuan, making one suspect that if his sword swung down, even if it didn't kill Mu Yuan, it would crush him into pulp. But strangely, facing this scene, the knights watching from the side were full of smiles, and some were even secretly placing bets on how many rounds this knight could last in the prince's hand. Then, the knight swung his sword with all his might. The great sword passing through the air emitted a piercing sonic boom. Soon, the knight's sword collided with Mu Yuan's sword, sparking brilliant flames. But what was surprising was that after the collision of the swords, it was not Mu Yuan who took a step back, but the knight. And as the collision became more and more intense, the knight's face became more and more ferocious, appearing increasingly overwhelmed. This formed an extremely sharp contrast with the boy in front of him, who looked weak but was relaxed and at ease. Avalon, weakened version. This is one of the talents Mu Yuan extracted from the catalyst, Distant Utopia. It granted Mu Yuan a very considerable physical healing ability, and even a certain degree of immortality. It is undoubtedly a talent glowing with golden light. But as the simulation began, Mu Yuan realized that he seemed to have underestimated this golden talent, which had finally appeared once in these 3 simulations. With its awakening, Mu Yuan soon discovered that he was born with extremely considerable strength. And this strength was increasing with his age. Not only that, this time Mu Yuan finally completely got rid of the trouble of having no magic. The magic power he possessed at only 7 years old was not inferior to the magic power Mu Yuan obtained after his demonization at Ayama, which made Mu Yuan always sigh that while all roads lead to Rome, some people are truly born in Rome. Wait, the person born in Rome this time is me? Then never mind. Then, several rounds passed, as the morning light became more and more dazzling. Only a piercing sound of great swords clashing was heard, and Mu Yuan, swinging his sword, fiercely knocked the sword out of the knight's hand. And after knocking it away, the knight's hands were clearly trembling and numb. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of being your highness. Looking at the sword that flew away, and then at the young boy in front of him, the knight was not angry at all, but instead laughed very happily. Seeing this, many knights around were also laughing. Some were even mocking his overestimation of himself, joking about how many times this knight had been defeated by Mu Yuan. And just at this moment, an old man wearing black armor suddenly walked slowly from the shadows outside the training ground. As soon as he appeared, the originally lively training ground instantly quieted down. As if even the rising light wanted to be swallowed by him, the old man slowly came to Mu Yuan. Dark Eyes looked at the boy with golden hair and black eyes. In response, Mu Yuan, now named Michael, smiled and said respectfully to the old man, "Father, why are you here?" That's right, he is Mu Yuan's father in this life, King Vortigern. As the words fell, the face of the originally terrifying old man immediately revealed a smile like an iceberg melting. It made the knights around who were bowing their heads in fear, even though they had seen it many times, still feel completely unaccustomed to it at this moment. "Michael, you have grown taller again." Saying this, Vortigern reached out and touched Mu Yuan's head. Then he turned his head, scanned the surroundings lightly, and then looked at Mu Yuan, his voice inexplicably 2 points softer, saying, "Let's go, I have something to tell you today." As the words fell, Vortigern turned and left, and Mu Yuan naturally followed. Mu Yuan followed by Vortigern's side. He was a being known as the Morning Light Prince, as dazzling as the dawn light tearing through the dark night. And Vortigern was undoubtedly the demon dragon that swallows everything. He is the darkness that can even swallow the radiance of the holy sword. Therefore, in reality, when he walked together with Mu Yuan, who went by the alias Michael, even the knights and nobles who lowered their heads in fear of his existence could not help but look up at them a few more times, feeling from the bottom of their hearts that it was strange. Moreover, Vortigern was clearly a being who wanted to lead Britannia to destruction, yet he allowed, or even fueled the flames, pushing the young Mu Yuan directly to the height of the King of Hope for Britannia. And he was gradually becoming as famous as the Red Dragon of Britannia, which had not yet appeared, as mentioned by the great Mage Merlin. To be honest, Mu Yuan himself was a bit confused about what his father really wanted to do. And what made him even more confused was that he discovered the emotions Vortigern revealed towards him were actually, truly kindness. After some time, Mu Yuan returned to his room. When he just opened his room door, he saw someone sitting on his room window. That was a princess with silver hair reaching her waist, and an exquisitely beautiful face. At this moment, she was sitting on the window, her blue eyes looking into the distance, not knowing what she was looking at, her gaze appearing slightly distracted. A breeze blew her silver hair, and as for Mu Yuan, regarding her appearance, he was only slightly stunned for a moment, then, as if he had long been accustomed to it, walked towards her and said to her, "Why are you here?" "Oh right, I baked cookies today, do you want some?" After coming to her side, Mu Yuan handed the baked cookies in his hand to her. The woman, who had just cast her gaze into the distance and whose eyes clearly retained traces of magical fluctuations, twitched her nose, smelled the scent, then withdrew her gaze and looked down at the boy with golden hair and blue eyes in front of her, as well as the cookies in his hand. She was silent for a while. She reached out to take them and started eating. In fact, during this simulation journey, Mu Yuan really missed and was grateful to Fox Teacher. Thankful that she taught him how to cook. Before this simulation, Mu Yuan really didn't expect that cooking would be such a happy thing. Since the age of 4, after being thoroughly devastated, Mu Yuan could no longer tolerate the food of Great Britannia and started to provide for himself. And soon he captured King Vortigern. Of course, this was an inevitable result, so there was nothing to be surprised about. What was truly surprising was that Mu Yuan really didn't expect that he would actually lure this woman in front of him out. And it even seemed that he had captured her with gourmet food. Looking at the woman in front of him who was silently eating cookies without speaking, Mu Yuan's thoughts could not help but return to 2 years ago. That night, Mu Yuan was making a midnight snack. Perhaps because of the Avalon, weakened version, talent, Mu Yuan discovered that his appetite was exceptionally large. At only 5 years old, he needed to eat the portion of an adult night. He really couldn't tolerate the delicious cuisine of Great Britannia, so he often ran to the kitchen at night to make himself an extra meal. Baking some soft bread with honey and fruit, or some cookies, or simply using meat to make a feast. This even often disturbed the maids and soldiers in the palace. However, because they would soon be captured by Mu Yuan's delicious food, and coupled with Mu Yuan relying on his young age and a few kind words, they would obediently surrender. So that night, when this silver-haired woman appeared behind him, her eyes kept staring at the sweet bread he made, without even blinking. 85 Section 85. Chapter 85. Even she herself hadn't realized at first that she had slipped out of invisibility. Mu Yuan didn't pay much attention at first, assuming she was just one of the palace maids. It wasn't until he had finished baking bread and was about to take out a portion, as he usually did, to stuff the mouth of the maid in front of him and make her quiet, that he truly saw her face. Then, Mu Yuan, being a transmigrator, was stunned after a moment of blankness. A woman with silver hair and blue eyes, possessing beauty that could topple kingdoms. Of course, that alone wouldn't have been enough to make Mu Yuan freeze. After all, during his previous simulation, he had spent years constantly hanging around Tamamonome and Amaterasu. Mu Yuan's standards had been raised countless times over because of that. The real reason he was stunned was because he recognized the identity of the person before him. Which was why he found it so unbelievable. Noticing Mu Yuan's gaze, the silver-haired woman shifted her eyes away from the honey bread and met his, also freezing in place. The two of them blinked at each other for a good while. Then, the woman seemed to suddenly snap back to reality. She looked at herself and realized that, without knowing when, she had deactivated her magic. As they stared at each other, Mu Yuan thought for a moment and handed the bread to her. "Want some?" Mu Yuan asked. The woman was silent for a moment, then silently took it. After taking it, without waiting for Mu Yuan to speak, she turned and vanished before him the next second. After that day, every time Mu Yuan went to the kitchen at night, his powerful intuition talent would bluntly tell him that he was being watched. As for who was doing the watching, it went without saying. But even though she was watching, she refused to show herself. Yet her gaze lingered for a long time. After a few times, Mu Yuan, sensing something, simply started leaving some food in the kitchen. And then, it would be taken away. Immediately after, Mu Yuan noticed that the feeling of being stared at night became even more intense. So, from then on, Mu Yuan had no choice but to leave something in the kitchen every time. He even specifically instructed the maids and servants to try their best not to approach the kitchen from then on. A command that left many of them petrified. And in that instant, they felt as if the sky had fallen. Then, after about a month of feeding her, she finally appeared one night. "I will help you." Without waiting for Mu Yuan to say anything, she spoke bluntly. Her voice was cold, yet very pleasant to listen to. Without waiting for Mu Yuan's reply, she silently began helping him with chores. Mu Yuan found this amusing but didn't ask any questions. Some time passed, and she probably couldn't hold back anymore. Her palate had clearly become spoiled. Many times she came with an empty stomach, and occasionally Mu Yuan would even hear her stomach growling. Mu Yuan had reason to suspect that she didn't eat during the day and just waited until night to come over for a free meal. Finally, she shyly introduced herself to Mu Yuan, although, to some extent, it was still a pseudonym. She claimed to be the Lady of the Lake, Vivian, a fairy, and told Mu Yuan he could just call her Vivian. Mu Yuan agreed. At the same time, he silently called out in his heart, "Hello, cousin. Morgan." That's right, she was Morgan. King Arthur Artoria's sister. Divider PS, sorry for the late update. I really had something come up today, but I still tried my best to update. Volume 2, Chapter 70 Otherworld, Realm of the Fairies, 4K. Morgan Pendragon. In legend, she is King Arthur's sister and also the Fairy of the Lake, Vivian, so her introduction to Mu Yuan wasn't entirely a lie. However, based on the various historical records Mu Yuan had read, as well as the memory advantages of being a transmigrator, he knew that the person before him was extremely complex and troublesome. Rumor had it that she even possessed 3 appearances and 3 personalities. Because the Fairy of the Lake, Vivian, was a fairy who ran through the entire Arthurian legend. She was the queen of the legendary realm of the fairies, and it was she who bestowed the holy sword, holy lance, and other weapons upon King Arthur, thereby enabling King Arthur to be invincible in battle. But the side of her that was Morgan was the main reason for the destruction of Britannia. Morgan inherited the mystery of the island of Britannia. She was actually the true king of the island, but King Arthur had taken away everything that should have belonged to her. Therefore, she hated her father, Uther, and she hated King Arthur Artoria. She spent her entire life seeking revenge. And in the end, the homunculus Mordred, created by her using Artoria's blood, indeed ended the Arthurian legend just as she had wished. Yet later, she left behind a fairy weapon known as the Golden Blade of Intrusion, and issued the order to resurrect King Arthur. Lascivious, cruel, capricious, these were the evaluations of Morgan by later generations, a very typical wicked woman. But before that, she was evaluated by Sir Kay, the foster brother of King Arthur Artoria Pendragon and the 3rd seat of the Knights of the Round Table, as an originally very good woman. In fact, in Mu Yuan's original preparations, Morgan was supposed to be his stepping stone to joining King Arthur's Knights of the Round Table. Relying on his innate advantages, he could easily disrupt Morgan's plans, thereby gaining the trust of the Knights of the Round Table and King Arthur. However, sometimes fate is just that mysterious. What are you looking at? Mu Yuan came to the castle window where she was sitting, looked at the scenery outside, and asked. Morgan, gazing into the distance, let the magic in her eyes fade slightly. She tucked the silver hair scattered by the breeze behind her ear, elegantly ate the biscuit in her hand, and said coldly, nothing. Mu Yuan glanced at her and didn't say much. In fact, Mu Yuan knew what she was gazing at. After all, she was a person driven by hatred, who seemed to live her entire life for that hatred. She was gazing at her sister, the Red Dragon of Britannia, who was the same age as Mu Yuan and was still growing up, Artoria. Having had the experience of 2 simulations, Mu Yuan had naturally already realized that whichever catalyst he used as an anchor for the simulation, the time period he would be in would be exactly the same as that of the original owner. For example, Okita Tsuji, or Abe no Seimi. In reality, Morgan's jealousy and anger toward Artoria would only reach their most terrifying, completely irrational state due to the accumulation of time, at the moment Artoria truly became king and defeated King Vortigern. Now, as she gazed at Artoria in the distance, her eyes were complex. Although there was hatred, there was more of a sense of resentment. Vivian, do you usually live in the realm of the fairies? As if thinking of something, Mu Yuan asked her at his side. Morgan nodded slightly. She was very sparing with her words. Hearing this, Mu Yuan couldn't help but look at her a couple more times. Undoubtedly, Morgan was quite beautiful. After all, she had the side of a fairy, silver hair that shimmered with a lustrous glow under the sunlight, blue eyes as clear as if they were without a single impurity, and a posture as perfect as a goddess. Even though more than 2 years had passed, she still acted very coldly toward Mu Yuan, but just by sitting there, she made Mu Yuan feel that the scenery he was accustomed to had become much more beautiful. However, Mu Yuan was naturally not admiring her beauty at this moment. He was just thinking of some people: Gawain, Gaheris, Gareth, and Agravain. They were all to become members of the Knights of the Round Table in the future. And more importantly, in legend, they were Morgan's children. The children born to Morgan and the King of Orkney. So, simply put, about half of the Knights of the Round Table could almost be considered Morgan's children, plus that side of her that was the Fairy of the Lake, Vivian. Whether she loved or hated Artoria was truly very subtle. What are you thinking about? Just as Mu Yuan was recalling these memories and was slightly lost in thought, Morgan, who had been quietly watching him, called Mu Yuan back to reality with her cold voice. Morgan's blue eyes were fixed on Mu Yuan, her lips moved slightly, and she said, "You seem to be thinking about something very rude, right?" Being called out by Morgan, Mu Yuan wasn't embarrassed. He smiled and said, "I was just thinking that since you are so beautiful, Vivian, surely there must be no shortage of knights and even kings proposing to you." Hearing Mu Yuan say this, a strange look flashed in Morgan's eyes. "There are indeed many." Morgan then said calmly, "But I haven't accepted a single one." "You haven't?" Mu Yuan blinked at her, somewhat surprised. Morgan nodded calmly, offered no explanation, and cast her gaze into the distance again, as if looking at the scenery, or perhaps gazing at someone far away. Mu Yuan looked at her like this, wanting to say something but stopping himself. He was actually quite curious if Morgan was lying to him. After all, if it were true, what would happen to the future Knights of the Round Table? In reality, Morgan was not lying. Originally, she should have married the King of Orkney and become a queen after her father, Uther, died at the hands of Mu Yuan's father in this world, King Vortigern. But the original prophecy had changed. A prince like the morning dawn had descended into this world. Her blue eyes shifted slightly, landing on Mu Yuan, who, after struggling with his thoughts for a moment, simply shook his head and decided not to think about it or ask any more questions. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Since that night when she couldn't help but appear before Mu Yuan, a full 2 years had passed. Morgan had also become more and more accustomed to appearing before Mu Yuan. Because she was indeed living in the realm of the fairies now, and Mu Yuan was even one of the few humans she interacted with. And a human who was very comfortable to be around. Even if he was the son of King Vortigern. As for the reason for all this, it was due to 2 very simple words. Curiosity. Morgan was the Fairy of the Lake, Vivian, and also a woman who had inherited the mystery of Britannia. The mystery she had inherited was even more terrifying than that of her father, King Uther. Therefore, on this land of Britannia, she could naturally see the original future of the Britannia continent quite easily. But Mu Yuan's arrival had caused everything to change drastically. Most importantly, when she went to gaze, actually, it wasn't just her. When Mu Yuan was born, the original history changed. Therefore, just when she and existences like Merlin were surprised and wanted to peer into the future, to peer at Mu Yuan, without exception, they were all blinded by the sunlight. And if they were to go too far and insist on peering at Mu Yuan, they would only see the swaying of a few fluffy tails and have their vision completely stolen by the sunlight. Therefore, rumors such as the Morning Light Prince and the future hope of Britannia did not spread without basis. At the same time, this was also the reason why Morgan cast her gaze toward Mu Yuan, changed all her original plans, and curiously peeked at him from the shadows. After all, in the original future, Arthur was undoubtedly the most dazzling and the only son of Britannia. But no one expected that this son would now have 2 However, Morgan had originally only intended to peek from afar, but she never expected to be lured by the aroma of the food. Whenever she thought of this, even Morgan couldn't help but feel her ears turn slightly red. And after the two fell silent, a long period of silence followed. The only sound that could be heard was Morgan eating quietly. When she finished eating, she looked at the bag of cookies in her hand, discovered it was completely empty, and wore a clearly regretful expression. Seeing this, Mu Yuan couldn't help but smile and spoke again. "If you like them, I can make some more later. By the way, you still haven't told me why you came here today." Hearing Mu Yuan say this, Morgan tilted her head and thought for a moment. Then she slightly averted her gaze and said indifferently, "I'm leaving." After saying this, Morgan prepared to jump directly from the window and leave using fairy magic. "Wait, hold on." Seeing this, Mu Yuan hurriedly grabbed her, and under her puzzled gaze, said, "Actually, Father came to see me today." When mentioning father, Mu Yuan paused for a moment. Then he clearly saw Morgan frown, so he sped up his speech and said, "Father told me that I might be able to try going to the other world to find the realm of the fairies." Hearing this, Morgan, who was stunned for a moment, couldn't help but look at Mu Yuan with confusion. "Father said that my power seems to have some connection with the fairies." Avalon, weakened version. Its talent originated from the scabbard of King Arthur Artoria. And Avalon itself is the mysterious paradise in the other world, and also the resting place of Arthur after his death in the Legend of Arthur. It is the mythical land of eternal spring, and also the place where that great mage named Merlin returned to after everything ended. Therefore, King Vortigern's words were actually not wrong. However, the main reason he actually told Mu Yuan about this was, "He discovered me." Morgan asked Mu Yuan subconsciously. Then, without waiting for Mu Yuan's answer, Morgan suddenly realized. After all, it had been so long, it was normal to be discovered by that white dragon of Britannia. Then Morgan thought for a while, stared at Mu Yuan in front of her, and said, "Then do you want to go and see it? The other world of the world, the realm of the fairies." Mu Yuan thought for a moment and said, "Sister Vivian, are you willing to take me there?" "I can." After a moment of silence, Morgan nodded. "However, I won't guarantee that I will definitely bring you back." Morgan said coldly, "After all, you also know that not everyone who goes to the other world in Legends can return alive. In fact, most will get lost in the other world. So, do you want to go?" Morgan quietly watched Mu Yuan in front of her. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuan smiled faintly. A. Accept. B. Refuse. C. Personal intervention. Undoubtedly, you chose to agree, although the development of events is moving further and further away from your expectations. King Vortigern is your father, and he loves you very much. The witch Morgan, whom you originally intended to use as a tool to farm favorability and one of the culprits behind the destruction of Britannia, is getting along better and better with you. She has even vaguely succumbed to your gourmet strategy. It's just that I don't know if your fox teacher will silently lock you in a dark room if she finds out about this, and then stage a passionate teacher-student activity. But since things have come to this, although you feel helpless about it, you will not be like before, only wanting to fly higher and ignore everything below. You have already learned to occasionally stop on this road, smile and watch the scenery along the way, and then place the piece in your hand. So that night, you quietly took your prepared luggage and followed Morgan away from King Vortigern's castle. You just didn't notice that when you left, at the high point of the castle, that pitch-black king was quietly watching you go. At the same time, the moment you left the castle and left the protection of King Vortigern, countless people fixed their eyes on you at this moment. For example, that person who seems to be in a sea of flowers at all times, the half-human, half-incubus, the mage of flowers, Merlin. Under the beautiful moonlight, the handsome man standing by the lake opened his purple eyes and looked into the distance at the boy who had embarked on a journey to the other world. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. "Michael, like a son of the morning light bestowed by God. Your brilliance is enough to rival the Red Dragon. I never thought the original script of the Red Dragon and White Dragon conflict would produce such a wonderful change. What kind of changes will your arrival bring to this continent?" After speaking, Merlin, who couldn't help but blink again, stared at Mu Yuan. He immediately saw the blinding sunlight on Mu Yuan. At the same time, Morgan, who was beside Mu Yuan, also frowned and turned her head to look at Merlin. Oh my, not good. Merlin hurriedly withdrew his gaze, but the smile on his face did not fade. Instead, it grew even wider at this moment. Truly dazzling. Merlin sighed. Then he turned around and disappeared into the shadows of the moonlight. Heading to the other world. P.S. There is another chapter today. Luren will update after eating. Volume 2, Chapter 71, The Light That Tears Through the Night Like the Morning Dawn, 3.5k. It should have been like this. Merlin had originally prepared to go to the other world of the mortal world, waiting for Mu Yuan and Morgan to arrive. But, on a white horse, Morgan was riding, and in front of her was Mu Yuan. After all, at this time, our Morning Light Prince was only 7 years old. Her cold, azure eyes stared at the mage of flowers who suddenly appeared before her, blocking her and Mu Yuan. Facing him, even Morgan's expression became visibly darker by 2 points, and she said coldly, Merlin, what do you want to do? As the journey to the other world and the realm of the fairies began, what surprised Mu Yuan was that the mage of flowers, Merlin, appeared so abruptly before them. Blocking them. With a remarkably handsome face born from the mixture of human and incubus, he stared at Mu Yuan, No, Michael Pendragon, and Morgan. He revealed a dashing smile, bowed to the two, and said, Long time no see, Mo. Before he could finish speaking, Morgan cast a gaze at him as if looking at a dead person. Pausing slightly, Merlin, whose smile remained unchanged and was not flustered in the slightest, continued, Miss Vivian, and, the legendary Morning Light Prince, His Highness Michael. I am Merlin, a mage not worth mentioning. It is an honor to meet you, Your Highness. Mu Yuan watched Merlin, who bowed to him, and with his presence, flowers actually bloomed at his feet. Then he turned his head to look at Morgan beside him, whose expression was visibly darkening. For a moment, he couldn't help but think of other things. Merlin is scum. Mu Yuan, who possessed the memories of a transmigrator, was naturally very clear about this, so this matter was naturally not worth mentioning further. What Mu Yuan suddenly thought of was the legend of Vivian. It was a record he saw when he was reading historical records in this world. According to legend, Vivian had an extraordinary relationship with the great mage Merlin, seemingly as his disciple, and also as his lover. After all, it was precisely because of Merlin's request that the Lady of the Lake, Vivian, gave the sword and spear to King Arthur. Mu Yuan felt that these two rumors might, perhaps even be true. Morgan was Vivian, and at the same time, she was the daughter of King Uther. Since Merlin served King Uther from the beginning, Merlin might have really taught Morgan some magic in King Uther's kingdom. Furthermore, it was impossible for him not to know about the mystery surrounding Morgan, but this guy didn't say anything. As for being a lover, in the original history, Morgan had already gone completely crazy, caring for nothing, and Merlin was a half incubus. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Just as Mu Yuan was thinking about these things, he suddenly felt his face hurting. Coming back to his senses, he found that Morgan was silently pulling his face. Her beautiful eyes were silent, just quietly looking at him. I feel like you are thinking of very impolite things again. Morgan said indifferently. She did not read Mu Yuan's mind, it was just because the land beneath their feet was called Britannia, and she was the princess who had inherited the mystery of Britannia, so her perception was very keen. Mu Yuan pressed down Morgan's hand, and when he looked at Merlin again, he saw Merlin, who was blinking his enchanting purple eyes, looking at him and Morgan. His expression seemed slightly strange. Morgan had been observing the Morning Light Prince. This was not a secret to Merlin, or even to many of Britannia's mags and prophets. After all, everyone was observing Mu Yuan. However, due to the uniqueness of King Vortigern, when Morgan entered his castle, they were unable to observe the situation inside. Therefore, in reality, Merlin did not know what kind of relationship Morgan and Mu Yuan had now. Could it be king and consort? But they are too young, he is only 7 years old. In fact, even Morgan herself couldn't quite figure out what kind of relationship she had with Mu Yuan. Friends? It doesn't seem like it. Siblings? That's even more nonsense. However, if Mu Yuan were to answer, he would answer without hesitation. A pet. And a noble, proud aristocrat among cats, a Persian cat. This is not Mu Yuan's fault, it's mainly because the impression she gave Mu Yuan was indeed too similar. Elegant and gorgeous in demeanor, but exceptionally aloof and cold. She did not get close to people. Mu Yuan had fed her for over 2 years before he barely became a familiar face to Morgan. And even after feeding her for 2 years, she still identified herself as Vivian in the end. 87 Section 87. Merlin's appearance was clearly unexpected to everyone. To be precise, his appearance wasn't strange at all, but according to what Morgan had initially envisioned, he should have only appeared after causing some kind of trouble. Regardless, he did come, and he even showed you the etiquette of a subject, indicating that he also wished to go to the other world, and therefore hoped to travel with you. After hearing this, you cast an inquiring glance at Morgan, but to your surprise, Morgan appeared indifferent to this, leaving the decision to you. Therefore, you choose. A. Accept. B. Refuse. C. Beat him up first. D. Personal intervention. You have to admit, Mu Yuan felt that option C was really quite tempting. Even setting aside memories of his past life, Mu Yuan felt a wave of irritation just looking at the fake smile on Merlin's face. Because it always made him unable to help but think of that guy named Abe no Seimi. Whenever Abe no Seimi was plotting something, he would smile just like that. However, after thinking it over carefully for a while, you chose to accept. Merlin definitely plotted something, both Morgan and you were well aware of this. But since you couldn't avoid it anyway, you would have to deal with it sooner or later. With this thought in mind, you allowed Merlin to join your group. And in fact, the thing Merlin plotted was exposed exceptionally quickly, because it was impossible to hide. That evening, you saw a group of ragged, lifeless people walking numbly like walking corpses. The beautiful sunset burned in the high sky, paving the way for the arrival of night. Guided by Merlin, Mu Yuan and Morgan arrived before a crowd of thousands of starving refugees. How should one describe the scene that Mu Yuan saw at this moment? At a glance, there were at least 2,000 or 3,000 people, and every single one of them had atrophied muscles, skin stretched over bones, living like mummies. Wherever they passed, the wild grass and tree bark along the road were stripped clean, and some people were even swallowing dirt mixed with water. In the mere few seconds that Mu Yuan watched the scene before him, he had already seen several people collapse to the ground from hunger, unable to get back up. And the people beside them, already accustomed to such scenes, numbly walked around those who had fallen. Seeing the scene before her, Morgan seemed to think of something. She frowned, and just as she subconsciously wanted to reach out and cover Mu Yuan's eyes. They are refugees whose country perished due to the invasion of the alien race. Merlin spoke up. At this very moment, facing all of this, he was even smiling. With the fall of one city, or even multiple cities, they fled because they did not want to be plundered or slaughtered by the alien race, and slowly gathered together, walking numbly towards the next castle or kingdom. Hoping to be taken in, to find a way to survive, but it is impossible. These words were spoken by Mu Yuan. When he calmly said these words, not only Merlin, but Morgan was also stunned. Immediately after, Mu Yuan climbed down from his horse. Although he was short because of his young age, it was a bit difficult for him to get down. Then, with his black eyes, he gazed at the crowd before him and said, "Because there are too many people." The alien race even deliberately did not pursue them, letting them leave. Because if anyone really dared to take them in, then a few days later, the alien race would lead their troops to trample that castle into the ground. After all, such a large number of people will inevitably consume the grain reserves in the city and even cause chaos. So, in reality, no matter how long they walk, it is very difficult for them to be taken in. And the group will only become larger and larger. This did not sound like something a 7-year-old child would say. Merlin's purple, bewitching eyes stared at Mu Yuan for a while. Then, he smiled faintly, bowed respectfully, and said, "Then, noble son of King Vortigern, His Highness the Morning Light Prince, may I ask, are you willing to take in these pitiful refugees and let them become your people?" At this moment, Merlin's purpose was already very clear. Although these refugees were not caused by Vortigern, The alien race also flooded into Britannia in large numbers because of him, this King Vortigern. By the way, at this time, ancient Britain actually possessed many countries, although most of them were small countries. But in short, it was a very war-torn era. And the person who would originally end all this was exactly the one born in the same year as Mu Yuan, who was still growing at this very moment, the future Red Dragon of Britannia, King Arthur Artoria. In the future, after she defeated King Vortigern, she went through 12 great victories in war before finally driving out all the alien races and establishing the Camelot Kingdom. As for Merlin's goal, it was undoubtedly to stir up trouble regarding the rumors about Mu Yuan. So, Your Highness Michael, son of King Vortigern. And at the same time, the Morning Light Prince gifted by God in the rumors that have been prevalent recently, the future king of the Britannia continent. Facing this scene before you, what kind of choice will you make? The corners of Merlin's mouth were curling up. He knew that at this moment, the eyes of many people in the shadows would be gathering here. If Mu Yuan successfully completed this test, then his original prophecy, the matter of the future struggle between the Red Dragon and the White Dragon of the Britannia continent, would become a joke of the past. Instead, it would evolve into a brand new struggle between the Morning Light Prince and the Red Dragon, to see who would be as dazzling as the sun. But if Mu Yuan failed, and was vulnerable to boot, then the whole matter of the Morning Light Prince would naturally also become a joke. Mu Yuan did not answer immediately, he just quietly watched the Merlin before him. Merlin was smiling, and Mu Yuan even knew how to describe this smile. He was amused. Sure enough, when they first met, he should have ignored everything and just punched him first. In his mind, Mu Yuan couldn't help but think this. Merlin at this period was indeed like this. As for the situation where his personality would be restrained later, that was a matter for the future. After interfering with the fate of a certain girl with a playful mood, and witnessing the end of that girl all the way through, this great magician named Merlin finally woke up. Then he voluntarily stepped into the cage where flowers always bloom. Avalon. As for this very moment, Merlin bringing Mu Yuan here indeed had the intention of making things difficult. After all, his appearance had caused huge changes to Merlin's original prophecy. But at the same time, Merlin was actually also looking forward to it. Merlin, who as a half-incubus loved to witness the results left behind by humans, and specifically the side that loved extremely brilliant fruits, was naturally also looking forward to it. Looking forward to this Morning Light Prince before him truly being able to radiate that light, like the morning light, that tears through the darkness. A. Accept refugees. B. Leave in silence. C. Forget it. Beat him up. D. Personal intervention. Holding the Book of Heroic Spirits in his hands, Mu Yuan was currently standing from the absolute perspective of an observer, watching everything that appeared before his eyes through the projection. The scenes of walking corpses and people eating their own children. Even though this was not the first time Mu Yuan had seen such a scene, and even though his state of mind had reached the state of selflessness, Mu Yuan still felt a surge of anger pent up in his heart, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. And just at this time, enough. A cold reprimand, mixed with anger. With flawless blue eyes glaring angrily at Merlin, a magic staff appeared in Morgan's hand, and she said, "Merlin, you have gone too far." After the words fell, her lips moved slightly as she began to chant a spell, and terrifying magic power gathered on her staff, visible to the naked eye. Mu Yuan looked at her with some surprise. After all, having spent more than 2 years together, this was the first time he had seen Morgan in such a discomposed state. And regarding this scene before him, Merlin, knowing that Morgan was truly angry, could not help but have his expression change slightly. Even he dared not underestimate this woman before him. Afterward, just as Merlin was preparing to react, personal intervention, Mu Yuan had already made his decision. After all, Mu Yuan's heart had never changed. Back in the first simulation, in that war-torn era at the end of the shogunate, he had created a paradise in the chaotic world because of a similar scene. Therefore, his choice had been determined from the very beginning. Mu Yuan took 2 steps and stood in front of Merlin, under the gaze of the surprised Merlin and the slightly stunned Morgan. Sister Vivian, a shallow smile appeared on his young face as he slowly said, "No need to make things difficult for him. This matter, I, Michael Pendragon, will take it on." The voice was very light and faint, but it was filled with firmness. Do you know what you are saying? This was what the recovered Morgan subconsciously wanted to say to the Mu Yuan before her. But the moment she locked eyes with Mu Yuan, even though the words were on the tip of her tongue, she still swallowed them back. Those were a pair of calm and deep black eyes, as bright as the stars, making Morgan feel as if she had looked directly into his soul at this moment. He was serious. It was not a jest from a child who didn't understand anything. In her heart, Morgan realized this point. So she fell silent, and then slowly lowered the magic staff in her hand. Seeing that he wouldn't be beaten, Merlin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Having just breathed a sigh of relief, he saw that Morgan was currently staring at him with a gaze like she was looking at a dead person. And it was only after a long time that she wordlessly looked away. Merlin knew that today, he had probably thoroughly offended Morgan to death. The reason Morgan was so angry, besides having a good relationship with Mu Yuan, was actually mainly because Mu Yuan was only 7 years old at this time. But Merlin, who had not yet been struck by that young girl, paid no mind to this at all and came over to stir up trouble, placing the burden on Mu Yuan. Given this, how could Morgan not feel angry? After all, before Artoria ascended to the throne, Morgan's reason had not yet been completely eroded. She was still a very standard, good woman. Morgan then dismounted and silently came to Mu Yuan's side. She accompanied Mu Yuan as they watched the scene before them, and then, with a voice that was uncharacteristically soft and devoid of its usual coldness, she said, "Michael, you are still too young. Come with me. This world is just like this. The collapse of the empire has caused all of this. Even if you take them in, new refugees will appear tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Mu Yuan smiled faintly and said, "I know I cannot save everyone, but I will do what I have promised, and besides, I cannot just ignore them." Hearing this, Morgan could not help but sigh. Still too young. Morgan thought to herself. Michael, one of the culprits who caused all of this is none other than your father, King Vortigern. If you really take them in, it will embarrass your father. After hesitating for a moment, Morgan said these words. As she finished speaking, her blue eyes glared fiercely at Merlin, who was standing to the side. It was clear that Merlin had exactly that intention. In reality, Morgan would have been very happy to see Vortigern suffer a setback. But when this matter concerned Mu Yuan, she hesitated. However, when Mu Yuan heard this, his expression did not change much. It was clear he had guessed it from the start. As for Merlin, even though his intentions were exposed, he still smiled nonchalantly. "I have no intention of taking them in under my father's name." After saying this, without waiting for Morgan to react, Mu Yuan walked out. Mu Yuan headed toward the crowd alone, and his magnificent attire quickly drew the attention of the refugees. Because he was just too clean and dazzling, the refugees subconsciously retreated in shame at his arrival, creating some distance. That was until Mu Yuan, completely disregarding the filth, helped them push the heavy wooden carts and smeared dirt onto his own originally clean face. His eyes were clear and bright, devoid of even a trace of disgust or disdain, filled only with sincerity, and that silent sense of distance slowly began to shrink. Thus, not much time passed. Morgan saw the scene unfolding before her. She saw that Mu Yuan had integrated into the group of refugees, appearing completely natural. Even though he was wearing magnificent clothing, forming a stark contrast with the ragged refugees beside him. Even though his temperament was refined and confident, and he carried an aura of royalty, setting him apart from the numb, sluggish refugees around him. Yet, there was absolutely no sense of incongruity between them. Even when the sunset faded and the refugee column came to a halt, Morgan saw him lighting a torch, sitting on a slightly elevated stone, and speaking eloquently to the refugees gathered around him. The light of the torch was weak, and the wind that night was very strong. But the torch never went out. And, perhaps it was just her imagination, but she felt that as time passed, the torch in the dark night seemed to shine a little brighter. A long time later, Mu Yuan returned. When he left, his clothes and face had been dirty, but when he returned, he was clean. Because someone had fetched water to clean his face and clothes. "Sorry, Sister Vivian, we will probably have to stay for 2 or 3 months before we can leave, because I have made a pact with them. I promised to let them live. Faced with Mu Yuan's words, Morgan was silent for a long time before saying to him, "There are thousands of them, and they have nothing, no land, no food, and no knights. It is also very likely that foreign tribes will attack from behind. Lord Michael, do you really think you can keep them alive?" After these words, Merlin, who was standing to the side, also looked toward Mu Yuan. At this moment, even the smile on his face had vanished. He and Morgan were not stupid. They naturally saw that Mu Yuan was not, as they had initially expected, using King Vortigern's power to help these people survive. He intended to rely only on himself. Their numbers are not small. Thus, at this moment, even Merlin could not help but speak, saying, "Do you really think you can bear all of this?" At this moment, even Merlin found it hard to watch, feeling that Mu Yuan was being overly whimsical and too naive. To their questions, Mu Yuan only smiled faintly. "I am not planning to save them by relying only on myself," Mu Yuan said, "because in this world, no one can truly save them, except for themselves." Mu Yuan said this very calmly and matter-of-factly, but it left both Morgan and Merlin stunned. Once, in the chaotic times at the end of the shogunate, Mu Yuan had used his own sword to create a paradise, but the Mu Yuan of today did not intend to do as he had back then. Because he had grown. Not just in terms of mental growth, but also in insight, knowledge, and depth. Therefore, he knew very clearly what he was doing, what he wanted to do, and how he should do it. Morgan looked directly into Mu Yuan's eyes, and the two stared at each other in silence for a while. "What do you intend to do?" Morgan asked. "I want to build them a home," Mu Yuan replied with a smile, "but before that, I need to let them get through this night safely. So, Sister Vivian, could you lend me a harp?" "A harp?" Morgan was stunned. "Yes, a harp." Mu Yuan nodded. Morgan then conjured a harp for Mu Yuan, and Mu Yuan took the harp and walked back. After Mu Yuan returned, Merlin looked at Morgan in confusion and said, "What are you thinking? Could it be that you really believe that child can keep these people alive with just his own power?" Morgan did not answer Merlin's question. After all, in her heart, she did not believe it either. She simply watched as Mu Yuan returned to the crowd, sat in the flawless moonlight of the night, and began to gently play the harp. The sound of the harp spread out like ripples on water. It was beautiful, as it had been taught to him by Tamamonome, and the sound carried magic. The faint harp music gently soothed the bodies and minds of the refugees. It caused the noisy, clamorous crowd to gradually calm down. In the midst of this, someone was running through the crowd. It was the person who had first made contact with Mu Yuan, seemingly conveying some message. What appeared in Morgan and Merlin's eyes was a torch running through the dark night, gradually lighting more and more torches. Of course, the number of torches raised was very small, and compared to the thousands of people, it was not worth mentioning, but in the dark night, it appeared so conspicuous. It has lit up. Witnessing this scene, Morgan could not help but mutter to herself, "What has lit up?" Merlin looked at her in confusion. To this, Morgan did not answer. After all, she herself did not actually know what it was that had lit up. She only felt that she seemed to vaguely see that, in the crowd, more and more people were gradually lifting their heads. She did not know how to describe it. Therefore, in the end, her gaze fell once again upon Mu Yuan. Her expression appeared slightly dazed. He was still that same boy. The boy who looked so comfortable to be around, who would cook delicious food for her, the boy who made her, even though she felt everyone in this world had betrayed her, still unable to resist wanting to get close to him. She was very familiar with him. But she had never felt, as she did today, that he was so unfamiliar. Familiar yet unfamiliar, and he had firmly captured all of her attention. That night, the night was very long. For all the refugees, after all, they were too exhausted. But at the same time, it was also very beautiful. The sound of the harp under the moonlight played softly for the entire night. And that night, the woman named Artoria, that red dragon of Britannia who was currently growing, finally had a good night's sleep. During those 3 hours of sleep, no bastard went to disturb her. Because tonight, although Merlin did not say it, his gaze was also drawn in. The next day, Mu Yuan brought all the refugees to the foot of the nearest mountain and settled down. There were a total of over 2,100 people. Excluding women, children, and the elderly, there were over 1,400 people who could be counted as a labor force. After all, those who could not hold on had long since died on the road. Upon arrival, Mu Yuan briefly surveyed the surrounding geographical environment and immediately gathered the people to assign tasks. Things went very smoothly. Although Mu Yuan was very young, or to be precise, very small. But whether it was because of his attire, the harp music that had played until dawn last night, or the aura of royalty he carried with him, no one questioned Mu Yuan's words. The forest on the mountain was lush and green, and at the foot of the mountain was a river. It was not wide, and the current was gentle. The 2,000 or so people were divided into different small teams. The elderly and some of the weaker women took the children to gather tree bark and then weave ropes. The remaining women, along with some of the men, under Mu Yuan's direction, went to move stones and dirt to block a section of the river. Finally, Mu Yuan took the rest of the people, divided them into several teams, and went into the mountain. Morgan and Merlin also followed. In the mountain, several elderly people led the way, identifying various edible wild vegetables and fruits, which were then orderly harvested by the people. After obtaining the food, although many people were swallowing their saliva, their eyes were intense, and their stomachs were growling, no one reached out to grab it. As for the wild boars, deer, and the like encountered along the way, the refugees who possessed hunting abilities were also supported by the crowd to step forward and conduct the hunt. And after the hunt was completed, based on the animals' tracks, they quickly discovered the thing they needed most: salt. At a rocky creek, the exposed rocks were yellowish. Animals also need to consume salt. Although this was poisonous salt, Mu Yuan knew how to remove the poison. After all, Mu Yuan was now a qualified chef. When he returned to reality, whether intentionally or unintentionally, he had indeed crammed some knowledge in this area. After having several people move some large stones and solving the salt issue, Mu Yuan prepared to set out to solve another, more important matter. Do not forget, this era is ancient Britain. It is the end of the Age of Gods, when Arthur existed, so most of the mountains were inhabited by fairies and giants, which was the main reason Mu Yuan followed them into the mountain. Sister Vivian, I really need to trouble you with this. Mu Yuan was not a pedantic person. Blinking his eyes and looking up at the hesitant Morgan, he said, Sister, if you are willing to help me and let me meet the fairies in the mountain. For the next year, I will be your personal chef. After he finished speaking, just as Merlin was tilting his head to the side, wondering what kind of ridiculous condition this was. 3 years. Morgan's eyes suddenly lit up. She immediately leaned down, held up 3 fingers to Mu Yuan, and looked completely serious and earnest. This left Merlin completely dumbfounded. Come on, you are Morgan, you are the former princess of the Uther Kingdom. 89 Section 89. Chapter 89. As for being bought off by a little food, and you're so excited about it. Wait, you're Artoria, aren't you? Alright, never mind then. Fine, 3 years it is. I knew Vivian was the best. Watching Mu Yuan, who was speaking to her with a beaming smile before her eyes. Morgan couldn't help but feel a bit dazed for a moment. Because this version of Mu Yuan was undoubtedly the person she was familiar with, which made her gaze towards him soften, losing some of its indifference. But, Michael, what kind of person are you, really? Morgan, who couldn't help but harbor such thoughts, also realized something. Although she had been meeting with him for over 2 years, she, perhaps didn't understand this person before her at all. Afterwards, something that surprised Mu Yuan, and even Morgan and Merlin, occurred. The Fae were very easy to talk to. When the Fae of the forest were sought out by Morgan, not only did they not make things difficult for Mu Yuan, but they even happily expressed their willingness to cooperate with him. Although your soul is not purely flawless, it is very dazzling. This was the evaluation of Mu Yuan by the Mountain Fae. Also, the music from your zither last night was beautiful. As long as you are willing to agree, in the future, you must allow us to listen quietly when you play. When the Fae said this, Merlin and Morgan realized what was actually going on. The goal of the Fae was not actually the music. Fae love beautiful things. They were nearby, so it was normal for them to have seen everything that happened last night. Although neither Morgan nor Merlin could describe in words exactly what happened last night, there was no doubt that their gazes had been firmly captivated. They understood clearly in their hearts that it was a dazzling and beautiful scene. No. Just when everyone thought the matter was settled, Mu Yuan shook his head. But quickly, amidst the surprised gazes of the crowd, he smiled and said to the Fae, "You don't need to come quietly. If you are willing, I would prefer for you to sit in my audience. I would be very happy if you did." But we are Fae," the Fae said, very surprised. "If we come out, we will frighten you." "You won't," Mu Yuan looked at them sincerely and said. "I promise you, they will surely welcome you." Your words caused the Fae to waver. They stared directly into your eyes, and in the end, nodded. They were willing to trust you, and you did not disappoint them. With this good start, both the Forest Fae and the River Fae accepted you, and even the giants, under the pacification of this situation, were no longer so violent. Morgan couldn't help but ask you if you were truly not afraid of the Fae and the giants. You looked at Morgan strangely and asked her, "Aren't you the Lady of the Lake?" Presumably, she had forgotten she was using that alias, haha. Your words made Morgan silent for a long time, and if you weren't mistaken, you noticed she seemed somewhat happy and was finally willing to get closer to you. To put it simply, this proud Persian cat was finally willing to occasionally run over and gently nudge you. But the reality was, although most of the Fae were strange in appearance, and many were even demi-Fae, you were simply the type of person who wouldn't care about such things. After all, you had ceased being human many times. Humans, gods, demons, plus the current Fae and giants, held no difference in your eyes. The grandest night parade of 100 demons in history, a banquet where humans and demons coexisted, was created by your own hands, so your words naturally held no falsehood. Thus, your sincerity moved the Fae. They appeared before the crowd with you, although it caused a commotion for a while. Because of your presence, the noise quickly subsided. That night was the first time humans and Fae spent time together. The next day, you discovered that these Fae seemed to be truly too simple-minded. Just this bit of kindness moved them greatly, and the next day they took the initiative to help you find food and even helped build your home. Although you didn't have this idea at first and originally wanted to stop them, you soon discovered with surprise that they were indeed the legendary phantasmal species. With their help, in just one day, the home began to take on a rough shape. Thus you no longer stopped them, and a thought emerged in your heart. For this reason, you began to actively arrange tasks for them, and you did so where everyone could see. Thus, several days passed. By the night of the 6th day, you formally announced to everyone who had gathered your friendship with them and established a covenant. And regarding this matter, no one objected. The covenant passed very smoothly, so smoothly that even Mu Yuan, who had planned all of this, felt it was a bit strange in his heart. When Mu Yuan announced the friendship covenant with these Fae, stating that they could freely enter the crowd, stay with everyone, and trade with the people. Although some people were still a bit surprised, no one said a word of opposition. "That's not right. Shouldn't someone jump out to refute me at this time?" Thus, Mu Yuan, who had come outside the crowd to stay with Morgan and Merlin, looked at the people gathered around the bonfire. He couldn't help but tilt his head, confusion showing in his eyes. He had ceased to be human twice, so he naturally knew very well how terrifying the gap between different races could be. "Those who are not of my race must have a different heart" was certainly no empty phrase. Beside him, Morgan, listening to his words, looked at him with a strange expression. Indeed, the gap between different races is very difficult to eliminate. But you only used less than 6 days to establish the scale of this place and let them survive. Could it be that you really didn't see the fanaticism in their eyes when they looked at you? However, Morgan said nothing. And Mu Yuan, having muttered a few words, stopped dwelling on it. After all, it was a good thing. "Vivian, I've troubled you these past few days, and I clearly promised to cook for you, but I haven't had any time these days. I'm sorry." Mu Yuan then said to Morgan with an apologetic face. After Mu Yuan finished speaking, Morgan shook her head at him, indicating it was fine. Afterwards, perhaps thinking of something, Morgan looked at him and said, "Michael, today is the 6th day, right?" "Yeah, what is it?" Mu Yuan looked at Morgan in confusion. "It's nothing." "Michael, can you come here for a moment?" Mu Yuan confusedly walked to Morgan's side, and then his forehead was gently tapped by Morgan, who had suddenly reached out her hand. Immediately, he lost consciousness and fell into Morgan's arms. Mu Yuan was naturally not the type of person to be caught off guard so easily, but he had no defenses against Morgan, and there was not a trace of malice on her. Morgan looked at Michael, who was only 7 years old, lying in her arms. That cold, aloof face now appeared exceptionally gentle. Then she gently placed Mu Yuan on her lap and whispered, "Rest for a while. You have been pushing yourself a bit too hard." During these past few days, Morgan had been by Mu Yuan's side the entire time. Wherever he went, Morgan went. She had been watching everything Mu Yuan did, so how could she not know that Mu Yuan was actually already exhausted? He was very tired, but he had just been forcing himself. Then she reached out and gently stroked Mu Yuan's golden hair, looked up at the bonfire burning in the distance, and then looked at Merlin beside her. Merlin was silent. Over this period, this magus of flowers, who had always laughed so heartily, had been speaking less and less recently. Seeing his silence, Morgan couldn't help but smile brilliantly instead. Because she knew, and was very clear in her heart, why Merlin was silent. "What do you see?" Morgan asked Merlin, having adjusted her sitting posture slightly to make Mu Yuan more comfortable. Her voice was cold, yet mixed with a hint of triumph. Merlin did not speak. He just looked at the bonfire that had gathered together and was burning under the night sky, appearing somewhat lost in thought for a moment. "Do you see that flame?" Morgan asked again, while her gaze also turned to the crowd in the distance. Looking at the bonfire that seemed to light up the night. Just a few days ago, it was so weak, as if it would go out with a gust of wind, but now, in just 6 days, it is already burning so fiercely. "Do you see their eyes?" Without waiting for Merlin to answer, Morgan continued, "Just a few days ago, their eyes were so hollow, like soulless walking corpses, but now, the light has ignited them." Merlin was speechless. "The true test has not yet arrived," Merlin then said. "The alien races will attack, and there are kings who hate King Vortigern who will send armies to crusade. This country is very difficult to truly establish. They are just living with difficulty right now. So you also believe a brand new country is about to be born?" Morgan was smiling very happily. "Can Artoria do it?" Morgan asked. Merlin did not make a sound. Can she do it? He himself had no certainty in his heart. No. It should be said that he actually understood in his heart. 6 days, not even a week. He had witnessed with his own eyes the torches passing in the night, then more and more torches being lit, eventually converging into the scene of the bonfire before them. He also saw with his own eyes that light in the night illuminating the crowd. Making everyone's eyes light up. That was the light called hope. Although the true test had indeed not yet come. But Merlin had a feeling in his heart. No matter what the test, it would probably be passed safely. Because no one would agree. If one wanted to eliminate Michael, to eliminate their light, they would probably need to trample over the corpses of all these 2,100 people before them. That being said, can Artoria do it? Merlin knew very clearly in his heart. Therefore, he could not say it out loud. Chapter 90. Early morning. Surrounded by a faint, feminine fragrance, Mu Yuan opened his eyes. As he woke up and looked around, somewhat dazed, he saw Morgan leaning against a tree, also in a light sleep. With her eyes closed in sleep, she lacked the usual coldness and the keep-away aura she typically projected. Bathed in the soft light of dawn, her smooth silver hair swayed in the breeze, and her flawless face seemed to reflect a pleasant dream, with the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. Mu Yuan was stunned for a moment. As his consciousness returned and he realized what had happened, he couldn't help but chuckle softly while looking at Morgan. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the scene of his first meeting with Morgan. In truth, back in that kitchen, Mu Yuan had been in great danger. Because back then, even now, it would be very simple for Morgan to kill Mu Yuan. After all, she was the inheritor of Britannia's mystery, and she possessed a mystery even more terrifying than that of the former King Uther. At the same time, she had every reason to kill Mu Yuan. She was Morgan, the daughter of Uther. Mu Yuan's father in this world, Vortigern, was the very culprit who killed King Uther. Moreover, Mu Yuan's initial impression of Morgan was actually not good. Because in the vast amount of historical records he had consulted, the evaluation of Morgan was never favorable. They were all typical assessments of a wicked woman. Therefore, the moment he recognized Morgan, Mu Yuan had actually prepared to immediately awaken King Vortigern to save himself. However, perhaps it was because he hadn't noticed it himself when he stepped out from hiding. The moment she pointed it out, Morgan, in her panic, instead revealed her true self to the Mu Yuan of that time. It allowed Mu Yuan to see a Persian cat that was undoubtedly noble and elegant, yet at the same time, one that was secretly licking its own wounds. She was originally the rightful heir to the throne, but she had been stripped of her qualifications, and the kingdom had been destroyed. Thus, while losing her homeland, she had also lost her purpose for living. But no one cared about this, and no one cared about her. She inherited the mystery of Britannia and could have taken over from her father to build a new home, but, to this day, few people knew about it. Everyone was waiting for the red dragon from Merlin's prophecy to appear, defeat the white dragon, and save Britannia. So, what kind of feeling was that, setting aside emotions like anger and resentment? The loneliness of having no one to confide in and the confusion about the path ahead were actually what tormented her the most. That was why, when Artoria inherited the throne, everything that should have been hers, she plotted the destruction of the kingdom. Yet, not long after killing Artoria, she left behind a fairy magic device, attempting to resurrect her. Morgan probably didn't even know what she was doing herself. That was why, on that night, Mu Yuan had reached out with the bread in his hand to Morgan. Because everything I once possessed has become the past, the loneliness that no one can understand, the confusion about the path ahead. In this regard, it really feels inexplicably similar to who I was back then. Before he was dragged down from the heavens by that fox teacher in such a brutal manner. And compared to Morgan, Mu Yuan was undoubtedly still able to fly in the sky, see further, and attempt to find a direction, but she could only keep looking at her own feet. As Mu Yuan said this softly, he couldn't help but reach out to touch Morgan's face. This caused Morgan, who was already in a light sleep, to wake up immediately. She opened her slightly dazed blue eyes, scanned her surroundings quickly, and then fixed her gaze on Mu Yuan. The emotion revealed in her eyes was confusion, not blame or coldness. "Good morning, Sister Vivian," Mu Yuan said with a smile. Morgan was slightly stunned, then nodded and said indifferently, "Good morning, Michael." After speaking, Morgan tried to get up, but she discovered that Mu Yuan was still lying on her lap and wouldn't get up, so she looked at him with confusion again. "Can I lie here for a while longer, beautiful Sister Vivian?" Mu Yuan winked at her and said exaggeratedly, "My head hurts so much. It must be because I haven't rested well these past few days. It's all because I've been working too hard." The corner of Morgan's mouth twitched. She instinctively wanted to pick Mu Yuan up and throw him away. But when she was about to act, she hesitated. Just for a while. Then, Morgan gritted her teeth slightly and said, "Get up once you've rested and go cook for me. You promised me you would be my chef for 3 years. All right, Sister Vivian." Mu Yuan smiled. Having raised a pet for over 2 years, how could he not understand what this pet was like? Thus, Morgan continued to lean against the tree, and Mu Yuan leisurely enjoyed her lap pillow. Not far away, Merlin watched everything before him. To be honest, he was feeling a bit restless. He wanted to jump out to make his presence felt and find some amusement. However, at least regarding matters like this, Merlin was indeed very knowledgeable. Therefore, he knew that if he really dared to jump out, that woman would definitely hunt him down for days and nights without stopping. Afterwards, in such leisure, Mu Yuan ended this personal intervention. A single instance of personal intervention could only last for a maximum of 1 week. The construction of the home was proceeding much more smoothly than you had imagined, especially as time passed and the nearby fairies, and even some giants, came to help. It could only be described as miraculous speed. This couldn't help but make you think of a rumor that the legendary, magnificent kingdom of Camelot was actually built by fairies. Moreover, as the home was built bit by bit at a speed visible to the naked eye, Even you could clearly see that people's gazes toward the fairies and giants were gradually evolving from hidden fear into a little bit of trust. Because of you, they tentatively approached them, got to know them, and then accepted them. As fantasy species, the senses of the fairies and giants were incredibly keen. Thus, gradually, in this forming home, the sight of them walking together with humans became increasingly commonplace. Thus, in just over half a month, you had built a fortress, standing tall at the foot of the mountain. Because of the threats from foreign races and other countries, the fortress you built referenced the ancient systems from the war period in China in your memory. Building the fortress on flat ground, surrounded by walls, with gates at the front and back, watchtowers built inside, and corner towers on all sides, somewhat like a city structure. The area outside the fortress was being leveled, prepared to be reclaimed as farmland, and the fairies were also helping to plant crops. It could be said to be a fortified settlement, holding its ground by relying on the terrain. Built against the mountain, although it relied on the terrain and was not large, with the help of the fairies, it was sufficient to house over 2,000 people, and could even accommodate another 1,000. Moreover, after half a month of recuperation, combined with the fact that they had personally built their home, even if the health of most people was still not optimal, everyone's complexion was completely different from half a month ago, and smiles appeared on their faces more and more naturally. Under such circumstances, you knew it was time for you to sharpen your sword. At ease, attention. A line left and right, front and back, attention. In an open space inside the fortress, under the curious gazes of some people and fairies in the city. One could see about 500 people arranged in a neat square formation, each standing straight in a military posture, eyes focused, their bodies motionless. Mu Yuan stood to the side, directing, while chatting lightly with a few former veteran knights who were gathered around him, their bodies bearing injuries. Over 1,500 adults, regardless of gender, were divided into several groups by Mu Yuan. Each group had to undergo 3 hours of training daily, while the rest of the time was spent searching for food or building the home. After explaining the military training methods roughly and demonstrating them once, Mu Yuan handed over the subsequent work to those few veteran knights, while he himself went to a tree nearby, holding a branch and starting to draw according to the memories in his mind. Morgan and Merlin curiously leaned in, looking at what Mu Yuan was drawing. Morgan was the first who couldn't help but ask, "Michael, what are you drawing?" "I am drawing a military formation," Mu Yuan answered simply. And Merlin couldn't help but lean in even closer, looking at the military formation Mu Yuan was drawing with confusion, tilting his head. This wasn't because Mu Yuan's drawing skills were poor after all. His drawing skills had been extremely well trained by that fox. What Merlin was confused about was that he had never seen it before. A military formation. "Michael, are you preparing to let just them go to war, to fight against foreign races?" Noticing something, Morgan reached out and pointed at the crowd training in the distance, an expression of disbelief appearing in her blue eyes. "Yes." Mu Yuan, who was studying the battle formation, nodded without raising his head. "How is that possible?" "Mu Yuan, you don't even have any knights. If you send them, the knights will wipe them out in a single charge," Morgan said with wide eyes. "I know, that's why I am thinking about battle formations. Are you perhaps thinking of a military formation that can defeat foreign races with just a few hundred or 1,000 people?" Merlin stroked his chin, looking at what Mu Yuan was drawing, and said with extreme interest, "Yes." Mu Yuan nodded. "How is that possible?" Morgan instinctively retorted. Hearing this, Mu Yuan looked up at Morgan. Then, after thinking for a moment, he said to Morgan, "Sister Vivian, do you know why I built the fortress in this place?" After he spoke, not only was Morgan stunned, but Merlin, who was beside them, was also stunned. Clearly, they had never considered the reason Mu Yuan chose this place. After all, during that initial period, seeing that Mu Yuan was preparing to save those 2,000 refugees by relying only on his own hands, rather than as the son of Vortigern, they had always thought Mu Yuan was fantasizing, until this fortress was actually built. "Because this is a dangerous place, there is nowhere to retreat," Mu Yuan said calmly. Hearing this, Merlin seemed to realize something. He instinctively looked into the distance, and his brow furrowed. Morgan, however, remained blank. She didn't understand. So, she hesitated for a while and then said to Mu Yuan, Michael, you could actually go and discuss it with the fairies and giants. With your friendship, I think. No, I won't. Mu Yuan shook his head and said to Morgan, the first battle must be fought by them themselves. Even on this point, Sister Vivian and Merlin, you must not intervene. Why? Morgan asked, puzzled. Just as Mu Yuan was about to explain, a middle-aged man suddenly ran over and excitedly showed Mu Yuan the results of refining salt ore. After half a month of hard work, the salt was now refined to look very good. And not only that, he also gathered some things for Mu Yuan that had been built using knowledge provided by Mu Yuan. After reporting, Mu Yuan nodded, and he retreated tactfully. Mu Yuan watched him leave, then suddenly said, it seems that in at most a month or so, there will be a war. Morgan was stunned again. Because now, the trading has already begun. Mu Yuan said, the items have been produced. Next, I will instruct them to spread the salt, glass, and other things, to go to other regions and kingdoms to trade and exchange for goods. Thereby, it will prove the value of this place, and at that time, the foreign races, having smelled the scent of meat, will naturally attack. Mu Yuan said, pausing for a moment, before continuing, moreover, they have a reason to attack. After all, I didn't use the name Michael, so they don't need to look at my father's face. Are you deliberately creating this situation? Morgan didn't understand war, but she wasn't stupid, so she naturally reacted and looked at Mu Yuan before her, stunned. Yes. Mu Yuan nodded, without hiding it. Why? Even Merlin couldn't hold back now and asked confusedly, why are you in such a rush? Shouldn't you be resting well now? If it were you, you could completely avoid it, right? I do have a way to avoid it. Mu Yuan said, but we must fight, and it must be quick. Morgan was silent for a while, but still couldn't help but ask Mu Yuan in confusion, why so quick? They have only just built this place and haven't even had time to rest. 91 Section 91. Chapter 91. Because time smooths everything over, Mu Yuan's voice remained steady as he spoke to Morgan. The more time passes, the more they will forget. They'll forget the fear of their nation falling to foreign races, and their anger. Hearing this, Merlin and Morgan were both slightly stunned, as if they had come to understand something in their hearts. Merlin then looked deeply at Mu Yuan and asked, but are you sure they can win? I said it just now, this is a dangerous place. Mu Yuan smiled faintly upon hearing this and said, a dangerous place with no retreat. Either they break through to find a new beginning, or they are destroyed right here. And I believe, no. I know. Shaking his head gently, Mu Yuan spoke to Morgan and Merlin with absolute confidence. They will definitely win, because this period of time is not only when they are most afraid and yet most desperate for victory, but also the moment they have just built their home and possess hope for the future. Therefore, Mu Yuan had to start a battle at this specific time. Furthermore, in this battle, he, Morgan, Merlin, the fairies, and the giants could not intervene. Because Mu Yuan knew this was the battle they had to fight to establish their place in the world. Boundary line. P.S. There should be another chapter tonight. I'll try to finish this plot arc in one go. As for if I can't finish it, then it'll be tomorrow. Splat. I'm hungry, how about some tickets or tips? QWQ. Volume 2, Chapter 74, Artoria, Can She Do It? 4K. Mu Yuan didn't actually understand warfare, but he understood momentum. He knew very well that when an army possesses the momentum to charge forward with no turning back, where if they win, they return, and if they don't, they don't. And when behind them are their homes, their hopes, and their loved ones. When there is truly no retreat left. What terrifying, great power such an army will explode with. And this battle, just as Mu Yuan said, had to be fought. Moreover, they had to fight it themselves without relying on external forces, because only then would these refugees truly find a new beginning, no longer bound by the past, possessing hope for the future and a sense of belonging to this newly built home. And also, to fight for their own pride and glory. This was why Mu Yuan was sharpening the sword. Even if this sword was a bit rushed, and would inevitably be somewhat flawed and rough when the great battle arrived. But Mu Yuan still believed that when the sword was drawn, it would be a moment that would shock the world. Regarding military formations, you agonized for a long time because this was not your area of expertise. However, you had to arrange them because you knew your numbers were few. Even with the morale of a last-stand battle, you needed the coordination of a proper formation. Moreover, because you refused to let Morgan, Merlin, the fairies, and the giants intervene, you essentially ruled out the use of high-end combat power. You didn't forget that this is the age of gods in Britannia. Even if it's the end of it, there are still knights who can face 100 men alone. Therefore, your opponents will present a great degree of uncertainty. Even Morgan felt such a decision was a bit too reckless, though Merlin found it very interesting and supported it with both hands and feet. You secretly told yourself to stay calm. You're still young now and can't beat him up yet. You knew you had to completely unite everyone into a single entity through a military formation, perhaps even manifesting the legendary army soul to achieve the victory you desired. As time passed, you considered many formations but couldn't make up your mind. After all, the only one that met your requirements was the legendary camp of trapped soldiers, which could achieve the feat of every place attacked is broken with only 800 men, but it had long been lost to history. Gradually, you understood that the main reason you couldn't decide was that you didn't know how. Ultimately, you didn't know how to lead troops. Thus, even though you created a morale comparable to the most terrifying last-stand momentum, you still didn't dare to give the order. A single general's mistake leads to 10,000 bleached bones. Once you understood this, you merely gave a wry, self-deprecating laugh. You then found Morgan and asked her to create a chessboard and pieces for you. Taking these two items, you entered a small hut and ordered everyone that no one was allowed to disturb you until you came out. 10 days later, you emerged. Leaving the room, you saw Morgan, who had been waiting for you at the door. She was extremely shocked when she saw you. Because at this moment, your clothes were disheveled, your hair was a mess, and your eyes were bloodshot. You looked quite pathetic. You hadn't slept for 10 days and nights. However, you couldn't care about that now and immediately returned to the training camp to pass down the prepared military formations for them to practice. Then, the instant you finished your last sentence to the old knight, you collapsed. Fortunately, a child nearby was quick and supported you. You slept for 3 days and nights before waking up. The first thing you did was ask Morgan, who was beside you, how things were going. She replied that the army was practicing as you instructed, which finally gave you some peace of mind. Merlin was curious and asked what you were doing during those 10 days. You said you were learning how to lead troops. Merlin was astonished and asked if you had learned it in just 10 days, and that too, through self-study with no one to teach you. You replied that you probably still didn't fully understand it, but it should be enough. By now, Morgan had a certain understanding of you, so she asked thoughtfully what level enough meant in your words. Commanding 100,000 troops should be no problem. At that answer, even the magus of flowers, Merlin, looked at you as if looking at a monster. Your insight into the art of war could be summarized as bullying the weak and using the many to defeat the few. Assuming the enemy has 10 and we have 5, you use various methods to calculate, divide the enemy's forces, and then use the many to defeat the few to achieve victory. Although war is complex, besides numbers, there are factors like weather, equipment, morale, terrain, and logistics. The distinction between strong and weak isn't just about numbers. If one side is united with soaring morale, while the other is disorganized with no will to fight, isn't that also a distinction between strong and weak? Thus, you believe that even winning against the odds is actually turning weakness into strength, and then facing the weak with strength. After waking up, you wanted to rush straight to the military camp, but Morgan stopped you. She grabbed you and dragged you off to wash up before allowing you to go to the troops. You arrived at the camp by chance in the evening. You gathered everyone together and, under the firelight, announced the news of the impending war. Morgan and Merlin both watched you with wide eyes. They didn't understand why you would take such an action that seemed to throw your own ranks into chaos. And in fact, as soon as your words fell, the scene was indeed like a giant boulder falling into water, stirring up ripples of clamor and noise. In the light of the bonfires, you saw terror in their eyes. Then, in front of everyone, you pointed out Merlin's presence, stating he was the legendary Grand Magus, and pointed to the fairies and giants nearby. Just as everyone thought you were going to say they would help, so everyone shouldn't be afraid. You told them instead that no one would help them. Crazy. That was the most honest thought in Morgan's heart as she stood below the stage, eyes wide, watching Mu Yuan speak. In that instant, she truly felt Mu Yuan had gone mad. Her staff appeared in her hand, just as she prepared to use magic to turn what had just happened into a dream and make everyone forget. But she suddenly saw Mu Yuan's eyes. And so, her body froze, and then, under Merlin's puzzled gaze, she slowly lowered her staff. Because Morgan found that Mu Yuan's eyes were the same as usual, a pair of obsidian-like eyes, clear and flawless, without a single trace of madness in them. In fact, Morgan wasn't the only one who thought Mu Yuan was crazy. Those old knights, the fairies, and even the giants all cast shocked looks at Mu Yuan. But before they could speak or make a sound, they were one by one bound in place by Morgan, who had fallen silent after coming to her senses. When she acted, Morgan herself actually felt like her brain might have been compromised. But when Mu Yuan, noticing all this, cast his gaze toward her and then smiled at her, Morgan cast aside all distracting thoughts in her mind. And she gave Mu Yuan a fleeting smile. That was the first time Morgan had smiled, at least, the first time Mu Yuan had seen her smile since he met her. He was somewhat surprised and wanted to look a few more times, but found she had already lowered her head. Then Mu Yuan just stood there quietly on the high ground, looking at the people below who had fallen into a clamor because of his words. In his hand, he brought out that lyre. Gently plucking the strings, the music rang softly in everyone's hearts, even amidst the noise of thousands of people in this dark night. The familiar melody awakened everyone's reason and dispelled the fear that had surfaced in their hearts. Their gazes once again converged on the person in front, on the person who was clearly so young, yet illuminated them like light. Hearing this familiar music, many people's expressions even became somewhat dazed. In this music, they recalled the scenes from back then. When they were at their most miserable, with no hope or future, living like the walking dead, it was this voice that soothed their souls and brought them everything they had now. Soon, the music stopped. The people within the fort under the dark night also stopped their clamor. Everyone's gaze converged on Mu Yuan, and Mu Yuan looked at them calmly, saying, "I am very disappointed in you." Just this one sentence caused countless people to lower their heads in shame. Open your eyes and look around you. Look at what kind of place this is. Look here. This is your home. Mu Yuan's voice was very flat, and at this moment, he didn't even use magical power. But that voice rang clearly in everyone's heart in this night. This is the home you rebuilt with your own hands. Even every brick and tile here was likely passed through your hands to be stacked. So, is there really no anger at all in your hearts right now? Have you really already forgotten in just less than a month? Forgotten how not long ago, your original homes were seized by foreign races, and your loved ones died brutally at their hands? Forgotten the long wandering, not knowing where the road ahead was, living days like the walking dead? And now, you have rebuilt your own home, but they have once again cast their greedy eyes upon you, attempting to once again destroy everything you have, to destroy this place. Toward this, is there really no anger in your hearts? Do you really not have the courage to pick up the swords in your hands to protect your families, defend your homes, and protect everything you cherish? Or is it that this is just my own wishful thinking? His voice, which had gradually risen, calmed down again. This time, Mu Yuan's voice was very soft, saying very quietly, "In reality, you aren't cowardly at all, you just don't care about the things here. This fort, these houses, and the spirits, giants, and me who have spent this time with you. To you, are all just like grains of sand, things that can be scattered by a gentle breeze. That's why you don't even have the courage to take up a sword, or even the thought of taking up a sword. Is that it? No. The first to jump out was a child with black hair and grey eyes, the same child who had supported him when he collapsed that day. Probably not expecting a child to jump out first, even Mu Yuan couldn't help but look at him a few more times. And as this child's immature but exceptionally angry voice rang out, it was like a giant stone falling into the water, stirring up waves. No. Absolutely not. Faces full of shame, more and more people stood up. In this dark night, their voices were like bursts of clashing thunder, vibrating in the hearts of Morgan, Merlin, and those fairies and giants. Morgan felt as if she saw a ball of fire. That was probably because of the bonfire nearby. In the eyes of these people who stood up, Morgan saw the reflection of flames. And those flames were burning brighter and brighter. Is that so? Then, do you still need their help? Mu Yuan spoke, smiling as he gestured toward the spirits and giants not far away. We don't. It was still that child. His voice was immature, but it possessed full ambition as he said, "This is our home. We will naturally raise the swords in our hands, defeat the foreign races, and protect our home." Clap, clap. Mu Yuan stood up, took 2 steps toward the child, clapping his hands and nodding. Very good, well said. However, that is incorrect. Looking at Mu Yuan, who had suddenly become serious and denied him, the black-haired boy couldn't help but be stunned. Because this is not just your home. They are also a part of this place. Chapter 92. Have you forgotten who has been helping you all this time? Have you forgotten how these kind fairies and giants have selflessly helped you build everything here over the past month? Mu Yuan's words caused the fairies and giants, who had been feeling somewhat dejected, to look up at him in surprise. And yet, are you telling me you don't even have the qualification to prove to them that you can protect this place? The reason I didn't let them step in is because I believe in you. As Mu Yuan spoke, he walked up to the child and placed a hand on his shoulder. Then he looked up, gazing out at the dense crowd of 1,000 people before him. It is because from the very beginning, I have trusted you. I believe that you have the courage to lift your swords, and I believe that you can achieve victory. In that moment, it wasn't just the people who had stood up. The eyes of the fairies and giants as they looked at Mu Yuan also began to shimmer with brilliant colors. Morgan's blue eyes gazed intently at Mu Yuan. She watched him for a long, long time. Until finally, she reluctantly looked away and turned her gaze toward Merlin, who was also standing there in a daze, watching him. Then, she gave a sweet smile and said to Merlin, "Artoria, can she do it?" Hearing this, Merlin glanced sideways at Morgan. "Hey, Morgan. That's your younger sister you're talking about. Boundary line. P.S. Sorry, I played for too long last night and didn't update. I'll update a bit more today. I'll see if I can write 10,000 words to make up for it." Volume 2, Chapter 75. Oh Morning Light Prince, this is the gift the world gives to you. 8K. The flames of the bonfire burned brightly tonight, as if completely illuminating the darkness of the night. Watching the people standing up one by one in the light of the bonfire, with the flames reflected in their eyes, a smile finally appeared on Mu Yuan's face. Mu Yuan knew that the sword blank had already been forged. Next, the formal sharpening of the sword could begin. The next day, the army began to train in an orderly fashion, and it was visible to the naked eye that everyone was working much harder than in previous days. In everyone's eyes, it was as if a fierce flame was burning. Such a flame was something that no amount of hardship could extinguish. Mu Yuan distributed the battle formations he had selected to the few veteran knights, while also leading the drills himself. The 3 battle formations he chose were very simple, yet they were formations that had left their mark on history and shocked the world. The 300 Spartans. One was a shield wall 4 frontal collisions, one was a circle defense 4 when surrounded, and the last was a swallowtail 4 charging and cutting through the enemy. Mu Yuan's reason for choosing these formations was simple. They were classic examples of fighting against superior numbers. Although their physical fitness couldn't compare to those 300 warriors, their will at this moment was undoubtedly qualified. Furthermore, the resources required for equipment were not great. Round shields could be made of wood, and the fairies could quickly produce spears and wooden armor. Originally, the fairies intended to provide all of this for free, but Mu Yuan refused and even signed a contract with them, stating that once the war ended, the payment would certainly be returned. Moreover, it wasn't him who would return the payment, but the people of this city. No one opposed Mu Yuan's decision. In fact, many who knew of it expressed gratitude to the fairies, patting their chests and promising to pay them back in the future. At this moment, even the fairies and giants could clearly feel that the people in this city were completely different. The faint racial barriers that had always existed between them vanished completely in this instant. The people of this city had accepted them from the bottom of their hearts. The army's training went very smoothly, though one thing surprised you. The person who ultimately gained command was not one of the veteran knights among the refugees, but a youth about your age, or perhaps calling him a child would be more appropriate. That's right, it was the black-haired, grey-eyed boy who was the first to stand up that night. Regarding the essential military principles you explained: wind, forest, fire, mountain, fast as the wind, aggressive as fire, orderly as the forest, and immovable as the mountain, he was the first to understand them and the one who consistently carried out the military training. You were naturally surprised by this and keenly sensed that this person might be a natural-born leader. Interested, you asked for his name, but he lowered his head and told you he had no name. You gave him the position of commander. Although he was young, perhaps because you were the same and it was your order, the crowd quickly accepted him. Then, as time passed and about another half-month went by, you received news. An army of about 3,000 to 4,000 from the foreign races was marching toward you. When Morgan informed you of this news, you merely gave a faint smile upon hearing it. Even when the news spread, not a single person in the entire fortress panicked. Everyone's reaction was very calm. Only the fierce fire burning in their eyes and the battle intent condensing above the fortress, almost turning into something physical, spoke of everything. On the night before the war arrived, someone unexpected yet expected came before you. It was your royal father, King Vortigern. Father. In the simple room, Mu Yuan looked at Vortigern, who had suddenly appeared before him sitting by the window. Dressed in black armor, his presence seemed to swallow all light. Mu Yuan was stunned for a moment. Then, he respectfully bowed to him. Vortigern nodded slightly, looking at Mu Yuan. It had been over a month since they last met, and Mu Yuan undoubtedly looked much more disheveled than he did back in the kingdom. The luxurious clothing he once wore had long been discarded, replaced by a set of relatively simple clothes. As for his original clothes, he had already sold them for money. Even so, standing before King Vortigern, the white dragon who seemed to swallow all light, Mu Yuan still seemed to be shining. That light of the soul was something even white dragon Vortigern could not swallow. Vortigern's pitch-black eyes quietly watched Mu Yuan for a while. Then, a faint smile appeared on his face as he spoke in a slightly raspy but majestic voice. Michael, my child, do you know why I have appeared here today? Hearing this, Mu Yuan thought for a moment and then said to Vortigern, if I'm not mistaken, Father, you are here because of the battle that is coming tomorrow, right? Before Vortigern could say anything else, Mu Yuan shook his head and said, Father, I cannot agree to your request regarding this matter, because they have prepared for this battle for a long time, and this is a battle that must be fought. Mu Yuan's words cut off whatever Vortigern was about to say. Vortigern looked at Mu Yuan with some curiosity and asked, Oh, why is that? Because they must unsheath the swords in their hands and win this battle in order to survive on this continent and truly live. As Mu Yuan spoke, he bowed once more to Vortigern and said, So, I am sorry, Father. I cannot grant your request and have them submit to your command here. After saying this, Mu Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive. Vortigern, who had been quietly watching Mu Yuan, smiled once again and shook his head. Michael, my child, you are mistaken. I did not come today to have you lead your people to submit to me. If that were my intention, I would not have waited until today to find you, nor would I have allowed the foreign races to march against you. Vortigern's words left Mu Yuan stunned. He looked up at Vortigern and asked in confusion, Then, Father, I do not know why you have come today. It seems you truly have forgotten, child. Vortigern shook his head with a smile and then pulled out a gift from his robes. It was an exquisite sword and a set of brand new clothes. I merely came to celebrate your birthday. Tomorrow is your birthday, Michael. The next day. In the early morning. Just as the sky was brightening, over 3,000 foreign tribesmen assembled into an army and headed toward the fortress. Mu Yuan didn't know how many people were watching this battle or how many were lurking in the shadows. He simply wore his new clothes and, early that morning, went to the high mountain behind the fortress with Morgan and Merlin. Standing at the high point, they gazed down at the war below. Not far from them, many fairies and giants were gathered, though none came to disturb Mu Yuan. Is it finally starting? Merlin leaned on his magic staff and looked up, watching the foreign army advancing toward the fortress with great interest. As for Morgan on the other side, her face was full of worry. Michael, are we really not going to help? Morgan couldn't hold back and said to Mu Yuan, with just one word from you, the fairies and giants would immediately join the battle. Although even I, who knows nothing of fighting, can see that our army's morale is very strong. But our numbers are only 1,000, while the enemy is 3 times our size. Mu Yuan did not answer Morgan's words. Because at that very moment, those 1,000 people had already assembled and marched out of the fortress. Standing at the very front was the boy sitting on a white horse. Though he was young, he held high the exquisite sword Mu Yuan had received from Vortigern yesterday, his youthful face looking incredibly solemn. Sitting on his horse, he looked down at all the soldiers before him. He seemed to be saying something. Soon after, Mu Yuan and the others saw the 1,000 people raise their spears in unison, slamming them hard onto the ground, and then striking the round shields on their other arms. 1,000 people erupted together with a single, synchronized word. Fight. The sound was like a rainbow, echoing 3 times. That sound was clearly heard even by Mu Yuan and Morgan standing on the high mountain. It even caused the foreign army marching toward them to stall for several seconds. And so, Mu Yuan smiled. He smiled and turned his head to look at Morgan beside him, saying, Sister Vivian, it seems that compared to you, they seem much more confident even when facing an enemy 3 times their size. Morgan fell silent as she gazed at the people below. Even though she had witnessed their transformation over the past month and their growth under Mu Yuan's influence with her own eyes, she was still a bit dazed at this moment. After all, compared to their appearance now, the image of them as lifeless refugees over a month ago had undoubtedly left a deeper impression on her. However, I can understand your concern, Sister Vivian, so, Sister Vivian, Merlin, I will still have to trouble you both for what comes next. Mu Yuan continued, if anything unexpected happens during the battle, such as prophets or giants appearing, I'll have to ask you to step in. Huh. Before he could finish his sentence, Mu Yuan, who had been watching the scene below, couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Because even in his plans, facing an enemy 3 times their size, even if these foreign enemies were currently disorganized and even laughing as they charged, clearly not considering the people before them as real enemies. But this was normal, after all, they were the very ones who had driven these refugees away in the first place. Just as Mu Yuan had discussed with Morgan and Merlin before, the survival of these refugees was something these foreign races had intentionally allowed, specifically to weaken the other kingdoms. Consequently, even the archers had put away their bows and joined the charge. They didn't feel like they were fighting a war at all, they felt it was just another raid like any other day. Just like slaughtering a pig after it had been fattened up. 93 Section 93. Chapter 93. But even so, facing an enemy 3 times their strength, if it were Mu Yuan, he would probably have had them use the circular guard formation, defending around the fortress. Yet at this very moment, in the eyes of Mu Yuan and the others, everyone raised their spears without the slightest hesitation and launched a charge against the foreign tribes in a swallowtail wedge formation. Witnessing this scene, countless prophets, mags, and fairies who had been secretly observing stood up in astonishment. They watched them charge. And then, one by one, expressions of regret appeared on their faces. After all, while their courage was commendable, everyone knew that these 1,000 people were truly just a gathering of refugees. There wasn't even a single decent knight unit among them. The child standing behind the army on horseback might become a renowned knight in the future, but at this moment, he was simply too young. Consequently, in this instant, even Mu Yuan's expression became somewhat solemn. Morgan subconsciously covered her mouth. Only Merlin's expression remained largely unchanged, still wearing the look of a bystander who enjoyed the chaos. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, but in reality, it passed very quickly. The 2 armies collided at extreme speed, and then, it was as if a sharp sword had pierced through a thin wooden board. As everyone gradually came back to their senses, expressions of disbelief filled their eyes. That army of 1,000, whose weapons and armor were far from refined, even crudely made, had easily shattered the enemy before them. With just a single charge, they had split the enemy in half. Then they stood in the middle, quickly shifting into a circular formation. While defending, their spears thrust out in unison, taking life after life. Although before long, some brave individuals among the foreign tribes reacted, even using personal valor to forcibly tear a gap in the military formation, the gap would be filled in just a few seconds. Facing an enemy 3 times their number, not a single one of them faltered. Their ears heard only military orders, and their eyes held only the intent to fight. As time went on, in just a few minutes, these 3,000 tribesmen showed signs of a total collapse. It was only then that Mu Yuan finally snapped out of it. Rubbing his chin, he couldn't help but mutter in confusion, "So these are the foreign tribes, they're this weak?" Morgan, standing beside him, naturally heard Mu Yuan's words and turned to look at her. Were the foreign tribes weak? Compared to a regular knight army, they might indeed seem a bit weaker. But right now, these were refugees who had only been trained for a little over a month. Not only was their equipment poor, but the enemy they faced was 3 times their number. Yet they won. And they won without any hesitation, won completely. One could even say they won with a sense of madness. Therefore, no matter how one thought about it or tried to explain it, the situation before them could only be described by one word: a miracle. And the creator of this miracle was the person right in front of her. He was only 7, no, today should be his 8th birthday. He wasn't even a teenager yet. Michael, from this day forward, your name will undoubtedly resound in every corner of Britannia. At this moment, with his image reflected in her eyes, Morgan couldn't help but murmur to Mu Yuan, "And I believe that even 100 or 1,000 years from now, the world will still sing of your legend." As Morgan finished speaking, Merlin also came back to his senses. Then those enchanting purple eyes couldn't help but look deeply at Mu Yuan. And he did not refute Morgan's words. "Now, this is really going to be a headache." At the same time, Merlin couldn't help but give a bitter smile in his heart. Because at this moment, the prophecy of the struggle between the 2 dragons had undoubtedly become a thing of the past. The future of Britannia would undoubtedly head in a different direction. And it was the most uncontrollable direction of all. After all, Mu Yuan's fate was obscured by dazzling sunlight. That was the light radiated by a supreme god. Even Merlin was powerless to investigate it. Shortly after, Mu Yuan and Morgan returned to the fortress. Inside the fortress, they quietly awaited the triumphant return of the army. This battle was undoubtedly a complete victory, and a victory that shocked the entire continent of Britannia. 1,000 against an enemy of 3,000, yet the losses were fewer than 100, and the wounded were only around 100 or so. Such a record could no longer be described as merely brilliant. When the army returned, bringing with them the spoils of war and prisoners, and after everything had been settled, they all gathered before Mu Yuan. The boy on horseback raised the sword Mu Yuan had bestowed upon him, came before Mu Yuan, and knelt on one knee. "You shouldn't have been so reckless." Looking at him, even after such a great victory, Mu Yuan couldn't help but say a word of caution. Charging directly was something that truly exceeded Mu Yuan's expectations, and they hadn't discussed it with him beforehand. Don't blame him, this was the result of all of us discussing it last night. Before the boy could answer, the old knight who had come with him answered on his behalf. Looking at Mu Yuan with eyes full of admiration and fervor, he said, "Because we all knew that today is the day of your birth. We discussed it for a long time last night before deciding to offer this as a humble birthday gift to you." As he spoke, more and more of those who had returned came before Mu Yuan. They knelt on one knee and placed their hands over their hearts. Mu Yuan was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. "How come I didn't know?" Quickly realizing what was happening, he immediately turned his head to look at Morgan and Merlin. Morgan turned her head away slightly, while Merlin had a beaming smile on his face. Clearly, they were the masterminds. "Don't look at me." Morgan's skin wasn't as thick as Merlin's, and she didn't want Mu Yuan to misunderstand, so she quickly explained, "I only told them about your birthday, I didn't know about their plan." After saying that, she glared at Merlin beside her. But Merlin still looked completely unbothered. Mu Yuan was silent for a while, looking at the people before him with a complex gaze. He had wanted to say they didn't need to do this for him. But it was already over, so after opening his mouth wordlessly, Mu Yuan could only helplessly and seriously nod to everyone. I see. Your gift, Michael Pendragon, accept it. Taking a deep breath, in this setting, Mu Yuan finally spoke his name to them. As the words fell, no one present was flustered. After all, Mu Yuan's name had actually quietly spread through the fortress long ago. With Merlin around, did you really expect to keep it a secret? Thus, at this moment, there was only wild joy in the eyes of everyone present. Because by announcing his name, Mu Yuan had accepted them in return. Then, as if they had practiced it long ago, everyone raised their shields and struck them in unison, chanting Mu Yuan's name, Michael. The sound was deafening, as if making the entire continent of Britannia tremble. Far away, on the walls of King Vortigern's city, Vortigern stood atop the wall, gazing at the grand spectacle in the distance. After a long time, a smile appeared on his face. In the gathering places of the foreign tribes, those powerful tribal leaders had only just received the news. Before they could even be surprised, they seemed to hear this sound, and after a moment of daze, they looked up toward the distance. At the same time, the knights who had gone into hiding following the fall of Uther's kingdom, waiting for the return of the Red Dragon. Countless among them, out in the fields, raised their heads and looked toward this place. Artoria, never mind, let her rest for a bit. Morgan, taking all of this in, had a very calm gaze instead. After all, she was already somewhat numb to it. She looked at Mu Yuan, seeing him scratch his head in this situation, looking rather embarrassed, and she couldn't help but smile. Softly. You did well, but I hope you can do even better next time. Left with no choice, Mu Yuan could only say this to the boy who had commanded the army. Just as the words left his mouth. Respected Lord Michael, my name is Agravain. The boy answered Mu Yuan respectfully and gave his name. Hearing this, Mu Yuan didn't react at first. Once he did, he looked at him with an expression as if he'd seen a ghost, eyes wide. Wait, you said your name is, what? The name I bestowed upon him. Before the boy could answer, Morgan came to Mu Yuan's side and said, I have already taken him as my foster son and given him the name Agravain. That night, flames lit up the dark night, a revelry belonging only to this fortress. Humans, fairies, and giants gathered together, eating delicious food and singing songs. And in this festive atmosphere, Mu Yuan, who should have been one of the absolute protagonists, was now leading Morgan, whose eyes were full of a strange expression. They were quietly walking out of the fortress. Michael. Mu Yuan placed a finger to his lips, looking around warily. Only after making sure no one had noticed did he breathe a sigh of relief and say to Morgan, Sister Vivian, keep your voice down. If we're caught, we won't be able to escape. What are you running from? Morgan tilted her head. Her dazzling silver ponytail swayed gently with the movement. If I don't run now, Sister Vivian, didn't you see the way they were looking at me? Mu Yuan said to Morgan with wide eyes. If I stay here, who knows when they'll bring out a throne and make me sit on it to be king. You don't want to be king? Morgan's eyes grew even more bewildered. I don't. Mu Yuan answered decisively and frankly, leaving Morgan stunned. Mu Yuan looked back, and seeing Morgan's expression, he couldn't help but say, Sister Vivian, do you really think everything I've done so far was for the sake of becoming king? Morgan didn't reply, just slightly averted her gaze. Mu Yuan wasn't angry at this, he just smiled and said, Sister Vivian, I won't become king because I don't have the qualifications to be a king. You should listen to what you're saying. If you have the nerve, why don't you say that to the people in this fortress? At this moment, even Morgan couldn't help but feel the urge to roll her eyes at Mu Yuan. Why? Morgan then couldn't help but ask. Because I won't hold everyone in my heart. Mu Yuan said to Morgan with extreme openness, I don't have such a grand breadth of mind, nor do I have such ideals. My heart is very small, it only has room for me and the people I care about. My friends or my family and such. Chapter 94. While Mu Yuan wouldn't look down on himself, he wouldn't overestimate himself either. Morgan was stunned by his words. Her eyes reflected Mu Yuan at this moment. Even though she wasn't a god and used no magic, Morgan could still tell that Mu Yuan was telling the truth. Then why did you save them back then? Morgan found it even more incomprehensible. Back then, Mu Yuan had completely ignored her attempts to stop him, saved those people, and even built a home for them. Because they appeared before me. Mu Yuan's answer was so matter-of-fact. It was so matter-of-fact that Morgan found herself at a loss for words. She could only stare at Mu Yuan silently with her beautiful blue eyes. After a long while, she finally snapped out of it and said, even so, if you just leave like this, what will happen to this fortress and these people? Don't worry, Sister Vivian, I've already arranged everything. Mu Yuan smiled brightly and said, I've left it all to Merlin. I told him to select the 7 stars for me from within this city. That fellow has been peeking at me for so long, and I've taught him so much. He has to do something for me eventually, don't you think, Sister Vivian? When mentioning making Merlin work and the matter of the 7 stars performing their respective duties, Mu Yuan smiled very happily, even showing a mischievous grin. Let's not talk about it, Sister Vivian. The guards have already left. Quick, let's go. We still have to go to the other world, the realm of the fairies. If the relief shift arrives, we'll have to wait a long time again. After saying that, before Morgan could react, Mu Yuan had already rushed out. Morgan stood frozen in place, watching Mu Yuan's dashing back as he ran toward the exit of the fortress. At this moment, she stood there like a stone statue. In this instant, the shock and turmoil in her heart were greater than at any other time. Even seeing the passing of the torch and the appearance of the bonfire, or seeing the army's complete victory today, could not compare to this single moment. That throne was within reach. And indisputably, it was a throne he had conquered with his own hands. Furthermore, Morgan knew that as long as Mu Yuan ascended the throne, he would surely become the most brilliant king in this world. Because the fairies would support him, the giants would support him, and his subjects worshipped him with supreme devotion. But he just left like that. Beneath this dark night, he showed not a single shred of attachment to that easily attainable throne. He was so carefree. Do I really understand him? In this moment, Morgan couldn't help but ask herself this. At the same time, is the throne actually not important at all? This question made her soul tremble violently. And at this very moment, our king is truly willful. A helpless sigh suddenly sounded in her ear. Subconsciously turning her head, Morgan saw a beautiful fairy woman dressed in emerald green clothes walking toward her. She recognized this fairy. She was the forest fairy lord of the mountain forest beside the fortress. She was also the one who had traded with Mu Yuan that day just to hear him play the zither. She had come here leading a pure white unicorn. Morgan was stunned for a moment and said, "You knew he was leaving?" "Merlin told us," the forest fairy smiled. "The moment our king entrusted the matters to him, he immediately informed us." Morgan recovered and nodded slightly in understanding. "Yes, that is exactly something Merlin would do." "Where is he?" Morgan asked. "We tied him up and hung him from the highest point of the watchtower." The forest fairy smiled and placed the unicorn's lead into Morgan's hand, saying, "Miss Vivian." "No, Miss Morgan, our king is entrusted to you for the time being." Morgan was silent for a while, then asked her in confusion, "Since you all know, why not go and catch him back?" The forest fairy shook her head gently and said to Morgan, "This is the king's choice, and we respect his choice. We actually gathered and discussed it. The king is a bit too young right now." Morgan realized the truth. Indeed, he was only 8 years old. "You are so relieved to hand him over to me." After reacting, Morgan couldn't help but look deeply at the forest fairy before her and said, "Didn't you just speak my name?" The smile on the forest fairy's face remained unchanged as she said, "Because our king chose you." This one sentence silenced Morgan. Then she glanced at the unicorn and turned away, saying, "A unicorn? I, Morgan, have no such qualification." With those words, Morgan finally chased after the direction Mu Yuan had left. The forest fairy watched her leave, the smile still on her face. At the same time, she nodded gently to the unicorn beside her. Seeing this, the unicorn followed with light steps. Gazing at the receding figure, after a long time, the forest fairy said with a smile, "Morgan, originally, you indeed did not have the qualification for a unicorn to follow you. But, Have you really not noticed? The light on the king. The first person he lit up was not anyone else, but you. Boundary line. P.S. A big chapter of 8,000 word. Updated 12,000 words in one go today. I can't do it anymore, I'm so tired. If there are any typos, please mark them, dear readers. Lurin is going to rest. I've been squeezed dry, not a single drop left. Volume 2, Chapter 76 Artoria, Hold High Your Holy Lance. 4K. Ancient Britain. Afternoon. In the forest, Mu Yuan was baking pancakes. The pancakes were topped with recently acquired wild bee honey and garnished with raspberries. The sweet aroma that wafted out didn't just make Morgan, who was sitting in the shade of a tree, glance over frequently and secretly swallow her saliva. Even the pure white unicorn lying nearby was staring straight at them. As for the necessary conditions for baking, they were solved with magic. While magic isn't omnipotent, for Morgan, who had plenty of motivation, happened to be a genius mage, and inherited the mysteries of Britannia, it was naturally not difficult. Soon, Mu Yuan, who had promised to be Morgan's chef for 3 years, served today's honey pancakes to her. Morgan took them, but before she could enjoy them, she saw the unicorn approach. She subconsciously turned to dodge, but seeing the unicorn cast a pitiful look at her, she had no choice but to painfully share a piece and feed it. Then Mu Yuan, seeing Morgan look a bit gloomy but then quickly relax and enjoy the food after taking a bite, couldn't help but chuckle secretly. Michael, what are you laughing at? The keen Morgan turned her blue eyes toward Mu Yuan. Nothing, Mu Yuan replied calmly as he turned and fed a prepared grass cake to the unicorn. He patted its fur while feeding it, curiously observing it. Speaking of which, do unicorns eat grass? Mu Yuan wasn't sure, but at least this unicorn was eating quite happily right now. To be honest, Mu Yuan felt a bit subtle about this. He felt that if this continued, he might have to compete with Emir, who became a heroic spirit, in the future. To see who is truly the #1 chef. Because so far, it seemed that quite a few people had eaten his food. Even including the likes of Inari god Yukana Mitama, the nine-tailed fox Tamamo Nome, and the great Onmyoji Abe no Seimi. Morgan used her knife and fork to enjoy the dessert, while her eyes reflected the scene of Mu Yuan and the unicorn standing together. Mu Yuan didn't ask where the unicorn came from. When he saw the unicorn appear with Morgan, he actually already understood that his plan to slip away had long been exposed. As expected, Merlin is a bastard. After stroking this magical creature that only existed in legends for a while, Mu Yuan sensed a gaze and turned his head, finding that Morgan had been watching him. He tilted his head in confusion and said, Sister Vivian, is there something else? I just suddenly realized, you seem to have a lot of trust in Merlin. After a moment of hesitation, Morgan replied to Mu Yuan's question coolly. Mu Yuan couldn't help but be stunned by her words. Because you seemed to have very little guard against him from the start, and you even entrusted him with the matter of what you call the 7 stars. The more she spoke, the more Morgan frowned. She realized that even she had never been so trusted or entrusted with things by Mu Yuan. Back then, the matter with the forest fairy was just a trade between him and her. Mu Yuan snapped out of his daze and thought about it, finding that it was indeed the case. As for the reason, it was actually very simple. After all, he was a transmigrator, although he already knew full well how much of a jerk Merlin could be. Because of that, Mu Yuan also knew this man had a few redeeming qualities. However, this still didn't stop Mu Yuan's plan to definitely hang him up and let him dangle for a few days and nights the next time they met. But this wasn't easy to explain, so after thinking about it, Mu Yuan simply didn't explain. Seeing this, Morgan naturally wouldn't ask more. Only, her hand secretly tightened its grip on the knife and fork a little more. Although Morgan told herself there was no need to care about such a small matter, that inexplicably irritable emotion could not be suppressed no matter what. Then, after the temporary rest ended, Morgan and Mu Yuan sat on the unicorn and continued toward the other world. The other world was a paradise belonging to the continent of Britannia, where gods, fairies, and nymphs, as well as giants and monsters, resided. Morgan and Mu Yuan were traveling to the other world to reach the land of Avalon. And it was the White Dragon King Vortigern who had asked Mu Yuan to go there. It seemed as if something was waiting for Mu Yuan's arrival there. Many stories had always circulated regarding the other world. Many heroic figures would gain astonishing skills or incredible protection after entering the other world and coming back out. Older examples included the omniscient Fion Mac Cummill and the fearless explorer Maelduin. More recent ones included Lancelot, one of the most famous knights of the Round Table in the legend of King Arthur, known as the Flower of Knights. Rumor had it that he was taken to the other world by a fairy as a child and raised there. So, why did Vortigern want me to go to the other world? Just as Mu Yuan was pondering this question. 95 Section 95. Chapter 95. Michael. Morgan's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Because Morgan was sitting sideways on the unicorn, pressed close to Mu Yuan, she had to lean in to ensure he noticed her speaking. She tucked a strand of silver hair behind her ear and lowered her head to speak into Mu Yuan's ear. Thus, Mu Yuan could clearly feel a wave of warmth and a delicate fragrance washing over him. "What is it, Sister Vivian?" Despite his words, Mu Yuan had been raised by the Inari god and tempered by the likes of Tamamonome and the Shutendoji. He naturally wouldn't be swayed by such a small thing. "That castle. Since your intention was never to become king." Biting her lip, Morgan finally succumbed to her curiosity after much hesitation and asked Mu Yuan, "Then with what kind of thoughts did you do those things?" Hearing this, Mu Yuan couldn't help but glance sideways at Morgan, who was rarely so inquisitive. Amused. He had thought Morgan would hold it in for a bit longer. In fact, on the night they left the fortress, Morgan had asked him why he was running away. Mu Yuan had replied that he was unworthy and simply didn't want to. This obviously wasn't enough for Morgan to fully accept. Instead, it made her even more confused. As it turns out, when a cat becomes curious, even someone as rational as Morgan will be troubled by it. However, the primary reason was actually the throne. The word throne was like a birdcage binding her. It had long since become her obsession. She had always believed that everything Mu Yuan did was for the sake of claiming the crown. Otherwise, when she saw Mu Yuan leave so nonchalantly, she wouldn't have been so shocked that her expression looked as if her entire worldview was being reconstructed. Thus, Morgan's second question now was actually for herself. Morgan was likely a bit envious of the free and easy attitude Mu Yuan displayed toward the throne. At the same time, Morgan probably hadn't even noticed it herself. It had been a long time since she had used magecraft to spy on Artoria. To think that not long ago, that had been her daily routine. Well, first, it is a great feat to me. Great feats are very useful to me, so I had no reason to refuse. Second, I have experience with such matters, and I later specifically went to learn more, so I have confidence. As for the third, those refugees ultimately gathered because of my father, so even if only to satisfy my own conscience, I felt I had to do something. Mu Yuan had no intention of hiding anything and straightforwardly told Morgan his reasons. These 3 points were indeed the true reasons for Mu Yuan's actions. The great feat was naturally for the sake of sublimating the spirit inscription. The experience referred to the paradise at the end of the shogunate era, and the matter of conscience was because when Mu Yuan saw those refugees that day, he had actually guessed Merlin's true intention in appearing before him. Although Merlin was quite a scoundrel, he occasionally did some good. Those refugees appeared because of King Vortigern, so it was only natural for Vortigern to taste the bitter fruit. It was just that even Merlin hadn't expected Mu Yuan to take them in with his own hands. Morgan fell into silence once again because she understood that Mu Yuan was telling the truth. He really built that city for those reasons alone and chose to leave in the end. She was silent for a long time before coming back to her senses and looking at Mu Yuan in front of her. At this moment, Mu Yuan was sitting right in front of her, their proximity even feeling a bit intimate. But at this moment, Morgan felt he was very distant. So distant that even though she could reach out and pull him into her arms, he remained forever untouchable. She realized that she had never actually reached him. Thus, Morgan couldn't help but gaze at Mu Yuan now, as if trying to engrave him firmly into her mind. In that instant, Artoria's figure finally began to fade from her thoughts. It was as if a caged bird was cautiously taking its first step out of the cage. Because Merlin sold you out immediately after you entrusted everything to him, The fortress did not suffer much upheaval regarding your disappearance the next day. Everyone was prepared. At the same time, the child Morgan had taken as her foster son and named Agravain also realized why you hadn't participated in the battle that day. Although Merlin's report was meritorious, betraying his master was a sin. Thus, he was trapped by the forest fairy on the highest watchtower of the fortress, hung upside down for 3 full days and nights as punishment before being let down to begin methodically selecting the 7 stars. This political system was the result of a certain retired old man's accumulation of time and had been verified by ample practice. Therefore, after about a week, once the 7 stars were selected and gathered, the development of the fortress did not stagnate due to your departure. In fact, it progressed even more rapidly. At the same time, this fortress finally determined its name during the first 7 stars meeting. Its name was Morning Star City. Its birth was like its name, the dawn that tears through the night. This led many Britons, who were already suffering from the hardships of war, to come to this city with a mindset of giving it a try and then joining it. Thus, Morning Star City soon began to expand. And it wasn't just Britons. Due to its unique nature, with 2 fairies and 1 incubus half-blood among the first 7 stars, many curious fairies, nymphs, and giants came to join the excitement. Some made their homes here, while others just took a look and left, but news of it spread rapidly. In a short time, it reached every corner of the continent of Britannia. More and more bards began to pluck their harps, singing legends about it and the one known as the Morning Light Prince. At the same time, because you intentionally spoke of the word contract repeatedly in front of everyone while establishing the city and made many contractual agreements, the people in the city held contracts in extremely high regard. As long as a contract was made, they would give their all to fulfill it. Under this atmosphere of integrity, more and more merchants began to gather toward Morning Star City. Coupled with the military might Morning Star City displayed in the battle that day, merchants could feel at ease and boldly began trading here. It wasn't just British merchants, foreign races and visitors from other continents gradually began to appear in the city. Thus, in less than a month, even Merlin, the Magus of Flowers, showed a dumbfounded expression at the potential and visible prosperity shown by Morning Star City. It will become a heart. These words came from the mouth of the proud and boastful White Dragon Vortigern. He publicly declared to the world that Morning Star City was not his territory. Therefore, foreign races and people from other nations of Britannia could do as they pleased, as long as they felt they had the ability to raise this city. As time passes, it will inevitably become the heart of the continent of Britannia. The heart of the continent of Britannia. Within the dream, Merlin, the Magus of Flowers, sat on a rock in a field of golden flowers. His purple eyes gazed at the blue sky within the dream. His expression seemed full of emotion. Even he could not doubt the truth of White Dragon Vortigern's words. And since he himself was one of the first 7 stars, Merlin understood better than anyone what kind of terrifying potential this city born in the dawn possess. Just then, a young girl with shoulder-length blonde hair appeared in this dreamscape. She was the same age as Mu Yuan Michael Pendragon, and had even been born at the exact same moment, sharing the same birthday. Clearly, this was not her first time here. Her holy blue eyes quickly regained their clarity after a brief moment of confusion. Then she fixed her gaze on Merlin sitting on the rock and said to him in a youthful, pure voice, "You haven't come for several days." Hearing this, Merlin looked down at her. Because she was the same age as him, and because Morgan had mentioned him in his ear several times, Merlin couldn't help but compare the two, even if he felt it was a bit too unfair. Then, he let out a deep sigh. This sigh caused the girl to tilt her head in confusion. After thinking for a long, long time, Merlin finally stood up, walked over to the girl, and said, "From today on, I will impart to you a new set of teachings on kingship. This is also something he asked me to pass on to you. However, that alone is not enough. Artoria." Merlin looked at her and said solemnly, "If you want to catch up to him, have the capital to compete with him, and have the ability to defeat the White Dragon, there is only one way. Artoria, take up that holy spear." After speaking, Merlin paused. His purple eyes then looked at Artoria, who didn't yet understand what was going on, the future King Arthur, the legendary Red Dragon. In his mind, he recalled that figure of the dawn. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upward slightly. Then, in a tone full of anticipation, he said, "In that case, when that future day arrives, what kind of brilliant and dazzling light will be born from your collision? The king's sister is truly beautiful. JPG. Boundary line. PS. Answering a question here. As everyone should be able to see, the progress of the Britannia scenario is slower than the previous ones. The reason is that Luren plans to clear it in one life. Britannia will not have a second or third playthrough. It's not that Britannia has deep foundations, mainly, too many people have written about it. If I did a second or third playthrough, it would drag the rhythm out too much. Therefore, the content will be written in relatively more detail. By the way, let me whisper a bit. It seems everyone really is tired of it. As soon as I started this scenario, I lost over 1,000, nearly 2,000 followers. Fortunately, the plot has improved recently, and the followers have grown back. Luren was crying his eyes out, but since the synopsis and outline were designed with this arc from the start, I could only grit my teeth and write it. PS2, book recommendations, both are by veteran authors. Second playthrough after Hunkai ends. Lin transmigrated. He thought he could reach the peak of life with a system, but the system informed him that all tasks were completed and the system functions were about to shut down. I, the Gun Devil, joined a chat group. Transmigrated into the Chainsaw Man world as the Gun Devil. Lurking in the darkness for hundreds of years, his only goal is to reach the summit of the strongest. There is only one thing he must do. Volume 2, Chapter 77 Luff, the God of Light and Sun, 3K. 1 month later, Ewan Morgan passed through the marshes and forests shrouded in mist and met the lake nymphs and green knights guarding the entrance to Avalon. In legends, they are the guardians of Avalon. After a brief exchange, they recognized your identity and let you into the other world. Before you entered, a lake nymph placed a gemstone pendant engraved with fairy runes around your neck. One of the reasons the other world is absolutely not for ordinary people to trespass into is that the concentration of the Age of Gods is too high. Simply breathing would cause one to absorb a massive amount of magical energy, leading to death. Immediately, the moment Ewan Morgan left reality, a sudden burst of blinding light made you instinctively close your eyes and lose consciousness. When you woke up again, you found yourself in a dense forest. Streams flowed through the woods, greenery surrounded you, and wild beasts moved about. Looking across the entire sky, all that met your eyes were the earth and blue sky, perfectly divided. This is the world of eternal spring in myths and legends, the world where fairies, giants, gods, and other phantasmal species reside, the other world. Morgan. Waking up, Mu Yuan instinctively looked around, searching for the woman who was like a blooming snow lotus, but found she wasn't by his side. Shaking his head slightly, Mu Yuan stood up and looked into the distance. He felt as if beautiful fairies were peeking at him from the nearby stream. But when he looked closely, he found nothing. Just as Mu Yuan stood there somewhat lost, unsure of the situation, he suddenly felt a weight on his left shoulder. Turning his head, he saw a small emerald green bird. He didn't know when it had landed, but it was now perched on his shoulder, preening its smooth feathers. Noticing Mu Yuan's gaze, the bird looked up, its green eyes meeting his. It gave a soft chirp and then used its little head to point in a certain direction. "Do you mean, for me to go this way?" After a moment of hesitation, Mu Yuan asked the bird curiously. The bird gave a slight nod. Seeing this, Mu Yuan pondered for a moment and then set off in the direction it indicated. He didn't walk for long. Chapter 96. About 2 hours later, Mu Yuan saw a radiant castle standing tall in front of the dense forest. That was definitely not a building that people of this era could construct. With just a single glance, Mu Yuan had already made this evaluation in his heart. "Is it there?" Mu Yuan pointed at the castle and asked the little bird on his shoulder. The little bird nodded to Mu Yuan. Thus, Mu Yuan's heart relaxed even further. After all, by now he naturally understood the reason Morgan had become separated from him. At the same time, Mu Yuan also guessed in his heart that this should be the reason his father of this era, White Dragon Vortigern, had sent him to the other world. Soon, he arrived outside the radiant castle. When Mu Yuan arrived at the gate, It opened immediately. At the same time, the little bird perched on him flew up, letting out a light chirp, signaling for Mu Yuan to follow it. Stepping into this castle built within the otherworld and passing through the corridors outside the hall, Mu Yuan finally came to a stop in a garden where flowers of all 4 seasons bloomed simultaneously. And within the garden's pavilion sat a person. It was an extremely handsome man with long golden hair and emerald eyes. The little bird landed on the man's shoulder. As Mu Yuan walked over, he saw a cup of fruit tea placed inside the pavilion, clearly indicating that the man had been waiting for him for a long time. Mu Yuan thought for a moment, then stepped forward to the man who was watching him with a light smile. He bowed respectfully and said, "I am the son of Vortigern, Michael Pendragon. I have a question to ask your excellency. Do you know if my companion, Sister Vivian, is doing well now?" Perhaps somewhat surprised, Mu Yuan's first question was actually about Morgan. The man took another look at Mu Yuan before nodding with a light smile, saying, "She is fine. Currently, she has entered Avalon and is searching for you within it. Then could I trouble your excellency to relay to her that I am fine now?" Hearing this, Mu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and continued to speak respectfully to the man before him. "No problem, kneel." The man nodded slightly and looked at the little bird on his shoulder. The little bird gave a soft chirp, glancing with some dissatisfaction at Mu Yuan for finding work for it, before taking flight, flapping its wings, and disappearing into the sunlight toward Avalon. After the little bird named Neil disappeared, the man looked at Mu Yuan and gestured with his eyes for him to sit. Mu Yuan sat down and politely took a sip of the fruit tea before him, his eyes involuntarily brightening slightly. "Do you like it?" the golden-haired man asked with a shallow smile. "I like it very much. May I ask your excellency to tell me the preparation method?" After hesitating for a moment, Mu Yuan spoke frankly to him, "I think Sister Vivian would like it too. Although she always refuses to admit it, she actually really likes sweets of this flavor." "Oh." The emerald eyes looked at Mu Yuan as the man smiled, "You care about that little girl a lot, yet I see no greed or desire in your eyes, not even the longing of love." "Well, she is my friend. Although I shouldn't have become close to her in the first place, since we have become friends, I naturally hope that one day she can walk out of her own cage, rather than being trapped by the cage called being a king." Before this man, Mu Yuan appeared extremely candid. Because in his heart, he vaguely sensed what kind of existence this person was. After all, Mu Yuan had once felt a similar aura from another person. His foster mother from his previous life, Inari god Yukanamitama. The man thought for a moment and asked curiously, "Speaking of which, that Morning Star City, did you actually build it for her as well?" "Morning Star City?" Mu Yuan was stunned for a moment, then realized the man was referring to that fortress, and shook his head in response. "No, the establishment of that city was merely for my own sake. Although they didn't lose their homes because of me, it was indirectly caused by my father. Therefore, if I didn't do something, I wouldn't be able to feel at ease." Hearing this, the man continued to inquire, "I heard that you don't want to become a king? That is a position above tens of thousands, second only to one. But what is so good about being above tens of thousands and second only to one?" When he heard Mu Yuan's answer, the man smiled, and in his heart, he roughly understood what kind of person he was. The man did not continue to ask whether Mu Yuan knew Vivian's identity, because when the word king was spoken, there was already an answer. Seeing him stop, Mu Yuan took a sip of fruit tea and stopped asking questions. Feeling more confident, he said, "I wonder if your excellency is the noble person my father wanted me to meet here?" "Hardly a noble person," the man replied. "But it was indeed I who commissioned him to have you come to my place. As for the reason, it was actually just out of some curiosity." As the man spoke, his emerald eyes looked at Mu Yuan again. But this time, he was not looking at Mu Yuan's current shell named Michael, but at his soul, the soul currently being guarded by the sun. "I was just curious as to what kind of existence you, who are watched over by another sun, truly are." Another sun. Mu Yuan chewed on those words in his heart, but his face remained unmoved as he said, "I wonder who your excellency is." "My name is Luff Mac-Ethlin." The handsome man smiled lightly, answering Mu Yuan's question. Luff Mac-Ethlin, the god of light and sun in Celtic mythology. Because every time you conduct a simulation, you fully supplement your knowledge with the local legends and records, you instantly understood the identity of the person before you. Just as you thought, this is a deity, and one possessing the divinity of a sun god. Incidentally, this person is also the father of that demigod great hero, Cu Chularin. At the same time, his phrase watched over by the sun also plunged you into a brief moment of confusion, but you quickly reacted, and the image of a figure with swaying tails, lazily basking in the sun and moon, came to mind, your fox teacher. You recalled her mentioning that she had used 4 tails to make a deal with her divine side, and that side was the supreme deity of Japan, representing the sun Amaterasu Omikami. To be honest, when he learned that it was actually this sun god before him who had sought him out, Mu Yuan was truly somewhat surprised. After all, he had initially thought his talent Avalon, weakened version, was what had led to this trip to the other world. But, if that were the case, why hadn't his father mentioned a single word to him? He felt that Vortigern wouldn't hide such a major matter from him, and he had delayed for nearly 2 whole months without ever being urged. Thinking of this, deep doubt couldn't help but appear in Mu Yuan's eyes. Luff, the god of light and sun, likely saw what Mu Yuan was thinking and smiled, saying, "Because I made a deal with your father." A deal? Mu Yuan looked at Luff with even more confusion. Luff nodded slightly and said, "I was curious about what kind of existence you, who are valued and guarded by another sun, are. Your father considered this a good opportunity and reached an agreement with me. For this journey, I was to give you a trial and bestow upon you corresponding blessings based on your completion, or so it was supposed to be." Supposed to be? Mu Yuan tilted his head. Yes, so it was supposed to be. Luff said with a smile, but now, a trial is clearly no longer necessary. That Morningstar City, which was erected upon the earth in just 2 months. Without a doubt, this is a miracle that even gods must acknowledge. Boundary line. P.S. It's fine, it's fine. I checked today and didn't catch anything, I just scared myself. The doctor said it was an upset stomach, which is why I kept wanting to vomit, and it just so happened that I caught a cold due to the sudden change in weather. With the two combined, Luren felt like he was going to die yesterday. After a good rest, I feel like I'm back to full health now. I'll make up for yesterday's updates today. Volume 2, Chapter 78. Gods are truly a bunch of troublesome creatures, 5.5k. Luff, the god of light and sun. At this moment, Mu Yuan, holding the Book of Heroic Spirits, was looking down on everything in the simulated world with an absolute god's eye view. He looked at the divine temple projected by the Heroic Spirit Training Manual and the existence of this deity. Looking back at the various things that had happened along the way, Mu Yuan couldn't help but understand a little in his heart. I was wondering why everything was so smooth, whether it was Vortigern's laissez-faire attitude toward my actions, the perfectly timed appearances of the foreign races, or the guardian fairies and green knights. So in secret, it had actually evolved into a trial given by a god. Coming back to his senses, Mu Yuan couldn't help but think of another sun god, Amaterasu Omikami. Thinking about how the matter with Yamata no Orokai had eventually evolved into a similar situation, he couldn't help but shake his head and say, these so-called gods really love to play like this, but... Thinking of something, Mu Yuan's brow couldn't help but furrow slightly as he said thoughtfully, it feels like encounters with deities are becoming more and more common. And this isn't even the age of gods, just an era of legendary epics. When the simulation for the age of gods is unlocked, dealing with them will become even more frequent. After speaking, Mu Yuan looked up again at the handsome male god with long golden hair projected before his eyes. It's fine if it's a god like Luff, the god of light and sun, who should be considered well-disposed toward me, but if... As he thought, Mu Yuan's brow furrowed. Gods generally referred to existences that controlled extraordinary authorities, far surpassing humans. They could even easily influence an ordinary person's entire life if they wished. When they were well-disposed toward you, your life would usually be very smooth, and you could overcome even obstacles beneath your feet. Mu Yuan had actually gained a very deep understanding of this during the Heian-kyo era. The most typical example was Inari god Yukana Mitama. In the Heian era, it could be said that if not for her help, it would have been impossible for Mu Yuan to have things go so smoothly. Just the hurdle of Tamamo no Me would have become a major problem. If it weren't for Yukana Mitama's sake, she would have torn Mu Yuan to shreds several times over. How could he have developed a final teacher-student relationship with her? Even the arrow and bow used to finally exorcise the calamity god Yamata no Orokai were blessings bestowed by Yukana Mitama. Thus, the authority and terror of the gods were evident. Naturally, Mu Yuan would not be so naive as to think that all the gods he encountered in the future would be kind or on his side. What should he do if he encountered a god who was his enemy? And this was a question Mu Yuan almost had to consider, as he would unlock the Age of Gods after this simulation ended. Unless he decided never to step into it. But, for some reason, Mu Yuan felt that the day he stepped into the Age of Gods would not be too far away. This vague feeling came from the talent engraved through the catalyst during this simulation intuition. Forget it, now is not the time to consider these things. After a brief thought, Mu Yuan shook his head and threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. Hey, wait, just as he was about to put the thought aside, Mu Yuan suddenly froze as if he had thought of something. He looked at the description of Luf Mac Ethlin in the Heroic Spirit Training Manual. The god of light and sun in Celtic mythology, father of the demigod Siu Chularin. Siu Chulain's father, Celtic mythology. So, that purple-haired old lady who holds dual spears and likes to randomly give others divinity buffs is actually in this world too? No, she definitely belongs to this world. After all, my simulation isn't just taking a small slice of an era, but rather transporting me to the era the Catalyst's owner lived in through the Catalyst, and then leaving my deeds to be sublimated into legends through the Heroic Spirit Training Manual. Ultimately, the corresponding shadow of a heroic spirit is engraved. Therefore, even if I jump out of Britannia and go to other countries, even returning to my hometown in this era isn't impossible. This idea hadn't just suddenly popped up now. In fact, back in the Heian era, when Mu Yuan heard that Abe no Seimi was going to study in his hometown, he had already had such an idea. 97 Section 97. Chapter 97. It was just that because of Tamamo no Me, Mu Yuan had no time to worry about it then. Furthermore, although the Heroic Spirit Training Manual had never reacted to his thoughts, Mu Yuan felt in his heart that this line of thinking was feasible. In this moment, holding the Heroic Spirit Training Manual and looking down at this era from the perspective of an absolute observer, Mu Yuan thought about many things. But in the end, he temporarily suppressed those various ideas. After a brief moment of closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, Mu Yuan's eyes regained their calm. With a thought, words began to surface in the book once more. In the other world. Inside the temple where Luf, the god of light and sun, resided. Facing Lufa's praise, which called the birth of Morningstar City a miracle, Mu Yuan stood up neither humbly nor arrogantly and said, "Respected sun god, your words overpraise me, for its birth was not the result of my efforts alone. In truth, I only played a very small part. Even when it needed me most, I chose to abandon my responsibility and leave. But if not for you, their lives would have been harvested by the night, and it would have been even more impossible for them to gather together to build the Morningstar City of today." Luf calmly interrupted Mu Yuan and smiled. "Child, knowing how to be humble is a good thing, but being overly humble is instead ungraceful." Mu Yuan thought about it and then said no more. He sat back down under Lufa's gaze. Seeing this, a hint of admiration appeared in Lufa's eyes, and he then said, "Since that's the case, let's talk about the matter of the blessing. Actually, I originally intended to give you another blessing of the sun, so that under the sun's radiance, you would possess invincible power." Gawain. Hearing Luf say this, Mu Yuan's mind subconsciously thought of a legendary knight who, along with Lancelot, the Knight of the Lake, was hailed as King Arthur's right-hand man Gawain, the Knight of the Sun. In fact, in the legends of King Arthur that Mu Yuan knew, regarding the blessing of the sun that Gawain possessed, there was a theory that this blessing was bestowed by Luf, the god of light and Sunday. The reason was that Gawain belonged to Celtic mythology, and in Celtic mythology, the only deity who met the requirements was Luf. However, the trial you completed is a miracle that even the gods must marvel at. Luf smiled and said to Mu Yuan, "Therefore, if I were to only give you that kind of blessing, it would make me seem a bit too stingy. Thus, Speak your thoughts, Michael. Luff put away his smile and spoke seriously to Mu Yuan. I am leaving the choice of the blessing to you. If you wish, I can have light shine upon Morningstar City forever, and I promise you that as long as it is illuminated by the light, it will stand upon that land forever. Even if you want me to bring someone to this other world forever, making them unable to return to the real world. At this point, Luff smiled faintly and then continued, though I wouldn't like it much, I can still agree to it. Mu Yuan blinked and thought for a while before asking Luff, then, respected sun god, what do you think I should choose as my blessing right now? Luff was stunned for a moment and looked at the Mu Yuan before him. Then, realizing something, he shook his head helplessly and reached into the sun to take out two weapons, placing them before Mu Yuan. One was an exquisite divine sword. The other weapon was a three-pronged spear that appeared to be soaked in water and looked extremely dangerous. It even had a closed eye on it. You may choose one of these two secret treasures. Luff replied. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination. No, it definitely wasn't. When these two weapons were brought out, Mu Yuan clearly saw a look of heartache in the eyes of this god of light and Sunday. For a secret treasure to make a god like him unable to help but show such an expression, there was no need for Luff to introduce them. Mu Yuan already understood in his heart how high the caliber of these two weapons was. Then, just as Luff was about to speak and introduce these two divine artifacts to Mu Yuan, which were two of the four great secret treasures of his divine clan, Mu Yuan suddenly spoke up and said to Luff, in that case, respected sun god, I hope you can bestow upon me the recipe for that fruit tea from just now as my blessing. The moment Mu Yuan said this, he felt as if even the sunlight shining down had frozen in time. Luff, the god of light and sun, could no longer maintain his previous elegance. He stared blankly at the boy before him, momentarily doubting if his ears had heard correctly. Shining light upon Morningstar City. Logically, I should have agreed to your proposal, but after thinking it over carefully, it's actually not appropriate. Mu Yuan shook his head slightly and slowly said to Luff, because if I agreed to that, it would actually belittle everything they have done. Just as I said before, the establishment of that city was not my doing alone, but a miracle created by all of them with their own hands. As for having you, sun god, invite someone here for tea, I haven't encountered such a person yet. At this point, Mu Yuan couldn't help but smile and then said to Luff, therefore, for now, the thing I want most is simply this fruit tea in my hand. As he spoke, Mu Yuan raised the fruit tea in his hand. As Mu Yuan's words fell, Luff had also regained his composure. His emerald eyes gazed at Mu Yuan for a good while before he laughed. You don't intend to let me introduce these two secret treasures to you? They are the secret treasures of my divine clan, and there are only 4 in total. Mu Yuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Sun god, I'm no saint. If you really introduce them to me, I might actually regret my choice. I should say, please don't say any more, I already really want to go back on my word. A divine clan's secret treasure, of which there are only 4, just hearing about it made them sound incredibly powerful. Indeed, secret treasures. The sword was named Fragarak, the sword of revenge. Wherever this sword pointed, the enemy could not lie or move, hence it was also known as the Answerer. In the world of Type Moon, this demonic sword also possessed the ability to reverse causality, also known as the sword of backlighting, possessing the power to strike second but hit first. That is, it activates after the opponent attacks, making one's own attack hit the opponent first, and rewrites the fact that the opponent attacked first into the opponent did not attack. As for the spear, it was named Bryanak, a divine spear of light that symbolized his own power, also known by a more common name, Bryanak, the 5 roaring stars. This spear could emit a light of death no matter how far the enemy was. Moreover, this spear was a living demonic spear that constantly thirsted for blood, it would only sleep when soaked in a special potion. In mythology, this spear was even comparable to Gungnir, the spear of eternity in the hands of Odin, the king of gods in Norse mythology. Seeing Mu Yuan's reaction, Luff finally nodded in satisfaction. Just now, he had even begun to doubt if these 2 divine artifacts he had brought out were truly something not worth mentioning. After all, the blessing Mu Yuan chose was actually just a recipe for fruit tea. Since that's the case, why did you make such a choice? Luff couldn't help but become curious. He naturally didn't feel that Mu Yuan's choice was an insult to him. After all, Mu Yuan did not radiate such an aura. Mu Yuan hesitated for a moment, and under Luff's gaze, he finally gave an answer, saying, "This is actually an experience I learned from a kind goddess. Even if a god is willing to give everything for you, you must not make endless demands." Mu Yuan had only met 2 goddesses so far. One was Amaterasu Omikami, but it was clear that the one he mentioned was definitely not Amaterasu. Then naturally, it was Inari god Ukanamitama. After hearing this, Luff looked at Mu Yuan quietly for a while and then put away the 2 secret treasures he had taken out. He didn't ask who that goddess was. He was the great deity in Celtic mythology who governed knowledge, ability, medicine, magic, and invention. He was no fool and knew what could be asked and what should not. "I will give you the recipe for the fruit tea, but that was something I promised you from the start, so it naturally doesn't fall within the scope of your blessing." Luff paused here and then continued to smile at Mu Yuan, saying, "You must also think of me a little, shouldn't you? When this matter is sung by bards and everyone knows I only gave you a fruit tea recipe as a blessing, what will they think?" Mu Yuan thought about it and realized it was indeed logical, so he looked at Luff and asked cautiously, "Then, respected sun god, I wonder. You can just call me by my name, I grant you that right." Luff interrupted Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan was stunned. He glanced at the smiling Luff and continued hesitantly, "Then, Lord Luff, regarding the blessing. Since you have completely rejected the blessings I prepared to bestow upon you, the final blessing should naturally be decided by you," Luff said, still smiling broadly. But Mu Yuan felt that this smile had a bit more mischief in it than before. After a slight pause, as if thinking of something, Luff added, "By the way, let me teach you one more thing, child. It's true that one should not make endless demands, but, since that deity is willing to give everything for you, it actually means she hopes you will make demands of her. Gods are extremely complex beings. On one hand, they hope you know how to be moderate, but on the other hand, they hope you will depend on them. Therefore, blind demanding is undesirable, but you also shouldn't want nothing at all. After all, they would feel that you are distancing yourself from them, and they might even get angry because of it." Hearing this, Mu Yuan couldn't help but be dazed. Then, unable to help himself, he muttered softly, "How troublesome." Exactly. Unexpectedly, Luff wasn't angry but instead nodded in approval. Gods are such a group of troublesome creatures. Not only are they troublesome, but most gods are also arrogant and conceited, wanting to control everything. Even when it's clearly time to leave the stage, they are still unwilling to go. At this point, Luff suddenly stood up and said to Mu Yuan with a smile, "I think right now, you probably won't be able to determine your blessing in a short time, child. But it doesn't matter, we still have some time. At least before the other world completely separates from reality, we still have some time to meet again. Therefore," with those words, Luff reached out and waved at Mu Yuan. In the next instant, a brilliant light carried Mu Yuan out of the temple. Just as Mu Yuan was leaving, Luff seemed to remember something and waved his hand again, saying, "Oh, right, Mu Yuan, I'll leave this child to you as well." After doing all this, Luff sat back down leisurely. He picked up the fruit tea on the table and said slowly, "Don't waste your energy. You can't catch up to the speed of my light, you should know that very well." The temple fell silent for a while after he spoke. Then, several deities stepped out from the shadows and came before Luff. "Luff, what do you mean by this?" One of them asked Luff with a dark expression. "What do I mean? Didn't you all overhear everything quite clearly just now?" Luff sipped his tea and smiled leisurely. "We who have already been driven out of this place, yet still vainly wish to return, let's just forget it. Don't bring any more trouble to the children. Didn't you also have the same idea when you discussed with the white dragon to bring that child to the other world?" Another deity couldn't help but say. "Yes, I did indeed have such an idea before." Luff was quite frank about it and nodded in admission. After all, it seemed that such a possibility did indeed exist within him. After all, the concealment of that light was a bit too obvious. If that's the case, then why can't we cooperate? But that was before. Luff interrupted them, picked up his fruit tea, and said with a slight upward curve of his lips, "And now I find that child very much to my liking. He is indeed worthy of being protected by the radiance of the sun. Furthermore, I can be considered to have accepted a gift from him in this matter, so how could I have the heart to continue bringing him trouble?" "What do you mean by that?" The deity frowned. "The meaning is already very clear. Are you sure you want me to spell it out?" Luff spread his hands and laughed. "I have given him my recognition, so while he is here, he will still be protected by the radiance of the sun." As his voice fell, the two secret treasures that had been put away appeared on the table once more. And the demonic spear, Bryanak, actually opened its eye at this moment. Dividing line. P.S. Sorry, this chapter is updated a bit late. After finishing a plot arc in the previous chapters, the next 1 or 2 chapters are usually a bit difficult for the author to write. I promised to make up for the missing 2,000 words, and I'll continue to do so tomorrow. Today's update is 8,500 words. Volume 2, Chapter 79, The Dragon Fairy, Melusine, 3K. Chapter 98. The light carried you away, and when you emerged from it, you found yourself falling into a clear lake. As you struggled in the water, you suddenly felt someone grab you and pull you out. Once ashore, that person gently patted your back. When you regained your senses and looked at her, you were immediately startled. The one who saved you was an old woman dressed in black. Her skin was wrinkled and sallow, with only a few protruding teeth remaining in her mouth, and she wore an eye patch over one eye. Her face, in particular, looked monstrous. Taken aback by the suddenness, you froze for a moment. She probably noticed her appearance had frightened you and instinctively turned to leave. But perhaps worried about you, she quickly returned. She gestured for you to follow her. After a brief hesitation, you did. She led you for a while before finally stopping by a lakeside. She seemed to say something in the fairy tongue. Soon, you felt magic gathering, and in a faint, sparkling light, a fairy with stunningly beautiful white hair and graceful demeanor appeared before you. And the moment she appeared, you saw what seemed like a pair of white wings growing from her back, wings that resembled those of a dragon. Pale golden eyes slowly opened. The clear, mirror-like surface of the lake reflected the elegant and graceful figure of this fairy. The fairy first glanced briefly at Mu Yuan with his golden hair and black eyes, lingering for a moment on the pendant hanging from him, then looked at the old woman wrapped in a black coat, ugly as a monster. The old woman's image was like the malicious old witch from stories told by bards. "Riglaire." The fairy's voice was cool as she said, "Why have you summoned me?" "This child has become separated from his sister," the old woman called Riglaire said in a hoarse voice. "His destination is Avalon. Though I don't know why he appeared here, Melusine, I must trouble you with this matter. After all, the path there passes through a forest inhabited by giants and monsters. This child is not their guest, they won't pass up such a delicacy." Melusine. Yes, this was the fairy with white hair and golden eyes, who appeared somewhat petite yet also very aloof. Hearing this, Melusine did not refuse. She looked again at the pendant on Mu Yuan's neck, frowned in thought for a moment, then said, "Since he is a guest, I have no reason to refuse." However, biting her moist lip lightly, Melusine said with annoyance, "Tomorrow is Saturday." Hearing Saturday, the old woman Riglaire was taken aback, then instinctively glanced at Melusine's feet, a look of realization dawning on her face. Seeing this, Melusine's gaze grew even colder, but she restrained herself and said, "If he is willing, have him wait for me one more day. Once tomorrow passes, I will come to take him to the realm of the fairies." Without waiting for Riglaire's response, Melusine turned and vanished, leaving behind faint specks of light. Seeing her leave, Riglaire looked somewhat troubled at Mu Yuan and asked in her hoarse voice, "Well, child, are you willing to wait one day?" "Of course I am willing," replied Mu Yuan, who had now fully regained his composure. He even bowed to Riglaire and said, "Michael Pendragon, that is my name." "My apologies, old." Mu Yuan, who had initially intended to politely address her as grandmother, suddenly hesitated upon looking at Riglaire. Although he no longer possessed the powerful Onmyoji eyes from his Heian-era template, capable of seeing through almost any disguise. Thanks to that powerful intuition and experience, Mu Yuan keenly sensed that this ugly appearance was not her true form. It was likely the result of magic or a curse. Thus, for a moment, he wasn't sure how to address her. Michael? Reglaire was taken aback upon hearing the name. Her dark, single eye scrutinized him, then she said thoughtfully, "So it's you. No wonder you appeared in the other world. You may simply call me Reglaire." "Reglaire, I apologize for my earlier rudeness." "It's no trouble," Reglaire said with a faint, aged smile. "You were actually quite polite. The scorn I've received so far has been far worse. I'm long accustomed to it." Having said that, Reglaire said no more. And Mu Yuan naturally wouldn't press further with insensitive questions. A day passed quickly. To be precise, Mu Yuan didn't even notice the day slipping by. Because in this other world, there was no distinction between day and night. The sky remained an endless blue, beautiful at first glance. But even in such a short time, Mu Yuan already felt a bit suffocated. After a day, Melusine reappeared before Mu Yuan and Reglaire. Seeing her, Reglaire nodded and left, leaning on her cane. Mu Yuan also politely bid her farewell. Unexpectedly, this piqued Melusine's interest. She asked Mu Yuan, "You're called Michael, right? Aren't you afraid of her?" "Why would I be afraid of her?" Mu Yuan asked, puzzled. "Oh, can you see through her disguise?" Melusine inquired. Mu Yuan first shook his head, then asked curiously, "So this isn't her original appearance?" Melusine looked at Mu Yuan for a moment before nodding. "Yes, that's right. This isn't her true form. Originally, she was a fairy renowned for her beauty even in the realm of the fairies. However, due to a bet with her brother, she transformed herself into this ugly appearance, and it's been over a century now." "A bet?" Mu Yuan looked at Melusine curiously. She claimed she would definitely meet a man who would accept and respect her regardless of her appearance. Her brother said it was impossible, Melusine explained succinctly. Having said that, she turned and said to Mu Yuan, "Let's go. I'll take you to the realm of the fairies now, Avalon." This fairy named Melusine was very strong, a fact you quickly came to appreciate. On the way to Avalon, you encountered several giants who, smelling flesh, came to roast and eat you, but she subdued them with just a few moves. Moreover, you keenly sensed a familiar yet strange aura from her, a pressure similar to that of your father in this world, Vortigern. And Vortigern was the legendary white dragon of Britannia. Recalling the beautiful wings you saw unfurled when you first met her, you had already begun to guess her true identity. And indeed, your guess was correct. She was indeed a dragon, and an extremely special dragon fairy. During these days, a chance encounter led her to discover you were not a defenseless child. Amazed by your astonishing swordsmanship, she developed the idea of sparring with you. The sword truly is the best means of communication. You realized this profoundly once again. Using the sword to communicate, Melusine, who initially had little interest in you, began daily exchanges. Your relationship with her thus improved somewhat. However, one thing puzzled you greatly. Despite being a being with a strong sense of responsibility, every Saturday, she would find a hidden spot for you to wait, then disappear, not returning until after Saturday passed. Then, after about half a month with Melusine's help, you finally reached the interior of Avalon. There, you not only saw your cousin Morgan, whom you hadn't seen for many days, but you even encountered the one responsible for it all, the god of light and sun, Luff. When he saw you, he looked somewhat awkward, saying he hadn't expected such a mistake to occur, failing to bring you directly into Avalon. Though he said this, your innate intuition keenly sensed he was lying. But you didn't expose him, as you also sensed the lie was a well-intentioned one. In any case, regarding this matter, he expressed willingness to compensate. The compensation was granting you full permission to move within Avalon. No, more precisely, due to divine reasons, he hoped you would stay within Avalon and not go anywhere else. Until that sword is pulled out. Yes, that sword, the sword in the stone. Because once that sword is drawn, beings like him would no longer be able to interfere in the slightest with reality. Although the sun god Luff didn't explain all the reasons, you agreed. The reason was simple. The moment you arrived in Avalon, the legendary realm of the fairies, you felt the magic within your body boiling. Talent, Avalon, weakened version. Due to this innate talent of your body, within Avalon, you clearly felt that even doing nothing, you would absorb the local magic and grow stronger. Having experienced several simulations, you naturally understood how important strength was in this world, so you readily agreed. Thus, in the blink of an eye, you lived in Avalon for 6 years. 6 years later, you were 14 years old. P.S. Today's update is a bit late, still writing. Another chapter will be updated later. Volume 2, Chapter 80 You Won't Lose Your Head, Artoria, 3K. Otherworld, within Avalon. This was a place absolutely unreachable by ordinary people, existing only on the other side of the surface world Avalon, the utopia of fairies in Celtic mythology. 6 years had passed since Mu Yuan arrived here. On this day, by a tranquil lakeside, 2 youths stood facing each other, holding wooden swords. Not far away, under a large tree, the fairy Melusine sat in specially tailored clothing, chin resting on her hands, pale golden eyes watching the two. "Michael, be careful, here I come." With those words, the youth with purple hair and purple eyes launched an attack at Mu Yuan. As with their usual morning practice, just as Mu Yuan prepared to parry, he suddenly saw a verdant bird fluttering its wings and landing on Melusine's shoulder. His heart stirred slightly. Due to the innate, terrifying ability intuition imprinted from the catalyst, originating from King Arthur Artoria. A power that not only reached a realm akin to predicting the future in battle but also acted like a sixth sense in daily life. Sensing something, Mu Yuan shifted his footing slightly. The next moment, with an ability resembling the mystical art dimensional leap, he appeared before the purple-haired, purple-eyed youth. And placed his sword against the neck of the now stiffened youth. "Sorry, Lancelot," Mu Yuan said, lowering his sword. "Let's stop for today. I have some other matters." With that, Mu Yuan sheathed his sword and walked away from Lancelot as if it were a minor matter. Yes, Lancelot. This was the youth from legend, raised in his childhood by the Lady of the Lake, and also the future strongest knight among King Arthur's Knights of the Round Table. Within Avalon now, he was also one of the few humans Mu Yuan could meet. And this future strongest knight was now easily handled by Mu Yuan. Though, in truth, this was quite normal. 6 years, even if he still appeared somewhat youthful, had allowed Mu Yuan to develop considerably. Moreover, in this life, Mu Yuan was undoubtedly on a monstrous level. Having stayed in Avalon for 6 years, his body constantly absorbed the power of this world as nourishment for growth. And most importantly, even without restarting simulations, Mu Yuan retained the experience from his previous 2 simulations, things etched into his very bones. A swordsman from the end of the Shogunate era, an onmyoji from the Heian era. Handling a not yet fully grown Lancelot was naturally effortless. "Neil, you're here?" Approaching Melusine, Mu Yuan said with a light smile, taking a sweet fruit from his bosom and skillfully feeding it to the bird. The verdant bird ate the fruit, its green eyes reflecting the youth before it. A 14-year-old youth was naturally worlds apart from an 8-year-old child. The biggest difference was height. Mu Yuan, who once had to look up at the fairy Melusine, now required Melusine to look up at him. As for appearance, while not as overwhelmingly perfect as during his time as the White Fox young master, likely due to Avalon's nurturing, he was naturally quite handsome. His short golden hair and deep black eyes added to his appeal. Lancelot often said that if Melusine didn't occasionally seek out Mu Yuan, he would never lack fairy companions, for even within the realm of the fairies, Melusine was a stunningly beautiful existence. Then, rubbing his neck in frustration and sheathing his wooden sword, Lancelot was about to complain to Mu Yuan when he heard, "Lord Luff asks me to tell you the time has come. You may leave Avalon soon." The verdant bird's words not only startled Lancelot but also made Melusine, who had just taken a fruit from Mu Yuan's hand, pause. As for Mu Yuan, his reaction was relatively calm. Calculating the time, he felt it was indeed about right. "I see," Mu Yuan said with a smile. "Then it's time to go find Vivian. No, I should say Sister Morgan." In 6 years, many things had changed. The most obvious change was naturally in Morgan. 99 Section 99. Chapter 99. She did not stay by Mu Yuan's side indefinitely. After about half a year, she left Avalon and headed for Morningstar City. Furthermore, this was at Mu Yuan's request. After all, there was no need for Morgan to remain in Avalon constantly. The main reason Mu Yuan stayed was to use his talent to absorb Avalon's power. Even within Avalon, during this period, Mu Yuan was aware of the happenings in Morningstar City because fairies frequently traveled between the other world and the physical world. Mu Yuan was surprised by the speed of its development, but at the same time, he saw a hint of longing in Morgan's eyes. Thus, she left Avalon shortly after and headed for Morningstar City. Mu Yuan guessed that during this time, she must have thoroughly enjoyed her experience as a queen. When she left, she likely sensed that they would be apart for a long time. Therefore, she asked Mu Yuan a question at that time. "When do you plan to change how you address me?" Seated atop a sacred unicorn with her silver hair cascading down, Morgan's lips curled into a faint smile as she watched the slightly stunned Mu Yuan. "Michael, my cousin, must you force me to speak so plainly? Or do you truly believe in your heart that I am so foolish? Foolish enough to witness you create such miracles yet still believe that you haven't seen through my true identity?" Vivian, Morgan. In reality, Morgan had realized long ago that Mu Yuan knew her true identity. After all, Morgan was not stupid. On the contrary, she was the very intelligent type. It was only because Mu Yuan never spoke the truth plainly that she continued to play the game of being Vivian with him. Though the name Vivian wasn't exactly a total deception anyway. "Are you leaving?" Snapping back from his memories, Mu Yuan looked down to see Melusine staring at him. Mu Yuan blinked, thought for a moment, and then smiled at her. "Do you know of Morningstar City?" Melusine nodded. It was safe to say that among the fairies, there were likely few who did not know of it. "Speaking of which, you were the one who brought me here, yet I have never repaid you. Therefore, Melusine, may I extend an invitation?" Mu Yuan smiled and said to Melusine, "Would you be willing to visit Morningstar City as a guest?" Faced with your invitation, Melusine hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing to visit Morningstar City as a guest. Seeing this, Lancelot originally intended to go along, but he was stopped by the Lady of the Lake. Incidentally, you aren't sure of the reason, but you occasionally feel like she holds a certain prejudice against Lancelot. She had even told you once that when you grow up, you must never become like Lancelot. When you departed, the fairies gifted you a sword from the lake. It was not a holy sword, and the blade was nameless. In their words, they hesitated for a long time because they didn't know what kind of weapon would be best for you, so they gave you a sword that had not been fully forged. You accepted it gladly nonetheless. A few days later, just as you were about to take the final step to leave the other world, a light stopped you. At the very last moment, Luff, the god of light and sun, finally appeared before you. "Now, can you tell me what blessing you desire?" Looking at the deity who had pulled him into the brilliant radiance, Mu Yuan did not panic, for he had long guessed that he would appear. Though appearing at the very last second, as expected of a god, right? Then, Mu Yuan fell silent. When dealing with gods, one cannot simply make constant demands. Yet at the same time, one must not fail their expectations. Mu Yuan thought for a long time before finally shaking his head at him. "I apologize, Lord Luff. I still do not know what to ask of you, because, in truth, there are far too many things I want." "Oh." Hearing Mu Yuan say this, Luff looked at him with some surprise. "Indeed. If it were a matter of wishes, I have many, many wishes. I am no saint, on the contrary, I am quite greedy," Mu Yuan said. "And yet you intend to take nothing right now," Luff said thoughtfully. "Because right now, I do not have a single, urgent blessing that I need," Mu Yuan told Luff. "Therefore, Lord Luff, could I trouble you to wait for me for a while longer? I suddenly feel like I should have agreed to accept that fruit tea as the blessing back then," Luff said with a laugh after a brief moment of thought. Hearing this, Mu Yuan also smiled. "However, I agree." As those words fell, the dazzling light vanished. Mu Yuan returned to where he had been. He took one last look at this utopia within the other world, where there was never darkness and spring lasted forever, yet a world that inexplicably made one feel oppressed. A world like a cage. He took a step forward and vanished from that world. Then, Almost at the instant he vanished from that world. I feel it. Somewhere in the kingdom of ancient Britain, within a strange castle deep in a forest, a mixed-blood incubus with handsome features not of this world and flowers blooming at his feet opened his violet eyes, the magus of flowers, Merlin. Then, with his lips curling slightly, he turned his gaze to the side, toward Artoria, who was the same age as Mu Yuan and had just pulled out the sword of selection to embark on the path of a king. This was the period when Artoria was at her most innocent, her eyes shimmering with hope, and her appearance like a lovely lily. "He's out," Merlin said to Artoria with a smile. "You don't have to lose your head anymore. You're saved, Artoria." Image, Melusine, location, images 16740579670-1093479777-1098445558, JPG. Divider. PS. Just a quick note, I looked through so much data today and simply couldn't find any plot for this period that could be used for a transition in the other world. It's all about knights. Forget it, I'll write a bit of a story and then dive straight into the main plot. Volume 2, Chapter 81. Michael, are you willing to carve me into your heart? 6K. The Kingdom of Ancient Britain. An era where brilliant legends were left in history, and where King Arthur and the 12 Knights of the Round Table were active. Using the catalyst Distant Utopia, Mu Yuan arrived in this era under the pseudonym Michael Pendragon. By now, a full 14 years had passed. Just as Mu Yuan emerged from the other world, he saw flowers blooming beneath his feet. The flowers scattered before his eyes, turning into a sea of petals that enveloped him. Michael? Because it happened so suddenly, the dragon fairy Melusine blinked, and upon reacting, she prepared to rescue Mu Yuan from the sea of flowers. At that moment, Mu Yuan, who had already realized whose power this was, wore a somewhat helpless smile. He said apologetically to Melusine, "Sorry, Melusine. I invited you to Morningstar City, but now, it seems I have to break my word." As he finished speaking, the sea of flowers completely covered Mu Yuan. When Melusine reached out to grab him, the petals scattered. In a distant, ancient castle, Mu Yuan stepped out from within. Immediately. "Long time no see." A handsome young man wearing a robe that looked plain but was woven from the highest quality fibers gave Mu Yuan an elegant bow and smiled. "His Highness, the Morning Light Prince." Mu Yuan gave him a flat glance, then turned his gaze toward the two people beside him. One was a knight who looked very stern, observing him with a frown. And the other person. Mu Yuan's deep eyes met with the girl's sacred blue eyes. The girl, dressed in armor primarily white in color and with her hair in a ponytail, was at the very beginning of her legendary life, traveling the country to hone her experience. This was also the period known as the Pure White Knight Princess. In Type Moon terms, it was King Arthur Artoria Lily version. Finally, we meet. Such a thought appeared in both their minds almost simultaneously. As the two of them locked eyes, silently sizing each other up, even Merlin tactfully refrained from interrupting. Instead, he watched them with a look of great interest. Still as much of a twisted sense of humor as ever, Merlin. Then, Mu Yuan spoke first, breaking the silence. He withdrew his gaze from Artoria and glanced at Merlin, saying, "This outfit must be your doing, right?" Before Merlin could respond. "It really is a twisted sense of humor," Artoria chimed in, also looking at Merlin. Under their gazes, Merlin raised his hands but still said with a grin, "I feel like I could actually explain myself." "Let's put the small talk aside for now." The knight who looked stern at first glance interrupted their conversation. He cast his gaze toward Mu Yuan and said, "It is an honor to meet you, Morning Light Prince. I am Kay, son of Sir Ector, but now is not the time for this. I don't know why Merlin called you here at this time to make an already troublesome matter even more troublesome. But for now, I need you to state your position. Will you help, or will you leave?" Hearing this, Mu Yuan looked around thoughtfully, then glanced at Artoria. After a moment's thought, he smiled and said, "If you don't mind telling me what happened, I'm willing to help. After all, it seems I should call her my cousin," Mu Yuan said, pointing at Artoria. Artoria blinked, then frowned at Mu Yuan. After thinking seriously for a while, she said in confusion, "But, you don't seem older than me." You have finally met Artoria, though at this time, she is only at the beginning of her journey, lacking the majesty of a king, and is even different from the person in your memories. Furthermore, you had originally wanted to become one of the Knights of the Round Table under her command, but now you are not only the son of the White Dragon but also on very good terms with the witch Morgan, one of the culprits behind Britain's destruction. Thus, seeing her now, you truly feel a sense of complexity. After thinking for a while, you set aside your various thoughts and asked Merlin why he brought you here. Merlin then told you an interesting story. It turned out that last night, while he and Artoria were staying here, they encountered a knight. Due to Merlin's instigation, Artoria was forced to make a pact with that knight. The pact was for both sides to cut off each other's heads to see who could still live. In the end, after Artoria cut off the other person's head, that man was able to reattach it as if nothing had happened. Now it was Artoria's turn. After understanding the situation, you couldn't help but feel very confused, because, isn't the solution very simple? Mu Yuan said to Artoria in great confusion, just have Merlin turn into your likeness, then stretch his neck out for the other guy to chop. Wouldn't that work? Hearing this, Artoria was momentarily stunned. Hey. Merlin's eyes widened. That is indeed an excellent idea. Kay, however, expressed strong approval of the suggestion. He turned to Merlin and said, then we'll have to trouble you. This is a necessary sacrifice, Merlin. At this time, Artoria was still too innocent. She rejected the proposal, stating that this was a pact between her and that knight and could not be faked. As time passed and night fell, that pitch-black knight appeared before you. Just as you were prepared to have a great battle with him, he suddenly looked at you and scrutinized you for quite a while. After nodding in satisfaction, he stated that he would not cut off Artoria's head, but as a condition, one of the people present must marry his sister. When his sister appeared, you were stunned, because you recognized that person, the old woman in black clothes, that fairy with a monster-like face, Reglaire. Indeed, it was that fairy Reglaire whom you had met once before in the other world. Chapter 100. That fairy who, in the words of the dragon fairy Melusine, had made a bet with her brother and turned herself ugly for over 100 years. In fact, this is a very famous story in the legends of King Arthur. It's just that the protagonist of the story isn't King Arthur, but Gawain. It tells the story of the nearly perfect knight Gawain, who did not wish to see King Arthur beheaded due to a bet, and thus agreed to Reglaire's marriage proposal, marrying the hideous-looking Reglaire, only to eventually discover that she was actually a very beautiful fairy. Among them, the most profound dialogue is undoubtedly Reglaire's question. Gawain, because of your kindness and goodness, I have now broken half of the curse. However, only half. From now on, for half of each day, I will look as I do now, and for the other half, I will have my former terrifying appearance. So, you must make a choice. When do you want me to appear as my normal self, during the day or at night? Which will you choose? If I am a monster during the day, you will be shamed before the world, but if I am a monster at night, you will be unhappy in your own home. In the end, Gawain gave the right of choice to Reglaire herself. Because of his respect, Reglaire was able to completely break her curse. Just as Melusine told Mu Yuan that day, Reglaire's bet with her brother was to find a man who did not care about her appearance and would respect her. However, Gawain, who should have been the protagonist, had already followed Morgan to Morningstar City at this moment. The child entrusted by the god of light and sun that day was Gawain. Following the reunion of Agravain and Gawain, he was adopted as a son by Morgan. Mu Yuan actually had a rough idea of how Morgan's children from the legends would appear next. It's just, he wondered in what manner the Knight of Rebellion, Mordred, would appear. I am willing to marry her. Inside the castle at night. Within the ancient castle lit by torches. Faced with the words of the pitch-black Death Knight, in a moment of silent stillness, the one who agreed was none other than Artoria herself. You won't do. But the pitch-black Death Knight rejected Artoria. You are a woman. And with a single sentence, he completely shut down everything Artoria wanted to say. Then his eyes looked toward Merlin, Kay, and Mu Yuan, finally settling his gaze on Mu Yuan, who was making eye contact with Reglaire. To be precise, his target was actually Mu Yuan. The rumored Prince Michael of the Morning Light, Michael Pendragon, are you willing to accept this proposal? Hearing this, Mu Yuan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, looking at the knight clad in pitch-black armor from head to toe, with black magical power radiating from his entire body. My sister once told me that she met you several years ago and even saved you in the other world. As the Death Knight finished speaking, Artoria and Kay couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. Only Merlin's eyes suddenly lit up. His gaze lingered with interest between Mu Yuan and Reglaire. Therefore, I ask you, are you willing to marry my sister? And if it is you, you can actually see that this wouldn't be a loss for you, right? After the Death Knight finished speaking, Reglaire hesitated on the side, just about to say something. I refuse. A clear voice echoed within the ancient castle. Perhaps Mu Yuan's answer was too decisive, for the sound echoed for a long time without anyone breaking the subsequent silence. At this moment, even Merlin was stunned, casting a surprised look at Mu Yuan. Then, Reglaire's gaze instantly dimmed. At this moment, her heart was likely filled with despair. After all, even Michael, who was rumored to be as dazzling as the morning light and capable of bringing hope to others, had actually chosen to refuse like this. Mu Yuan's refusal at this moment formed a very sharp contrast with Artoria's initial unhesitating agreement. What did you say? Then, sensing the despair coming from Reglaire's side, the Death Knight couldn't help but become enraged, his entire body igniting with black magical power. He felt that his sister Reglaire had been humiliated, and at the same time, he felt a deep sense of disappointment. After all, tonight, upon learning that Michael had come here and hearing about the matter between Michael and Reglaire, he had been filled with expectation. Because he felt that his sister could finally cast off this hideous appearance and return to her former beautiful self. He had actually regretted more than once why he had made such a bet with his sister, causing her, who was originally cheerful and lively, to become as she is now through the passage of 100 years. Becoming increasingly taciturn and reclusive. He wanted to end it all, but Mu Yuan had disappointed him. Enraged, he raised the battle axe in his hand high. He launched an attack at Mu Yuan with a roar. That terrifying power caused even Artoria, who was a red dragon, to slightly change expression. But Mu Yuan calmly drew the sword from his person, swinging the sharp blade to collide with the battle axe, and did not retreat even a single step. Michael, how dare you humiliate my sister like this? The Death Knight roared at Mu Yuan in anger. Yet even so, Mu Yuan remained very calm, replying clearly word by word, I have no intention of humiliating her. To be precise, in my heart, I am actually very grateful to her for saving me that day. If possible, I would be very willing and honored to become good friends. Nonsense, the Death Knight was still furious, saying, if that's the case, then why did you refuse, and refuse so heartlessly? If your excellency simply wants someone to not care about her appearance, still be willing to accept her, and respect her to break the curse on her, I would be honored. But, as for getting married or anything like that, I'm sorry, I cannot do it. Furthermore, I also feel that this is fundamentally wrong. After Mu Yuan finished speaking, just as the Death Knight was about to say more, brother, enough. Reglaire raised her voice and stopped the Death Knight. And this voice was not old and hoarse, but a very clear and soft one. Reglaire called back the Death Knight and then looked at Mu Yuan. Having regained her composure, she asked Mu Yuan with great curiosity, Michael, what exactly are you trying to say? Sister Reglaire, please allow me to call you sister. It really wasn't a problem for Mu Yuan to call Reglaire sister. After all, according to the dragon fairy Melusine, Reglaire had been in this hideous form for over 100 years. Sister Reglaire, I am not questioning your test, although I feel that human nature actually cannot withstand testing. I believe that one day, such a person will indeed appear. He won't care about your appearance, Sister Reglaire, and will respect you and marry you. However, because of this, I want to ask you a question, Sister Reglaire. Would you like such a person? Mu Yuan asked Reglaire. Without waiting for Reglaire to answer, Mu Yuan continued, if you like him and feel that you will fall in love with him, then, do you want to present your most beautiful side to the one you love and hope that he will remember you like that forever? Or do you hope that this hideous, disguised appearance will be etched into that person's heart? As Mu Yuan's words fell, Reglaire couldn't help but be stunned. Then, before Reglaire could react or say anything, Mu Yuan continued with a smile. Allow me to ask, Sister Reglaire, do you want to meet such a person, your Prince Charming, at your most beautiful moment, or with your current appearance? Hearing this, Artoria couldn't help but tilt her head, falling into thought. Merlin, as if he had understood something, stroked his chin with a smile on his face. After some time had passed, Reglaire couldn't help but say, These are all sophistry, Mu Yuan said with a smile, speaking for Reglaire. But Sister Reglaire, isn't what you are doing right now also a kind of sophistry? In fact, I have heard many similar stories. Mu Yuan continued, to test whether the other party is sincere and truly loves them, they deliberately set up various tests to scheme against their lover. And when faced with the inquiries and doubts of others, they say that if they truly love each other, it's impossible to be shaken by a test. They even claim that their lover will surely pass the test, but if there were truly such trust, why would there be such a test? Artoria couldn't help but finish Mu Yuan's sentence, even frowning as she did so. To gain the respect and trust of others, one must first be able to trust and respect others. Of course, in reality, this isn't absolute. Mu Yuan shrugged and continued, because some people indeed deserve to be tested, to let the world see through their true, playboy side. Some people don't even deserve to be respected in this way. As Mu Yuan said this, he glanced sideways at Merlin. Then he continued to the silent Reglaire, I don't think your test is wrong, Sister Reglaire. I just feel that a gentle and beautiful person like you, Sister Reglaire, should appear before the world in your most beautiful form and be etched into everyone's hearts. Mu Yuan paused for a moment before saying to Reglaire with a smile, I feel that you don't need to hide your appearance to test others, Sister Reglaire. Because for someone who can withstand your test, you would surely want to exist in that person's heart in your most beautiful state. And as for those who cannot withstand your test, why should you care about them? Merlin stroked his chin, then winked at Kay, saying, Kay, did you see that? Learn a bit from him. Speaking of which, he's getting more and more impressive. Back then I thought this guy's mouth was sharp, but now it's even more incredible. In a few more years, who knows how many women will fall for that mouth miles per hour. Before Merlin could finish, he was sealed. Reglaire, who gave him a casual glance, held her staff and sealed his foul mouth. Kay silently took 2 steps to the side, distancing himself from the flailing Merlin, even looking away to indicate he didn't know him. Then did you refuse me because the deepest impression in your heart is this hideous appearance of mine? Reglaire then asked Mu Yuan. Hearing this, Mu Yuan smiled faintly and said, Naturally not. It is your most beautiful moment. After all, it was you who appeared and saved me that day. In my eyes, how could you not be the most beautiful at that time? As Mu Yuan's words fell, Kay glanced at him. Then he nodded silently and secretly. For this one time, he agreed with Merlin's words. This mouth is indeed quite something. Reglaire also remained silent for a long time, then she let out a light laugh and shook her head, lightly tapping her staff against the ground. Then, as a faint magic circle lit up and after a flash of light, the hideous old woman disappeared, replaced by a fairy woman with black hair reaching her waist, who was so beautiful that Merlin even forgot to struggle for a moment. Reglaire. The Death Knight looked at her like this, appearing very excited, but Reglaire ignored him, only watching Mu Yuan with a faint smile, saying, Little brother Michael, I didn't choose to break the curse because of your words. After all, you couldn't convince me with just that. However, a man who doesn't care about appearance, is willing to accept me, and respects me, in terms of those conditions, you undoubtedly satisfy them. Really? The one who said this in doubt was Artoria. She tilted her head, her super-strong intuition making her blurt out subconsciously, But why do I feel that you were swayed by Michael's line, I hope to present my most beautiful side to that person and have it etched in his heart forever, and wavered? After all, even Artoria agreed with Mu Yuan's words. What woman wouldn't want to meet the Prince Charming of her heart at her most beautiful moment? And have her most beautiful self eternally etched into his heart? Reglaire didn't reply, and Kay, being very sensible, reached out and covered Artoria's mouth, telling her not to say any more. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.